Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
Hello guys and welcome to the FUT Champions Cup March. After an unbelievable tournament in Atlanta, we thought where to next? And obviously we had to choose Singapore. There's over $100,000 in the prize pool, there's 20,000 global series ranking points up for grabs, and every player is also playing for pride. The stage is set, so let's play some FIFA.
A very warm welcome to FUT Champions Cup March. It is Singapore, a beautiful city of Singapore, and I have to say I am personally quite thrilled to be back in one of my favourite places on earth. It's also a place that I did FIFA as long ago as 2005. That's right, we were here in the Suntec City doing FIFA in 2005, like 3 years ago or something. Anyway, we've got plenty for you to come over the next 3 days, of course, watching all these fantastic players worldwide. All the best to here, chasing more Champions Cup points as well as a decent prize pool as well. The big question on our mind, though, is can anyone beat Tex? I mean, frankly, the guy's just making it boring right now. And alongside me, of course, two people that can answer that question, legends themselves. One, a particular legend, actually. Boris Legend. See, why haven't you got Legend in your name, Nightwatch?
It will come.
Needs to be Night Legend.
It will come.
Night Legend and Boris Legend, and then we're good. And then we've got two Ivans, two Legends.
I think we still have two islands.
Yeah. How you doing anyway?
Very good.
Adjusted?
Yeah. First time here in Singapore.
Yes.
Still a bit the jet lag, but it's getting better every day, and just looking forward for this tournament, really.
Yeah, it's a great place, isn't it, to come and bring FIFA across to Asia. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's lovely. I think it's 99% of players first time here in Singapore. Yeah. A bit of jet lag issues, but I think we're all adjusted at this point.
Yeah. I saw all the players playing this morning. They were playing yesterday here. They had a day, we call it an acclimatization day yesterday, which is really useful as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we as players, because we are players, we need some time to adjust when we travel and get used to the atmosphere, get used to playing in the new environment. So having an extra day before the games definitely helps.
Yeah. I know you've travelled through time zones before and you've played well. I commentated on a championship that you won over in the States.
Yeah, and that was actually perfect for me back then because I had
a very bad sleeping pattern in Sweden, and I think Vegas was -9 hours, so that was perfect for my sleeping pattern. So yeah, I won that one, and I also know how much it means to adapt to the time zone. And we actually saw some of the games yesterday. We spoke about Tex.
Yep.
And he had actually big issues in the warm-ups yesterday, but I saw him today, and he was just
better,
flying.
Yeah, never count him out. So right, let's take a look at our ecosystem and then show you exactly how this all works out, because it's fairly complicated, but it's not that complicated when we break it down for you. This one is is a Champions Cup, which you can see at the top of your screen. There's also the FIFA Majors, of course, massive prize events as well. All of these things come off the FIFA 19 Global Series rankings. We'll talk about those in just a minute as well. And they all lead to the World Cup final, which is what we're looking for at the end of the season. Can't wait. It's been already. I followed the season. It's building. Like, it feels like it started to become really important, that 32nd place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so we're going to have, I believe it's top 61 going to the playoffs. We're going to have 3 players also from FIFA Online 4. So you have to get the top 61 to get to the playoffs, and from the playoffs, top 16 goes to the E-World Cup, and that is the main objective for every FIFA player, and it's getting closer and closer, really.
All right, well, why don't we take a look at the leaderboard, actually, and show you exactly what they look like right now in both the PS4 and the Xbox. As we've already mentioned, Tex is kind of running away with it on the Xbox leaderboard. I think, isn't he mathematically qualified already?
Oh, he's been qualified for months.
Quite a while. Nicholas on the other side, unfortunately, couldn't be here. He's top of the leaderboard on the PS4. He's been very, very good as well. Pinar there as well. Joxon, we're going to talk about Joxon in a little bit, because a few changes for him recently in his career, and also the fact that he's here for the first time in a couple of months. We're going to see him on the FIFA road once more. And all the way down to 32nd. The reason we put that in there is because, you know, there's cut-off points here. 692 points gets you inside the top 32. We've got quite a few players here, Nightwatch, that are just outside that 700 mark that could leap inside.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, every single point counts because it's towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
Every qualification gives you a number of points. Every weekend league, every 10 points could be vital. At the end of the season, you could see some players miss out because they just missed out on weekend league. So consistency at any level is very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the top kind of 4, I guess everyone else is still quite nervous, aren't they? They're not like, well, you know, I'm probably in. They're thinking, no, I need to keep making quarterfinals and need to keep making semi-finals. Maybe I can sneak a win here and there.
Yeah, I think there are very few players here who feel very comfortable and confident. I mean, like Ivan here said, that every game matters, every point matters. And even for the players that are top 4, they are battling for the prestige. Players like Megabit and Tex, they are battling who is at the moment the best FIFA player. So I think for all players coming here, they're all fighting for something.
What was that I heard you say? England are the best at virtual football in the world?
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard. I heard you say that. You know, we've got to take all we could get. These are the leaderboards, slightly different. The ones in orange are the players that are actually attending here. So it gives you a better idea, I guess, of who's in the running to try and pick up some. So Nicholas, effectively, is under a little bit of pressure on the PS4. Not really, because he's way ahead, but it gives the opportunity to the other players to not only win a championship here, but also step up with the points and make their place more secure.
Of course, at this point, I don't think players like Tex and Nicholas are worried if they're going to make the World Cup. Of course they are. And let's not forget, like, Tex can finish the season on 10,000 points, but what matters is who is going to become the FIWC champion.
Yeah. Yep.
And it doesn't matter if you have 10, 12, 20,000 points. If you don't win that title, it's all for nothing. So,
I mean, I was going to talk to you both about that. How important is it? Because it's almost like it's about peaking at the right time. And someone said to me before, Tex is, you know, he's doing fantastically well. He's playing really well. He's winning all these championships. In fact, before we had the patch, people were saying, oh, no, he can't win there anymore. He's proved that he can, right, on any patch, whatever it is. Is there an element of peaking at the right time? Has he gone too soon?
I mean, it's possible, and we spoke about this previously, but at the same time, he is proving us wrong every time. I mean, even with this...
I'm just trying to get you to say no, so that you can,
yes.
he can prove you wrong again.
Yes, even with this latest patch, people were saying he can only do first time the shots, and he's proving us wrong. I mean, he can play in so many different ways. He's always coming up with something new, and he always has his defense, which has been this season absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
But it is all about, at the end of the season, it's about who is going to win the E-World Cup. So
Yes. Okay.
we'll see.
We will see, indeed. Why don't we take a look at the season points and how it all works out, and also about this particular tournament. So these are the tournaments that have gone on so far, and you can see we're in the middle of a FUT Champions Cup right now, which is 1,500 points, so fantastic amount of points. It's the same amount of points as you get for a FIFA Major, by the way, just the prize money is slightly different. We also got the LQEs, which are 50. There's obviously the official league partners and the nationals, as well as the Champions Weekend, which already said you get 10 points, plus if you do lots of wins.
Yeah, definitely.
If you get lots more wins.
I mean, every win at every competition counts towards the leaderboards, and it's not only peaking at the right time; it's being consistent throughout the whole season, be it in competition or at home.
Yeah, I've worked out that I only need to win 7,946 more games than I could qualify.
It's theoretically not impossible.
I think my time has run out. I think we may have moved on. You two probably got much better idea than I have of getting in. In terms of the tournament format, we'll take you through the tournament format and show you exactly what it looks like, because it's fairly similar now. We've gotten used to this kind of Swiss format, 5 rounds. We understand how it works. For those that don't know how it works, it's 3 days, 64 players, 32 on each console. What we're looking for is 16 to go through to the knockout stages, Swiss round of 5, but win 3 and you're through. That's basically what you have to remember. And that's basically day 1. We're going to take off rounds 3, 4, and 5. You can see all the players going out, and it's per console as well. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, it is Xbox and PS4 as well. So a 3-2 record gets you through. That's day 1. That leads into your round of 16, which we're also going to play today, by the way. That's one of the changes we have made.
Yep.
And then we'll move into the quarterfinals on both tomorrow, on both consoles, leading through to normal semi-finals and then grand final between the 2 teams. It's fairly straightforward, I think, now.
Yeah, pretty
It's not
simple at this
complicated.
point.
When it first showed it to me, I was just like, oh, that's complicated. I've got, but it's not really.
Yeah, and this was a new format for, it came first time in Barcelona last year, FIFA 18, and it was very warm welcome from the players, because you always have multiple chances. Even though you have a bad start in the tournament, you still have everything in your own hands. You don't have to depend on that some other player will beat this guy, or that this guy will have a perfect game against that guy. It's always in your own hands. Even though you start with a 0-2 record, you just have to win your game. So
I mean, it's like real football in a way, in that you can get unlucky in one game. You can come up against someone who has a style which you just don't match up very well against. Could be a really good defensive player, could be a really good attacking player. You still get another chance in Swiss format. That's the great thing about it, isn't it? One bad result doesn't ruin your entire tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And you could get, some may say, unlucky in the first matchup, depending on who you play. But after that, if you go 1-0 or 0-1, you play someone of the same record. So even if you go 0-2, we've seen a lot of players go from 0-2 to 3-2. And it's all in your hands.
Yeah.
Everything depends on you.
I like that. Points-wise, as I mentioned earlier on, it is the same as a major. 1,500 global series points. So very important that these points are picked up, and you get a decent amount of points, Night's Watch, after kind of like getting out of Swiss. Once you're into the top 16, it really starts to go up. And I mean, we saw on the leaderboard, 700 gets you into the top 32. That means finishing the top 4 here, and there's opportunities to finish in the top 4 for some players here because there are other players not attending, and we'll talk about that in a moment. That's a really big incentive.
Of course, we've seen players throughout the year with only one competition who have gotten past the group stages and gotten into the knockouts pretty far. And only with one competition, they have a very good shot at playoffs. And they have a very realistic chance of making playoffs. And from there, if they perform well, they can get the top 16 placement. So the points when you get out of Swiss get exponentially more and more.
Yeah, and I know it's not a major prize pool, but it's a decent prize pool. Are you surprised, Boris? Because I mean, back in the day, I remember you won a tournament which at the time I think was the richest FIFA tournament of all time.
yeah,
Which was the Virgin.
good times.
We don't talk about the Virgin Gaming thing from a long time ago. But it's 50 grand.
Yeah.
Just for a Champions Cup now, and
I
there's
mean,
plenty of these.
Yeah, you have some prize pools that really gets you this tickling feeling, and of course, thinking of these 50 grand, that is a lot of money, and for many players that can be life-changing, especially for players that maybe never won any significant prize pool. If you have maybe players like Tex, he will more care about the title. But for some players, $50,000 is really life-changing. So yes, a very, very nice prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about some young players here, right? Yeah. 50 grand.
I mean, the most successful player this season is 17 years of age.
Yeah.
So I think the people who have a very realistic and consistent chance of winning these events are not here for the prize
No,
money.
they don't care about it, do they?
Exactly.
It's
They
the
don't.
trophy, the
I think
points.
most people, if you put them on the spot to play a final and ask them which would you rather take, the money or the title, I think every player will go for the title.
Yeah.
So I think the prize money is, although a very solid amount, it's just a bonus to your name and history, so to speak, to win a FUT Champions Cup.
Yeah, a lot of these players, of course, now with professional sports clubs as well, so hopefully earning some decent salaries. Why don't we move on and take you through some of the players on the PS4 side of things. I'm sure, Nightwatch, you've got a few ideas about some of these players in here. There's some familiar faces in here, not least of which I want to talk about Joxon, because he's not been around for a little while. He's recently signed to one of my favourite teams, Complexity. Obviously, I'm just going to put that out there right now. No bias from me. But great for him, great for Complexity. They pick up a really good FIFA player, and he's still top 3, even though he hasn't played for 30 years or something on the ladder. He's still there. He's still at the top 3.
Yeah, he started this season in the best possible way. He won the Continental Cup in Paris, the first tournament, and then he also won on the PS4 side in the first major. So he was flying in the start of the season, and he pretty much secured his spots at the World Cup within the first month. And after that, he has been, I'm not sure if he's been struggling or maybe struggling to find a motivation to spend these extra hours, because he haven't been on a tournament since December. And a lot in FIFA has changed since then. We had a lot of patches, and the thing is, because we saw a lot of the talent crew, they had predictions that Joxon will do very well, that he will definitely be one of the favorites here. But the question is, maybe it's been or maybe it's been away for too long.
Right. Yeah, lots of questions over him. We'll take on. Let's take a look at the Xbox players as well, because obviously we've got a ton of players in here. The one that's missing, unfortunately, is Dasari. He hasn't been able to make it here. In a weird kind of way, that's good news for the rest of the Xbox players.
Definitely, yes.
Because he's been playing in really good form. It does give someone else a chance, doesn't it, to step up? You know, is it going to be Marcus Gomez? Is it going to be Resende? Is it going to be Megabit? Is it going to be someone else, Nightwatch?
Well, definitely, when you have one of the big dogs, the favorites to win a competition not present, it always gives other players a better chance, because you know that in recent competitions he's made semifinals, finals consistently, and when you don't have that player to match in Swiss or eventually in knockouts, of course it gives you much better chance, and it gives you the confidence that you can actually go to the final if you avoid some specific players throughout the competition.
Obviously, the main one that sticks out here is Tex, but he's got some competition from the British boys here as well. These aren't slackers. These are good players too.
Yeah, we have, for example, we have Stokes here, who just signed for Rebel, and he's been actually a guy who's maybe quite kryptonite to Tex. He beats him often when they match up in the Swiss format. Stokes actually comes out as a winner. So I think that definitely this is a player that takes fear, and a player that potentially can actually stop him here.
Yeah,
possibly.
definitely. I mean, we've talked about backstage a bit, and we definitely think that Stokes is one of the, maybe a dark horse in this competition. And we have 4 UK players, and each and every one of them is a very worthy semi-finals at least.
Right. Well, hold that thought, because we're going to talk about dark horses in just a minute. I want to talk about the players who are on the cusp right now. These are players that are just outside the top 32 on their respective platforms, both on Xbox and PS4. These are all players who are here right now, and these guys are right on the bubble. So players like Marco, for instance, shouldn't be that low, should he?
No, but he's also had a very, very good run here lately. He's qualified for a lot of tournaments, and I'm pretty sure that he will get into that top 32 soon. He was also in the latest major, actually was not latest, it was in Bucharest. He got, I think, top 8 on PS4, so he showed everyone that he can definitely compete on this level, because, I mean, there's going to always be a lot of talk about the Oceania region, about the level, but he's showing that region is definitely delivering good players.
What about the 3 guys on the Xbox side?
I mean,
Fancy any of these 3 to get through?
The one that strikes out to me is Prowns, because I've talked with Tech this morning, and Prowns is the only player who has a positive record against Tex at competitions.
Right.
So you never know. It could be an interesting matchup if both face, because Tex will be motivated to stop this negative series against the only player.
Yep.
And of course the other two. As we said, if you make it out the Swiss and eventually go one more round further, you've broken into the top 20 and are looking to secure your spot for the FIWC.
Something I want to mention also, that the qualifiers to get here are very, very tough. I mean, you're only playing against pro players, so all 64 players here are really, really good players that consistently can beat other pros. And we saw players like Hasso, who had his first tournament in the third major in Bucharest. His only tournament that he qualified for the whole year, German Hasso, and he won the PS4 side. It just shows the width. So I believe that everyone who qualified here can make a big upset.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every one of these players, because of the new qualifying format, is used to playing these pros. And I think most of them on their respective consoles are used to matching up against each other in qualifiers.
Okay.
So I think most of them know each other by heart.
All right, let's talk about favourites now. I think the favourites are fairly obvious here. Certainly one massive favourite, but that was Dark Horses. But we'll show you Dark Horses in a minute. Spoiler alert! These are the favourites on both sides. On Xbox, obviously, with Dasari out, we've got Megabit and Tex there. Megabit's obviously made some finals and some semi-finals throughout the season as well. And Pinar and Joxon on the other side. I'm a little bit surprised, frankly, to see Joxon in there. These were picked, by the way, by the complete analysts. They weren't necessarily your choices, I know, and you can argue against them if you wish.
Yeah, and I mean, on the Xbox side, it's pretty obvious choices. We have Tex and Megabit, with Dasri not being here. They are super, super favorites, really, really dominant on the Xbox side. I think the PS4 side is much, much more open. About Jackson, we spoke about it before. Not sure about his current form. Pina, always consistent. Yeah. But me personally, I would mention names like Mo Alba and also the Portuguese player Tuga, who's been absolutely on fire lately.
All right, well, let's take a look at those dark horses now, because I know you sneakily saw some of them. It's a little spoiler alert, isn't it? These are our two dark horses that we picked up, one on each side. Stokes, which obviously which you've already mentioned briefly. Tell us why these two players are dark horses that could win the whole thing.
I mean, on one side, Stokes, he has shown in a way that this year he actually really, really enjoys the game, which mentally helps you a lot during competitions. Okay. And he has a style that can counter very much every player he faces, so he's definitely one to watch out for. And Ustun, we've talked about him in previous competitions, his attack is deadly. You know that he will score goals, and if it's his day to be a bit more solid in defense than usual, he can definitely go very far in the competition.
Yeah. Agree? Disagree?
Definitely, yes. Stokes also with the experience, he's been around for many, many years. When I started playing FIFA 11, 12, 13, he was back then also one of the best players, and he had a small break. I think it was FIFA 15, 16, 17. He didn't really enjoy the game, but now he's fighting back and had a really, really good season this far. And also Ustun. What's so nice to see about Ustun is that he doesn't fear anyone.
Right.
He always plays his style, which is very attacking. He loves to go forward, like you mentioned. He scores a lot of goals. And also lately, if you compare to what he did last season, he also scored a lot of goals, but he also conceded tons. Yeah. This season, his defense got a lot better, so I definitely see him as one of the contenders to actually win here.
Going to put up some decent defensive performances, though, if he's going to get to the grand final. Let's take a look at today's schedule for you. We've got a packed schedule for you. Going to go through all 5 rounds of Swiss, all the way through to around about 5 o'clock local time. I mean, if you want to adjust your watches, it's currently 5 to 11 local time, which is why we're going to get underway in Swiss round 1 fairly shortly. We're also going to do the round of 16 in both the PS4 and the Xbox, and we'll also have the post show at the end of the day to bring you right up to speed as to where we have been all through the day here in Singapore. So that's day 1's schedule. That's quite a lot of games. Are you, as a player, mentally, because I've been over the player area, it's gorgeous, by the way. I love looking at the play. Just see all the sea of players. It looks like one of those old school lands. Yeah. You go in there, it's just brilliant, and everyone's just playing FIFA. It's amazing. But as a player, do you think more games is better because you kind of get into that groove and you're in like that mode, or would you prefer to go? Actually, I prefer to play less games and be able to study players. What do you prefer?
Me personally, I prefer to play a lot of games. I mean, there's of course like what is the maximum amount of games that you can play, and playing very focused. And here You have a Swiss format, and every game is best of 2.
Yep.
And also, if you get to the knockouts, it's going to be 12 games this day, and also plus the warm-up. So maybe around 20 games for some of the players here, and I think that is actually perfect. When I play at home weekend league, for example, I can feel after around, if I play more than 20 games per day, I'm getting very, very tired. But up to 20 games, I believe on this level, you can keep a high focus, definitely.
All right. Let's take a look at the PS4 games for day number 1, round number 1. This is the Swiss format, of course, so people will just carry on playing. So anyone that wins their first game will match up against someone who won their first game from the round 1 in round number 2. And likewise, if you lost one, you'll match against someone who lost one. So these are the opening games. Joxon starts off against Ajax's Torre in there. Any other matches that stand out to you, Nightwatch?
Definitely. We've talked about it before. There's one particular player that always gets a pretty hard matchup in round 1, and that is Slavinkin.
Yeah.
This
Poor
time
guy.
he faces Pina again in the first round. I think that's going to be a very, very interesting match.
Yeah.
Of course, we have some, for example, the German duel between Tihan and Timox.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of players to watch out for. But throughout the competition, we will see a lot of interesting games.
Yeah. I also like this matchup. We have JRA Lion here playing against Mo Alba. Very, very big game also. The Spanish player here, JRA, who's been in an incredible form lately in the qualifiers. And I think this can be a tough game for the German Mo Alba.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one because I love watching Mo Alba. I just love watching him play. I think it's fantastic. Let's take a look at the Xbox for matches coming up in round number 1. You'll see a couple of results on there and you'll think, whoa, hold on a minute. How did they play? Well, unfortunately, I've got a couple of players who couldn't make it. One of them, as we've already made the point, is MS Tassari, the former world champion, not here, as well as Jamie as well in there. So they'll be defaulted to 6-0 in every round. So you'll see a few of those throughout the rounds. Don't worry about those too much. Let's focus on the matches that are going to take place. Nightwatch again, pick out one match.
I mean, Resende Gorilla is not to be underestimated. It's going to be an amazing game. We have Razia against Sakul. We have Marcus Gomez against Megabit, of course.
See, I say, pick out one game, and he's like, but there's too many.
Yeah, there's too many. we have 14 games, and all of them have something interesting about them. But a personal favorite of mine would be probably Marcus Gomez against Megabit because it's between 2 top 11 seeded players.
Yeah.
But of course, as I said, throughout the competition, a lot of good players will play each other.
Yeah, anything standing out there, Boris?
Well, I like to see my old friend here being here and playing Excelsior Levi, who's been playing for many, many years and finally made it to the first event of the year here playing against a very tough opponent. He's going to start up against the Go Machine. But it's nice to see him back in competition, and he's so experienced. And also at home, he doesn't really have the same prerequisites. He has a different team. Of course, when you come here, you play with the EA Sports accounts, when you have all possible players available. So I actually think that he can cause an upset here. It's going to be an interesting game.
All right. Well, they're their favourite games, but we've got 4 games for you that you can follow, that we're going to follow here on the mainstream. Our main game, of course, amongst 4 that we're following right now is Resende versus Gorilla, which I'm personally looking forward to a lot because I think that's going to be a cracking game. As Nightwatch already pointed out, Marcus Gomez versus Megabit, also an amazing game. So we're going to follow that one alongside. Tuga, who was picked out by Boris as potentially a bit of a dark horse here at this tournament, is going to play Marco, who's one of our on-the-cusp players. That's also a match we're going to follow. And the man that gets... basically, I can't dress this up anymore. He gets a bum draw every time he comes into one of these tournaments. Levinkin is going head-to-head with Pinar in the other game, which, again, could be a fantastic game. And it's a great test for Pinar, isn't it? Straight out the bat. He can be a little bit inconsistent sometimes against, he gets in his head. He's an emotional character. He wants to be all the time. Lose the first game, suddenly that puts a bit of pressure on you.
Always, but as we said, that's the good thing about the Swiss format, that you could lose your first game, your second game. We've seen a lot of times, even in qualifiers, the last week's Champions League qualifier, we've seen players like Mo Alba start 0-3 and qualify. So if you do this in the Swiss, you start 0-2 and end up winning.
Do we call that doing a Man United now? Do we? Because we're doing Champions Cup. They just did the same thing in Champions League.
We could
back from 0-2 to
we could
win.
get away with it.
Is it? I don't know if I'm upsetting any Man United fans now. I'm not a Man United fan, but I'm just,
Nah, I mean, it makes sense. But if you start 0-2 and you actually progress into Swiss, I think that's when you're feeling confident.
Right.
You're playing with pleasure, with confidence, and you know you will get far.
Okay. Thoughts on those 4 matches? I mean, they're great matches, aren't they? It's weird for me because you kind of I watch this at home, obviously, when I'm not doing these FIFA events. And you watch them, yeah, that's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
And then you look down and you say, oh, that's actually, I wish I could watch that. Oh, and that's a really good, and that's actually a really, oh my God, there's so many really good. I feel like I need 10 monitors at home.
Same here. And we mentioned Levink, and he always gets some tough matchups, always. And now matching up against the Mr. Consistent Pina. But Pina has been, we saw him on Twitter, he was tweeting out that he was not feeling very good mentally. He's been struggling with the stress. We have a lot of qualifiers, a lot of tournaments this year, which for some players can be stressful, but he still came here. He also brought his father with him, and we see here if he can find back to his nice and comfortable feeling here. Yeah. But yeah, we have a big matchup here, which we're going to watch.
We do.
Resende.
Resende versus Gorilla. Gents, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here and ask you for some predictions. Nightwatch, you can go first.
I will not go with the ifs and maybes, but I think Gorilla has been feeling very confident lately, except a few games here and there, but Gorilla has been feeling confident. And if he can play up to his game, I think Gorilla can win this one.
Okay, Boris?
I'm gonna go against you, actually, Nightwatch. I think
Gorilla better.
Leave the stage immediately. Go on, out now.
No, but I think Gorilla, yes, he's been looking very good, but in some decisive games, he's looked like he doesn't really have this confidence as he usually has. You know, it seems like he's kind of doubting his playstyle. We saw him in the EPL qualifier. He went out in the first round. Yeah. And he said that this tournament here in Singapore is make it or break it. Maybe he's putting too much pressure on himself. I mean, he's still ranked very good. He's the top 18, but for his standards, that is terrible because
he wants to be in the top 3.
He wants to be number 1. Right. He wants to be the best. And maybe he's actually putting too much pressure on himself, and I think it will hurt him here in the first round, coming up against
we'll see. We'll see. I hear you, but there's a couple of commentators that we should bring in right now who are ready to bring you this first round of matches. And gents, I've got a feeling I know where your predictions will go for this first game.
That's the big one. I think for me,
are you going to be treacherous?
We always, I think we always disagree normally, me and Richard, on predictions.
But lads. Britannia rules the waves, all that kind of stuff.
For me in this game,
do you want to get back into the country?
First game of the day, I'm actually going to go. I've backed Resende for this one. For me personally, I've backed Resende just because of Boris mentioned that EPL recent qualifier there. The confidence of me doesn't seem that great with Gorilla at the moment.
There's only one winner in this game, and for me it's Resende. It's as simple as that.
What?
I hate to say
what are you guys doing? Literally, you guys are not going to get your passports back. What are you doing?
We're loving it here in Singapore.
I hope you're loving it a lot because you're staying longer. Gents, take us into the first round of games.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. And yes, it's an absolute pleasure to be here in Singapore. Of course, we travelled a few days back now, Richard. And of course, the 5th FUT Champions Cup as well, the 5th major of the year. Obviously, the 6th in this year, all got massive global series ranking points on them. But this is going to be round 1 of Swiss style format to kick us off, and it's a massive game. Yeah,
a massive game indeed. I think these two players have matched up twice already in this FUT Champions ecosystem. They matched in Bucharest and they've matched in London. It's 2-0 to Resende. He's never beat him, has Gorilla. So coming into this third game, we talk about the confidence. You talk about how each player is prepared for this tournament, how coming into it, one player, as they were saying, Gorilla, at that EPL qualifiers, he went out first round. He came into it, I wouldn't say lacking confidence, but not the same Gorilla that we've seen at events before, that have dominated Gfinity Cups in the past, that have dominated major events. A world champion. This one on your screen is the higher seed in this game.
He is indeed, of course, coming into this tournament. So if you don't know what the global series rankings are, you need to be in the top 60, 64 for a playoff spot, obviously come the end of May, when I think all the LQEs are done, all the FUT Champions Cups are done, and then you need to look towards the top 16 spot, Rich, on top of that to get yourself a grand final spot. But the last 2 times that Resende's played in the FUT Champions Cup, he's gone out in Swiss style format, Rich. He's gone 2 and 3 in Swiss style format, and it simply has not been good enough from the Brazilian.
Tell you what, though, I'm a big fan of that little jumper that Gorilla's using. It looks like a customised hoodie, a nice little black and yellow trim, and not sure if they're available to buy, but I'd pick myself one up. I'm actually a big fan of that.
Yeah, he came in today with this jumper, and I thought, is he signed for someone? And I don't know about this. Yeah, I don't know about this. He's signed for someone, but no. So just, as you said, a custom-made hoodie that he's obviously made with himself, with his own brand on that. But here we go. This is the Champions Cup. of the month of March in Singapore. And this is round one, a Swiss-style format. From left to right in the AC Milan strip, it will be M10 Resende. Of course, we don't know who he plays for. Mesut Ozil's esports organisation. On the other side of that, we've got the world champion in 2017 in Gorilla.
I think he's using the pink Man United kit.
I'm surprised he's using that. He's probably haunting them a little bit, of course, from a few days back. Obviously, he played in that EPL qualifier at Old Trafford, and fortunately didn't have the best of runs there. It was obviously Stokes that nearly got all the way to grabbing himself a spot, but there was 2 new winners there, and of course that is another one of these Global Series tournaments. But on the other side of that, Resende, he was fresh out of Atlanta, but not the great performance there. Went 2-3 in Swiss-style format.
We talk about going out in Swiss-style format. It's not been a good tournament, but when you've only got 32 players, and every single player, talking about the qualifying, to actually get to the event is an accomplishment in itself. To go out in Swiss, you're still walking away Global Series ranking points. Granted, you're not walking away prize money, given how the prize money structure might be layered for different events, but it's still an achievement to get to the event, to get Global Series ranking points.
Especially with how hard the qualifiers can be this year.
The qualifying is ridiculously tough.
It's like playing an event at home. We always say it. You play Swiss-style rounds at home, and then, of course, on top of that, you've got to play knockout football. And to get, as you said, Richard, the amount of, we'll see, one of those 32 spots is a huge achievement in itself, as Resende does come forward. Now Johan Cruyff into Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's going to kick us off here in Singapore. 14 minutes on the clock, and it will be first strike to the Brazilian. Obviously, 2 legs of FIFA in every single one of these Swiss-style games, and it'll be an aggregate scoreline, Richard.
And that team of the year, Cristiano Ronaldo, Atlanta, Bucharest, London, Singapore, it doesn't matter the location. He's going to be finding the back of the net. Lovely finish there from the main man, CR7. He's going to be in every single team, and we're going to talk about the players used in these squads, because it's changed a little bit. You'd say the meta has a little slight change with the new Prime Icon moments coming into the game. This is the first event that these new items are available in the game. So players like Hullet, they've all gone up 1 rating. I think 40 out of the 60 icons currently are available, have these special upgraded items available in the game.
And of course, alongside that, it kind of just throws a spanner in the works for a number of the players with their choices now. As you saw Johan Cruyff in action for Resende, shot from distance, and there's an equaliser straight away. This is obviously in the opening 20 minutes of this one. Luka Modric stepping up now. It's that team of the year for him. Not always a starter for a lot of people, but it's his personal preference. That's what FIFA Ultimate Team's all about. Yeah,
that Modric, for me, is probably the most well-rounded player on the entire game. I've got a little stat for you. I think there's currently, on a player in FIFA, there's 2,900 in-game stats available for the players. Luka Modric has got 2,820, I believe. I think he's lacking 80 stats across the entirety of his FUT item. That goes from aggression to slide tackling to
so that means everything's pretty much 99.
Was the only 90-plus player in every single stat. And there's a reason that he's in these teams.
Cool, stepping up and scoring goals as well, but lovely little front post flick on. I don't know how that squeezed its way through. Little dink into the front post. It will be that 99 Pele, that prime icon moment. We mentioned who's going to be involved, Richard, but what we can see from the teams that we didn't get to see, we can see a Pele in there, we can see a Cruyff, obviously the Hullets, the Vieiras, as we normally expect to see. And at the most acute angles at the front post, Pele will put Resende 2-1 up.
Yeah, I mean, that just simply shouldn't go in, really. At the front post, you're asking so many questions. Granted, yeah, Pele, you're looking at 99 heading accuracy, but still, that's no excuse for a goal to go in like that at the front post.
And back to the drawing board for a lovely through ball now to Neymar. Going to play to the front post, but he's going to strike the front post for Resende there. Wanted to play one more inside, though, to the ongoing run, I think, of Modric at the time, but...
So I've just double-checked my little Modric stat. 2,701 out of 2,800 on the in-game stats. So he's lacking 99. It's the long flight to Singapore. It's got the stats a little bit muddled up.
Over the next few days, I'm sure they will be coming out.
Coming to my own, coming to the zone, the Richard Buckley stat zone.
With these prime icon moments, there's so many kind of stat upgrades in there. Here's a chance now. Resende off the bar on the rebound. Yes. But
he's offside.
He's offside. So it's not going to matter anyway. There we go. Kept us guessing there. Obviously 30 minutes into this one. And you could just see there, Richard, just straight away. I know these players are great anyway. You know, the Cruyffs, the icons, but it's like another breath of fresh air. You know, all these prime icon moments. Because at first it was, you know, straight up. We talk about the events in Bucharest, in London. Obviously, the first 2 FUT Champions Cups. It was all about just your standard FIFA teams, icons involved, your R9s, all them involved. Then Team of the Year came out. Then we had that kind of mix of players, and now we've got this mix of players potentially going forward as well. We've got more special FUT items as well to come. The Team of the Season, if that's going to affect much, but we're in this position now where these prime icon moments is pretty much just a +1, as you said, for a number of these players.
Yeah, +1 on the rating, but the actual in-game stats have been dramatically improved. That's why you're seeing Cruyff actually used in this team right now, because for the simple fact that he's gone up so much and he's now competing against a Neymar Team of the Year. That 95 Cruyff and the 97 Neymar are very similar in terms of both got 5-star skill, 5-star weak foot, both that same sort of height, same sort of build. It's all personal preference. Sometimes the icons, just the chemistry that they can provide to other players, that's worthwhile putting them in.
Kind of like the glue that sticks a number of players together. Of course, we were hyping about that Ruud Gullit. That man who just fits every single formation, every single pro team. Alongside that, a man that's had a lot of hype as well. Kylian Mbappe, that Team of the Year fight. So a number of players have gone out on a limb and just said, you know what, best player at this moment in this game.
I'm sure I'll talk about this multiple times throughout the weekend as you're seeing these prime icon moments in use, but it's a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a gamble, but given how expensive
it's the first event we've really seen them use. There's a shot from distance into the crowd.
Not only that as well, but unless you have got Bateson amount of coins, if you get that reference, like 30, 35 million coins, you simply can't afford to use these players at home. Hullit's setting you back 15 million. The prime icon moment Pele setting you back 13 million. Eusebio's setting you like 8.5 million. You simply can't afford to buy these players and put them into your team. So for a lot of these players, unless you're grinding drafts, this is the first time that Resende, Guerrilla's used a prime icon moment Pele, a prime icon moment Hullit.
And we only have to go back to, I think it was when the Team of the Years released, when a number of players were putting in the Team of the Years and they were worrying too much about them. Yeah, I think Van Dijk was at right back at one point. Obviously, he got completely moved. He went back to what he knew, pretty much. That's the moral of the story.
Tex in London, he put all the Team of the Years in. I think that were the LQE. He weren't really performing that well. He took the players out, the Team of the Years, put his icons back in, put in Eusebio, put back in Cruyff, and then went on to make the semi-finals.
There's going to be one more chance before the end of the half, but that will do us for half-time. And you can see the stats between the two, the score as well. 2-1 to Resende in this game at this moment in time.
He's actually playing 3-5-2. So Grill's playing 4-3-1-2, and Resende's playing 3-5-2 right now. So very interesting from the Brazilian. I think that was a 3-5-2. If we can get clarification on that, if we can go over to Resende's stats and actually see that formation in action. Because if he is, that's clearly something that he's worked on at home. He knows that against in this tournament where people are going to be using 4-2-3-1 and 4-3-1-2 to get those icons into the team. To
stop the wing play as well, potentially as well.
And it also, if you're playing 3-5-2...
You can just see kind of like that wall of 5 players at the moment, Richie. He's obviously maybe...
He's gone to a 5 at the back now then, potentially.
Well, at the same time as well, with that 3-5-2, it's kind of like the Ajax Danny
he's got Mbappe were in at right wing back then, or right mid.
Yeah, you can kind of drop them in, can't you? It's good. It's like a formation, obviously, going to be very attacking, but at the same time, we need it to be defensive. It will. Here's a chance now. It's going to be headed straight into the hands of David De Gea. Of course, in most people's teams, we had a few rumours of potentially a few Van der Sars we might see pop up.
Yeah, 100%. Or walking around the player area a little bit earlier, and I saw Van der Sar in use. I saw also, I think it was Nicholas Razek, who was using the prime icon moment Yashin, 95 rated Yashin in goal. So you are going to see a little bit of change in the goalkeepers, in the defensive aspect as well. With Maldini getting that upgrade, with, I don't think people use Laurent Blanc or Desailly. Although some people opting to play Van Dijk over at right back now, with these new players coming in, how strong that back post cross is. He's the only player that can really compete in the air, with a Ronaldo, with a Hullit.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a number of surprises. You know, we're trying to explain all that. You know, if you're wondering why you're going to be seeing a number of new items involved in so many teams, that is because of basically the attraction of using these prime icon moments that have got the extra stats where you need them, the +1 upgrades on their primes. Here we go, inside to Cruyff, going to try and play into Kylian Mbappe, who just chased that down, but unfortunately chased it down for a goal. Remember as well, this is a two-legged game of FIFA. Round 1 of Swiss-style format. 3 wins send you through, 3 losses send you home. The question is, Richard, who will be in that kind of bracket? I think there's only 4 players that can go 3-0 and just go unbelievable on day 1.
So I'm just trying to work out Resende. He started with a 4 at the back because he's got Marcelo on the pitch as well. He's then switched to 3 at the back, and I think Marcelo's playing left mid in a 3-5-2 potentially. Ramos, Maldini. And I think that's Van Dijk as his 3 defenders, his 3 centre-backs. Mbappe's playing right mid.
Does that mean that Mbappe drops back?
And it looks like Vieira, Hullet is his 2 CDMs, Cruyff in behind.
Here's the ball through. This is Gorilla now with Pele. All the time in the world. And that's clever from him. Could have took the shot at the front post, but had the exposure, had the confidence. Just bring it back inside. He's going to go to the right bottom corner and make himself all square in this game at 2-2. And it is Pele popping up for both players in this game already.
Just waiting for that goalkeeper movement from Resende. He were expecting a front post shot, and he's actually moved him all the way out of the goal. With the recent goalkeeper movement patches, with the patch coming out, it's almost like, unless you're really, really, really confident that your goalkeeper movement is going to be accurate, sometimes just don't do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes just let it be.
Don't affect their natural kind of...
Yeah, because you see strange animations in the goal, almost like flopping about the goalkeeper sometimes.
It's kind of like, you know what the goalkeeper's going to do already. They've already got their pre-planned motion planned already. When you start moving it around, you are affecting that, and that's when you see them make a save or a dive that you don't expect them to, because you've messed up their kind of the animation that you're already expecting to see.
It's like the goalkeeper's is about to start doing the YMCA, and he comes in with a C first. Like it just doesn't fit. It just messes it up a little bit. It messes up the mojo.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit now. Was 94 overall. Centre forward, of course, he does start out, but they'll just move him down into a CDM or a centre midfield or whatever you want him as. Of course, you can see how deep the air is there. And Gullit into Marcelo. He's actually quite far forward now. This is Cristiano Ronaldo into Johan Cruyff, who's going to be getting a shot away here for Resende as he waits so patiently to go forward. Could he potentially get himself 3 goals to 2 up heading into game number 2? Well, the man ranked 6th on those Global Series rankings, and it's go over the bar.
Yeah, sailing over the bar there. We were just looking to exploit the space out in the wide areas, I think. Was Resende there. He saw Mbappe really far on the right-hand side. But Gorilla kept his cool in the defensive third and just sat off, waited for the right moment to press.
Well, maybe this could be his time, Richard. Pele. Straight into the hands of De Gea.
This is a really fascinating game to watch. The formation change from Resende is just added a little bit more spice into it. He's using Pele and CR7 up top.
Cruyff, who struck the bar in the first half. We'll win a free kick, though, as you said. And here we go. We're going to see a pause now. And this is a chance for us to look into what Gorilla is doing now. Of course, mainly just the substitutes, if anything, we're going to be talking about here.
Yeah, 99 Messi coming on as a central cam. He started the game in a 4-3-1-2. He's now switched into a 4-2-3-1.
It's not a bad bench as well, is it? You've got Cruyff, Eusebio. So many big names in there that could honestly change the game for you. But he's happy just to bring on the one man, and that is going to be Messi. Cruyff goes off for Resende, looks like, as well. Free kick from distance. Ramos into Gullit, who's just going to hit it. We've seen him score a few goals in his time. Don't know why the keeper hasn't came out and collected that one.
Yeah, Neuer almost backed away from that then. It's not something you want to see your goalkeeper doing, not coming and claiming things like that, but could potentially have a counter-attack on here for Gorilla. Look at Messi just in that central cam position.
Well, there's the ball control that Messi does offer. I'll say R9, CR7 into Messi. Haven't really seen much of R9, to be honest. When Mbappe's came in, he's kind of pushed out that right-hand side player. If there was ever a George Best involved, he's been pushed out.
If you look at what R9 brought, it with that 5-star weak foot, with that 5-star skill moves, Neymar's almost just that in itself. And now Neymar with that team of the year 12th item player, it's almost just replaced the need for R9. I'm sure if R9 wants to get a prime icon moment, that would then shake things up even further. You've almost got too many good attacking players.
And I think tournaments such as this one, obviously another major part of the FIFA 19 Global Series, we'll kind of see who stands out for these prime icon moments. Oh, and there's a shot from distance, headed Barron in, timed it green as well. We've been speaking about him already, Richard. 90 minutes into our first game nearly here in Singapore, and it's going to be Mbappe. It's already trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah, that's what Mbappe can do for you. Look at that leap. Just in the box there, off the crossbar, timed it green.
Pele as well was competing for him in the air. Got to be asking, where's the defender?
Since the Team of the Year players have come into the game, it's been Mbappe still in the headlines. It's just... I'm not too sure. I don't think players were expecting him to be as good as he was.
Yeah.
You expect it of Ronaldo, you expect it of Messi to be sort of like next level and like top of the pile, but this Mbappe is just...
This is a golden opportunity, Richard. Sorry, just to interrupt you, as this free kick does come in from 26 yards out for Gorilla. Who's taking this one? CR7 runs over. He's going to play short to Mbappe, and this is really last chance for Gorilla in this game. He will win another free kick, which Messi's just going to try and play advantage for, but he's going to take it from distance instead, and Marcelo bent that one into the top-hand corner. That would have been some finish from the Brazilian.
It wasn't in the free kick. It was stood still with the ball, and the referee just...
The referee was
like,
are you playing advantage here, Messi? Added time of 3 minutes to come, of course, in this leg number one. If you have just joined us, we are live from Singapore for the FUT Champions Cup. Of course, the 5th FUT Champions Cup out of 6 of them. We'll have 1,500 Global Series ranking points up for grabs as well, Richard, as we come to an end for this game. And it's going to be a slight advantage to the Brazilian, which, if we look at maybe how both halves have gone, there hasn't been too much really between the two, but Resende always started well, and he's finished well as well, Richard, and it will be the Brazilian that has a slight advantage heading for leg number 2 here in Singapore.
Yeah, the word there that's the most important word, slight, narrow advantage at the halfway point in this two-legged game. I think Resende just took his chances when they came, couple of good crosses into the box. It worked a few good areas, and in the end, it's taken a 3-2 lead going into the second leg for Gorilla. I think the free kick at the end of that first game, he wanted the free kick. It were a good area to lay it off. He can't get inside his own head right now. He's just got to keep calm. And someone of his experience, his knowledge of FIFA, he's not going to get wound up. He's not going to get mentally drained almost. I expect to see a similar, a better performance from Gorilla in this second leg and potentially can overturn that deficit.
Well, of course, coming into... of course, this competition today, there's so many Global Series ranking points up for the grabs, but if you don't know where these two sit in those rankings, Resende 6th at this moment in time, Richard, and alongside that, you've got Gorilla in 18th position on 970 Global Series points, which you will say is enough for playoffs at this moment in time for a top 64 spot. Playoffs is definitely happening for both of these players, no doubt about it. Resende can be looking forward to the grand final potentially if he performs well here. Yeah,
100%. I think we've seen it in the past. One good performance can set you up really. Joxan, first tournament of the year in Paris, won it.
Yep.
Second tournament, Bucharest, won his side. He were in the cross-console final. He set himself up with 2,350 points there after 2 events. It's very...
We've been making the joke that you can just go on holiday for a few months. We haven't really seen him for a few months.
He didn't really go on holiday. He just weren't trying to compete for the events. He didn't want the stress of trying to qualify for events, and he was prioritising his school work over that period. But he's back now, and I'll be very interested to see how he does in this tournament. If you are from the UK and you're staying up with us tonight, I understand it's very early morning right now in the UK, so if you've stayed up or you've woke up early, show your support for Gorilla right now, because if you are just joining us, he's trailing 3-2 coming into this second leg.
Of course, whether you're watching around the world, we are live for the next 3 days as we cover, as I say, another one of these major tournaments as part of that Global Series. We start coming towards the end now. Still a long, long way off it, of course. We're in the month of March. We're not finished until at least May. We're talking LQEs and leagues and the FUT Champions Cups there. Then we go on to the playoffs, and whether that's going to be and whether it's going to be in June or July, we don't know yet. And of course, on to the grand final, Richard, where everybody wants to be. 32 spots are there, 16 on PlayStation, 16 on Xbox, and a chance to call yourself a world champion.
And the first 4 minutes in this game have shown me the intent that Gorilla's looking for right now. As soon as the game started, he went team press, and he's just squeezing really high up the pitch. That's why there's so much space.
Post there? Cruyff is there. He's going to go all the way over to Cruyff. He's going to play back over instead. And
that's why there's so much space on that attack there. He's pressing high up the pitch, and I think he's trying to channel his inner task maybe with the FaZe kit. Obviously did represent FaZe Clan for a short period of time. Still unsigned.
It's been a tough one though for Grillo now as we talk about his season. Obviously, he has picked up 970 Global Series ranking points, but for me, it's kind of he struggled to find a way that he can play, for example, because it's changed. The best performance I saw out of him was when he played against Tex in Bucharest a few months ago. And it was aggressive, and he just didn't let Tex play. That was the moral of the story.
I mean, we know that this year in FIFA, since the patch has come in with the first-time finesse shots have been nerfed, it's played at a slower pace, FIFA, this year, and that just simply doesn't really suit Gorilla's playstyle. Gorilla's an aggressive player and he's an attacking player. And
it's for the players that are happy to keep the ball and
to
play
that's why we've seen
football.
A resurgence from Dito, from Stefano Pina, from Nicholas.
Well, here's a chance now, potentially for Ascende, but that's going to go into David De Gea's hands.
That's why we've seen these players do so well. Look at Tass. Before the patch came in, he wasn't really performing at his level. He was contemplating retiring. I don't know if you saw the Instagram video in Bucharest.
And then the E-Club World Cup just
came back, and now he's flying, and he's probably top 3 UK players right now, alongside, I'd say, Tex and Lyrics. I'd put Tass in that bracket right now.
And just shows as well, of course, this year there's so many more tournaments, and it really is a long old season. People will develop throughout the year. Some people will start well and then maybe drop off. Some people will start really late and then end up getting themselves a playoff spot. But you can see, obviously, the team that the Gorilla was playing. Is this not what Ascende was trying to do?
Yeah, I think he's matched him right now. Gorilla's got good experience playing this 3-5-2 and this 3 at the back formation. We've seen it a few times for him. I seem to remember in Manchester last year, Chris Trout, he pointed it out to me. He said, look, a lot of these UK players are actually playing 3-5-2 right now. Fully were playing it. I think Tass were playing it. Ryan were playing it. #Ryan. And Gorilla was also dabbling in that 3-5-2. This was in FIFA 18 at the FUT Champs Spring Cup. However, right now we're seeing it coming out from him. And he's matching up his opponent in Resende. The thing is now, he's Resende going to change back to a 4 at the back.
It literally could just become a bit of a changing game, as we saw at a number of events last year. You have just joined. The score is 3-2 to Resende, who's playing that yellow strip from right to left. Currently, as I said, ranked 6th in the world on those Xbox rankings. The Brazilian, whoever, in his last 2 FUT Champions Cups, has gone out in Swiss-style format, though. He'll be looking to change that this time round. Pick up 3 wins, and if he can pick up a win now against the 2017 world champion, that wouldn't be a bad way to kick things off here in Singapore.
It'll be 3 wins out of 3 for him at FUT Champions Cups. He's matched him in London, matched him in Bucharest, and beating him on both of those occasions. So Gorilla looking to get one back on the tally chart against Resende. I'm sure this won't be the last time they match up as well in FIFA 19.
Obviously, at the same time of that, we know how good attacking-wise, Gorilla has been. He's always been known for that. The way he can attack, the way he can go forward, the flair side to his game. But he has to defend this one now as it goes all the way over to the back post for Mbappe, who's just going to head that one straight in. But chance missed by Resende, and it's a chance just to clear that one again for Gorilla and to try and build into this attack. Going to play into CR7. It's going to lovely little interchange now. Messi's actually starting in this game as well for Gorilla. He was involved in about the 60th minute last game, but a keen starter now. Modric to Hulla, who's going to take a shot here from distance. Modric did one earlier.
Yeah, good strike from Modric. Timed it green as well. It seems Resende's got that digged out back post cross down to a perfection. Down the line and then just digging it to the far post, whether it's Mbappe, whether it's Cruyff, whether it's Ronaldo. All the players that he's got in those positions are capable of winning the header and clearing the ball and troubling the goalkeeper. So it seems as though with this 3-5-2, he's got 3 or 4 different things that he likes to do. He likes to switch the play a lot. That's what I've picked up on. That back post cross, he seems to be very useful with using.
Messi into Kylian Mbappe. We've been hyping about him already. Still a goal down though in this one. We'll win a free kick though in a very dangerous area, literally.
The exact
bang
same
on in the middle
that he wanted the last free kick in when they were holding the ball. I wouldn't be surprised to see he's put a couple of men over the wall now, but a direct shot from this area would actually be quite useful.
Was he going to take a direct shot? Of course, you've got Cristiano Ronaldo going to dummy over that one. Messi's going to take the shot, and it's going to pull out a massive save from that team of the year, David De Gea.
I really like that. He's put a man over the wall, a man over the ball, I should say, and then he's took a direct shot with the second man.
Which we never see. We never see direct shots. It's always played short, isn't it? And it's just going to be hit. Or if they can make some kind of pass out of it. Pele now.
It's a poor pass.
Into Pele, in fact, wasted.
Just simply didn't have enough players going forward for him. Did Guerrero there. Ronaldo's so good in the air. It baffles me every time. Sometimes he'll be like 3 yards away and he'll still just, almost like he's gliding across the pitch.
He will in a corner as well, in fact. I think that was Leo that's kicked that out. 3-2 down, he does still trail. You can just see there Van Dijk being controlled for Resende as it goes into the middle of the pack. Ramos, is it going to fall nicely to Cristiano Ronaldo? No, it's not. It's going to go out for a throw. And which way will it go? We'll go to the favour of Resende. And a completely different story this game has given us to what we saw in the first leg. By this time, we might have actually seen about 3 goals. In this game, we haven't even seen a single goal. Whether that's a change of attitude from Resende or whether he's just not been able to play, how Guerrilla's matched him up. Johan Cruyff into Vieira now. Look at that back post. If he can play, it's going to go to Pele. Instead, he's going to take that shot.
I think he wanted to use a back post, but just as he saw it, I think Guerrilla also saw it and just switched his player to move across to that area. You see offside trap being spammed by.
Lovely ball across. Mbappe again. We've been speaking about how good he is, but in the air, he's so good as well. We said of what, Resende's really been enjoying using the back post cross. Not even an El Tornado back post cross. Is he onside? No, he's not.
I think just at that moment there, Resende almost had a back 4. This 3 at the back seems to be very versatile. It goes to a back 5, it goes to a back 3. It's like clockwork, just moving backs and forwards all as a team. When you've got Hullet and Vieira just sat in front as well, they can fall back, and it's like a yellow wall. You get 7 players behind the ball, but you've always got Ronaldo
two CDMs on top as well.
You've always got Ronaldo as that out ball, which is so important.
No, you'll see it in any weekend league, any team. If you've got Cristiano Ronaldo, he's always an outlet from a goal kick, from a corner, from a set piece. Whether he's creating chances, finishing chances, defending for you. He's doing so much for you. Quote for a cheeky back post pass there. Marcelo won't be there. Added time of 3 minutes. We're into the last minute of that. We might actually have one more attack for Guerrilla now as well. Lovely little scoop turn to try and pull away from his man as Kylian Mbappe tries to pull through. And what a tackle that is from Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah, just got that frame back there, got his toe on the ball and just poked that away from Mbappe, who was going through on goal. He's only got one more sub left. I wouldn't be surprised to see Eusebio come on potentially for him.
Of course, we can just see in front of us now. You guys at home can see it as well. What custom tactics you use in your weekend league, or whether you're a pro yourself and trying to make it to events like these. I think there's still a few LQEs that there are going to be qualifiers for in the upcoming weeks.
We've also got the playoffs as well, which could be a fantastic event where we will find the finalised top 16 players on each side of the bracket, Xbox and PlayStation 4.
And alongside that as well, you've got the chance of just one tournament can get yourself, well, you can get yourself to a playoff. One tournament, you can do it. Look at the story of Tuga over the last 2 events. Came into Bucharest in January, like 200 and something in the world. Did so well there, got himself a semi-final. Go to Atlanta, he wins the PlayStation, so he wins 6-1 against Nicholas.
Yeah, that was one of the best performances that I've seen in a long time, just a singular performance.
And he's still playing 4-4-2 as well, Richard.
Yeah.
When he lost his game in Bucharest, he said, maybe because I was playing 4-4-2, you thought, okay, he's going to go away from that and maybe make a change. Instead, played it again and proved that it does work for him. Of course, we'll see that Portuguese player in action a little bit later as Grilla comes forward. It's good to see as well, Van Dijk a starter for Resende. Some people sometimes shy away from the Dutchman.
Well, it just offers that in the air that you don't really get with a lot of other players.
It's going to be Neymar now in the edge of the box to Messi. Will we see another direct shot, Richard? Or will it be one of them 2 dummies over the top? Messi going to run over it, play short to Cristiano Ronaldo. Who's going to take the shot here?
Just looking to create a little bit more room with that roulette. It's one of the skill moves that if it works, it's really, really effective. But if your player just stands in front of you, you're just running into a brick wall.
Overlap. He will find it. That's Eusebio now. A prime icon moment to the front post. Oh, I don't think he just changed player there, trying to find Cristiano Ronaldo, who probably would have.
He definitely won the header.
Given, I think, Ramos there potentially a run for his money. Into the last third in this game. We said round 1 a Swiss style form. This is a big chance to get yourself 1-0 on that Swiss leaderboard, that Swiss standings. He
Through the
find
gap.
it.
He's not wanting to rush.
He's going to try and get an extra man into that attack. That's exactly what he's done with Eusebio. Into Cristiano Ronaldo now, just trying to hold the ball up perfectly and find the perfect opportunity to go on forward and score a goal. This is a massive goal. Resende scores this, he opens up the gap by 2 goals, and that's when you can start looking to see out a game in your last 25 minutes.
Yeah, not only that as well, but whenever it's only a 1-goal deficit, Gorilla always thinks he's in the game. He always thinks 1 goal to extra time, 1 goal to win the game. It's simple as that. If it goes to a 2-goal deficit, it just kills your vibe up a little bit with only this little amount of time left on the clock as well.
Well, that's been a pause cue by Gorilla, and I think you said it best, Rich. You didn't have any more changes to make. If anything, 1. To Hullet. Will there be a chance? He's always going to get a chance, Gorilla. Just if he can take that opportunity that does fall to him. As Messi picks up the ball, you can just see him there just turning away, maybe trying to find a free kick, bait out a free kick on the edge of the box. Cristiano Ronaldo into Messi on that left foot. Oh, it's hit the upright. It wasn't time, though.
And the main reason that Gorilla got that chance, Resende, I've seen it pretty much throughout the 2 legs. He's very, very aggressive in his defending. He's lunging a lot. He's coming out and he's pressing B. He's lunging into the tackles. That's why he's had so many free kicks in and around the box, Gorilla. And now we've seen him switch to with that 3-4-1-2 formation. Now are we going to see Eusebio introduced? That is the question. It's got to be it's Eusebio or Cruyff, one of the 2.
And he's looking there to obviously take out a midfielder from the game. So he's got that extra attacking player, and then no, he's not. He's actually going to take off Neymar in the end, and now Messi gets pushed down to the left-hand side.
Cruyff and Cam, it's a fantastic addition to the team. Messi on the left, he doesn't have to cut inside, he can just cross first time. You see in the custom tactics also as well from the 2017 World Champion. 24 minutes on the clock. He's trailing by one goal, I should say. 3 goals to 2 here in Singapore. I just had a little look around me. What a venue this is right here. Free to come as well if you are in Singapore, but I don't think I've ever seen an LED screen
That good.
with FIFA on it that big.
Of course, yes, I'm sure we'll be seeing some panoramic views over the weekend here in Singapore. Fantastic country. A pleasure to come over here as well for this PGL EA Sports FIFA 19 tournament. Question is, Richard, Cruyff is on, but will there be a goal? 1 goal will take us to extra time, as we know. An aggregate scoreline of 3 away goals mean nothing. The score is level. Extra time will be needed.
We'll be starting their FUT Champions Cup 5 with a negative record.
The good thing about Swiss-style format, though, and that's why it's so popular in competitive FIFA, is that even if you go 0-2, you can still come back. You can have a bad opening 2 games, and if anything, if that's not a wake-up call for you, I don't know what it is. Some people can often come back after going 0-2. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just...
Well, it's just that fight or flight instinct that kicks in. If you're 0-2, you think, right, this is it now. I can't lose another game. Razek, he's a perfect example of it. He'll go 0-2 and then make a final, make a semi-final. I think he needs the pressure. When he's 0-0 or maybe 2-0 or 1-0.
Oh, Pele's done so well there, Richard, to pull away. Oh, that's a great goal. I think it was a little fake shot there just to open up a pocket of space for the man. And that's why he's been so good at Resende. Before we came into this game, Richard, you were talking about those advanced fake shots that he's been doing. We saw it in London.
He utilises that byline so well. We were talking about it recently at an event. If you can get into the byline and get down that near side, it creates so much more anxiety for your defender, because you can't press B, you can't lunge in because you're giving away a penalty. If you let them get any closer to the goal, you're in danger because they're going to cut it back like that. They can even shoot near post. When you've got players like CR7, Ruud Gullit, Mbappe, who are ridiculous in the attacking third, you simply can't afford your opponent to get into that position.
And as soon as they're in there, as you said, unless it's a tackle that you are backing yourself 100% to win and win the ball.
You're not pressing B. You're not pressing circle to manually tackle in that position. It's penalty central if you're doing that.
We said, Richard, if Resende can score, it'll open the gap. 4-2 on aggregate, and he'll have a slight advantage. You can see now where Gorilla's had to go forward in the attack. You can see the energy on his players. El Tornado all the way to the back post, off the bar. It was time green as well from Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, that back post cross. That's why
that's
Marcelo,
the first time we've really seen him do an El Tornado cross.
El Tornado to the back post. Ronaldo jumping up. I'm surprised he didn't actually score from that sort of range as well.
With Ronaldo as well, of all people. Also 99 heading accuracy as well, 99 jumping. The man is a machine, and in every single team for a reason. As we come into the last 17 game minutes now. If Gorilla can get a goal back and pull off some amazing comeback here, just feel like Resende's just going to see this one out though, Richard. And as you said, the third time that these would have met, going to be 3-0 on games to Resende.
Yeah, but only 6 minutes left on the clock. It looks like Resende is just killing off the game right now. Another goal would settle it for the Brazilian, but Gorilla, he has got time to get 2 goals in this short amount. Not with heroic piece of defending like that for Virgil van Dijk, though.
He's been great, hasn't he?
Does it for Liverpool, does it for the Netherlands, does it for Resende. Virgil van Dijk.
This is a massive tournament for not just these two, of course, all the players involved as we come to the end of these FUT Champions Cups. There's one in April as well, but these are the ones with all the points on. But the big prize money as well, $100,000 prize pot for this event, $50,000 for first place as well. The person that will win that console final on Sunday. Added time to come any second now of 2 minutes. He's going to actually see another pause potentially. I love this from Gorilla. Oh no, he's just going to jump back into the game. I reckon he thought, you know what, I'm going to try and make a change now. Don't worry about it. Let's just say this is over.
I think it might be waiting to see how much added time there were.
Eusebio tried to play it over, and if anything, we're just going to wait for that full-time whistle now. Resende, job done for him in round 1 of Swiss-style format, Richard. As we said, up against the 2017 world champion. Resende's got something to prove here in Singapore. Went 2-3 in Bucharest in January, 2-3 in Atlanta 2 weekends ago. Is he going to score one more just to put the cherry on top of this cake? Hill to hill, 3 of them are to advance. Shake shot into a drag back. Everything's coming out from Resende here. Referee conclude this one, and that will be a win for Resende in Swiss Star round 1, Richard. And you have to say, a very close second leg, but he needed that goal just to add a little bit of breathing space, and he's done that.
Yeah, he did a job. He came into the game, would you say, expecting a win against Gorilla? He's beat him twice already at FUT Champions Cups. He makes it a hat-trick of victories against the former world champion. But a fantastic performance, and I think we are going to jump over to another fantastic player, and that is Megabit up against the Australian Marcus Gomez. 3rd versus 11th. This is like an unbelievable tie in terms of the rankings.
Exactly that, and of course we're looking forward to jumping into that game when it has just been a goal, it looks like, and it's going to be Marcus Gomes stepping up with a goal, and he's actually 2-1 in front in this game, but what does that do to the overall aggregate scoreline? We shall see any second now. Also, you have just joined, that is Resende picking up his first win of the day. And over, as you said, Richard, to 3rd up against 11th in those Global Series rankings, those all-important Global Series rankings. See, there's some custom tactics. Obviously, we don't speak German, but...
yeah, it's, I think, balanced. Was on the defensive. On the attacking, I should say, and then width and depth has dramatically been increased as well. So I would go on a limb and say Megabit is behind, potentially. But we will find out after that goal from Marcus Gomes what has that done in the story of this game.
Let's have a look at the aggregate score as it pops up. And here we go. What's that going to be? A 5-3 advantage to Marcus Gomes. He's not messing about. He's come all the way from Australia. 6 Australians who, of course, came over to this event with a point to prove if they haven't, pointed it out already. Doing so well, of course, in their own E-League. Marcus Gomes missing out on an E-League fixture. Of course, Pete Sassana had to step up. I'm sure they'll be watching now and supporting his fellow teammate, who's actually 5-3 up against Megabit. For us, one of the favourites in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of people said he was one of the favourites. Was the German, however, Marcus Gomes, let's not forget, this man turns up at the big occasions.
Oh, hello. Nearly Pele
Bucharest, first event of the year, turned up.
Turned up and made us lose our voices in a penalty from Prohones. Ronaldo to Hullet.
And Marcus is one of those players that we were talking about earlier, like on the cusp. If he performs well at this event, gets a quarterfinal, gets a semi-final, he could actually be potentially setting him up for a top 16. You can see his points there. He's got 1,409 Global Series ranking points. If he gets a quarterfinal, gets a semi-final, picks up like 600, 450 points, and he's sat on like 2K after this event with only one more major left and then the playoffs, that could potentially be enough to get a grand final spot.
And also, I hope when he does make the playoffs or the grand finals, he doesn't turn around and say he's lucky. All right, he's deserved his spot there. I know he's a very nice guy, Marcus Gomes. He always says he gets a little bit of fortune now and then, but you have to say he's performed so well, Richard. This year again, still, just waving that flag for the Australian, the rest of the world scene.
You see Megabit now switching into a 4-3-2-1, something very similar to what he used to play last year in FIFA 18 when he was dominating the weekend league, dominating the qualifying periods. And it looks like Eusebio's coming on, the 94 Eusebio, as a right forward.
Two fresh centre midfielders as well.
It is Hullet, Modric, and then the other one we will find out who it was coming on very shortly indeed.
If anyone can pull this game back, it honestly would be Megabit.
Eusebio, Modric, and Kante. There we go. Like the countdown clock ticking down.
I think I called him a goal-scoring machine back in London for one of those LQEs. I think it was the February. Do you think the LQE did so well there? Still wants to go and do well, of course. Playing really well in the virtual Bundesliga at the moment as well. What a team that is with Mo Aubameyang. Of course, more known as Mo Alba now. Cristiano Ronaldo to Modric. Going to be playing on there. I think we'll be saying, referee, where's the free kick? Well, Modric just gone down a little bit too soft. This is where we can see maybe some game management from Marcus Gomes. That's
really nice bit of possession there as well. The pressure was building on him, and he's played out fantastically well there as Marcus.
Cut back inside. Look at Hullet. Is he going to find him? Yes, he is. This is Ruud Hullet now. Oh, wow.
That's an unbelievable goal.
That's a fantastic bit of FIFA there. Could have easily took the shot of Hullet, but had to play the one more. And if anything's maybe actually won this game.
Yeah, that is one of the best goals that I've seen in quite a long time. The composure to be able to keep the ball there in his defensive third, where he's getting pressed so high up the pitch by Megabit. He's managed to play out
as well.
He's played a long ball down the line, which is something you don't see as well. And then to have the composure to play one more pass with Ruud Hullet. We shoot in that opportunity there. The ball comes to Hullet in that position. We're pressing circle. We're pressing B to shoot. He saw the 2020 vision. Did Marcus. He's just simple pass. Take that chance from a 60% chance to a 100% chance and slot in the back of the net. You'll see it there. Unbelievable.
The composure to do that from the Australian. And this is a massive, statement from this man. Obviously, he's not in the top 10 at the moment on those Global Series rankings. He's on the verge of the top 10. He's up against Megabit, who's third.
Mike LaBelle might not be here, but I'm going to steal one of his phrases. How many C's it is. Cool, calm, composed.
Has Megabit got other ideas to pull this back? Actually gone back for a free kick instead. That he's probably thinking, I was on a finesse there with Cristiano Ronaldo on the edge of the box. Why are we going back, referee? This will be making Megabit go 0-1 as well. Round one of Swiss start we on here in Singapore. Front post flick on. I thought he was looping there.
Yeah, you actually saw him manually control Ronaldo there and just dink it into that area, something you rarely see. But I think it was too far out to play a short pass and then trying to work something into the area. And it was also too far out to directly shoot.
Eusebio now to maybe make it 7. Saw a ball roll there. I think that's what he wanted to do, to just try and pull away from De Gea.
Yeah, maybe it's definitely gone more attacking since he's gone. We saw him change at 1-0. 1 goal down, 2 goals down, and now 3 goals down.
Now he wants to make another change.
Looks like he's pressing.
Look at that run. There we go.
So
Cristiano
high.
Ronaldo. Can he find Mbappe as well? A little dink. Yes, he will. Mbappe. So close. What a tackle as well that is from Cristiano Ronaldo. Look at the attacking prowess now going forward. Eusebio, the prime icon moment. Little dink, little chip, and that wraps up a first-class performance from Marcus Gomes.
Yeah, I actually thought he'd overhit it. Had Marcus there when he knocked it out of his feet. But a nice little touch out of his feet and then just dinked over the goalkeeper. We're going to jump over to one of the best games on the PlayStation 4. This is potentially a PS4 console final. Lev Vinken versus Pina, and it's some extra time, and it's 3 goals apiece.
And you have to say as well, you heard Lev on Twitter, if you saw the tweet, saying, why do I just get the hardest round 1 game? These two actually matched up in Atlanta, where they faced in round 1. And now they face each other in an extra time finish in round 1 as well. Of course, congratulations, Marcus Gomes. He goes 1-0 pretty much, waiting for the referee's whistle on that one. We're 8 minutes away from a penalty shootout.
So which is also setting up potentially both Megabit and Gorilla will be 0-1.
There's going to be some massive matchups in there. So that means that game 1 and this one was a 1-1. This one has 2-2 at the moment. So it's a big names going 0-1. That's the moral of the story here in Singapore. Ronaldinho, in it goes. To Vieira. Cristiano Ronaldo now just trying to get a shot away, and that's going to be a chance to breathe.
Those players going 0-1 just once again shows how tough the competition and how high the level is. Not only showing how hard it is to qualify and the level of players that aren't actually qualified for this tournament, like it shows how good it is. But some of the names that are at this tournament who are going to be 0-1 is remarkable. This is, I would go out on a limb and say, the most stacked FIFA tournament that I've seen, maybe ever. If Tessari and Nicholas were here as well, by far.
Of course, you'd have a world champion in there as well, and the Iceman, as he's called.
I think a lot of people are hitting the peak right now. A lot of players are playing at their best that we've seen them play.
A lot of players have played maybe 1,500, 2,000 games of FIFA as well. You know,
in FIFA 19, they've perfectly adjusted right now. There's no excuses about a patch or anything like that. And Lev has worked this perfect opportunity to get the final chance in this game.
Johan Cruyff steps up and scores here, Richard. That'll be one hell of a story now. Lev Vinca with Vieira! Of all the people he wants in that position.
He was keeping the ball. Some people will say he would play for penalties. He was playing for the last chance of the game. He had it with Vieira,
and he
squandered it.
He knows it as well. We're into a penalty shootout now. This is Stefano Pina stepping up first for Ronaldinho. He's going to score.
We've seen Pina successful in a penalty shootout in London in a console final. And Lev levels it up at 1 goal apiece in this shootout.
And N'Golo Kante now. Which way is he going to go? Goes right, and he went the right way, but just a small bit of movement I saw as well.
If you look at the face cams, it's two completely different players. Lev hasn't taken his eyes off the screen. Pina doesn't look.
R9 scores as well, and I saw this in London. Pina, Cruyff now, the touch, hero, not a hero now.
I thought that got in still.
I thought he needs to look at the pens. This is Pina now to build on that advantage. Yes, he will. Saves this, he's won.
Lev must score to stay in this game.
You should never miss a penalty.
If Lev scores, I should say if Pina scores, he wins.
Vieira now. Missed the chance for Lev. Will he score the winner? Yes, he will. Pina will win, and that will be a 1-0 for him in Swiss-style format. 2 legs of FIFA, extra time, and a penalty shootout was needed for the Belgium. And that is why he's seed number 2, Rich, on those Global Series rankings, because he's got that extra experience.
Stefano Pina goes 1-0. The man...
You've got to feel for Lev. What a chance.
Consider as well for the most consistent FIFA players in the scene. He's flown over to Singapore. He said that he wasn't really enjoying competing at the minute, but he's still going to come to the events that he's already qualified for, and he does the job yet again, starting 1-0. And Lev Vincan, he's got to be thinking, when am I going to get a reasonable, favourable draw in the first round of a competition?
What a chance he did have, Rich, right at the end. Of course, it fell to Vieira. He finessed it, or tried to put it into the top right-hand corner where David De Gea matched up. It was one of those shots where there was really nowhere else you could aim for the shot. You were in space against David De Gea, and that was the chance that he's probably thinking about still now, Lev Vincan. Had to go to a penalty shootout. And of course, the luck of a penalty shootout, you never know what is going to happen, and it will be Pina with an advantage.
Let's talk about the games that we saw before that, though. Gorilla losing out to Resende, and then I imagine it finished with Marcus Gomes with a comfortable victory in the end over Megabit.
Well, exactly that. Of course, we've seen a great selection of round 1 Swiss-style format games, so we're going to throw it back over to the couch now with Red Eye and the 2 Evans.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, gents. Fantastic commentary on our opening series of matches. We're going to break all of those down, including our main match, where the 21-year-old Brazilian did win the opening game of the tournament. Also, a little bit of a surprise in there. Marcus Gomes absolutely winning his first round game, and Pino coming through in that third game, as we saw, just about on penalties. But, you know, that's what you get when you're a champion. You can find a way through to win the first game. Let's get our views now from our 2 Ivans, or Evans, depending on which way they prefer to be called. It's an interesting round. You guys were split on the first game. One of you went with the true Brit, even though you didn't need to, unlike the commentary team. 3 of you went for Resende. And it's obvious now why, because he played much better in that series.
Yeah, and I think we saw the same problems that we've seen Gorilla having this problem, that he had this season, that he's not sure about his identity. He's switching formation and tactics so many times, and he's trying to find some key that is not there. And Resende, on the other hand, he seems very, very confident. He was actually playing here from the start with a 3-5-2 to counter Gorilla's here narrow tactic, and it was a very even game. But when it came to these last deciding moments, Resende was simply more confident here, and this is also, he had a couple of headers. Seems like he's been practicing them a lot here, the Brazilian. But yes, pattern that we're seeing from Gorilla this season is that he simply doesn't seem sure how to play, which formation, which tactic. He tweeted out last weekend that narrow is back, but still in the second half he switched back to the 4-2-3-1. And this, I mean, this showed us he's not really secure and confident, and this will, of course, show in his gameplay as well.
Yeah. Nike, what did you find good about Resende in this game?
I mean, Resende was confident. He was playing with confidence, but again, as Boras said, it's more of an issue of Gorilla not playing his game, whereas if he plays to the best of his abilities, as we know he can, if he plays narrow at the best level he can, that's when he succeeds. But if he doesn't reach that level, it's a bit easier for his opponents to play their own game and to impose their own style.
We saw him at the end, Resende celebrating. You know, this is, we're talking about round 1 of potentially 5 rounds in Swiss, and he's celebrating straight away after winning round. That shows us that he knows how much it means to beat a quality player like Gorilla still. So even though, sure, he's not in the greatest of form and he hasn't shown us what he's good at, it's still a big win for him.
Of course, when you play Gorilla after all that's a household name in the FIFA scene, you play Gorilla, you know he's a world champion, you know he's one of the best players in the last 4 or 5 years. And you know that any win over a player of his stature is very important because it's a game that can go always both ways, no matter what the form of your opponent is. And if you're not serious enough and you don't pay enough attention in the game, you will very much likely lose. So getting a win in round 1 and starting 1-0 is very important.
Yeah, fairly even, Boras, in terms of shots on target and tackles and everything else, but 60-40 possession.
Yeah, and I believe that is the result of playing the 3-5-2, which gives you a lot of width and a lot of options in your build-up. And simply, the player with bigger composure here in this matchup. And I also think for him, he was LQE, I think it was in London in January, where he actually won the Xbox side of things. Then he didn't really have maybe the best 2 previous FUT Champions Cups. But now, for him, coming back here in Singapore and beating Gorilla, which you mentioned also, he's not in the best form, but Gorilla is Gorilla. That is a huge name. That is a giant of the scene. This will surely give him here confidence for the upcoming rounds.
Okay. Second game that we saw, some of the highlights, of course, on the mainstream as well. This one has the potential to be a surprise. I'm not putting Marcus Gomez down because he's a fabulous player, but we thought Megabit might be the favourite on this side of the bracket.
I think even, because I spoke with Marcus Gomez, I think even he thought Megabit was the favorite going into that game. And of course, when you play Megabit, you know that going forwards he is very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
And what we saw in this game is Megabit was not that solid at the back. And Marcus Gomez was a lot more solid than Megabit in the defense, which of course resulted in such a high-scoring game and such a big lead for Marcus Gomez. And I think he did very well. He did, I think, better than he himself expected. And it's all down to Megabit to just bounce back, which we all know he can from 0-1.
All right, well, let's find out from the man himself, because Marcus Gomez joins us from the player area right now. We can say congratulations, sir. That's a really big win, and well done, obviously, for the first game of the day. Noya has already said you might have been a bit surprised to win. Are you surprised?
A little bit. I think Megabit's one of the top players. He's third in the world for a reason. And I knew it would be a really tough game and I'd have to defend very well. Luckily, I was able to do that over both legs. And once I got the lead, just could defend that for the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big win, right?
Yeah.
So does that obviously gives you more confidence going into the second round game, but you can't get carried away in the Swiss round. You can't go, oh, suddenly I've beaten one of the favourites in the tournament now. I'm now the favourite. You can't do that, can you?
Yeah, it definitely gives me confidence, but every player is different, so you can't get ahead of yourself. I've won my first game in Swiss a lot of times, then end up going out in groups still. So one game at a time. It's on
See, I didn't want to say that.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to be that guy, but I'm glad you said that. Yeah, it doesn't always work out.
Exactly.
I've got the two Ivans alongside. Gents, what have you got question-wise?
Well, I was wondering because you had a brilliant start of the FIFA 19 season and maybe lately, let's say that you have been struggling a bit more and now coming into this tournament, beating Megabit, a huge name, like you also mentioned. Did you change something in particular going forward?
Yeah, I've been a possession player for the most part of all my FIFA career, but I've just lately switched it up to a bit more of a balanced play. I think hitting people on the counter-attack this year is very strong, so I was able to hit Megabit on the counter a couple of times, and I think that's what really separated me in that game.
Right. Yeah, nothing more to add because I did talk with Marcus Gomes and he confirmed my.
But you've got to share it for the viewers. You can't just.
We
you know.
did, and you did ask him if
Okay.
he was surprised, but I think he surprised himself. He played better than he expected, and like as he said, he managed to stop Megabit on the counters.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you approach the next round?
Just completely you reset, get some food, and then go into it because every opponent's different, and before you know it, you can be losing and you can be 1-1, and then it's you're back to the square one. So
Yeah.
definitely take it one step at a time.
Tough, isn't it? How are you enjoying Singapore?
Yeah, Singapore is really, really nice. I can't wait to actually go to explore a lot more after the tournament, but
Yeah.
from what I've seen so far, it's beautiful.
Well, I'm hoping you don't get to explore too much, because then that means you're still
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
tournament,
yeah.
all right?
Yeah.
So let's not get too carried away with like enjoying Singapore too early. But from Monday onwards, fine. Enjoy the city.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks very much for joining us. Congrats on your first win of the day.
Appreciate that.
That's Marcus Gomez, winner of the first game of the day for him, and it's a big win because we were talking in the pre-show about Megabit having a potential to win this tournament because of Dasari not here and all the other players not here in terms of the way that it's matched out for him. It was suddenly looking quite. That sometimes puts more pressure on you as well, though, doesn't it?
Exactly. I've seen Megabit throughout the week put out a few tweets, and in one of them he said that so far in the FUT Champions Cups and in tournaments, he's had a top 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, and 1 placements. So at this tournament, logically, he'll either go out in the groups or win it all. So so far it doesn't look good, but he's a player who can turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, isn't it? That's the great thing. We were talking about it in pre-show as well. Swiss groups.
Yeah.
If you have a bad first game, you're tired or you're jet lagged or you haven't quite got into. There's lots of factors involved.
A lot of factors, and that's the beauty of the Swiss format. You have time to get warm, even though you get this bad start. And we also saw another player from the Oceania region, FUT with Marco, beating one of the favorites also on the PS4 side, which is Tugan. So both Gomes and Marco, I mean, it's not a big difference in time zone. Maybe they adapt quicker here. And I think for some of the other players like Megabit, it will take time. I mean, this was really not a game that he would expect. Clearly the favorite in this matchup, but the Gomes here, a clear victory. I mean, 7-3. And Gomes definitely looking good.
Yeah, very good. Let's find out who else is looking good as we check in with the first round results. We'll start things off with the Xbox matches. And here you go. These are the results from round number 1. Tex picking up a fairly straightforward win, 8-2 over N8 Goat in the first one. Some big old scores in here as well. There's an 8-7 in there with Janos coming on the wrong side of that. Knight?
I think this game actually went to pens at
did?
0-0. I think that 8-7 is a sudden death of penalties.
Okay,
I think both players
because we didn't see
0-0.
that one. Because I was going to say 8-7's. That's pretty
It's actually
crazy.
the exact opposite.
Yeah.
It was a goalless 2-game,
That's crazy.
two-legged affair, and went to pens.
What about Zimpact beating Stokes 8-6?
Yeah, of course. I saw
That's a surprise.
again pens 8-6.
Yeah.
The full time finished at 4-4, I believe, and then went down to pens where Impact got the better of Stokes. And yeah, we've had some high scoring games.
Yeah, some high scoring games and some surprise results in here as well.
Yeah. First, I want to mention Rasik that we didn't talk about a lot. Definitely one of the favorites. I mean, he always goes far, always consistent, and always here. Also, here he gets a nice start with a 5-2 victory. Also, my personal dark horse for the tournament was Sakul.
Yeah.
Also, he gets a perfect start here, a 6-1 victory against a strong French player, Raizea here. And Sakul is a guy who can play the most amazing FIFA. And then the
worst.
Other day, he just plays the opposite. But when he plays on his top level, he can definitely
as good as anyone.
He can definitely beat anyone. Surprise!
My dark horse, by the way, is Senna.
Yeah, very good
because
player.
Senna was my all-time hero.
Yeah.
And so any Brazilian that comes here with the name Senna, automatically I become a fan favorite. He won his first game 6-3. So that's good.
But going back to a surprise,
Yes.
you have to mention Goal Machine losing the first game against Excelsior Levi here. 6-4, a big win for Levi. And Goal Machine, he has to step up simply.
He does. Let's take a look at the PS4 results for you now. All 16 matches have now completed. Oh, there we go. Swiss round 1. Apparently there is one game still ongoing. And that's the Fenrir game against Chris. which is still ongoing. It's currently 0-0 in that game as well. I don't know if that's gone 0-0 both games, and then maybe they head to penalties as well. So maybe that's we'll get an update when we can from that one. Boris.
Yep. We have a lot of interesting scores here.
Yes.
I was watching Stranger against the Danish player Lord Hjort, one of the two Danes here, and Lord Hjort was actually leading, but it seems like Stranger found a way back here with the 6-4 victory. And Stranger also, a guy that we didn't speak about so much, but he's incredible form. Incredible form. He was starting the FIFA 19 season. I would say the best player the first weeks, and then something happened. But it seems like he's finding back to his
a little bit of form now.
Old form.
Yeah, and just outside the top 10.
Yeah.
We spoke about Joxon before.
Yeah,
it's a narrow win, but it's a win.
He was actually down at one point as well, so we managed to turn it around. And of course, starting 1-0, it's always a good thing. We see one of our dark horses, Uston, winning 8-0, which is a very, very strong result.
Amazing.
We've seen the German duel that we talked about, Tihan against Tmox. Tmox is, after the Continental Cup, his first big international event, doing very well, starting 1-0 against a very, very solid player. And a game that Boris talked about before, JRA Lion against Mo Aubameyang. A surprise, because JRA Lion actually lost the first game. Secondly, he managed to win 3-0.
Yep.
So he showed that he has the mental capacity to overcome a deficit after the first game.
That's a big win over Mo Alba as well. Really big win.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Mo Alba this season is one of the most feared players. We also can see on the leaderboard, one of the top-ranked players. But JRA Lion, I warned. I mean, he is in incredible form. Seeing him in the last qualifiers, he's been smashing it. Going, I believe in the last Champions League qualifier, he was going in 9-1 in the Swiss format. So incredible form and also a lot of experience. And when he plays his best FIFA, another guy that can really beat anyone.
Okay, I've got a serious question to ask you, gents. Serious question. It's for you as well out there. Have you connected your account with Twitch?
On your phones? Yes.
Have you done it?
Of course.
Okay, so these good. Boris?
I actually haven't done it.
Boris,
because
what are you doing?
I'm always unlucky.
No, Boris, get on it immediately. Don't be like Boris Legend and not connect your EA account with your Twitch account. Go and get it done now, because you could take part in the rewards. The first reward is on your screen right now. A bit of Laurent Blanc, bit of CB91. Don't show me that face. You know you want Laurent Blanc in your team. Go and check your account, by the way. If you're already connected, you may already have something in your EA account. So go and have a look right now. We've got plenty of rewards over the weekend, so make sure you stay in touch and tune in to us throughout the weekend, and we'll bring you some more as we go through the weekend. That is it for round one then. Plenty of cool surprises in amongst those results, and some of the favourites showing us why they're the favourites. We'll see what happens in round two, which is where we're going after the break.
I got a feeling should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand a test of time. I love this burning light, the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming alive. I got a feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. Sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go.
I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. We can stand the test of the time. I love this burning like the speed of light. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming alive.
Let's go. I got a feeling that you're looking at me. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. I love this burning light, the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming, feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling that we're coming, feeling that we're coming, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling that we're coming, feeling that we're coming, feeling that we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. Sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go.
I got a feeling. love is burning like the speed of the light. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
Let's go. I got a feeling that you're looking at me. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. Our love is burning like the speed of the light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. Sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go.
I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. We can stand the test of the time. Our love is burning like the speed of the light. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
Let's go. I got a feeling that you're looking at me. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. Our love is burning like the speed of the light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes. I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go.
Moving up from the bottom, my start was rough. I still got 'em, I'm bigger than this. I'm bigger than this. They'll hear my voice, know I'm coming, they'll have no choice. They've got nothing as thick as my skin. 'Cause I'm bigger than this. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me, I felt electrified. We can live the dream, we can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. Stand my ground. Hold back nothing. They flex their power. We come running. We're bigger than death. We're bigger than
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
Welcome back to FUT Champions Cup March. It's Singapore time, which is why we're a little bit jet lagged. Luckily for us, though, the players don't seem to be that jet lagged because they play very well in round 1, although some do have to step up as we head into round 2 of the Swiss. We're not even at half time here on day number 1, but we've had to make our own substitution on the bench, on the desk, on the couch. I don't know what we're calling it. I'm jet lagged. But we welcome on set. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm there with you on the jet lag. Of course, we're all jet lagged, but it's part of the fun, isn't it? It's part of the experience, right?
It makes us mildly delirious, I've noticed.
Mildly.
Yeah, I'm just
no
hoping
more,
that
but maybe, yeah. I mean, we'll see.
to the players there. What did you make in round 1?
Very exciting. I
surprises.
think there are some surprises. I think you mentioned it to me before when we were sort of in the break. I think time zones is going to be a big factor, especially for these early games. A lot of the players who are kind of used to this time zone, the Australasian guys, are going to have some success in these early games because it is a factor. Concentration is such a huge part of FIFA that if you're not switched on from...
Poor South Americans. That's all I'm going to say, right? These guys don't have anything in their region usually, and they have to travel everywhere for hours.
Yeah.
And they don't moan about jet lag and things like that. Just get on with it.
It's us entitled people, isn't it? We're the ones that are just sitting here going, God, we're slightly tired. Like, how do you expect us to do this? But yeah, I mean, I think it is true. But at the same time, you're right. These guys are professional gamers.
Yeah,
they've been doing this. They've got to go on with it.
Get on with it.
Get on with it.
Let's take a look at our round 2 Swiss matches that we've got coming up for you. We'll start off with the Xbox matches. There we go. This is round number 2. Of course, split now into the 0-1s and the 1-0s. Anything stand out for you?
Well, we have taken here Gorilla, game number 7. He's under pressure now. 0-1. He's playing against, let's say, a local player from Australia. N8 Gold and...
Guy that got thrashed in the first game.
Yes, but he played against the world's best players. So
he did.
Maybe that's a bit misleading
Yes.
because almost anyone would get smashed against the F2 Techs. Also, we have a German mini here, game number 1. We have Rogue Rasek playing against Sakul, 2 players who looked very good in that first round. So also going to be very interesting to see.
And
that one.
Tex versus Marcus Gomez. What a round 2 game.
I mean, the one that jumps out for me is Janos versus Megabit, just because of the fact that Megabit...
they're both 0-1.
Yeah, exactly. Megabit coming off the back of that defeat. It's just, whenever you see a player like Megabit pick up a defeat, it's like, oh, Megabit lost. It's like a surprise because he's that talented. But Janos is one of these dangerous players who could make him 0-2.
But he didn't just lose first game. Got thumped.
He got smashed. Yeah. And
So that's nasty. And the winner of that game is playing Tex in the other game. So...
I mean, Tex is going to be comfortable. I think Tex doesn't care who he's playing anymore. But for Marcus Gomes to go into that game now with the confidence of just picking up the win against Megabit, a player who has defeated Tex previously, that's going to give him the belief now that to go into that game. And if he can come out of this, if Marcus Gomes can come out of these 2 games, 2-0, having beaten Megabit and Tex.
He's looking dangerous. He's looking very dangerous.
What a start.
That starts making him... We're talking about him as a favourite on the Xbox.
Possibly, yes.
Well, it's a little bit of a curse because we talked about Megabit as a favourite before the chat and he lost the first game, so we didn't want to curse anyone else. Let's take a look at the PS4 games coming up for you. All 16 matches of round number 2. Teams, of course, now, or players rather, 0-1 or 1-0 right now. So no one getting eliminated. Nothing like that just happens just yet. That's another round away. Again, some big names in here lost their opening matches, not least of which Mo Alba.
Yeah, I mean, Mo Alba's... When we were looking back at the start of FIFA 19, he was one of those players we were looking at going, he's putting in these great performances, especially in the Swiss rounds. He was going through Swiss unbeaten and putting on in big performances, but he's got such an unfortunate sort of aspect to his game where he can score a lot of goals, but he concedes a lot of goals, and he can lose games by being too offensive in certain situations. So sometimes it's not actually a surprise to see him lose the odd game because you know that he can bounce back very quickly in the next game, and it's kind of... You're more worried for Isopower going into this one because Mo Alba coming off the back of a defeat is usually a more dangerous Mo Alba than coming off the back of a win.
Yeah, no, that's very true. There's also Artur versus Lion in here. I know you've already picked out JRA Lion as a potential dark horse of your own. You think he's a really good player and he's in good form. He's got a good player to go up against.
Yeah, Rust Artur, who also had a fantastic season coming from Portugal. Almost qualified for every tournament and also in the last Champions Cup in Atlanta, he got to the semis. It's a player that is in really, really good form. It's going to be a very, very tough game, definitely.
Yeah, there's also Commentator's Nightmare match in this round. I don't know if you saw it. Thiago versus
Tuga.
Yeah. So it's
Chugga and
see,
Tuga.
it's, when you're commentary, your brain just go, "Oh my god, I don't want one of those games." They're hard.
I'm quite happy I'm sat here now.
You're quite-
Actually, thinking about it, yeah. Good luck, Richard.
I
brother.
don't think I don't think they've got one of them. Why don't we look at the 4 matches that we are going to be looking at here on the main stream, and we'll focus on one match in particular. There is only one match we can focus on because of the way that they won their opening matches and because of where they are in the world right now. It's Tex versus Marcus Gomez. That will be our most featured match that we'll follow, and if we get time, we will jump into the other matches. Janos versus Megabit, we've already discussed a fabulous matchup between those two. Joxon, by the way, who's back in, we talked about him earlier on in the show, is now he's signed with Team Complexity. Fantastic for them, fantastic for him, and also back on the FIFA road again after a couple of months away. He goes head-to-head with Griezmann, who is one of those on-the-cusp players. He's just outside the top 32, can play a very good game, dangerous opponent for Joxon at this part of the tournament, you'd think, as well.
Yeah, Artie Griezmann here from Germany. He's qualifying in a lot of tournaments lately. He had a great form, and coming up here against a tough opponent. Of course, it is a tough matchup, but I also mentioned it before that all players here, I believe, are extremely good against other pro players. So definitely something that he can overcome, definitely.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how that one pans out. Any thoughts on those 4 matches?
Joxand is one that I really want to keep an eye on because we saw him come out of the gate so hot at the start of FIFA 19. It was like, wow, I mean, this is his game. You know, he won Paris Games Week and did it in such a style that everyone was like, okay, this is a guy to watch this season, having been kind of a little bit on the cusp in FIFA 18. But because he's been away for so long, it's kind of like, where's he been? Like, what's he doing? Can he perform to that level now that he's come back again? So, yes, he's had this huge signing with Complexity. So, obviously, they've got faith in him. And it's going to be interesting to see game to game how he's adjusted because we've had so many patches since we actually last saw him perform that I want to see if he can still play to that standard, if he's still got those results in the locker. So, yeah. Joxand, definitely a player I'm going to be keeping an eye on for the entire tournament.
Yeah, I'm interested in how it pans out for him as well. Prediction time. Prediction time.
All right.
And this is you have to be serious here because apparently these are being recorded and marked against you and will be used by PGL and EA to decide who they hire for future events. I'm joking.
Perfect.
Would be funny though, wouldn't it?
It's been nice working with you guys.
Forest Legend, 0%. Sorry.
No, actually,
you're 100% from the first
got
one.
the first one, yes. We got the Resende. Now I believe it's going to be after Tex against
yeah,
Gomes, right?
Tex versus Marcus Gomez is the decision you have to make.
Well, I think it's, if there is one time this season where Tex is actually going to lose against Gomes, it is here. Gomes is playing in his region. He is in incredible form now. Absolutely outclassing Megabit in that first round. So if it's sometime that Gomes is going to beat after Tex, I think it's here in Singapore. So I'm going to go.
Wow.
This is
actually
risky,
okay.
right? This is risky. And also,
Yeah,
I'm just
it
going to
is.
point out to the British fans out there, Boris has gone against the British player twice in a row now. Just saying.
But you were 100% right in the first round.
Yeah, he
weren't
was. He
you?
was right, sadly. I mean, I told the boys in the commentary box that they had to go for Gorilla, right? They didn't. They both went for Resende. I don't think they were getting back in the country. Their passports are going to be confiscated. But good news for them, he lost. So I think it's his passport that's up for problems right now.
I'll be fine. I
Is
thought
Tex going
Gorilla
to
was
have the
going to
same problem in game 2 here?
No, I think that Tex is the best in the world, and I think that he'll show it here. Like, how many times do we think, oh, Tex is going to have a really tough game here, and then he'll just put in a performance where it's like, oh, yeah, he's Tex. That kind of game. I get what you're saying, and I do think that this is Marcus Gomes' big opportunity to beat Tex, as you say, in his, in a time zone where he's comfortable.
We always say we disagree on something. This is that time.
Okay.
Marcus Gomes is the man to beat.
For crying out loud.
Tex.
You're doing your best to get your passport stolen, mate.
It's just Marcus Gomes' time to shine. He's the man. They've matched up 6 times in competitions this year, and Tex has beat him. He's 6-0 against him.
Yeah.
He's going to be the Brock
Seventh
Lesnar
time?
to the Undertaker's streak, Marcus Gomes. He's
Right.
beating him right now.
So hold on. So let me get this straight. He's lost 6 games in a row,
yep,
but now he's going to win.
6-1.
7th time lucky.
Mate, that doesn't have any logic base to it. I don't understand how you're going to go. I've looked at all of these matches. He's lost every matches. He's going to win this one. How have you come to that conclusion?
Yep.
How?
Yep.
Does Boris want to change his prediction
I don't
now
know. Should we
after that?
find it? Do you want to change your...
No, it's fine. Just
Okay.
as Richard is saying, this is Gomes' time to shine, and I believe he will actually go against all odds
I knew we were
and
friends,
B-Tex.
Boris. I knew we were friends.
You guys are crazy, man. You guys have had less sleep than I have, by the sounds of things.
I mean, like I said to you, Mark, right? This delirious stuff is leaking across this stage.
It's only the
And
second game as well. I mean,
God help us all,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
All right, okay, gents, it's time, I guess. Take us into round 2, and we'll see whose prediction holds true.
Thank you very much, Rada, and of course the guys over on, of course, the couch over there talking about the predictions and some interesting predictions. We normally awfully go against each other. We both went for Resende in round 1, so we're both 1-0 on the prediction count at the moment. However, there's something about how Marcus Gomes has approached this tournament. You know, sometimes he says he gets a little bit fortunate now and then. He's gone and just beat Megabit.
He also looks very relaxed right now, does Marcus Gomes. You can see him there in your screen, just taking his time and getting ready for this game. I had a little chat to Tex before this game started. I said, well, what are you thinking coming into it? He went, well, we've matched up 6 times and I beat him 6 times. However, when they've been practicing against each other in the build-up to this tournament, obviously the players come out a day early, they get time to set up their accounts, media day, and then they practice against each other. They have matches at the LAN event. Marcus has beat him multiple times. This is Marcus's time.
Maybe so. Maybe 7th time lucky. we've come round to there. But if you didn't know how he got on there, well, there's Tex. I think he's awake. He's ready to jump into, of course, his game. But you know, the guys are talking about the time zone differences there, the jet lag that a lot of these guys will be facing. Of course, from travelling all over the world. This is round 2, a Swiss-style format. Of course, there's Tex on your screen there. You might turn around and give us a smile.
From that blue jacket, I think that might be Will Pivers as well. Getting in Tex's head before the game starts. just having a few little words. Just making
we've
sure
got a
he's
damn
in his
out of
head.
Marcus Gomes there on camera, on stream. But yeah, obviously he's going to have a lot of support as well from all the Australians back at home as well, back down under.
I think it's a pretty reasonable time for them to watch in.
It is?
It is as well, isn't it? Yeah, so they've got time to sit back, to enjoy the event. They don't have to stay up till 5 AM like they have in the past, where the fantastic video we saw from Marcus Gomes' family and friends back home, where they were celebrating him beating Pro Owns in that penalty shootout, which was an unbelievable match of FIFA. That were all the way back in Bucharest. Doesn't that feel a long time ago?
That
was only in November.
That was a long time ago. And of course, you know, we're obviously saying FUT Champions Cup number 5 we are in now. Of course, for the month of March, $100,000 prize pool is something that's making this man laugh. Hopefully he can have a smile on his face after this 2-legged game in round 2 of Swiss style, which currently both these players are 1-1. Oh, sorry, 1-1, 1-0. Both players obviously won a game there. 3 wins takes you through to Swiss style. And of course, we'll be ready to jump into that as soon as these two are ready. Looks like Texas hasn't even got a console in front of him, doesn't it? He has got one to the left of him there, as he's going to turn around in a second. But let's have a word on Tex, because I said in the prediction for me, he's nearly at 10,000 Global Series ranking points, Richard. He's like 7,545 points at the moment for this man. He's won an LQE, he's won 2 FUT Champions Cups, he's won the E-Club World Cup. He's going to potentially be representing England with the Lions.
He won the Liverpool FC Premier League playoff.
Like, he hasn't stopped winning. And I think he's one of those very few players that when all these patches have been happening, all these, the game has updated and changed, he's the one player that's been able to just adapt at every single event.
I think you see players, they'll have years where they'll just be unbelievable. I think if you look back to last year, when Tex broke out on the scene in Barcelona, the rest of the year didn't go his way. He faced adversity. And the big question were, he signed for F2, they took the risk on him, how is he going to perform in FIFA 19? That was the questions. And he's been unbelievable. He's been the best player in the world. There's no debate about that.
And then he's hungry as well. Every single event you saw, he won the cup in Atlanta and flew straight to Liverpool.
The main reason that he is hungry is because he says he don't care about prize money. All he wants is the trophies and the accolade of being the best player in the world, to put that stamp on it. When you ask people who's the best FIFA player of all time, people will often say MS Desari. He's a world champion. He's won a major championship in 3 back-to-back FIFA game titles. If Tex can go on and be the world champion and win, come the end of the year, come the end of the FIFA cycle.
Could you imagine him just teeing off this year of a world championship? Like, that would go down in the history books, one of the most dominant FIFA years.
The best player ever. I think that'd be...
From the amount of events, 17, 18 events on for a number of players, including LQEs for Champions Cups, E-Champions League. He qualified for the E-Champions League, and he's an Xbox player.
Qualified for every single tournament that he's played in so far. You can see a little fact
Andy
file there.
Robertson, favourite player, obviously a big Liverpool fan, and you mentioned he'll be playing in the EPL for him.
if you're not a professional FIFA player, what would you be doing as a career? Football coach. That's where the line that we often say.
It used to be, yeah, you used to do football coach, didn't you, back in the day before the FIFA stuff really went off and everything just really changed for this man. I think he's like got over 100,000 followers on Twitter or on Instagram. The Facebook slowly building, YouTube sensation already. Like, this guy is been so good for this FIFA esports space this year. There's been a new face on there. And if anything, if you're someone at home that's watching now who's, approaching 16 or just 16 years of age now, this man is still so young. And he's dominating as well.
That's a scary fact. He's not even turned 18 yet. He's not even turned 18 years of age. Unbelievable from F2 Techs. And I believe F2 Techs and Marcus Gomes will be coming up very shortly indeed, Brandon.
It will be indeed, of course, Richard. Obviously, we're just waiting to jump into this game now. Obviously, round 2 of Swiss-style format, Richard. Obviously, we've been in Singapore for a few days. What have you been making of the country so far?
I've been enjoying it. It's been very hot, and if you know Richard Buckley,
he doesn't
I'm
like
not really a fan. It gets to a certain point and then it just teeters off. It's just too warm. You can't do anything. It's just too hot. So when it's like 31 degrees and I'm eating food and I'm sweating, I'm not a fan of that. That's just not me. But in here, AC's pumping, FIFA's flowing, and I'm enjoying it.
Exactly that. Of course, we will be ready for that game very shortly. We've just got a small issue on that, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break for F2 Techs up against Marcus Gomes.
Welcome back to Singapore for the FUT Champions Cup 5, hosted by PGL and EA Sports. And small technical issue out of the way. I believe we're back underway. F2 Tex versus Marcus Gomes. The anticipation has been building, Brandon.
And about 6 minutes early as well. We've come back from that one. Of course, and yeah, round 2 of Swiss-style format. Of course, we apologise for the small break on that side of things, but the game is pretty much ready to go. It's a massive game. Obviously, Marcus Gomes, you fancy Marcus Gomes. Boris fancies Marcus Gomes to maybe go and cause an upset here. I've backed F2 Tex again. I think he's just been so dominant this year, and he's one of the very few players that can adapt, it seems, on every single patch, every single event, whether it's 2v2 or 1v1. He's, the man is just playing so well.
I don't know if you see it, just over the top of Marcus's head. Looks like a game is underway right there, so I'm positive that we're going to be getting underway with this featured game. Headsets going on for Tex. It's game time right now. The best player in the world right now across both consoles on the planet, F2 Tex.
And we spoke about earlier about how if you went and won the that FIFA World Cup title right at the end of the year, it would pretty much be it would go down in history as one of the most dominant years of competitive FIFA, ever since EA have come in and really pushed esports. And
I'd even say across all esports titles.
Well, the thing that he's doing as well, Richard, he's cemented himself like a record of Global Series ranking points, potentially. If Global Series ranking points continues to be a thing over the next 5 years, that's going to be some tally of points to beat. If he goes and wins another event, plus he's qualified for every single event this man could qualify for, even the Champions League, he qualified for it, Richard. He's just made every event, every game, he's making history for himself. And he's only 17 years old.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think 10,000 points, he's probably the aim for this young man, but age might be quite young, but experience at this level and technical ability is off the chart for young F2 Tex.
He came into tournaments at the beginning of or last year in general. He said, I came in and played against the Gorillas, the Tasses, all the big names, and I was a little bit worried back then. I was a little bit scared. Now, if anything, they're the ones that are scared of you. As we jump into this one. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us, of course. F2 Tex from left to right in his beloved Liverpool colours. That home strip, and on the other side of that, plays for Melbourne City. Obviously, one of the first FIFA pros as well over in Australia to sign for a football club. Part of that City group, part of that City band. Of course, New York City Chris is here as well. And from New York City, unfortunately, no Shells or Dito, though. Although they will be involved, of course. Dito in the EPL finals. Manchester City. Of course, you can get involved. Hashtag PGL FIFA, hashtag FUT Champions Cup. You've got a favourite you're looking to get behind if you're a big Tex fan. Of course, you're from down under and you're watching Marcus Gomes. As he does come forward now. He just beat Megabit as well in round number 1 of Swiss-style format. On the other side of that, it was actually Tex taking down a fellow Australian. It was a N8 go.
Yeah, I think the first round hopefully signifies what sort of game we're going to get here. Marcus Gomes won 8-3, Tex won 8-2. There should be goals in this game. However, when you get two powerhouses, sometimes it comes a little bit of a stalemate. Just the quality seems to cancel each other out sometimes. That's what you see.
Just see Rastarata on the bottom hand corner, having a little look at the game there. I'm sure he's involved in his game at the moment in time. But it's tough when you play against a player like Tex. You saw Marcus Gomes. He said he's a possession-based player. When you play against Tex, he won't give you the ball, first and foremost. He's had to change his game plan, Marcus Gomes, coming into this tournament. And he's done well for him. He went and beat Megabit, 8-3, I think it was in the end. That's an insane scoreline against someone that's third in the Global Series rankings, against someone that was the best on Xbox just a month ago in February, and that LQE. The man, Megabit is not a pushover. When Megabit loses, something's not going well. Something's not right.
Well, something could not be going right for Megabit, but also the opponent has to play an unbelievable game.
Which he did.
And Marcus did that. He won. It weren't a narrow margin. It weren't a 6-5 or a penalty shootout or an extra time. It were 8-3, and it were a comfortable victory for him. We joined the game when it was 5-3, and then Megabit went more attacking. Marcus just picked him off like an eagle picking the prey.
Just like, for example, picture this where the ball is now against Megabit if you missed that game. He just kept the ball in triangles. The press was so superior from Megabit. He literally just chipped the ball over him. In 2 passes, he was through on goal. And next thing you know, is Mbappe scoring at the back post as Ramos comes forward now for Marcus Gomes. Whether that goes straight into the path of Rio Ferdinand, who actually keeps his spot in the team.
Yeah, we're talking to Tex about that. Why Rio over Maldini? He just said, why change it if Rio's playing that well?
Neymar inside to Cristiano Ronaldo. He's going to turn. If anything, I thought he was going to finesse originally with Cristiano. Tried to play to R9, who is in fact starting. And that, of course, he hasn't got his prime icon moment dropped yet.
If he's to get it.
Yeah, that is as well. Hopefully, in the future, he can get one. that just adds another spanner to the works of all these teams we're seeing at competitive events now. Still goalless in this one, though, as it's going to be Marcus Gomes to come forward. But there's Rio Ferdinand again. Richard, we highlighted him. We spoke about him. And if he's playing well, as Tech said, why change him? You know, we had the pleasure of watching that Atlanta FUT Champions Cup as a spectator and kind of just seeing what... And you had to say, you know, Tech's just
the ability, like...
Just even when he's playing at 20%, he still wins games, the fan would see. Like
the final with the 4 Elasticos, just sort of had that razzle-dazzle to his game that some players just don't have. Marcus is one of the players that keeps it very simple. He plays simple FIFA, but he's perfected the simple and the basic mechanics.
Oh, that's a great chance nearly for him if it's going to play into Vieira there. I think it would have been with the wrong person for the wrong position there. He would have tried to play one more. He will win a free kick, though, but he said he does the simple things. Can he do something from this free kick, though? Maybe someone off the training ground.
I imagine it's going to be running over the wall. Running over the ball. He's pulled out all his men out of the wall. He's got one man in the wall. And you see he's just moving the keeper. He's moving him quite central, so he can go either side.
There's Pele over it, Richard. He
looks
like he's going to take a direct shot. No, he's not. Just a driven pass it was instead. We saw the power bar go up. We panicked for a little bit as it falls back to the feet of Neymar, and it will go for a corner.
We saw like 4 bars, and we thought it was going to be a driven free kick from Pele, but as you said, tried something off of the training ground.
There's a chance now to break down the other end for Tex, who finds himself pinned in a little bit there. Has to just keep the ball between the back 4 and then build out off that. And you can see Ramos at right back. I think both players are actually going with that as well. Yes, you can see you've got Van Dijk and Varane, the 2 centre halves for Marcus Gomes on the right-hand side of your screen in that light blue. And it will be Ramos at right back for both of these two as well. Mbappe to Vieira now. This is Tex, his real first chance of the game, and it's going to be a massive save from there. We're going to be so used to calling that over this weekend and the competitive year in general.
Yeah, especially after seeing a little bit of goalie movement as well from Marcus Gomes, just moving him to the left and right. I think Tex saw that movement and decided to shoot.
To the back post, Ruud Gullit! And if you've just joined, that is a taster of what you could be watching over the next 3 days here in Singapore from F2 Tex.
Played short from the corner. Looked like he was going to work something around the box, but then El Tornado cross. Ruud Gullit at the back post. It's such a presence on the pitch. I said it earlier, I was talking to Nightwatch. If you were to build a FIFA item in the game, have you ever been to Build-A-Bear? You build your perfect teddy bear. If you were to build your FIFA player and your FIFA centre mid, it would be Ruud Gullit. Tall, strong, great hairstyle, can shoot, is pacey. He's got everything about him. 5-star weak foot, 4-star skill moves.
It's just that player that you simply can't ignore. If you ignore him when you're on an esports edition of the game where you can use a handful of players, you are really missing out on someone, as you said, Richard, that can go forward, defend, can go forward and attack. He's a standout player on the pitch with that hairstyle as well. Marcelo switches all the way over to Ramos, and it's one of those situations, you look back on that goal, the El Tornado cross to the back post, that's what Tex is, unpredictable. You simply just, no one expected that.
No.
The angle he did it as well.
We've seen this side from Tex in the past, keeping hold of the ball, playing the possession game, making his opponent make the mistake, and I think he's just going to play fairly safe into half-time. Not even sure the referee's going to let this go forward.
He had to be quick, didn't he, Marcus Gomes? You could just see how quick he had to go forward. That'll be half-time between the two, and Swiss start round 2, the first half of the first leg. It's going to be 1-0 to Tex. Of course, both of these players are 1-0. So if they get this win under their belt, we'll see if one of them can do that. They'll be 2-0, and they'll be very close to booking their place into the knockouts tomorrow. And it's simple as that, Richard. You go 3-0, you can go home for the day. You can relax if, of course, you don't need to play any extra games. Marcelo. Into Gullit now, and it's going to be the start of this second half. Those players have travelled from all around the world, 18 different nations in total, Richard, competing here this weekend.
It's a mistake. Vieira's just been dispossessed there, and the potential counter-attack here for Tex. You saw Marcus just a little bit too long on the ball. But Tech's got no real intentions of going forward right now, just keeping hold of the ball yet again, waiting for that space to open up.
It's one of those that you know the press is going to be so good from Tex. When you get the ball, you're going to kind of panic a little bit.
I'd love to see Tex's conversion rate from shots that he has. So I feel like whenever he shoots, it pretty much ends in a goal. He doesn't shoot unless he really feels like he's either going to test the goalkeeper a lot or score a goal.
And there we go. You can just see where the potential bait was there to come out and make a big tackle. It was Rude Hullet that stuck out a leg, and now we've got a free kick from 23 yards out. Both Ronaldo's over it, and Neymar. R9's just going to dummy that one, played short. Just going to be hit probably from Hullet, and it will be.
And you see everything timed green as well. It's, when you get into the routine of timing everything green.
Played short to Neymar. It's going to be a chance to break down the other end, but you know the time finishing to implemented into this year. The best pros are the the standard ones. You talk about the Mo Albers, the F2 Texas, the Megabits, Nicholas, Stefano Pina. They're the ones that are timing every single shot.
Yeah, 100%.
It's always green. I'm sure throughout the competitive year you've heard all the cliches. When it's green, it's good. When it's green, it's normally on target, or if anything, it's normally a goal. There we go. That's the advantage he waited for there to get the free kick. He's a big fan of playing off the set pieces, Tex. This time, much more further out, 34 yards. If he hits this, I'll honestly be surprised from this distance. He's going to try and work in, of course. Around the edge of the box, there's also a bit of space there for Tex to use if he wants to. And here we're going to get Marcelo now into a drag back and a chance for him to try and play into Neymar, but intercepted. And here we go back down the other end now. Come on, Marcus Gomes. He needs to try and pull something together now. Lovely threaded through ball there. If he can get CR7 onto it, but that's how good the press can be from Tex defensively.
I think one thing that we often, when you hear Tex, you think of flashy goals. You think of the 4 Elasticos against Tuga in the final in Atlanta. But what's very underappreciated is his not only mental side of the game, where he knows that he needs to kill out a game sometimes, keep hold of the ball, just his game knowledge in general. The ability to know when to play long, when to play short, when to El Tornado cross, when to do a first-time cross. That's the sort of things that it's just experience over so many games. You often see that sort of experience from the likes of a Detour, from the likes of a Salzor, someone who's been playing for 5-6 years at a competitive level. Texas' first tournament was pretty much 13 months ago, 14 months ago in Barcelona.
Of course, what a performance that was. The story was 16 years of age, and this unknown player, DH Tex, coming out the scene, and he's probably one of the familiar faces now, winning everything, top of that Exports Global Series rankings, and he's the man you talk about when you come to a FIFA event now. It's that new era of talent that's just coming through now. Pause has been cued by Marcus Gomes, and it must be frustrating for him. He's just struggled to keep hold of the ball, because every time he gets it, as I've said a numerous amount of times, the press of Tex is so good. Maybe we're going to see a cross here. Get R9 into the box if you are.
Yeah, I would go out on a limb and say that he's almost taken the mantle from what Gorilla used to have in the terms of...
Oh, Mbappe, 2 Elasticos.
The fear factor. People used to play against Gorilla back in the Gfinity days, FIFA 17, FIFA 18, and it was, I don't want to play against Gorilla. He might embarrass me. He might score 6-7 past me. It was this fear embodied in him. I think that's passed over to Tex now. Nobody simply wants to play Tex. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to match up against him in qualifying, online. No one wants to match up against him at an event, in knockouts, in the cross-console final. And
just got that, as you said, that era around.
There's only a couple of players that have that sort of respect among other players.
That's and there you go. Just like that. 2-0 out of nowhere. Kylian Mbappe, 2 Elasticos to a corner, and that corner has actually led to another goal for him.
It's almost not defensible, that.
Just watch it again. Thanks Varane, into Rio Ferdinand, and then into Mbappe. Just a simple finesse.
The quickness of the passing. He's planned that out maybe 3 or 4 steps before it's actually going in the back of the net. He knows that I can play it short. I've got my man on the edge of the box. I can then do a first-time passing to Mbappe. I was talking to him in London, and I said, why do you keep putting like Maldini on your corner and Rio Ferdinand on your corner? He said, well, if I put Maldini on the corner, that means that the man on the edge of the box is always going to be R9. So I can play to the edge of the box and get the first time finesse with R9. That's the sort of thought process that goes into it. That's how many steps he's above of
So many
other
games
players.
you play as well to know that that's the position of every single player. And
He'll know that the person in that position would be an Mbappe. 9 times out of 10, that's not luck that he's fallen to Mbappe on the edge of the box.
now Marcus Gomes finds himself 2 goals down in the first leg here, and you can just see there, like, he doesn't want to press too high, Gomes, you can tell. I know he's probably inside just feeling a little bit agitated. He just wants to get the ball and try and get a hold on this game, but when you go out and press against Tex, and you've got the risk of him counter-attacking you straight down the other end, and Mbappe now a drag back into the hands of Neymar. He's doing a lovely interchange back to goal. Where's this going to go? A drag back or 2? He's just so unpredictable going forward.
And Marcus just has to...
I would love to see the possession stat at the end of this game, because I feel like since this second half, it really has just been on Tex. And we're just, commentating what we're seeing here. It's just been a very dominant performance from the young Englishman.
Yeah, his pressing's been really on point, has Tex, in this first leg. He's kept hold of the ball really well. He's not created an abundance of chances, but the chances that he's created, he's taken. He's got 2 goals from 2 corners. Shows that any position he's deadly from.
Yep.
Whether it's from a free kick, whether it's from a corner.
This time, it just seems like he thrives off a set piece. Where's this one going?
Yeah, just a little bit too easy to read there. As soon as the R9 ran over it, Marcus knew where the ball was going, but Marcus has really struggled to get anything in the final third in this game. We're about to stick on to the 90th minute, and I can't recall a shot on target that he's had, in all honesty.
We'll see at the end of the game, of course, on those match stats, Richard. And now, as I said, that will be the final result of the first leg. And Mbappe now, that could be a penalty. Oh, it was close.
We've seen him
shoulder
gave.
to shoulder. But you look at that and you think, right, that could have been a lifeline if he's given a penalty there.
We've certainly seen that sort of penalty gave where it's 2 players colliding as they're both running for the same ball, but not on this occasion.
Just don't go 3-0 down.
That's going to be it. 2-0 after the first leg. F2 Tex in a very comfortable position. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see the stats from that first game, but I imagine they were very, very much one-sided.
Exactly that. It was kind of a case, the opening 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so, Marcus was just trying to keep possession slightly or trying to create something really. The worst thing you want to do is go 1-0 down. You go 1-0 down, you're chasing the game from the word go, and against a player like Tex, who's got so many different styles of play, so many different kind of tricks up his sleeve. You mentioned it about the way he takes corners sometimes with centre halves, defenders, so there's an extra man in the box.
It's not only that, it's just the fact that he's equally good defensively as he is offensively. Sometimes you talk about someone like a Mo Alba. Yeah, going forward, they're fantastic. But at the back, they're a little bit suspect. It's the players at the top level, Apina and Nicholas, Tex, who are that good going forward, but also at the back, they're equally as strong. We recently saw a number of tournaments throughout the EPL, the qualifiers. We were able to cover a couple of those events, and the players who were doing well in those events were the defensively sound players, the people who were grinding out a 2-1, a 3-0 victory. And then in that second leg, they to take the foot off the gas, play a little bit more free-flowing in the attacking third, play a little bit more attacking-based, pull out the skill moves, pull out the sort of stuff that you do on Weekend League where you don't have this pressure on you, and then you're seeing the big scoreline start to amount.
Because there's only a handful of players that have beaten Tex. You know, if I can recall, for example, I think Goal Machine's beaten him once. Dasari,
Razek, Goal Machine.
There's not many.
Pro Owns, Tom Stokes.
Pro Owns in Swiss style, I believe, yeah.
Stokes, yeah.
And again, like most of those were in Swiss style. There's been like 1 or 2 in knockouts. So you can't really go to anyone and say, help me, or give me some advice here. Like the wins to losses. Last year we spoke about Nicholas. I think his record on his FUT account on FIFA was 11 losses because he didn't really play many pros. He was just grinding out online seasons as it was at the time.
I think the only player who's on Xbox who's probably at his level and can compete game after game after game is probably Dasari. At that level where it's 50-50, a flip of a coin, don't know who's going to win. But I've just heard in my ear that one of the players that there were a lot of question marks about with Joxan, how is he going to compete? He's currently 2-2 after the first leg with Artie Griezmann. So the recently signed Complexity man, I should say, finished his first game at 1-0. I had a little chat with him and he said, you know what, I'm actually I'm actually playing quite well, to be honest. I grinded out the first game. I'm not really feeling that much of a difference in terms of my game style. And it's 2-2 after that first leg.
Of course, another score as well that we heard just come in mega bit after his loss against Marcus Gomes, who we've just been watching 3-0 up against Janos at this moment in time. Obviously, just signed for Infinity, the Colombian there, the happiest man in FIFA, we always call him.
Another player with that South American region, it's such a harsh travel day. I know we talked about us coming to this event and with the time difference and potential jet lag that not only for the talent, but that could be a potential factor as well as the game starts to, as the day, I should say, starts to go on. But imagine Colombia to Singapore. That's a long, old travel.
It is indeed. You know, for us, it was long, but worthwhile. Of course, we could come here to Singapore, and of course, to give you guys all the action from all the Swiss-style rounds, etc. So this is only round number 2. We've still got round 3, round 4, round 5, which will be a long one, and the round of 16 all happening today here in Singapore. So if you're staying up, or whether it's daytime, morning, evening, wherever you're watching around the world, of course, continue watching. You can earn some EA drops, of course, throughout the streams as always. Maybe an icon in there that could maybe trickle into your club. We might get lucky as well if we can just keep the stream on behind us whilst we're commentating. But what does Marcus Gomes need to do in this game? Because it was one of them, he tried for 20 minutes to try and work out how am I going to go about this game. And then he conceded, and now you're chasing the game, and it's just...
Nothing seemed to work for him, whatever he did. He couldn't get hold of the ball, firstly. I think he needs to go back to his roots a little bit. I know we saw him in FIFA 18, a very possession-based player. He kept hold of the ball very, very well, and sometimes that gave other players a little bit of a negative look on him. Is he just keeping the ball? Is he actually trying to go forward with the ball? But he's one of the players that, if you can keep hold of the ball and you can frustrate Tex, potentially you might be able to get something out of the game. But you're already 2-0 down. The first leg's already gone past you. You can't get that lead back. So you're going in with a 2-goal deficit. And one player that you don't want to give a 2-goal lead to is Tex, for the simple fact that he can punish you from anywhere.
He knows you're going to have to come out and play now, though, as well. He knows that you're going to have to come out and play, and it's going to really be an interesting second leg here. And, of course, obviously, one of these players will go 2-0, and one will go back to 1-1, pretty much, as they say, 0-0 again.
Really wouldn't be surprised if Tex comes out this second leg and keeps the ball for as long as possible. We've seen the formation here coming out from both of these two players. I think it's going to be a 4-2-3-1 from Tex. And I'm not too sure what formation actually.
Full 3-3 for a minit there, but I'm sure
I think it'll probably be changed on the custom tactic. I imagine it's going to be a 4-2-3-1, maybe a 4-2-2 from Marcus Gomes.
Well, here we go then. Second leg of round 2 of Swiss-style format here in Singapore. And it's Marcus Gomes up against F2 Tex. Tex winning 2-0 at the moment. For the man ranked number 1 on those Global Series rankings on the Xbox side of things.
Has to get an early start.
He win 3 FUT Champions Cups, Richard?
Might be unthinkable coming into FIFA 19, but then you see the level that Tex has got and the consistency that he's shown from September to March, and I wouldn't put it past him. He's got 2 more FUT Champs Cups that he could potentially win. He qualified for the E-Champions League. He's going to be in the grand final, the World Championships.
Most definitely. 7,545 Global Series ranking points to his name. There'd be about like 20 people that would love to split that up between them and to try and get themselves on the road to the playoffs. Unfortunately, they're all his points, and he's earned them all. What can Marcus Gomes offer us here now? Needs to see some sort of attacking prowess from him. He needs to go forward and get himself a goal ASAP. Then that margin obviously closes down to only 1 goal, and maybe he might have a bit more confidence for that. As Ramos picks up on this right-hand side, he's on at right back as well. Of course, the back post cross is always still a matter that people want to watch out for, whether it's an El Tornado or just a simple cross all the way across. This is Mbappe now, a simple drag back for him. Ramos is quite far forward.
Yeah, nice little drag back from Mbappe. I think Tex were expecting the El Tornado. It just gave him a little bit of room in and around the box, but you see Rio Ferdinand again. So aggressive in his tackling, he's quick, he's strong in the defensive third, and that's one thing that Maldini does lack a little bit, that 95 Maldini. He's only got 87 strength and 80 aggression, so he's a little bit lower than you'd like.
Well, here's Tex now, Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's actually just toying with 2 players there as he comes into the box with Mbappe now. It's going to be that Hullet that does intercept. We'll see that prime icon moment. Hullet, 94 rated. And a force to be reckoned with in the midfield. Positive signs, though, from Marcus Gomes. We saw there edge of the box. We've been speaking about that drag back he did. It unfortunately fell into the hands of Rio Ferdinand, who's been insane for Tex. You spoke to him earlier, Richard. You said, why is he involved? You just said he's just simply good.
When Marcelo got the ball there was simply no passing option. That's just through the pressing of Tex. There were no options for Marcus to go for unless he went all the way back to his centre halves. Which, when you are playing against someone like that and the only option you've got is to go backwards, how demotivating is that? As a football fan, you're watching your team play and the only thing that you can do is just go backwards over and over again. You become aggravated. It's the exact same thing for FIFA players.
Neymar into Vieira. This is Tex now, and you have to say, just do not concede Marcus Gomes, or it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb. And unfortunately, that is exactly what he's done. Mbappe again. Same play, same area, and basically another time green finish for him.
F2 Tex is just... he's on another level right now. Who's going to be able to solve the Rubik's Cube that is F2 Tex? People are trying to figure it out. They've got one side finish. They've got a yellow side finish, and then he just spins it up. He goes, you know what? Yeah, there's a patch coming. I'm better now than I was before. What are you going to do about it?
And throws an extra player into the mix there as well. Whether it's an attacking player, someone in the midfield. Alongside, obviously, all those points. I keep on talking about the Global Series points. Obviously, he's going to be playing the EPL finals with Liverpool. That's a dream for him. Multiple tournaments he's won as well. 2 FUT Champions Cups this year, FUT Champions Cup last year. Like, you'd love to see just the amount of trophy. He must have a trophy cabinet back home already that's just being filled slowly.
Yeah. He's got a Club World Cup check. He's got a...
and that was with Nicholas as well.
Yeah.
Here we go. Could this be 4 now? R9. And all the space in the world. Through the legs.
Oh,
just picked up. But hey, there was no more accuracy on that shot. It was just simple. Get your head down and put your laces through it.
Yeah, just low-driven shot towards the near post. And tell you what, if that had gone in, that's the ultimate stab in the back for Marcus Gomes. It's the ultimate demotivating blow.
Lucky enough for him, he didn't concede. Get himself a goal back before half-time, Marcus Gomes, but he needs to get the ball back first. Which Tex, of course, is not laying up. And this is crazy to see. We also hype up a lot of players who are very good in the attack, and they take the time away from tournaments to learn on their defensive side of the game, learn how to manage a game better.
This is just... it's hard to get your head around. Marcus Gomes just beat Megabit, one of the most free-flowing attacking players. 8 goals to 3. I can't recall a shot on target from Marcus. He's not had a 85% or plus higher chance of scoring a goal.
It's just simply because he hasn't been given the time.
He's been starved of the ball.
He has. He's been given nothing to work with. When he does get it forward, he has to rush everything. Because there's no one forward. There's like 2 players forward. When Cristiano Ronaldo gets it, he's just pressured straight away.
Also, when you don't have the ball, when you're playing against someone who's just keeping the ball so well against you, you panic when you've got it. You think, oh my God, I've got a chance, I've got a chance,
Yeah.
I've got a chance. And then you rush, then you rush, then you rush. Then you end up squandering an opportunity that you had.
You can just see there, Tex getting a little bit annoyed the one time he gives away a ball for a throw-in.
Again,
Look at the possession, 62% possession, left-hand side of your screen just pops up there. As we're going to half-time, we'll see a bit more there. And see Marcus going to get a little bit frustrated there. Just got to try and keep his cool. That's not going to help him. Arnhem will run down the wing that way. Is he going to try and play it? No, he's not. He's going to play into Hullet instead.
Don't be surprised to see it go backwards potentially as well if he needs to.
Just watch 29, number 29, Mbappe. Watch him move into the middle now. On the left-hand side, but he scored twice. And coming in on off the left into the centre, kind of the semicircle. On the edge of that box, and he'll just time green it.
See, when you're playing against Tex, you can't let him get in this position. He's comfortable right now. He's happy to keep the ball. In that first 30 minutes of the first leg, you have to put him under pressure. I'm thinking back to when Razek beat him. What did he do? He put him under immense amounts of pressure.
Just didn't let him have the ball
He made
as well.
him come out of his comfort zone. Also, you've got to be pretty much perfect
yeah.
in the attacking third. Whenever you're going forward, you have to be taking the chances. 65% possession. Marcus hasn't registered a shot in this game, and I think this game is pretty much wrapped up. We're going to jump over to Rasta Arte, all the way from Portugal, coming over now versus Jerry Lyon. A little bit of a derby, Portugal versus Spain. And I think we are, is it 2 goals apiece in this game?
2-2 the score, and it's been a bit of a talking point, isn't it? Portuguese players in the FIFA esports scene recently. Tuga with the dream storyline. 2 events, and he's pretty much booked himself, you might as well want to say, a grand final spot.
We saw him in, I believe, Bucharest. And
semi-final.
Semi-final, yep. And then in Atlanta, they went 2 steps further. He won the semi-final, won the final, made it all the way to the cross-console final, picking up 1,500 Global Series ranking points.
Now we see him. We'll see his good friend in action. Obviously, Tuga is actually competing in this event as well. Rastarata, on the other hand, we saw him at the beginning of the year at the Paris Games Week. The first LQE of the year. Then we've seen him at quite a few other events as well. Sporting Club de Portugal, of course, he is from. And one of the real standout players as well from that scene. The other side of that, JRA line, you speak of the big Spanish names in the scene. You speak of course, back in the day, the Alfonso Ramos. But now in recent days, you're speaking of the Gravisons, you're speaking of JRA line, Andoni.
Los Higueras.
Checham's here as well. And you speak of how well these do. I remember last year, a big standout tournament for me was the playoffs for JRA line. We saw him there in Amsterdam.
I think he finished 6-1.
He did. He had a fantastic tournament there. I remember speaking to him then. He was like, my FIFA's just working for me today. I was just playing so well. Dan Casello at
right fullback. That'll be the 89 João Cancelo from Juventus. Got an upgrade with the Sevilla Calcio A upgrades.
This game is the second leg as well, we must recall. 2-2 the scores. We're about to hit half-time in this one, just as the Texan Marcus Gomes game did, which is 3-0 on aggregate now. As we said, I think that one could be near enough done. With the amount of goals that Texas scored, and from what we've seen so far, it's just been so hard for Marcus to do much there. And he'll go into round number 3 at 1-1 unless he can pull back 3 goals, which will be an unbelievable storyline for the Australian. Added time of 2 minutes here. And we'll have a look at the possession. Unless Rastarata's got one more idea up his sleeve. A few drag backs there as well. We saw Elastico blink as well.
Yeah, and Elastico into a couple of drag backs in the La Croqueta just to create a sort of a half shooting chance, or a half chance for the man from Portugal, but wasn't meant to be in the end. And now we can see the face cams in action for Rastarata. He's one seat to the right of Marcus Gomes.
He was having a little watch, wasn't he, of the game earlier? I think behind Jaron is actually Los Chigueras. He's actually come out as a coach. We saw him at Gfinity, I believe, for the LQEs there. He came as a coach. Now, he's out in Singapore. I think anything to blag a free trip to Asia. Why not, of course, and he'll be coaching throughout this tournament. You can just see there, Rastarata on the bottom of your screen. You can see, of course, the Global Series rankings between the two as well. Yes, they might be 62 spot for JRA Line, 13th for Rasta, but when it comes to FIFA quality, anyone in that 100, in the top 100 side of Global Series rankings, anyone can beat anyone.
I want to say 49 spots in between them.
I think you could be right.
It's like that GCSE maths qualification finally coming up for me. As you hear, I just heard a loud roar from the room to our left.
There we go. 2 advanced fake shots, I should say, inside. That's going to be a goal for Rastarata. 2 advanced fake shots into a drag back, played across, and it will be R9 that steps up and scores. And he might not be a starter for everyone, but he's still got the backing of the Portuguese FIFA player, Rastarata.
Yeah, really nice here from the Rastarata. A couple of drag backs in and around the box. Such a simple skill move to execute there. Half a drag back and then the full drag back executed from him. Little pass across the box, and then R9 slams it home to reinstate that 1-goal lead on the stroke of the 50th minute.
Vieira to Pele. Jero Lyon that needs a goal now. Oh, he's moving the ball so well. Oh, the idea there would have been a great finish if it came off for him. It was Pele into CR7, but slightly too heavy, and it's going to be Neuer. But some players are still swaying towards as well, so it looks like the debate will be either, you mentioned that one player maybe using Yashin. We've got some Van der Sar fans as well in the building. Of course, David De Gea, Team of the Year, and maybe Manuel Neuer for 1 or 2.
I should say a pause cued from JRA Lion. So he's got his headset in as well.
Yeah, I didn't notice that then. He's actually talking, I'm sure. Ronaldo just forced it through there to Hullet.
The Rastarata will be able to hear that, though. If he's in game chat. I'd love to see more of that. I want to see two players put the headset on and talk to each other in game against each other.
And see what mind games you can get there, especially if it's a big heated game as well. That was Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's more like an Ajax Danny.
Get a drag back. Well, a few of the events I know this year do open mics. For example, the Eredivisie,
yep.
The Superliga and stuff like that. So you can really hear the players' reaction and stuff like that. We had heart rate monitors before last year. That was an interesting little thing we had.
Great addition as well.
To see the kind of the pressure maybe that some players are feeling, or how the body goes through a number of these massive games, especially when there's a lot of money up for grabs and contracts, so much up for stake, really.
One thing I'd like to see as well as this pause does come in, I think it'd be a very fun addition. The coaches get them mic'd up. A little bit like boxing, when in between rounds where you get to go in and you get to hear the coaches talking to the players. Just let me hear what Kojo's saying. Let me hear what Will Pivers is saying to their respective players.
I guess it would be interesting to hear, because obviously we know that there's a number of coaches in FIFA esports now, but
someone like, I think it'd be fascinating what Abdi is saying to Pina.
But when you ask a coach what they do, it's more just no one really gives you an answer of what a FIFA coach does, because everyone has a different style and everybody believes in different things, where it's just calming down your player, let them just vent out to you whether they're not happy about something, or whether you're just a former pro, as you said, like a Romo Abdi who's got a lot of experience in the scene. Right, play this formation now, try this, try that.
I think that'll be fascinating though to
definitely
hear.
It'll be obviously a great step in the future. I'm sure that a number of events will do that as part of this FIFA 19 Global Series and head into FIFA 20 as well. We approach the last 25 in-game minutes here. It is Rastarata that has got the advantage in round 2 of Swiss-style format. Is there a reply, though, from the Spaniard?
Looking to just fashion a great opportunity here. He's keeping hold of the ball. He's waiting for Rastarata to pull a player out of position. It's Neymar who's just slightly come out there.
Okay, Mbappe, a ball roll. Back to Hullet. You can just see there, he's controlling his Hullet and Rastarata, and you can see Jerry Lyon controlling his. Just trying to make sure there's someone around the edge of the box. There's no finesse coming in the edge of the box as well, as you can just see the interchange of players constantly. Pele now, his turn.
He simply had no options. He simply had no options inside the box there. Good bit of defending. It was very, you'd say, safe defending from Rastarata. He wasn't pulling any players out of position. He was moving from left to right. Hullet used a lot in that little sequence there, but...
Mbappe. Oh no, surely not! Oh, off the post. You can see Los Ugueres behind him as well. He thought it was in.
Chance again.
Attack Novio, Pele to Neymar. That would have been an unbelievable finish.
Yeah, nice little flick just on the edge of the box there. Into the volley from Kylian Mbappe. Off the upright. The goalkeeper had moved the completely wrong way. He was left rooted.
This is where game management's everything for Rastarata. All those events you've been involved in this year. I'm sure you would have learned from them all. How he can see out this game now is going to be the big question. He's leading 3-2. I believe this will take him 2-0 as well in Swiss style. Rastarata, he does make a pause, and maybe that's going to be some fresh legs for the remaining 10 minutes or so left in this one. I'm sure we'll jump over to another game after this one as well that will be waiting to finish as well. Jan Cancelo just done enough there.
Yeah, very strong there against Pele. From what we've seen, Jerry Lyon is all over Rastarata. He can't really create a lot of space in the final third. Jerry Lyon's pinning him back. And it's just chance after chance after chance for the Spaniard.
If he can keep it like this, he'll be going on through. I think Swiss style kind of record for Rastarata. He's always been confident in Swiss style. Makes it to the knockouts most of the time.
It seems to make a quarter-final.
Yeah, it's just that extra step on from that. Has he got enough gas, you would say, in the tank? There's a finesse from distance, took a deflection. And I think Joe Lyon thought that was flying to the back of the net there. We can see, obviously, Rasta's changes now. Well, is he going to maybe bring on a midfielder? Yes, he will. He's going to bring on Modric, Pele as well, that 99. Of course, prime icon moment. Look at that bench as well. He's even got Ibra. Well. He's even got that SBC Ibra.
I mean, he's so strong. He's Ibra. Probably behind Ronaldo, the best header of the ball in the game.
Yep.
In the attacking third, certainly. He's also, what, 6'5"? He's such a threat. He's imposing in the box, and he's got 5-star skills, and he's quick. He's the full package, that flashback Ibra. Going back to his time, I think it was at PSG when he got a Team of the Year FUT item. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
He just seems like that kind of SBC that everyone's doing on Weekend League as well. But he's easy to do, and he's pretty dangerous as well. And then he just kicks out of play there, did Cristiano Ronaldo. He actually needs to get himself in the box. That's two massive players that you want in your attack, not involved in it. And then Mbappe and Ronaldo, it's R9.
Yeah, speaking of that Ibra, he's one of the most regretted SBCs that players haven't done. Him and David Luiz are the two that people think, oh, I wish I'd have done that.
You see Tuga in the background as well, watching Rastorata, his fellow countryman. Trying to support him on. And it comes, Mbappe. Headed away by Cristiano Ronaldo, who's happy to come back and do the defensive duties there. Hold it from distance, it's finally going to go in for him. JRA Lion back in the game at 3-3, and we're on for another extra time.
Since we've been watching, it's been all JRA Lion in this game, and the boys are going rowing.
And they're rowing to extra time at this rate, Richard. Back to the drawing board for Rastorata. And you said it perfectly. It has been coming. It has been all JRA Lion.
Yeah. And Hullet just picking it up on the edge of the box, finding that top right corner.
You said it best, Richard. 59 or 49 spots separate these two on the Global Series rankings. A massive tournament for JRA Lion, especially as I've said it again and again, we are running out of these FUT Champions Cups. There's only one more after this.
You've run out of time if you're wanting to make the playoffs. It's as simple as that. Rastorata will certainly be there, and he's in that sort of predicament, similar to Marcus Gomes, similar to a number of other players at this tournament, where if you have a good tournament in this one, you're probably looking at a grand final spot.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself at the playoffs.
There we go. There was a chance, and lucky enough, it was Hullet that finished that one. He did like 2 or 3 finesses before that, where Pele had a shot blocked. He had an unbelievable El Tornado-esque try and finish there. I think it was Mbappe that hit the post as well. There's been chances for JRA Lion, and finally, that defence caved in, and it was JRA Lion that could pull himself a goal back. Will Rastorata try and build himself into one more attack, though? Added time to come. Of a total of 2 minutes, not long at all. He needs to get the ball going forward if he wants to try and create a chance. Alex Telles as well, from FC Porto involved.
Will it be JRA Lion potentially getting the final chance of the game?
Yeah, we're about to hit the 92nd minute. He's not even past the halfway line. There we go. We're going into extra time now. That's 2 rounds in a row but extra time games. It was obviously Pinner against Lev Vinken. A penalty shootout needed to separate those two, and now we're going to go into another 30 in-game minutes here. And I think we joined it at the right time, it's safe to say.
Yeah, 2 shots on target for Rastorata in this game. JRA Lion being the more attacking of the 2 players, and certainly from what we saw, Lion was on top.
There's 30 in-game minutes left now, 2 after 15 for someone to go 2-0 in Swiss-style format. And someone to go, as I say, back to that drawing board where they're going to be 1-1. They need to find themselves at least 2 wins more. 3 wins send you through, of course. 3 losses send you home. Of course, if you win, if you get your 3 wins, you're jumping up closest to that prize pool. You're jumping up higher in the Global Series ranking points. As JRA Lion does come forward now. For me, it feels like Rasta's always been leading in this game.
I think, speaking of the Swiss style, I feel like, given that we're playing a round of 16 game today, I think I'd rather go 3-2. Obviously,
what, 0-2 first, or?
No, 3-2 just in general. So the last game that I play is a high-intensity game. I think carry over that momentum into my round of 16 game. People who might finish 4-1 or 5-0 potentially could be a little bit.
Oh wow! Mbappe to Ronaldo. How's he missed that? Didn't he take a deflection out for a corner? See on the replay there, it was Ronaldo. Did Neuer get something on that?
What a save.
Got a fingertip save on it. You can see JRA Lion's reaction there. We'll come back and speak about the Swiss style any second after this attack has come in from JRA Lion, which did so well to get the space for Mbappe. It was Mbappe to Eusebio now. It's 2 players out of the attack. Ball goes across the box. Hasn't changed to Cristiano Ronaldo. I think it was actually Hullet that jumped up instead, though. And speaking about Swiss style format, I think, yeah, I completely agree on that. So you go 2-2, you win your 5th game, round 5, then you go 3-2. You're full of confidence going to round of 16 because you're playing round of 16 today. You're not sleeping on it and coming back for round of 16.
Well, not only the confidence as well, but the intensity. That's one of the big things.
Nearly went in from Ronaldo at the back post there.
The reason that a lot of players go 5-0 or go 7-0 as it was last year and then lose the first round in the day after is because they're not used to that knockout, almost-esque football, that tournament football.
Added time to come any second now of this first half of extra time. Still nothing to separate these two, and we are edging closer and closer to the dreaded penalty shootout. Unless J.R. Lyons got one more attack. I don't know, waited to drag back there. I don't think it was necessary. Go into that space he had. Instead of maybe going towards basically the byline he was looking to go towards. That'll be half time though. You can see, as I said, Tuga behind him there. He'll just be supporting him.
You see the stats.
Really nothing from Rasta in the whole game.
Rasta's hit the post in that first half of extra time, but apart from that, 6 shots, 3 shots on target, 3 shots and 2 on target for Rasta.
And of course, we just heard there as well, you know, we're watching the first game and actually the first half of the second leg. The full-time score between Tex and Marcus going to the 4-1 victory to F2 Tex in that game. So he's going to be 2-0, and if he wasn't feeling confident already, he's going to be feeling very confident here. Whether it's in Singapore, Atlanta, wherever in the world, give that man a console, whichever one, PlayStation or Xbox, it doesn't matter for the man. Yeah. And he will go and perform.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of the fixtures and the results from round 2 because there's some fascinating ties up there. And as soon as this game's finished, we will be going over to the couch where we're going to have the entire breakdown of round 2. We've got 15 more minutes of FIFA before that.
Well, will we be sending that breakdown before a penalty shootout? That'll be one way to throw it over. Do you think Marcelo's always a starter?
Yeah, there's a couple of different options with Porto going through in the Champions League.
There's going to be the upgrade, isn't there?
Alex Tellers will then go up to
Tell you what, Pele.
88.
That wasn't bad from Pele there. Talk about Marcelo in the second half. This attack does fizzle out at the end. But yeah, Marcelo was kind of a starter for everyone. But then there's people that want to take that risk and use someone else.
Well, people also can use a centre-back at left-back on 7 chemistry as well. You could put Varane out there. You could put someone in that defensive aspect over there. But Marcelo, he also offers the 5-star skills, which no other fullback really does offer you in the attacking third.
Someone needs to get an attack together because we are really going to be going to penalties. 5 in-game minutes left. Will there be one more goal to separate these two, or are we going to go to 5 penalties for each play if we need to have 5 penalties, that is, in case everyone misses every single one? Into the lottery that can be a penalty shootout where it's all mind games there. We'll win a throw-in though.
Yeah, lottery, the perfect way to describe a penalty shootout. It's
no one wants to go
there. Who
there.
can hold your nerve, the better. First game did finish 2 goals apiece. Second game, 1-1 as we go into the last minute of extra time.
Eusebio. And Casello was actually really forward there. Oh no, added time of 2 minutes. Rastarata's turn, and this will be his final opportunity as he gets a throw-in now on the edge of the halfway line. Has to go forward. Everything has to be positive from him.
Will it be Heartbreak Hotel for J.R. Lyon?
Pull it. Can he play the overlap? I think it's Eusebio making the run. Alex Tellez all the way across to Ronaldo! What a time to score! The man with the best jumping in this game, literally. Going forward, he can attack, he can finish, he can finesse, he can head. The list goes on. And there's a reason he's in that team for every single play. He had one more chance, Richard. And he's just literally taking it with both hands.
Yeah, it came down the left-hand side. Alex Tellez delivered it to the back post, and that's the reason you're playing Ronaldo as a right cam, as a left cam, because the jumping on the full-back, it's just so one-sided. It's so in the attacking player's favour. That's why Ronaldo, that's why Mbappe are jumping like this and the winning headers like this, and that handshake right there is full time. Rastarata does extend his Swiss style record.
See Tuga coming over as well, giving him a good old pat.
And that Ronaldo chance, last chance of the game, Rastarata wins. And you see what it means to Jerry Lyon.
For Jerry Lyon there. Literally, it was the last sack of the game. He was probably thinking in his mind, a penalty shootout, ref, we're there, we've added time, but you always get one more chance, as you say, Rich. You always get one more big chance, and from, you know, from so much joy to heartbreak for the Spaniard there, who goes back to 1-1 now in Swiss style format and has to look forward to game number 3, round number 3, round number 4, and to get those 2 more wins.
Obviously, we didn't see the complete story of the game, but from what we saw, I feel like Jerry Lyon should have won that game. He were creating more chances, he were more the aggressive of the 2 players, he were more the offensive player out of the 2. However, that's how FIFA goes sometimes. It's all about taking your chances. I say it every single event. Goals win games. You can't create chances and not take them and expect to go far in competitions. It's as simple as that.
Well, exactly that, Richard. Of course, that is Swiss style round 2. Of course, here in Singapore, obviously Tex won his game 4-1, and it was drama between Rastarata and, of course, that man that had all the talking points, Jerry Lyon. We're going to throw it back over to the couch now with the guys to break down round 2.
Yes, indeed. Thanks very much. Great commentary once again from the boys. On round number 2, we're going to wrap things up here on the panel once more. We've got Boris Legend and Onset alongside me to do just that. Gents, we should talk about Tex's victory first of all. Very predictable.
Predictable, yes.
If you were sensible.
I had to go against the grain, try something different.
Okay.
Tex, I mean, just seeing the way that he plays, he looks more confident than ever here also with the El Tornado back post across, a very effective way to score after the patch. And also what is funny is we also spoke about it previously, how people said that after the patch, Tex will not be as good because he doesn't have his first time finesse shots. But looking, he played actually 2 tournaments. This is his 3rd tournament after the patch. The first one was the Club World Cup with Nicholas. He won that. And the last one was the FUT Champions Cup in Atlanta. He won that as well. So he's actually unbeaten on this new patch.
I don't think we can use the whole patch thing anymore.
I think people are looking for an excuse.
They're looking for anything, right?
Yeah,
Anything
exactly. It's grasping at straws. Exactly, that's what it's doing. It's like when someone's that good, there's always a reason someone's that good. It's like he's doing this, he's taking advantage of this. It's like no, he's the most well-rounded player in FIFA 19, and you can see it even from the goals here that he scored. We've got quick passing plays, we've got a finesse shot, we've got the El Tornado cross. He has everything in his bag, and that's what makes it so difficult and so scary to play against him. And that's what also creates opportunities for him to score the goals which everyone else scores, because it's almost like you second guess yourself because he has so many weapons in the arsenal, and it's so tough to play against him.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes a mental game against him in the end, doesn't it? Because you're never quite sure of what you're going to receive or indeed what you can play against him.
It's almost the fact of the most simple thing sometimes for Tex becomes the most effective because you're expecting the unexpected, and sometimes he can just pop a couple of quick passes together and hit a simple finish, and you're like, oh yeah, he can. That was obvious. Why did I not stop that? But it's because your mental game and your thought process is thinking, what is Tex going to do here? Is he going to hit me with an elastico here? Is he going to go down the line and hit the El Tornado? And it's like, it's such a, because he has so many strings to his bow, like I said, you can't predict what he's going to do. It's just tough.
No disrespect to Marcus Gomes. I mean, he said it was going to be a tough game.
Yeah.
He thought he would probably be 1-1 at the end of the first 2 rounds. He is 1-1. Probably didn't expect to get to 1-1 the way he has, though.
No, he had some very tough matchups.
Yes.
I think he played very good. I mean, coming up against the world's best player, it is a difficult task.
Yeah.
But seeing his gameplay with his defense also reminded me of his tournament where he actually got to the semis in a major, playing very, very focused, very, very compact, and also having a very high tempo in his attack with his passes. Sometimes maybe a bit predictive, maybe sometimes, but overall looking very, very strong.
Yeah. And the good news, of course, he doesn't have to play either of the best 2 players. Yes. Obviously, he's played them now.
Yes.
Can't play them again in the rest of the tournament, or at least in the Swiss round. So.
Yes, but he's looking very good, and I believe that he will have a great tournament here in Singapore, definitely.
All right, let's bring in Tex, who's waiting backstage to talk to us now after his victory, a 2nd victory in a row. 12 goals scored, 2 conceded. Job done so far from round 2, but I guess, you know, you're a pro now. You know how this goes. Anything can happen in the last game.
Yeah, I just wanna get to 3-0, so I'm through Swiss and then into the knockouts for the round of 16 later. But yeah, I've defended really well. I've only conceded 3 goals, and I'm hoping to keep it that way.
Yeah, it's good. A few people said to me back in, I think, December last year, they were like, this kid's, he's a patch kid. He just knows the patch. The patch then comes out, and then you win 2 more tournaments. What do you say to those people, the critics, the doubters out there?
Got nothing to say, just watch and learn, you know.
I like it. That is exactly what they do. Gents, you got any questions?
The one thing I was impressed about that I noticed in your gameplay, not only here but in Atlanta as well, is when you kind of get that 2-goal lead, you're starting to play a little bit more conservatively than you were before. Is that a conscientious thing from your point? Because you kind of let a few leads slip in previous tournaments and made things a little bit harder for yourself, or is that just something that naturally sort of worked its way into your game?
First of all, I don't even know what conscientious means. But
are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about it?
No, but yeah, it's something I learned over like the year I've played so far to keep the ball, so the time just ticks down. So yeah, I've got better at that, and I'm winning tournaments again.
And you now know what conscientious means, so that's a positive thing.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, you buddy.
Yeah, thanks. So I was also speaking to you, speaking with you yesterday, and you were not so happy with your warm-up games. Did you change anything from yesterday, or is it just like the fact that you have a bigger nerve now playing in the tournament?
I think I got a better night's sleep last night, so yeah, I was refreshed today. Played warm-ups. I don't think I conceded a goal, and then today I've just gone on and 2-0.
How difficult is it for you, the jet lag?
In Atlanta it was fine, but it's 8 hours ahead, this Singapore, so it's done me dirty.
I think it's got us all dirty as well. Well done. Congrats on winning your first 2 and good luck in Game 3. There's Tex winning yet again. I mean, we say it's predictable, gents, but he's still got to turn up. He's still got to do it. There's a lot more pressure on him, and he's still a young man.
Do you know what annoys me as well? And I'm going to say annoy, and I use that term deliberately, is this whole patch thing.
I know, it does.
Because
it's ridiculous.
The best players in any esport are the ones who can take advantage of the game to its fullest, to find the easiest ways to do certain things, the most effective way to score, the masters of the meta game. It's the same in any esport, and he is the best at doing it, and that is why he is the best in the world. I mean, I don't understand the argument of someone being good at a patch.
Yeah.
Like, that just means he's good at the iteration of the game.
But surely you can only assess that later on anyway, because it's only when afterwards you can assess maybe a year or two's worth of games, right? Where you go, okay, he was only good for that period of time, therefore it was applied to that patch. Okay, that guy made the best of that patch, but he couldn't do it across other. He's done it across different patches. Forget that now, surely.
Yeah, and something that we have to also remember is that we speak a lot about his attack, but in fact, he is maybe the world's best defensive player.
Right.
And before the patch, there were, let's say, some easy ways to break down his defense with the long shots. But after the patch now, you have to really try to, well, fight more to break down his defense. And now his defensive side becomes even more, well, you can see it more now. I mean, it's just so more dominant because it's so much harder to break him down. And of course, he will always have his attacking attributes, which will be the opposite there because he can break down people the way that they can break down him if you...
All right, we've got plenty more to discuss, and I'm sure we'll talk about Tex throughout this tournament because there's still 3 days, of course, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be involved beyond day 1. We should check in with round 2 Swiss results, so let's take a look at those right now. We'll start off with the Xbox results. Some big results in here. Stokes, of course, who lost his opening game. He's won his second one against Razia. That's a big game for him. Megabit also lost his opening game. Then had to face Janos in the second. Janos is now 0-2, by the way. That's not a good position for a player in the top 20 to be in. Megabit winning that one 5-2. A couple of big results in there. See 0-6 and 0-6. Ignore those. Those are not proper results. Obviously, there are other ways. Gorilla putting in 10 against Goat. That's the highest score so far across 2 legs. 10-4 win. And unfortunately, Goat has now conceded 18 in 2 games. Youch. Baptism of fire, I think they call that.
And we're seeing some big results here. Seeing here Stokes bouncing back after the defeat in the first round. Also, Goal Machine now 0-2. It's looking a bit tricky for him, losing to the Italian player here, and Zorello. Also, something that we have to mention once again is my dark horse, Sakul.
I just saw that result. That's huge.
Another huge result, beating Rogue and Razak here, who is definitely one of the best players here and one of the pre-hand favorites with a big result, a statement, 8-2.
Yes, fantastic. Let's take a look at the PS4 results. I'm sure there'll be a few results in here that you may be surprised by. No 10-goal thrillers in this one, in terms of 10 being reached. 8 the maximum. Over from Uston again against Chris this time round. 8-4, which is a great result for him. Chris ranked higher than him right now. Mo Alba, by the way, is now 0-2.
Yes, he is. But that is ouch. But also he is kind of a comeback king. Nightwatch spoke about it previously that he was in the last Champions League qualifier. He was 0-3 in 10 rounds of Swiss, and he turned it around to 7-3. And in the end, he qualified for the Champions League. So this is a guy who can come back from anything, really.
Indeed. Tuga, one of your outsiders, winning 3-2 against Thiago. Tough result, but a good victory for him to go through. Joxon, we talked about him earlier on. He's come through another win. Difficult match against Griezmann as well. And 4-2, that's another narrow win for Joxon, but it doesn't matter how you win it, right?
It's what he does, Joxan. He's always been a player who wins by 1 or 2 goals and kind of is one of his best attributes is how good he is at defending. Yeah. So it's very rare that you'll see sort of him get swept away or who sweep an opponent away. He kind of grinds these results out. But I want to just highlight Stefano Pina again, just going about his business.
Another one.
I mean, we
not enjoying competitions apparently.
Yeah,
not enjoying coming out to competitions. Doesn't really want to be here. Easy win.
That's what he does. He just wins games. He just wins games, goes about his business, and picks up trophies a lot of the time as well. So definitely excited to see him play later on.
Anything else in there stand out for you?
Seeing Ustun also.
Yeah, Ustun
8-4, and PS4 dark horse. He scored now 16 goals.
No surprise there, is it?
2 rounds.
He loves scoring.
Yeah, and didn't concede many either. Did you concede any this round, did he?
He conceded 4 this round.
4 this round, it was
0 the last round.
Yeah, it was 0, wasn't it?
That's also what we mentioned, that his defensive side is becoming better for every year. That's why he is now a contender to win trophies.
Yeah. Has anything surprised you?
I think Mo Alba's a little bit surprising. You're always surprised to see him go 0-2. You always expect him to get one of those early games go his way. But again, you can't count him out. He's so dangerous. He's one of the most dangerous players, especially when he gets on that roll, when he gets that momentum behind him. So if he can pick up a win here, the last person you want to be playing in a round is going to be Mo Alba. So keep an eye on him. Could be an interesting story actually going forward to see how he does.
Yeah, could be an interesting round through as well. Have you linked your account?
Of course I have.
Okay, good. Have you had any rewards yet?
I haven't been able to check, to be honest with you. Right. But hopefully there's a Laurent Blanc sitting in my account.
It's that time again, ladies and gents. If you're tuned in and you're watching via Twitch, make sure you've linked your EA account with your Twitch account. If you haven't, go and do that now, right? But for those of you who already have, go and check your EA accounts. You might well find yourself a nice little Hamzage reward in there. If you're lucky, of course, because it is just, whoever participates, not everyone can win. Not everyone can be a winner, like Tex. Except Tex is a winner, and he kind of is a winner all the time. Anyway, you know what I mean? Well. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll head to round number 3, where a lot of players are finding plenty of pressure here in Singapore.
tell me to go.
He's won how many tournaments so far this year, so I think it's without a doubt F2 Tech.
I think the best player right now is F2 Tex.
The best player in the world is Tex. He's so good, so yeah.
The best FUT player in the world right now is F2 Tex because he's shown it time and time again.
I think the best player in the world right now is Tex.
The best player in the world is Tex.
Right now, the best player in the world is F2 Tex, but he's not unbeatable.
The best player in the world right now is me because I'm first on the rankings by quite a lot and I did win the last tournament in Atlanta.
I think the main favorite is Tex because they won a lot of tournaments, but hopefully I can win this tournament, so we'll see.
The main favourite for the Singapore event, I'd probably say Tex again. Heading into this event, I think he's the main player that everyone wants to beat. So I'd say Tex is the favourite heading into this event.
The main favorite is always Tex. He's young and he's good, and also Megabit I think is a favorite, so it will be one of the two.
I think the three main favorites here in Singapore are Tex, obviously, and MS Dosari, and then me.
The main favorite to win this tournament, I'll say again, is F2 Tex.
The main favourite to win the tournament is me again because obviously I won the last tournament and I'm first in the rankings.
The main favorite to win the tournament is Tex.
I think there's not really a clear favorite because every tournament is different, so I don't think there's a clear favorite.
The most overpowered player in FIFA 19, I'd probably say Team of the Year Mbappe.
I think right now it's Team of the Year Mbappe.
The most overpowered in-game player is probably the Team of the Year Mbappe card.
I think the most overpowered in-game player right now is Team of the Year Mbappe.
The most overpowered in-game player is CR7, Totti, because he's the best player in the world.
The most overpowered in-game player is Cristiano Ronaldo. He's always overpowered since 5 years.
The most overpowered in-game player is probably Ronaldo, Team Year Ronaldo, because he wins all the headers and things like that, yeah, so Ronaldo.
I think the most overpowered in-game player right now is Team of the Year Mbappe, because although he's just 178 centimeters tall, he can overjump everyone and has every ability in offense.
Don't let the leg monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
A very warm welcome back to FUT Champions Cup March 2019 live from Singapore. That's right, we've flown halfway around the world. Everyone's got jet lag here. Some of the players are suffering, but the quality of FIFA, top notch in the first 2 rounds. And I'm sure that our new panel will agree as well. We've made another substitute. See, we're allowed to do rolling substitutes here on the panel. It's not like real football. So we welcome Mr. Walker back, or for the first time, actually. How you doing?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good?
I'm not jet lagged, so maybe I'll bring some energy.
How are you not jet lagged?
The trick is just to change your clock forward
Right.
and live in the future for a few hours, even
Right.
if you're in UK or wherever you're stopping over, and then you just feel fine.
Right. So we needed a time machine. I missed that memo. Obviously, PGL didn't send me that one. Mr. Walker had his own time machine.
That's it.
What have you made, before we get into round 3, what have you made of the first 2 rounds? We've seen some surprise results in there.
We have indeed. I'm looking forward to round 3 to seeing this match with Mo Alba because
Yeah.
he's someone that I love watching,
Right.
and I'm quite
Here we go.
surprised. I'm quite surprised that he's in this position
Again.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm quite surprised because at the beginning of this year, I thought he was doing so well, and I thought he's going to be someone to really, really look out for. Who he still could be, definitely, but he seems to find himself in these positions, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. He likes to make it hard for himself or something.
But he's always smiling. He'll always still be
Of course,
smiling,
still,
no matter what.
still smiling. I'm going to nickname him the Smiling Assassin, I think, if he manages to come through this one as well. He is 0-2 right now. Let's take a look at the matchups we've got for round 3. Of course, now we've got a real mixture in here. Players are on 0-2 in amongst this lot. Some are on 1-1, and of course there are a couple of players, of course, still on 2-0, looking for their way into the main event itself, which will take place, the majority of which will take place the quarterfinals from tomorrow, of course, on the stage here. Just, by the way, free tickets if you're in Singapore. You can come along and join us here inside the big box as well. So these are the matches in round 3. When you look at it, there's a couple that you kind of go, ooh, that makes me feel a bit awkward. Megabit, for instance, has got a tough old game there against Cody DeFinisher. Gorilla going up against Gabri as well. That's going to be a tough game. And Goat, who's really struggled in the first 2 games. What a baptism of fire this poor guy's had. He's now got goal machine. I mean, if you don't want anyone when you're 0-2, you definitely don't want to go. I mean, it could have been worse. He could have got Mo Alba as well.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, you know, so things could have been mildly worse, but nevertheless, still massively difficult for him to get through.
I think it is going to be really, really interesting. You don't want to find yourself in that position, especially coming off the tournaments that Goal Machine has had previously. I think he'll be secretly thinking, okay, I am in this position right now, but I know I can play my game and I know that I can actually get through this. But even when you do get through that, you're still 1-2, so then there's still another chance that you could go out. So right now they have to focus and they just need to play their own games and they hopefully need to get those wins.
Yeah. Tex versus Jazz. Any issues, do you think? I mean, Jazz 2-0 as well.
True, but what we notice is that this is Texas' 3rd Australian opponent. Back-to-back-to-back Australian
That's
opponent.
true,
So
yeah.
it's Tex versus Australia, and that's the 3rd chance of Australian player to actually beat Tex. And we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So far,
All
it's 2-0
Let's
for
take a look
Tex.
at the PS4 matches as well, because they're all ready to go in round number 3 as well. And we can, again, see some really tough matches in here, not least of which that Mo Alba game, which is both players, Fresh and Mo Alba, both on 0-2 right now. Perhaps not so surprising for the newer player, but definitely surprising to see Mo Alba, although, as Mr. Walker has already said, he has been here many times before, and I'm sure he can dig himself out of another hole. One of the players we highlighted at the start of the tournament, who's kind of just outside that top 32 right now, is Advertisement, who seemingly is having a decent tournament. He's shown some good form already. He's got a tricky opponent to go up against, though.
Yeah, Lev doesn't seem to get easy matchups.
No,
Let's put it that
never.
way.
Especially in the first round.
Yeah, or second, or third. Ever. So I think that will be a tough game for both. And if Artie Griezmann wants to progress, he definitely has to beat Lev and go a step further.
Yeah, another big game in there. Marco versus Chris. That stands out as a
It definitely does, yeah. Obviously, previously working with Chris on different stuff and seeing the way he does, I actually put him as one of my dark horses as well for this tournament, because I think at some point Chris is going to really shock everyone. I think he's got the ability to do that. If that's going to be this tournament, who knows? But I think at some point he's really going to come out there and actually cause a few upsets. So maybe that'll happen in this next matchup.
And when you say upset, do you think like he can win?
I think he can get very far.
Win a tournament?
Yeah, I think he's got it in him to win a tournament. Definitely.
We'll see. We'll watch that one with eyes on that one as well. We've got 4 matches for you, which we're going to follow on here on the main event. One in particular, I think you'll probably understand why. We're going to follow Freshest versus Mo Alba as the main match, and if we get time, we'll pop round to the other three. In particular, one we didn't talk about in the matchups is Timo versus Joxon. Now, Joxon's just quietly gone about his business, won by the odd goal in round 1, won by a couple of odd goals in round 2. Nothing flashy, nothing outrageous, just going about his business. He's 2-0. He wins this one. He's safely into the knockouts.
I think that sums up his whole season so far, really, doesn't it? I was there in Paris with him, speaking to him when he won with that event. He does what he needs to do, and now he can actually focus on other things and play FIFA, play the way he wants to, enjoy himself at that as well, because that's what I think is a huge thing, is these players actually enjoying what they're doing. You never really kind of see him looking like he's negative or
frustrated.
Yeah, he just kind of does what he's doing. He always chats to me, has a smile on his face, and I think that's going to be something which will help him moving forward, because he's got a spot moving forward into the playoffs. So let's see what I can do with that confidence and that secret kind of, all right, I'm relaxed, I can play my own game.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a few more goals from him.
Maybe.
We'll talk about our main matchup now. I think you and I share this, as I've got a bit of a soft spot for Mo. I love watching him play.
Who doesn't?
He's such a nice guy, genuinely good guy, right? And his style of play is one that it just endears you. If you're a flashy player and you want to see flashy, he's great to watch, right? The problem with that is that it's not always brought him the results that maybe he deserves. And this is another example of a tournament where, on paper you look at it and go, he's got a really good chance of making top 8, maybe top 4, maybe even reaching the final here if he plays really well, because there are some missing players. He's 0-2 right now.
I mean, we've already talked during broadcast about Mo and his mental strength. In the last qualifiers, he started 0-3.
Yeah.
And at that point on Twitter, he was like, "You're asking me why I started 0-3? It's to have a good Instagram post when I go 7-3." And what he did is he went 7-3, won the 2 knockout games, and qualified.
Yeah. So we know he can do it.
He did that
very
5
quickly,
days
because I'm
ago.
hearing the players already. So very quickly, predictions, very quick.
Mo, I'm going to go and sit with him.
Mo.
All right, both of you are Mo, which is good. Is Mo about to mow the meadow? Let's find out from our commentary team, because I want to know whether they're also on the Mo train.
I believe that we are. I think I'm on the Mo
Good.
train anyway.
Good.
Whatever that may be, I'm on it. I'm aboard. I paid for my ticket. I just think he's too dangerous to play. To see Mo go out at 0-3, I just don't see it happening personally. I don't know what your thoughts are, Dan.
Yeah, I echo that. Mo Albert is just fantastic. He's going against the lowest ranked player in the tournament, so this should be a win for him. Should be, but you never know.
Right. Take us into the game, boys. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm looking forward to this one. This might be the chance for Mo Albert to finally flex his muscles a little bit. He's kind of slowly got out of his slumber a little bit. A bit of a slow start to the day for him at 0-2. But Dan, we know how dangerous this man is. We know what he can do, and when he gets on those rolls, he's so difficult to stop.
He is, as an attacking player. I mean, it's beautiful to watch him play FIFA. He's one of the most entertaining players to watch, in my opinion, but the latest patch, he has noticed there's been a bit of struggle for him defensively, and I feel like people are taking advantage of that. Because he is such an attacking player, people are suddenly exposing weaknesses at the back, like his left backs, his right backs. They're playing those over-the-top balls, and he's not dealing with it too well. But Fweshist, as I said, the lowest ranked player on the PS4 side of things, 471st. This might be a tough one for him.
It's going to be a tough one, isn't it? But he is the lowest ranked tournament player in the tournament. But he's got nothing to lose in this situation. He has to leave it all out there, and we are about to get into our game, as you can see here. And I love the fact that Mo Albert starts off with such an aggressive formation as well. He will change that 4-2-3-1. But Mo Albert, I mean, we haven't been able to see too much of his gameplay today. He hasn't been in the featured games, but I'm looking forward to seeing what's going wrong, to be honest with you, because it's so often that we see him putting in a lot of goals that kind of get him out of situations where maybe defensively he isn't quite as solid. But what are your views on what Mo Albert has to do here? Is it just tighten up at the back, or is it just do more of what you do best?
Sometimes he takes too many risks with manual defending, especially with his fullbacks. He will pull them out. He'll try and win the ball quite high up the pitch, because if he does win the ball high up the pitch, that's when he explodes into an attacking prowess. Like, it's just incredible to watch. However, when it goes wrong, if he misses that manual tackle, suddenly there's so much space for his opponent, and then he really struggles, Mark.
Okay then, well, here we go. Looks like we're about to get into the game, and we're at the big box, and this is a big match for both of these players, an elimination game. Tournament lives on the line here. There's going to be Mo Albert shooting from right to left here to kick this one off. Fweshist on the ball, though, in the blue kit here, and Neymar on this right-hand side with an early cricketer, and this is a real opportunity here for Fweshist. We should say this as well. Coming into this tournament as the lowest-ranked player, and probably didn't have too many expectations on himself. However, if you can take down a name like Mo Alba, Dan, the confidence that breeds has got to be huge for him, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is his first FUT Champions Cup, and he's starting this game well as well. Can I also point out how difficult it is to say the name Freshest? You just want to say Freshest.
Gotta be
It just
cool guy
feels
to say
like
it,
natural, doesn't it? But he came into this tournament, he beat the likes of, I think it was one of the FUTWiz players that he took down in qualifiers, actually, FUTWiz Dillian. And he was so happy to be here, to qualify to Singapore, to make his first FUT Champions Cup. And he wants to make a name for himself, and taking down the likes of Mo Alba would definitely do that. However, it would only be the second time Mo Alba's ever been eliminated in Swiss if he were to lose here today.
And the guys on the desk were talking about Mo Alba's mentality as a player, how he's always got a smile in his face, but maybe it's time to get a little bit more serious here. 0-2 in the competition. Do you feel like sometimes that can be a hindrance to him?
You said it earlier when you said Mo Alba, when he's losing, he kind of explodes into action and he almost switches it up a gear. I feel like he's definitely going to have that opportunity in this game, knowing that he should be the favourite, but at the same time, there's always going to be that doubt in the back of his mind of, oh wait, I could go 0-3. That's pretty embarrassing for the 5th seeded player on the PS4 side of things.
Well, here comes Neymar then into Ronaldo then for Freshest. He's coming forward now. That's a nice little ball around the corner. Tried to find an extra pass into Pele there. Interesting to see Pele starting. See that prime icon moments card, 99 rated overall now. And it's going to be interesting to see the impact that these new FUT items have on some of these games. Dan, we saw it when Team of the Year came to fruition. The impact of Mbappe, Neymar, when they had on these teams, sliding into a lot of starting lineups after sort of initial feeling out process for a lot of these players. But these prime icon moments, we're seeing obviously Hullet being put in there, sort of slight upgrade from that prime icon. But interesting to see Vieira and what other impact these players can have.
Yeah, Vieira and Hullet, they got their upgrades, and naturally they're going to be included in all of these squads. But it's seeing the introduction again to the likes of Cruyff, for example. It's great to see him breaking in, at least on the subs bench, but sometimes in the starting lineup as well with the likes of Pele and Eusebio. But some of the players are just going with their familiar strategy of what they've played in recent events. For example, Tex sticking to what he's known, just going for the upgrades of Vieira and Hullet. Sticking with those Team of the Year players, even sticking with Rio Ferdinand in his normal prime FUT item.
We were talking to him last night about it, and his response was quite simply, what a player. That was exactly his quote that he said. So he's obviously a big Ferdinand fan, and he hasn't done him too badly so far, but start of this game's been a little bit cagey, to be honest with you, Dan.
It's funny because when people ask me about Tex, I say the same thing, just what a player. And to be honest, I usually say similar things about Mo Alba and how he goes forward in the game. But certainly this has been a cagey affair to start with.
Well, here's Vieira then. Might be a chance here for Mo Alba. A little bit of room for Mbappe. Hits it straight at the goalkeeper there. Maybe predicting some goalkeeper movement and going for a more central shot to try and beat that. Marcelo then with the croqueta from the corner kick. Couldn't quite find the space to get inside. And maybe find a pullback to one of the waiting strikers. And Freshest now has the chance to bring this one away. But 26 minutes gone down, almost half an hour in this game, and that was the first real chance to write home about for either of these players. It's been very, very tight affair, and maybe that's just a symptom of the pressure in this game and how both these players know at this point in the tournament, at 0-2, they can't afford to make a mistake.
We have pressure, and then we also have this current meta and how a lot of players are more than happy to sit behind the ball, but you've got to be very careful.
El Tornado towards the back post there, and that might be the first goal. Yes, it is. And Mo Alba gets down that left-hand side, gets the cross in towards the back post, and not for the first time here in Singapore. We're going to see Cristiano Ronaldo get on the score sheet. Towering header, beats the goalkeeper. 1-0 to the German.
Just as I was saying, you've got to be careful of being exposed by the wing play. You can make so much movement by tapping that L1 button twice or the LB button, depending on which console you're on. Making those runs, playing that over-the-top through ball, playing a low-driven through ball. And then, of course, we know how powerful El Tornado crosses are at the moment. But that's the perfect opener for Mo Alba. And now Freshest is going to have to answer here. But sometimes we see players crumble once they do fall a goal behind because they try and get a little bit more attacking with their play.
Pele then. Oh, it's a beautiful little heel-to-heel. Good stuff here from Freshest, bringing out a lot of skill moves at the moment. A driven pass inside. Hullet now brings Vieira into play. Round the corner to Pele. Well defended, though, by Mo Alba. And he's going to be happy to just bring the ball away from that restart. Have possession. Just slow things down a little bit, because the last thing you want to do, having just worked so hard to get that lead, is concede immediately and then have to start all over again.
It is a strange situation to be in when you go up against a player like Mo Alba and you know he's a kind of shoot-on-sight kind of player. As you see, as soon as he notices just that slight little bit of space, he is going to have a whack. And I wonder if, as a defender, you think, all right, should I offer a little bit more space on the outside of the box, try and encourage a shot from a weird angle, and then I'm going to regain possession? I feel like that might actually work against a player like Mo Alba.
It's an interesting theory. We'll have to see if some players maybe think about that themselves and look to give him the lower percentage chances before he can create one of those higher percentage chances to convert. But Fuestes here hasn't had too much of the ball in Mo Alba's final third here. Might be a chance now, but Vieira gets across and sniffs out the danger. Neymar now with the heel-to-heel and a lot of skill moves. Again, we're seeing a couple of step-overs combined there to try and beat the man, but hasn't been too effective with those skill moves. We've seen a lot of them sort of in non-dangerous areas, should we say. Not like when you see players on the edge of that 18-yard box looking for those elasticos, the little heel-to-heel. But here's Mo Alba now, does take that shot on first time. Now Vieira on the follow-up. Van Dijk's going to win that header and get it away. But again, Mo Alba sees the opportunity to strike it down and he takes that chance.
And I think there are those players who are just going to keep hitting those shots from outside the box, like Ajax Danny as well, tries the finesse, and one in like, what, 20 is probably going to hit the target as well, even if you're going for the kind of 360 spin that we often saw in the original meta. But the first half was quite closely contested. Even though Fuestes did have more possession, he didn't really have the shots to show for it. You were completely right. He's trying to pull out those skill moves, but perhaps not in the right areas. If he does drive into the 18-yard box, then we might see him actually get a little bit more success from those skill moves. He just needs to maybe look at where Mo Alba is switching to the manual defending and try and expose that.
So then just the one goal between these two players at the end of the first half in our first leg. Second half underway. And the fascinating thing for me to watch in this tournament is the introduction of Vieira and Hullet. They've been such a, excuse the pun, iconic duo in that midfield in competitive FIFA for a number of years now. To see them be upgraded even more, I mean, it's got to be terrifying to go up against.
It really is. We thought maybe like the likes of Team of the Year Kante would come in and change things up a little bit, but even his incredible FUT item just wasn't enough because of the stature of Kante, and the build is not going to rival the likes of Hullet and Vieira. But a little bit of a chance there. As you can see, Fuestes just kind of sat back in his chair with a little bit of relief. Fuestes, of course, from Australia as well. You were saying earlier, Mark, that maybe a time zone advantage for a lot of these players?
It certainly is. I mean, I think Red Eye summed it up pretty well at the moment. We're all feeling a little bit tired, should we say, but if there's anything that's going to wake you up and get you going in the morning, it's definitely the FIFA 19 action that we're going to see for the next 3 days here in Singapore. Mo Alba then on the attack once more. Neymar around the corner to Mbappe, looking to use the pace of Ronaldo, but the quickest defenders in the game, especially in that centre-back position. Rafael Varane will be able to match Cristiano Ronaldo pace for pace, and now here comes Fuestes. Overlapping run, that's a great ball over the top as well. Can he take advantage of this chance? Mbappe lays it back to Vieira. Just look for that extra pass, but Marcelo makes the interception. That was the first real opportunity we've seen for Fuestes to get into that final third, get in behind the defence of Mo Alba, and Danny just couldn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, you can see the frustration from Fuestes as well, because he knows he could have done a little bit more in that scenario.
And here is Mo Alba. Oh, tried to get the finish past David De Gea there, but almost cost him at the other end.
And that frustration is going to kick in sometimes, and you have to just keep battling on. You have to just notice that those chances are going to come. You have to just focus on the positives. And that's going to be a positive for Mo Alba as well. He's been knocking on that door for quite a while now, Mark.
You have to go back to just a few moments ago where Fuestes had that ball in behind, and Mo Alba now goes forward, and we talk about being clinical, and when you find yourself in these positions, you have to take those chances. Mo Alba now doubles his lead. Makes the comeback even more difficult for his opponent now. But remember, we play 2 legs here in competitive FIFA 19, so now it's just a case of maybe thinking ahead, not letting this get out of hand, not letting Mo Alba get flowing too much in his attacking play, because I've said it before, I've said it 1,000 times, how good he is when he does get that momentum down.
However, he is 2-0 up, and as I say all the time, 2-0 seems to be that scoreline that always gets players worrying a little bit. You always want to be searching for that third goal to try and put that final nail in the coffin.
Here's Neymar then, dragged back from Mo Alba. Tries to find the ball back to Mbappe. He's just toying with the defence now, and just a bit of a loose pass there. You saw Mo Alba in the player cam, a little bit of a wry smile on his face. Maybe not where he was quite looking for that pass to go.
It's not like Fleschist is unfamiliar with these situations as well. Yes, okay, it's his first FUT Champions Cup. However, he plays in Australian leagues. He represents the Newcastle Jets as well. So a very well-known player from Australia, and he'll be wanting to show what he's made of. I don't think he's going to go down without a fight here, despite being 2 goals behind. He's shown a lot of promise going forward. He just needs that one extra chance.
Well, here is the chance. Pele manages to get inside. Hullet just about got enough on him. You can see Flesch's reaction there, a little bit frustrated that he managed to get in behind with the fake shot and maybe felt there was a bit of extra contact that maybe should have seen his player go to ground and maybe get a penalty, but Hullet's contact wasn't enough for the referee to make a decision. Now we're seeing some changes come in from Mo Alba, changing out a couple of those midfielders. Messi on the pitch as well, just bringing some fresh legs on just to try and see this game out.
Did I just notice Hullet being put to right back? Because I think I did. I think Kante moved into midfield to try and get a little bit more energy, a little bit more pace to chase players around. But Hullet there just for those headers, just to make sure that no kind of El Tornado cross action is going to come in. Maybe he's noticing that Fleschist is struggling, and suddenly he might start crossing the ball.
Ronaldo then finds a bit of space. Big save though from Van der Sar. There was a big chance there for Fleschist. Didn't quite time the finish to get the maximum amount of power and accuracy on that shot, but he's looking dangerous now. Neymar does put it towards the back post, and of all players on the pitch, it's the smallest man in the centre there, N'Golo Kante, who gets up and wins the header.
Yeah, he might struggle jumping, but I mean, he is so quick that he is going to get into those spaces. So you can still rely on him to at least be there, and if no one is there to challenge him, then it's going to be more than fine with Kante just being introduced to the pitch. But I really like the addition of Hullet being put at right back. I think that's very smart play from Mo Alba, really reading the game successfully.
And here's Mbappe then. Tries to find the ball into, I believe that was R9, who was just waiting sort of in that cam position just outside the 18-yard box. And Fleschist here has grown into this game, especially in the second half. Spreads the ball out to Marcelo now. He's had some success in behind here, down these wing positions. Mbappe now finds Neymar. Good strength from the Frenchman to find the Brazilian, but speaking of strength, Sergio Ramos comes across and was a little bit of a risky ball there, but Marcelo does win the header, but slightly sloppy play here from Mo Alba, and it's not the first time we've seen this season. Fleschist now with Mbappe, tries to get past Ramos, but again, that Team of the Year FUT I Am stands strong, and Mo Alba now will come away.
And we say sloppy play, but it is very difficult to keep possession in FIFA 19 when your opponent is pressing as hard as Fleschist is right now. And that's why this 2-goal cushion is such a weird scoreline to have, because naturally your opponent's going to start pressuring more, and you just feel like you're just contained so close to your box that you make mistakes like that.
And there is that mistake. And now Ronaldo comes forward. Neymar out to Mbappe. Manages to get past one, but just a slightly rushed pass there. And you can see the frustration starting to creep in here for Fleschist. Knows his tournament life is on the line, but at the same time, you have to remember, with 86 minutes gone in this first leg, there's still 90 minutes ahead to turn this one around.
Yeah, 90 minutes, and Fleschist will know full well he's got a lot to offer.
Big chance here. CR7, this is a chance here. What a tackle from Ruud Hullet coming across from that right back position. And that might be a chance that Fleschist looks back on and thinks, I had to do better there, I had to make some better decisions.
I think he'll have done enough in this first half to at least have some confidence going into the second leg. He just needs to have similar pressure in the early stages. He might have to go kind of like all-out attack, which will leave him vulnerable at the back, yes. But it's whether Mo Alba sits back and sits on this 2-0 lead. That's always the big thing for these players.
Certainly has been more opportunities in the offensive areas of the pitch here for Fleschist in this second half of this first leg. But I believe that will be it. There is the final whistle there. Mo Alba will be very happy with how things are looking now. 2-0 to him after that first leg. You can see coach standing behind Fleschist there, a little reassuring touch on the shoulder, thinking, focus up now. It's do or die.
Yeah, I mean, as a reminder, if you've just joined us, both of these players at 0-2 in the Swiss. And if you go 0-3, you are going home. And it is a long way home for Mo Alba as well, all the way back to Germany. Of course, we won't send them home straight away, and I say we, it's not like I have the power to do anything anyway. They could still get to enjoy the sights of Singapore, of course. However, that's not what any player will want to do here. They will want to be achieving those global series ranking points to get themselves closer to the playoffs and get themselves closer to the E-World Cup.
Of course, we have a prize pool of $100,000 as well, so a lot of money up for grabs to these players as well. And at 0-2, it does change the mindset of these players, in the Swiss format. It's a position you don't want to be in, because even if you win this game, Dan, you've still got another elimination game to come after that. And then if you win that one, another potential elimination game. It's such a tough situation to be in mentally for these players, because say Mo Alba comes off at the back of this game and wins it, you kind of naturally after a win, you kind of relax a little bit, and then you're going into another game, and if you switch off for 2 seconds, you're out the tournament. So how do you think you kind of have to approach these situations? You have to kind of, is this where a coach comes into it and says, sort of whispers in your ear, kind of, yeah, great stuff, you got the win here, but try to focus up once more?
Sweet nothings into your ear. I mean, some players thrive in these situations. I think Mo Alba is that kind of player. He will look back at his history in Swiss performances and say, hey, only once have I ever gone out in a Swiss tournament, and that was 2 tournaments ago. He'll be thinking, look, if I just focus, if I play my game, if I go back to what I know, if I just play my attacking football, he's going to score goals. He just needs to outscore his opponent. But you can see there, he's having the conversation. He's 2-0 up. How does he approach this second leg? I think he should keep going forward, because I think if he sits back and allows Fleshes to pressure him, like he did in that second leg, suddenly 1 goal is going to be able to work its way through. And then suddenly at 2-1,
we all know how it goes, don't we? Yeah, we all know how we all know how it goes. If you concede that 1 goal, the seed of doubt becomes a tree of doubt very quickly. It grows and it gets into your mind, and you start playing tricks on yourself, and it's like, oh God, just don't choke this one. Come on, because you know the situation that you're in. So it certainly is going to be an interesting. I always feel the first 45 minutes kind of decide these second legs. If Mo Alba scores again here and goes into that second half with a 3-goal lead, then that's pretty much game over. It's such a tough scoreline to pull back, I should say. Whereas if Fleshes comes out in this first half and he doesn't have to score, so to speak, but if he can create chances and keep Mo Alba out and set himself up for a kind of grandstand finish in that second half, then that could be where the game is decided.
It's why I think 3-0 is the best scoreline to have, because once you're at 3-0, you can keep pushing, you can keep going for that goal, because you can say, all right, if I do concede at 3-0, it's 3-1, and then I can start playing more defensive. Whereas at 2-0, you've already started playing defensive, and it's just that 1 goal can completely change everything, and it's happened so many times. It really is like a cursed scoreline. It's countless times over the past few tournaments where a 2-0 lead has slipped to a 2-2, goes to extra time, and they lose 3-2 because momentum's behind the other player, they're feeling good, they feel like they're playing well, whereas when you've dropped a 2-0 lead, you're just going to be hard on yourself, and you're going to beat yourself up.
And it's also one of those situations where you're kind of forced to make changes as a player. Tactically, you might stumble upon something that works for you. For example, if you go to 0-2 down in a game and you think, oh, I've got to change formation now. I've got to change things. You change to the 4-2-2, and all of a sudden you start having success with that, and it's like, oh, okay. And now you go into the second leg. Maybe you'll start off with a 4-2-2. It forces your hand a little bit to try something different that maybe you wouldn't have tried before. I mean, what would you suggest? Speaking of which, from what you've seen in that first leg, for that man on your screen right now, Fleshes, to maybe think about changing, or do you think it's just a case of more the same, just be a little bit more effective in that final third?
I think effectiveness is definitely something he should look at. When he gets the ball into that final third, he's trying to maybe play 1 pass too many or trying a skill move 1 too many. Just have a pop shot. Take a shot from outside the area. Get a feel for if your opponent's moving their goalkeeper a little bit. Might get a lucky corner, and then suddenly you've got a chance to get a front post header, a back post header, however you want to approach that corner. Set pieces are so strong in FIFA 19 if you have some sort of rehearsed tactic. So I'd just like to see a couple more shots from him, try and put Mo Alba under pressure, because even though Fleshes had so much possession towards the end of that game, Mo Alba didn't feel particularly threatened because he was able to win that ball back around the box. He even put Hullet to right back just in case the crosses came flooding in. But crosses didn't come flooding in because Fleshes didn't really change things up. So I'd like to see maybe just a bit more experimentation from him with his attack. Just have a little bit of versatility, cross it in a little bit more, play a couple more through balls. Just try something different if your current strategy is not working.
By the way, you've actually absolutely nailing saying Fleshes now. You were worried at the start. You've killed it, man. I'm proud of you.
It still feels unnatural. I'm going to be honest.
Keep it up.
It would be the only benefit of him being eliminated from the tournament is I wouldn't have to say it again. However, the Australian certainly has a chance coming back into this one.
Okay, then we can see a few little position changes coming in from Mo Alba just before we do get this second leg underway. If you're just joining us, of course, Mo Alba, after the first leg, is 2-0 to the good. However, his current Swiss record for both of these players, Fueshist and Mo Alba, currently stands at 0-2. So still an elimination game for both these players. It's going to be Mo Alba who gets us underway.
Keeping a clean sheet would be extremely important, I think, here for Mo Alba. If we look at his first 2 games, he's already conceded 12 goals coming into this. So I think if he can get a little bit more confidence in his back line, that's going to do wonders for him approaching the next set of games for him.
We'll have to see if he can keep things tight at the back. Limit his opponent to a lack of chances, should we say. Hold it now in the middle here for Fueshist. That's a slightly risky ball through to Virgil van Dijk, but it pays off for him now. Pele going to be dispossessed, and good early pressure here from Mo Alba. I like this. He's applying the pressure to his opponent, and sometimes when you're trying to create a comeback, the last thing you want to do is be put under pressure, and that is going to be the worst kind of start. The ball into the back post, and Pele has just stood there, makes it 3-0, and we see that trademark celebration come in from Mo Alba. I think that's going to settle the nerves for sure.
And it's what I was talking about just before we got into the first leg. Mo Alba, he likes to manually defend, he likes to pressure with those players, try and dive in with the manual tackle. And it's great when it works, because he wins the ball high up the pitch, and he can take advantage of those situations. I was a little bit hesitant when he started doing it straight away in this game, because if it had gone wrong, he could have allowed Fueshist back into the game. But Mo Alba, he sticks to his game plan of playing attacking football. He's rewarded for it, and now he's got that ever-so-needed 3-goal cushion.
And look at this, he's still keeping the pressure on, unfortunately, after winning the ball back. Gave it away almost immediately, but as I say that, he gets it back. Marcelo then in this left-back position, and it'll be interesting to see if maybe Mo Alba can take a page out of what we heard from Tex earlier today, saying, you know, he's constantly learning, constantly evolving his game, even the defensive aspects. When he does have those 2-3 goal leads, he's looking to just close these games out and solidify and not give too many chances to his opponents. But it's kind of against Mo Alba's natural game, isn't it, to do that?
It is. Really, in previous tournaments, when he's tried to do that, when he's tried to close out games and play a little bit more defensive, he's opened up opportunities to his opponent and he's been punished for it. So I prefer him playing this kind of hyper-defensive, manual defending for chances like this.
Well, here is Mbappe, then turns back onto his left foot here. Ronaldo almost managed to find Pele there, who's looking for his second goal of the game. And now up the other end, Varane has some work to do at the back here for Mo Alba.
Those are really important situations as well. When you have that ball being lofted over and you have the chance to just head that ball down to another defender, just get rid, clear it up the pitch, give back possession to your opponent, whatever. If you risk a header for just being passed naturally to your opposing centre-back, suddenly the striker is just going to be right on your back. And you've got to be very, very careful in those kind of situations.
First time we've seen Fueshist then go for that El Tornado cross. Looking for a header that you were talking about, Dan, earlier on. And now Ronaldo straight up the other end from Mo Alba. This is really end-to-end here, and maybe a slight overconfidence there from Mo Alba. Is that going to cost him now as Neymar comes away? Good tackle, though, from Rafael Varane. And that's, to me, that's maybe a little bit of a lack of concentration there from Mo Alba. I get the initial use of the active first touch system just to get into a little bit of space, buy a little bit of space, but 2 or 3 seems a little bit kind of a cruise mode kind of decision.
Or sometimes when you manage to beat a player after you've done it twice, you think if you do it a third time, you're going to be able to fool him enough to get so much space you can push forward. So that's why he's gone for a third one there, I think. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. It would have looked great if it had actually pulled it off. But I like him going for a little bit of flair. That's why we love Mo Alba, after all. That's why he's one of the most entertaining players to watch on the PS4 side of things, in my opinion.
Entertainment does not get results, though, all the time, Dan, as we're seeing here, 0-2 in Swiss.
Don't count him out just yet. That's all I'll say about Mo Alba. He always manages to find a way to get through these Swiss rounds. But, of course, being 0-2, even if he was 1-2, you are going to come across better opponents as you get into the latter stages of Swiss, especially when you get to like 2-2. You might have to face the likes of, I don't know, who knows, Megabit perhaps.
Big chance there for Pele. Took that one early, Mo Alba, as we see him do oh so often. Keeping that high pressing game as well here, Mo Alba. Fueshist obviously has to score 3 goals here just to send this one to extra time, but Mo Alba's looking to keep the pressure on, win the ball high up the pitch, and disrupt the attack of Fueshist before he can even get anything going. CR7 then with the El Tornado. Varane drops him just outside the edge of the box here, and there is going to be the opportunity here from the set piece.
It's one of those weird angles from the set piece as well, where you're really tempted to go direct on goal and try and slot this one into the top left-hand corner just past the goalkeeper, but we will see a lot of players just kind of pass it short, maybe flick it up to a player next to them.
And this is a position that we saw MS Dasari score back in London a couple of months ago now against Texton. That dramatic last-second winner just whipped the ball into, I believe it was Pele who won the header. It's Pele who's actually stood over the set piece now. Is he going to look to find one of these players in the middle? Goes to Vieira on the edge of the box instead and just shows too much of that to Cristiano Ronaldo. Now Cancelo can bring it away.
And that's a shame that Vieira was in that position, really. And maybe I wouldn't have gone for that pass because it is risky.
Should have gone for that pass there. And now Neymar's in behind for Mo Alba. Onto his right foot, buries it. And I think that might be game, set and match here on the counter-attack. Mo Alba with Neymar makes no mistake with the finish.
And it's all off the back of that set piece as well. You've got to be careful kind of tossing that ball into Vieira. He's not going to be that good at controlling it as it would be if you'd gone for a more attacking player. And I feel like maybe Fuestes just didn't really know what he wanted to do with that set piece, so just went for something that he instantly saw, and he's been punished for it. Fantastic counter-attack from Mo Alba. That's what he's great at doing. And that should be the tie done and dusted, unless there's just a miracle now for Fuestes to kind of waken up here.
Never say never in FIFA 19, though. We've seen some crazy comebacks in all of the tournaments we've had this year, and CR7 looking to answer back almost immediately here for Fuestes. Just before half-time, corner, Neymar in towards that back post. Can't get it over the enormous frame, though, of Edwin van der Sar here. And Mo Alba with a chance to maybe just slow things down and wait out that half-time whistle.
Edwin van der Sar, one of the 60-odd icons that hasn't had a prime icon moment made for him. I'm hoping that will change, because that would be an absolutely incredible FUT item to be in the game.
Some great moments for Fulham. CR7 then. Into Hullet, Mo Alba just looking to close this one out. At the end of the game, Neymar finds the ball into Vieira now, and there might be a chance here for Mo Alba to really tie this one up and put Fuestes to the sword before half-time. Hullet now into Neymar. Mo Alba just kind of toying with Fuestes here.
But there's still 10 men behind the ball for Fuestes. He's 4-0 down. It's coming up to half-time in the second leg.
It doesn't matter, though, because Neymar is going to bury it. Gets it onto his left foot, times the finish superbly. And it rattles off the post, and Mo Alba has come to life finally in Singapore.
And his headset's off. He knows it's game over. He's 5-0 up. I just feel like Fuestes should have changed something up a little bit here. He's still playing defensive. Maybe he didn't have a plan B. It's probably going to be the end of the tournament for him, which is going to be a shame. However, it was his first FUT Champs Cup. And, you know, it'll be an experience. He will learn from it. And who knows, maybe we'll see him again in the future.
We're actually going to move across to one of our other games going on at the moment. Cody the Finisher going up against Megabit. Both these players currently sat at 1-1 in the Swiss format. And you can see here, much tighter game, tied up at 1-1 after the first leg. 0-0 currently in the second leg. And now it's Cody the Finisher, first player on the attack that we're going to see here. El Tornado towards the back post. Oh, Pele with the acrobatics at the back post, just couldn't find the finish after he had been found with that cross. Big chance there for Cody the Finisher.
And it's strange to see Megabit at kind of 1-1 in Swiss as well. He is the kind of player you usually expect to just be absolutely dominating. However, some of these players do have slow starts coming into tournaments where they do just ease themselves in. Of course, I would be expecting to see Megabit on the Xbox side of things getting all the way and having to beat players like Tex if he wants to actually achieve some greatness. But he has the capability to do so. At the moment, he has to beat players like Cody the Finisher, as 1-1 would have been a very tight first leg.
I mean, Cody the Finisher is such a dangerous player as well. You look back at FIFA 18, he was always in the conversation for potential tournament winners, potential upset causers. There's probably a better way of putting that, upset causers. But anyway, so to match up against him and you're 1-1, could be one of those potential banana skins where all of a sudden you're in elimination position, and now Megabit's coming forward, can't beat De Gea though. Big chance though for the German there. And now from the corner, takes it short. Eusebio puts it in towards the back post. De Gea has to come out, and Pele will end up getting the ball clear here for Cody the Finisher. But Megabit looking dangerous going forward once more.
And similar to the German man we were previously watching in Mo Alba, it is one thing that Megabit has always shined. It's been his attacking prowess. You do kind of have to go at these players. When you know that they're attacking, you know that they're going to be hitting you hard, you kind of have to try and do the same for them. You can't just sit back, put 10 men behind the ball, and just hope they're not going to be able to break through, because the greatest players do find ways to break through. And they have been finding more and more ways as this meta has developed.
Ball in there from Neymar, looking for CR7! Got his head on it and he timed it, but De Gea made a fairly comfortable save for Cody, the finisher. Megabit keeping the pressure on, forcing the throw-in for his opponent. And that's one thing that Megabit does do so well, is keep the pressure on high up the pitch. It's so difficult to deal with that kind of pressure down.
It really is, and Megabit is one of the best at doing it as well. It's one thing I've always credited him for every single tournament, is he always just says, I'm not going to relinquish possession. I'm not going to allow my opponent to outplay me on the pitch. Instead, I'm going to have such an aggressive line. I'm going to be winning that ball high, because if you do win the ball high, you're going to get more chances naturally. Even though Cody the Finisher has had more possession in this game, you can see Megabit just doesn't want to allow him to get into his own half.
Again, Cody the Finisher can't find a way through. Even the front players, the forward players here of Megabit, they're making little interceptions and cutting those passing lanes. Now Megabit's going to come forward once more. Vieira finds the ball around the corner to Ramos, and Ramos is in a bit of space here on this right-hand side. Neymar back to Hullet. Finds Mbappe. This is looking dangerous for Megabit now. Gets the ball to Mbappe. That was an important interception, though, by Vieira. Now Cody the Finisher on the counter-attack. This is where he can be dangerous, though, Dan.
He really can, and that's where Megabit sometimes will be exposed, but you've got to be careful with the ball. You have to go forwards. But I've got to say, in those situations, when you know it's your last chance, you're not always looking at the clock mark. You don't
I was going to say, one thing I am looking at, though, is Cody the Finisher. He can't believe the referee has blown his whistle there, because he was clean through.
He's gone backwards. You have to go forwards if you are in the last couple of minutes of added on time. But it is very difficult sometimes to keep track of both your play, the defenders, where you're going to be passing, and the clock that's on the screen. So much to think about in FIFA.
And he's done so well to create that chance, and that is where Megabit can be exposed sometimes, is on the counter-attack, because he does throw so many players forward in his offensive style of play, always looking to make those runs off the ball, push as many players forward as he can. It does leave space at the back down, and that was an opportunity that Cody the Finisher almost, barring the referee's whistle, of course, took advantage of in that situation.
And Megabit will know now that he needs to be careful at the back with those kind of counter-attack opportunities. Because he's pressuring high up the pitch, if he brings those fullbacks out a little bit more, those chances will arise. But it's not stopping him in this second leg. He's still just pressuring with that manual defending. You can see the cursor switching to the player, that player running at the attacker, and then switching off and going with another one. Fantastic defensive ability from Megabit.
Calm and composed defending there from Marcelo, and Megabit, though, took it down on the chest, didn't feel the pressure of the man in behind there towards that back post. And now Megabit will come forward once more. And I don't want to use the P word, Dan, because we've seen Megabit involved in a lot of penalty shootouts recently. Just used it, unfortunately, but...
No. You've said it now.
Tied up at 1-1 on aggregate here, and coming towards that last half an hour of the game. Maybe it starts to slip into the mind of Megabit once more.
And if you're wondering why we're talking about penalties, Megabit, unfortunately, a couple of tournaments ago, had the chance to win his first tournament. Got to a grand final, a cross-console final, and he lost on penalties. And it was to Stefano Pina, of course, in the LQE in London. So that was certainly on his mind in Atlanta, but then he won a penalty shootout in Atlanta, and he came up to me afterwards, and he was like, hey, finally I can win a penalty shootout. I don't know what that accent was, by the way. That was terrible. I don't know if it was German or French. Either way, I tried.
It was European, I will say that. But anyway, Eusebio coming forward once more now for Megabit. We are just about to hit that hour mark in the game. No big chances in this second half, but there might be one for Megabit now. Pull it on the edge of the box, Mbappe. So many players committed forward here for Megabit. Needs to find that pass into one of these players inside the box, and Neymar's done well to find space, and just wide of the upright. Actually took a deflection off a defender here, and Megabit has another chance here. He times the finish in towards that near post. Cody, the finisher, though, survives what has been wave after wave of attack here from Megabit.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 10 men behind the ball. He's making it extremely difficult for Megabit to actually create any chances, but you saw the ability that Megabit has on the ball. He can beat that man, he can beat the second man, but sometimes it comes down to, can he beat the third man, the fourth man? Because it just seemed like there were so many red and blue shirts running at him. It makes it very difficult.
Oh, that was a good-looking pass there from Cody the finisher, looking for the run of the forward player, but just managed to get in the way of that one, Megabit, and win the ball back. And now Vieira comes forward, and Megabit with the bit between his teeth coming forward here. And you feel like there might be a winner. One more goal might be enough to seal this and put one of these two players, I should say, on a 2-1 Swiss record. Well defended here, but it gets a little bit lucky. The ball breaks back to him. But Cody the finisher is defending extremely well against one of the best defensive players that we have on the Xbox.
Maybe Cody the finisher taking a leaf out of Nicholas's book. Of course, both of them representing FC Basel. And it was a shame, of course, Nicholas that couldn't be here at this tournament, so maybe Cody the finisher wants to step up and do his best for FC Basel here at the tournament. But certainly a difficult tie against Megabit in round number 3. But I feel like you can't expect an easy tie ever when it comes to these stages in tournaments. The qualification process is difficult enough as it is. And we see the same top players qualifying tournament in, tournament out at the moment.
Here's Varane then, gets the ball into CR7. Ball will go out for a throw in here. Now you're going to see a couple of changes here, and it'll be interesting to see if any risks are taken by any of these players. Will they bring on a couple of players that they're unfamiliar with? Will they try a change of formation? We're seeing Lionel Messi on their right-hand side. That new prime icon moments for Ian Pele in the centre, and I'm expecting to see quite a lot of him as we go through the tournament.
Have you been lucky enough to try him? Well, have you been lucky enough to try him?
Yeah,
because, I mean, in draft, you've tried.
He's phenomenal.
Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, I wish I could afford him in-game because I would most definitely be making that purchase. However, yeah, I've had a couple of drafts where I've used him, and it is unreal. And I guess probably paying homage to his real-life skills and how successful he was back in the day. Was he as successful as the likes of Lionel Messi? Who knows? But
we were having that conversation, but that's a conversation for another time. That was our journey into the big box this morning. Conversation about Pele and Messi. It got very complicated. And anyway, let's keep it simple. Let's focus on what's in front of us, and that is the fact that this game is still tied up at 1-1 on aggregate. Deadlock yet to be broken in this second leg, and no real chances to write home about so far with just around 10 minutes to go. Megabit has found some space now on this left-hand side. Mbappe back to Hullet. Vieira looking for a winner here. Ball falls back. Pele fresh on the pitch and almost makes the difference there for Megabit, but for a last-second defensive challenge.
Oh, that's poor. That's poor from the corner. That's just rushed from Megabit. Didn't take his time. He wanted to actually just try and get that ball to the edge of the box. We see Tex do it all the time because you can do so much when the players are pushing out, but thankfully he's regained possession here.
Maldini gets across to cut that out, but the referee has blown up for a free kick here for Megabit. With just 7 in-game minutes left here, a goal at this stage should be enough for one of these players to pop another W in that wins column. Well defended, though, by Cody the finisher. Again, these two players will know each other very, very well, of course. Played numerous times over the years in competitive tournaments. And you can just kind of feel the tension in this game now, Dan.
You can argue this is a more important game for Cody the finisher as well. Megabit, I mean, in 3rd in the Global Series rankings on the Xbox side of things, already secured himself most likely at the E-World Cup finals. Whereas for Cody the finisher, he's still trying to make sure he is in that spot for playoffs, get himself closer to the E-World Cup finals. So who'll know that these Global Series ranking points getting out of the Swiss stage is going to be absolutely massive for him, because it's crunch time now. We're getting to the latter stage of the season at our 5th FUT Champions Cup now. And not every player is like Tex. They haven't qualified for every tournament that's existed.
Here's Vieira then for Cody to finish up. A goal here would be enough, and he's kept possession nicely here to make sure that he has the final say in whether this match is won or lost. Marcelo just about keeps that one in. Croqueta past one player, and there is going to be extra time. No shots on target there for Cody to finish up. Megabit with a couple of kind of half chances, if anything. Pele had that one chance that Cody the finisher managed to get a block on to send it behind for a corner, but you're kind of looking at things at the moment. It looks like neither player is really grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and wants to win it here in regulation time.
Exactly. One of them has got to consider taking a risk, and we can see Megabit just now going a little bit more attacking in his tactics as well. Just wants to switch things up, try and get higher up that pitch, try and win that ball to get a better opportunity. Because if you can win the ball in your opponent's half, suddenly their defensive player is going to be slightly out of position. Maybe a left back has pushed a little bit too far up, and then you've exposed their right wing. You can get a cross in, or maybe you can try and drive the ball in from the right-hand side. It's all these opportunities that can arise just from one little mistake or from one fantastic moment from yourself.
Here we go then, extra time here between Megabit and Cody to finish up. No goals to write home about so far in this game. It has been a tense one. You just feel what one big chance is what is going to separate these two players. And this is the kind of game that so far this season, when we have seen Cody the finisher in tournament play, seems to just be on the wrong end of these kind of results. Has incredibly close games and just misses out to a goal or a late goal in extra time or something like that against these established players. And if things maybe just went his way a little bit more, we might have been talking about him a little bit more this season. A heavy touch there from Messi will give Megabit back possession.
But maybe that is because he doesn't take games by the scruff of the neck. Like you mentioned, maybe he does need to just take that risk.
Yeah.
Instead, he's sticking to his game plan, which, don't get me wrong, is a good way to approach a game. If you're comfortable with how you're playing, you don't want to switch it up and then suddenly make a mistake and give your opponent the game. But if you've noticed it's happened relatively, like quite a lot of times in tournaments, maybe you have to look at a game like this and say, hey, it's Megabit I'm going against. Maybe I should just take a risk here.
Chance here, Vieira into Hullet. Round the corner, Mbappe has space. He looked for that run of Pele in behind as well, but couldn't quite find it. Marcelo then. Almost gives the ball away though, Cody the finisher, but manages to retain possession here. 10 minutes or so to go until half-time here. Mbappe. Ronaldo, there's space here for Lionel Messi on this left-hand side. He gets the ball back inside Eusebio with a huge chance there for Cody to finish up, but David De Gea comes up big.
And which he so often does as well. David De Gea, I think, should be a staple in all of these teams. We know we see Neuer come into it sometimes. We see Van der Sar, but De Gea just seems to be such a good shot stopper in FIFA 19. Gets to the ground early, is so important with low-driven shots, low-driven time shots being very effective in this current meta.
Eusebio then coming forward for Cody the finisher. Marcelo maybe looking for that last chance before the referee's half-time whistle here in extra time. Ronaldo has a bit of space. He's found Mbappe, and again, David De Gea with a huge save there for Megabit.
But this is scary times for Megabit as well. He just needs to stay through.
I think
there we go.
Can't wait for that whistle to come, yeah.
Half-time of extra time, 15 minutes away from penalties. We've had a few penalty shootouts already in the Swiss stages. I don't think we've had any on screen yet, though. And that is... Actually, no, we did. Of course, we saw Lev Vinken lose on penalties earlier, didn't we? To Stefano Peanut. Sometimes when you do get two evenly matched players, two incredible players, sometimes it just comes down to a penalty shootout to try and split the difference. And even though it's 46 places that differentiate these in the Global Series rankings, Cody the finisher certainly has done fantastically against Megabit in this game.
He has done well, and Megabit has kind of relied on his goalkeeper a couple of times there in the first half of extra time to bail him out and keep this game tied up at 0-0. Marcelo then for Megabit from the restart. Mbappe just teasing the idea of that El Tornado. Pull it now. Megabit, maybe if he gets that chance, could be more deadly in front of goal. Modric out to Mbappe. Into CR7, it's a great ball around the corner. Oh, the upright denies Megabit. He can't believe it.
He was celebrating. He thought it was in. He's timed it green with Lionel Messi. Team of the Year FUT item Messi, and it still hit the post. So close. for Megabit from snatching this one away.
But no reaction on the face of Cody the finisher. He stayed focused here. And now he's going forward. Eusebio with a chance to pull the back into towards that back post, and Mbappe gets back there to defend it. And I love this reaction from Cody the finisher. Knows that he's kind of ridden his luck a little bit, but kept his focus in game. Hasn't got carried away and is looking to just put that behind him and find a chance of his own.
Mental game's so important in these kind of stages of extra time. You can't let anything slip. If you even make one mistake, take your eye off the ball, suddenly your opponent is going to be able to take advantage of that.
And this is exactly what Cody the finisher has been doing at the end of the last 3 halves, should we say, of football. Technically that doesn't make sense, I understand. It was 2 halves of regular time and 1 half of extra time, but kept this ball until the last attack of the game, making sure that he won't let Megabit have a chance, as I say that, to have that last attack of the half. And this is where you'll see Cody the finisher now go forward. Create that chance. 120 minutes on the clock. Is there going to be heartbreak here for Megabit?
2 minutes of added on time, so he's got chance going forward now.
Stops up here, CR7. Well defended there by Megabit, and is there going to be a chance to get forward? He fires it forward into CR7. Pele comes forward now, and there it is. Penalty shootouts, Megabit, we're here again.
First penalty for Cody the finisher, though. It's Messi who steps up. He hit the post on the other side of things in regular time. Is he going to put this one just to the left of the keeper? Fantastic penalty. And now it's Messi again on the other side. That one gets saved, though. De Gea with a massive save for Cody.
Megabit's been here before, and he finds himself down by 1 penalty. Ronaldo steps up here for Cody. The finisher goes bottom right. And now he's up by 2. Straight down the middle. Pele then for Megabit.
Statistically, bottom left, the most common place for pro players. Boras legend, he taught me that little one. Do the players know that as well, though? And there it is, bottom left. Slotted home from Eusebio for Cody the finisher.
And Megabit is rocking in his chair. He knows he has to score here. Steps up. Oh, and it's saved by Cody the finisher. This one to win it then. CR7 for Cody the finisher. Trademark stance. Saved by Megabit. Ronaldo then for Megabit to score, and he is going to score. He stays alive. Pull it then. Steps up here for Cody the finisher. Megabit needs to save it and will not save it. Cody the finisher with a huge result here in the Swiss rounds. That is going to do wonders for that man's confidence.
And I think we can blame this one on you, Mark. You mentioned the P word early on in that second leg. And Megabit, he does struggle when it comes to penalties. He has been on the wrong end of the stick several times. And that is tough for him to take as he goes to 1 and 2 now in the Swiss. But what a moment it is for Cody the finisher to take down a player like Megabit.
Great moment for him, but Megabit now, he's 1 and 2 and he's facing elimination in the Swiss format. So not only Mo Alba looking a little bit shaky at the moment, it's also his fellow countryman Megabit who's looking a bit shaky, but that's going to do it all from the commentary couch, that we'll call it, the commentary couch for now. We're going to send it back to the guys on the other couch, so take it away, gents.
Thanks very much. Yes, we're over on the comfy chairs over on the other side of the stage, having witnessed another surprise here in round 3. Every single round so far has produced shocks and surprises. Round 3 was no different. We'll review all the scores from round 3 and, of course, our featured matches on the main stream itself. We're going to start, gents, with Mo Alba because, you know, phenomenal victory, 7-0. No problem whatsoever in this third series.
It was never in doubt. We all said it. We all said that.
I was nervous for him headed into this
I'm not
third
going to
game.
lie, I was as well. After that first half of the first game, I thought, oh, he looked a bit nervous.
Tight, wasn't it?
He was. It was really tight. And actually, as we can see here, and we'll see, it was quite end-to-end that first half. And you thought, who's going to break it? And then Mo managed to do that in the first half there with that El Tornado then into the header. And I thought, is he going to climb above? And he managed to do it.
Yeah,
and I
only
think
2-0 in the first leg. It wasn't done, was it?
No, not at all. I thought that was something that might have come back to bite him a little bit, not being able to put some more of his chances
because
away.
he can be a bit leaky, can't he?
Yeah, definitely.
So 2-0 first leg, you kind of go, okay, all right, that's all right, but he's got to defend well. He actually just decided to go A completely
out.
different route. Yeah, just went a foot to the floor in the second leg and wiped his opponent 5-0.
That's what Mo does. He goes forwards. He doesn't protect leads. He doesn't really waste time. He's kind of the Ustun type of player where he could be leading with 1 goal with 10 minutes left, and he'll just try and score 5 more if possible.
or let in 5.
Yeah, I mean we've
'Cause
seen that
happens
between
sometimes as
we've seen that
well.
between those two players.
Indeed, but
But-
he's celebrated and he's enjoyed that. Does that put him back on the road? Do you think? Because we know he can come back.
I think the uphill battle is yet to start
Yeah.
because he's played a player who's 0-2,
right?
The lowest ranked player as well.
Yeah.
So that was the easiest game, so to speak, on paper. He's yet to beat someone who's 1-2 and potentially somebody who's 2-2. So
And
he's yet to show.
We'll talk about who's 1 and 2 in a minute because
Exactly.
there's a few good, very good players in that 1-2 bracket.
There always is. At this level,
Mm.
especially, every player that's here is deservedly here.
Yeah.
And anyone can beat anyone at this stage.
What did you make of his play in this second leg? Because he seemed to play a little bit more flowing. He was a bit more open.
This is the kind of Mo that I
Yeah.
enjoy watching. I've always talked about Mo as being one of the best attacking players, but also his time finishing is one of, if not the best that I've seen. I've spoken to him so many times about it and about why he loves to attack. And for me, it's just what makes it so exciting. It's brilliant. I think him being a little bit more open because it leaves his opponent to attack him. But when it goes well, this is what happens. We saw in this second game 5-0, and he just showed us an attacking masterclass, really. He just loves to go forward, he loves to have fun, and he loves to put that ball across. And when it goes well, it's beautiful to watch.
It is, isn't it? His opponent is one, obviously, the lowest ranked player, as you said, Knight, in the tournament. Doesn't get to these kind of tournaments often either. So, good experience. He's 0-3, he's out, he's done, but he still gets to play 2 more games because we're going to carry on through 2 more rounds. What does he do in those 2 games?
Well, I think at this point, when you're 0-2 and you play a game to remain in the competition, the last person you want to play is Mo Aubameyang.
Yeah.
And either you cause a major upset and you get your confidence back up, or you lose to Mo Aubameyang, which is, of course, no shame, but it's a learning experience because you come to this event, it's one of your first events, you gain some experience. We've all, I think, with some exceptions being Tex, I think most players who have gone to their first events have started poorly, but that's a learning experience. It's a learning curve, and like he will take this experience for the future.
Okay, let's bring in the victor of the round 3 match of our main featured matchup. Mo is in the back area. Congratulations, Mo. It's great to see you win a game. I have to start by asking, why do you make it so hard for yourself at these tournaments?
Yeah, it was not easy in the first games. I always start bad. Also in the last weekend, I was 0-3 and start comeback. And yeah, this week is also. So I'm really confident. Yeah, 1 and 2, it's not that bad. I can, go through.
Okay, but I feel like you're just making it more entertaining for us.
Yeah, it's also for me more entertaining, I think. Yeah, but I don't know. I have to play better in the first event. Maybe I'm too tired. I have to sleep more.
Right.
Yeah. We'll
Got
see.
to try and get through the day. So what was it about this third game? Because you seemed to play differently in the second leg of this one as well. There was more flowing. It was more like the old Mo.
Yeah, I was really happy about the second game. Also, the first game was not that good. I won 2-0, but it wasn't that good. And yeah, that was like good move, good offensive play, and I hope I will do it in the next round against Stranger too.
Okay, gents, questions?
I just want to know, you're always smiling, always smiling. You just said there that you're feeling confident. Why is it you're feeling confident now in this tournament?
Yeah, I always think positive, so yeah, it's better always when I'm like raging and I will lose 8-1, so I have to be happy. Without happiness, I will lose.
Happiness is the key.
Wow, I should stop being miserable then. That's obviously why I keep losing 10-0. Knight, question?
Yeah, after last weekend you went 0-3 and went 7-3 for the Instagram post. Are you ready with the Instagram post at 3-2?
Yeah, it's better for the post. More likes, so it's better.
More likes for the comeback, kid. I love it. Congrats, Mo. Well done on winning round 3, and we wish you all the best in the next game against Stranger.
Thank you.
It's Mo Aubameyang once again having to come back after losing his opening 2 games in a tournament. 0-3 last weekend, no problem at all, came back. This weekend, 0-2. Can he come back and make it 3-2 to make the round of 16? Well, we'll find out over the next 2 rounds, of course. Just wrap up on this one. We've said his opponent Fresh is obviously new to it, not used to this kind of big limelight, playing some incredible world-class players. It's going to take a lot of experience away from it.
Definitely. I know. I remember the first big tournament I was at. I lost in the group stage, but I took a lot of experience from that tournament. The next event I went, I got out of the group stage. So hopefully he can do the same. Every loss is a learning process.
Okay, let's check in with the results of round number 3 and bring you right up to speed, because there were plenty of big results in this particular round, not least of which an 11-9. Obviously, there are penalties involved in some of these games, so obviously it looks a little bit higher than it is, but 11-9 in penalties, VIP against Jet. But the big game for me is Gorilla going down 10-3, and that wasn't on penalties, by the way. That was properly the aggregate result across the 2-10. And I can tell you what, in that game, he spent 40 minutes in the second half of that second leg messing around at the back, trying not to concede any more goals. 10-3. Fantastic result for Gabri in that particular game. Stokes also winning this time round, 7-1, so a recovery on the cards for him as well. And Goal Machine living up to his name in round 3 with an 8-1 win over Goat, who I have to say has been very unfortunate. He's played 3 world-class players and has lost by 8 goals in every single game so far. He's had to play Tex, Gorilla and Goal Machine. That's awful. I mean, it's hard any matchup, but the poor guy's played 3 guys in a row where he's had 8 goals against him.
It's like we said, at 0-2 you don't want to match Aubameyang, you also don't want to match Goal Machine.
Yeah.
So it's pull the short straw.
That's really rough. Let's take a look at PS4 now and show you the results of the PS4, because there were a couple of surprises in here. You saw it on the stream, of course, as well. One of Mr. Walker's favourites in here, Chris wins 6-5 over Mock. A big result for Chris, really big result. Those two very evenly matched, despite the fact that the rankings would suggest otherwise. Other results that we saw as well, Jockson coming through again, 5-4. And that one, by the way, he was 4-1 up in that one and let a lead slip. It was 4-4 towards the end. He got a late winner in that game to win 5-4. So incredible win for him. Mo Alba, as we've already said, winning 7-0 as well. Anything else stand out, Chens?
Archie Griezmann, Lev Vinken, the game we talked about. Lev managed to win that game against Griezmann. And Ustun, we talked about him scoring a lot of goals. His defense was a bit leaky with conceding 4 goals, but the 9 goals he scored were more than enough.
And the one that we haven't spoken about was, of course, Megabit. Losing, which now means he's 1 and 2 as well.
Which is, it's just, I didn't think that was going to be happening. Nobody here thought that was going to be the position he'd be in. He did look so frustrated, especially during those penalties. But as soon as you, I mean, being on that stage, everyone's watching, and then you have your penalty saved, then you're just like, oh no, that puts you in a bad position from the off, and then you've got to catch up, and it's like you're constantly playing catch up, and I feel like that's what it was like throughout most of the game. Actually, he was playing catch up. When actually he's normally one that everyone thinks is going to be dominant, is going to be in that position where he has the power, but it seemed like he just never managed to catch it.
Yeah, a few things with him as well. One is that we highlighted him as a potential favourite for this tournament because of the other players that are missing. Hasn't lived up to that billing so far. Secondly, never does well on penalties for some reason. What is it about penalties in him? He just doesn't like them. Thirdly, Cody the finisher. We've hardly mentioned the guy, but he's just taken down Mega. That's a big win for him.
Yeah, the thing is that when you have a matchup between 2 German players, because of the very big scene that they have in Germany and the amount of good players they have in Germany, they play so much, they play between each other so much, they know each other so well, that basically any game between 2 German players can go both ways. And we just saw that between Cody and Megabit, very equal after 180 minutes and the extra time, went to penalties, and that was the decider. So any game between 2 German players is usually a pretty tight one.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gents. We're going to head to a break, round 4, just around the corner as well, so don't go anywhere. If you're enjoying the FIFA action here live from Singapore, we've got more on the way as well. Don't forget to connect your EA account as well with your Twitch account, because then you can participate in the rewards as well. Some of those still to come throughout the day, as we'll be checking in throughout the day to let you know what's out there. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope you're enjoying the coverage, and we'll see you very shortly for round number 4.
Moving up from the bottom, my start was rough. I still got a
My biggest victory was quarterfinal against Nicholas in the World Cup in London. So I had a big comeback. I was 5-0 down and I won. So it was a big game for me.
I think my biggest win was in London against Marcuso in the grand final, the PlayStation grand final. So I think that's my biggest win. Oh, and my win in the license qualifier event in London, where I won the tournament against Megabit. So one of two wins. Yeah.
My biggest victory, not necessarily the actual scoreline, but when I won FIWC in 2017 against Dito, that was my biggest win of my career, so I'll probably say the FIWC final.
My biggest victory was quarterfinal against Nicholas in the World Cup in London. So I had a big comeback. I was 5-0 down and I won, so it was a big game for me.
My biggest victory in my career so far is winning the Continental Cup in Paris. Oh, it was amazing, honestly. Yeah, shocking.
My biggest victory was to win against Tex in the FUT Champions Cup in Bucharest.
I think my biggest victory was in the grand final against Crafty. It was a game I needed to win to get out of groups, and I beat him in a tough game, so I think that was the biggest.
My biggest victory in my career so far, scoreline-wise, I won 13-1 in my first ever tournament, and my favourite win was probably my first tournament as well, when I won in the final 9-3 against Nicholas.
My biggest victory in my entire career was the final of the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs in Amsterdam. I played Rafsu there, and it was actually a really tough and close game, and I won because of a goal in the 90th minute to make it 7-5, and it was my biggest win in the career, so I will remember it for my entire life.
Don't let the leg monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
Very well, and welcome back to Singapore. Live coverage here of the Champions Cup in March. Time for more high-quality FIFA in round number 4 of our Swiss event. Of course, 5 rounds to go, so only one more round after this. And don't go anywhere after we finish 5 rounds, because we will also have the round of 16 in both PS4 and Xbox as well. We've had a little substitution once more here. We're allowed to make multiple rolling subs here on the couch area. Welcome, sir. We have some brains on this panel finally.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's nice to have you over here. What's it like over here? Is it better over here?
I'd say it's a little bit more comfortable
Is
over
it?
here. A little bit
Yeah.
more room for activities.
Right. Activities? What do you hope to get
What
up to, Mr.
activities?
Walker, over here?
Well, it depends what activities you're up for.
Well, quite. What do you make of this round so far? Because there's some surprise results, and I don't say that lightly. There are some surprise results, and it's led to the fact that we've got some surprise players both at 3-0 and at 1-2 right now.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the 1 and 2 bracket, just some of the players, especially on Xbox, who are at that 1 and 2, Gorilla, Razek, Goal Machine, Megabit. They're 4 names that you expect to see quarterfinals, semi-finals of the tournament.
Yep.
And they're potentially facing elimination right now.
Yeah, you fancy at least one of those will
go out, yeah.
And because it almost means two of them will end up matching against each other.
Yeah,
at some
100%,
point in the
yeah.
2-2. So all over the place. It's been a wild ride, isn't it? These 3 rounds so far.
It has, yeah.
Same again in round 4, do you reckon?
I think we're going to see some more upsets. You can see there what we've got coming up, and actually you see the positions that some of these players are in. It's not a nice place to be. You think we've talked about some of these big names. We expect them to be going through 3-0, some of them, and we find them in this position where actually they're 1 and 2 and they're facing elimination, or they're going to have to claw it back. So it's exciting FUT Champions
exciting for
Cup.
us.
Yeah, I love it.
It's great for us. I'm not so sure about the players. In particular, Megabit versus Goal Machine in this round. What on earth is that round?
Megabit, Goal Machine, and then there's another one as well, an all-German affair, top of the page, Pro Owns versus N Razek. 2 Unreal players. If you don't know Pro Owns, very, very good FIFA player, but also big YouTuber as well. He's got over 500k YouTube subscribers. He's big personality, big FIFA player. We saw him towards the beginning of the year, and it seems as though he's peaking now towards the end of the year as well. But both of them are elimination games as well. That's what you got to remember.
Yeah, and one of those we put in our on the cusp guys because they're just outside that top 32. Really important for him to pick up some good points at this event.
Yeah, massive. If he's got any aspirations of making the playoffs, making that latter stages of the year, this is pretty much make or break for a lot of the players. We've only got a handful of tournaments where it's 1,500 ranking points available. So Pro Owns, people like Razek, if they're wanting to get top 16 for the grand final, this is the tournament you've got to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the PS4 matches because there's also some tasty stuff in here as well. Oh my goodness, it's getting to the business end of the day. Of course, Moabi, you've probably heard him in these interviews playing the Stranger. That's not an easy game at all from those two. Neither player it's an easy match for. Both are going to find that one tricky. And of course, both are 1 and 2. One of the guys that's 3-0, which I found a little bit surprising in here, is Fiddle. He's done really well.
Yeah, really well. Really, I think it's something that I'd say time and time again at these tournaments is there's always people who are outstanding, but you don't think that they're going to go like that. 3-0, such a good record for him. Obviously, he's got to face Houston now in this next game, but now he's kind of, for today, it's like, oh, can I go 4-0? Can I go 5-0? They're playing for that pride, which I talked about in the intro.
But it's not just pride, it's also the ranking. It's
Exactly.
like in the seedings for the next round. So they want to try and avoid the other on-form players by winning all of the matches that they've got.
If you go 5-0 and you go up there as that top seed throughout the day, that's a huge kind of footprint on your performance ultimately and where you're going for the rest of that tournament. And you're almost setting out, well, how far can I go? If I get 5-0 on that first day, that second day is going to be a bit easier. If you do well on the second day, that third day is going to get easier. So the better you do on that first day, the easier your tournament will be.
All right, let's take a look at the 4 matches we've got for you here on the main stream. We've got one that we're going to focus on in particular. Which one do you think we're going to focus on? Oh, I don't know. This seems really difficult. Of course, it's going to be the Megabit versus Goal Machine matchup, which is a phenomenal matchup between 2 phenomenal players. I also want to point out, I know it's a dead rubber, what we call a dead rubber, but Pina versus Joxon in the other game is one of the games I'm going to keep my eye on, just because 2 phenomenal players against each other who are already 3-0.
That's a huge game. Sorry, Richard. Just
Sorry, mate.
I'm just so excited about that.
He's on the edge of his chair right now.
Because it's just such. I've watched Pina. I've interviewed both of them. I know what they feel like at these tournaments. They've told me time and time again, and it's just so exciting to see this because, yeah, we said it might be a bit of a dead rubber game, but this is why we watch FIFA because it's exciting. We want to see these players going against each other. We want to see the best FIFA action possible, and that's what we're going to get.
I think we just lost our ball off our table there. Megabit versus Goal Machine, Richard.
Unbelievable
I mean,
game.
what a game!
Yeah.
And if I'd said to you, like, oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a 2-1 matchup between Megabit and Goal Machine, nobody would be surprised.
What about
this is a 1 and 2 game!
Yeah, to think that one of those 2 players are going to be going out of Swiss, not even going the full way in Swiss, going out after 4 rounds, that's ridiculous. you talked about Fiddle a little bit earlier on. You said I'm the man with the FIFA knowledge. Fiddle's only conceded 4 goals in the Swiss so far. Houston scored 26 in 3 games. That's attack versus defence, so I'll keep my eye on that one as well.
Indeed. So where are you going on this one? This is our prediction game. This is where you've got to keep your 100% record. Are you 100% right now?
No, it's far from it. I think I'm 33%. I'm 1 out of 3.
What? I'm 100%, just saying. I've got them all right.
Oh, so you go first then, Kyle.
I am going to say Goal Machine.
Okay.
I'm going to quote Boyzone.
Oh, my God. This is worrying.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
I think
Goal Machine.
You're actually quoting Billy Ocean.
It's Boyzone.
Billy Ocean did the original, Richard. This is where you and I show our ages right now. Billy Ocean fans out there, I'm really sorry that Richard pulled out the Boyzone card. They're not done by them, not done by the Irish band ever before. Definitely a Billy Ocean track. Let's bring in the commentary team. I'm sure they've got some Billy Ocean.
I just had the weirdest
memoirs.
flashback there of my dad having that Billy Ocean CD and like going on massive drives on holiday.
Oh man, they were so good.
And just the Going Get Touch and him singing. It's a weird time, Paul. It's a very weird time.
It's a great time. Me and your father get on really well. Predictions.
Oh, go on, after you.
I'm going to go for Megabit. I think the last time we saw Goal Machine in competition at Atlanta, he went out in the Swiss as well. So I'm going to stick with Megabit. I think he's been more consistent across the season.
Okay, let's hope it doesn't go to penalties then.
Yes, I'm not going to quote any particular musical artist. I'm just going to say that Megabit's going to win this one.
Well, look, I don't want to go Duran Duran on you, but we're hungry like the wolf to get this game going.
Okay, let's leave them here. Let's leave it. Let's leave the musical references. But yeah, let's get into this one. Megabit, I think, is certainly going to be the favourite going into this one. The reason being that if we look back on some tournaments this year, we always talk about Goal Machine and what a fantastic player he is, but it wouldn't be the first time that we have seen him crash out in the Swiss format.
Yep, lost to Kurt 8-2 the last time we saw him in Atlanta as well, when he fell and went 2-3 in Swiss. However, that's the only time we've seen him fall in Swiss. He's had some very successful tournaments so far this season. So it would be a shame to see either of these players get eliminated because they have so much potential and they offer so much in the latter stages. But it's going to be down to who's more confident coming into this one. The body language of Megabit during that penalty shootout, it's another penalty shootout that he's lost. However, Goal Machine hasn't looked particularly good with his style of football in this current meta.
And one thing that I do want to talk about is the fact that Megabit, we talk about his penalty losses and kind of heartbreak that he's had recently. But at least he's got that out of the way in a non-elimination game, if you know what I mean. It's kind of done now. It didn't cost him too much, the fact that he's gone down on penalties. He still has another chance to sort of redeem himself. But this man, I just want to see him step up a little bit. He was such an explosive player back in FIFA 18. We've seen kind of glimmers of it in FIFA 19. Just consistency has been the thing that's kind of slowed him down a little bit.
I mean, if you talk about consistency, Megabit has never not made it out of Swiss. He's always made it through the Swiss. The earliest he's ever been eliminated is in the last 16 within FIFA 19. So I'd be expecting him to take this, but it's going to be difficult against the likes of Goal Machine.
Well, one thing that we can guarantee from this game is one of our giants will be falling in the Swiss format. Both of these players with their tournament lives on the line here, sat at 1 and 2 after 3 games. And you just feel like the first goal in this game really could be one to sort of settle the nerves. The longer that we do stay tied up at 0-0, the more those nerves might be becoming a little bit more prominent as the game does go on, excuse me. But there's also one thing you can almost guarantee in this game, Dan, and that is goals, because you have such attacking players to bring to you today.
I mean, he's called Goal Machine for a reason. I mean, he literally put it in his name. However, this meta has not been particularly kind to him. I don't know whether it's him just not adjusting to the more defensive style that we see, the kind of drop back, putting everything behind the ball. The fact he was conceding so many goals in Atlanta and he is going down a similar route here in this tournament in Singapore, maybe just makes me think, like, this isn't the right meta for Goal Machine. Or maybe he's just not adjusted yet, because the players, they do adjust. They do manage to change things. Maybe it's just a little bit more time needed for Goal Machine.
Well, Goal Machine does win the ball back here, and Vieira is going to be turning Neymar now into Mbappe. The Cruyff turn does look for the cross towards the back post. He's going to get a second bite at the cherry here, and completely unmarked, Luka Modric is going to put Goal Machine 1 up.
Yeah, you can put Sergio Ramos at right back all you like to win the headers, but if he's not going to be in the right place at the right time, it doesn't matter who's going for the header. Luka Modric, what is he, 5'9"? Something ridiculous. I think I'm taller than him, and I'm very short. And he still manages to get that header. Great stuff, and a great start from Goal Machine here.
Yeah, gets lots of power behind that header, and Modric just Gets it past David De Gea. Nothing he could do about it. And the perfect start there for Goal Machine. That will settle the nerves. And now the pressure goes back onto Megabit.
Goal for the visitors.
But as we know, one thing that Megabit does do is score goals. So 1-0 shouldn't faze him too much.
Just to give you guys at home a little bit of backstory, if you don't know these players particularly well, I don't believe they've faced each other so far this season. However, they know each other very well across the past few FIFA titles. You can see on your screens, Goal Machine ranked 9th in the Global Series rankings, Megabit all the way up in 3rd. Megabit has achieved a grand final already this season. Goal Machine's achieved a console final. They've both been up there. They've been to the latter stages, so it is very surprising to see them in this scenario.
That's a great ball, though. And Goal Machine has the chance to double his lead. Goes for the ball roll around the goalkeeper. It was just a slightly heavy touch there from Kylian Mbappe as he was striding away from the defender that just gave De Gea a glimpse of the ball and a chance to get something on it. And Megabit again relying on David De Gea between the sticks to come up big. And now he comes forward again. It could have been 2-0 and he's looking to make it 1-1, but Goal Machine does a good job here of clearing his lines.
And it's such a scary situation when you just see kind of that blue shirt heading towards your goalkeeper. Do you bring the goalkeeper out? Do you wait it out? But it's also very difficult for the attacking player when you've got that much time in front of goal. And sometimes that ball roll will be absolutely perfect. But unfortunately for Goal Machine, it's not going to work out. And Megabit more than happy just to only be a goal behind here. But he's struggling to get that ball into the final third. Goal Machine doing very well defensively, which is good because he needed to step up his defensive game.
Yeah, it's Goal Machine playing the 4-3-1-2 formation as well. Something we haven't seen too popular among a lot of the pros. Obviously the 4-2-3-1 and the 4-2-2 kind of the go-tos as Hullet smashes it in the back of the net. Goal Machine is turning up here. Megabit drops his head. And there is that prime icon moments. Ruud Hullet turning up here and doubling the league here for Goal Machine.
One for Scott Cole. Big hair, don't care, is what Scott would have said. The Hullet bullet showing why he is such a phenomenal foot item to have in your team. Not only has he got the height advantage, but he can whack them from outside the area as well. Not even timed, just really well hit shot there from Goal Machine. And you've got to just have the courage and the confidence sometimes to take those shots from those kind of areas.
And look at this, is very interesting. I thought that Goal Machine was playing the 4-3-1-2, but it actually looks like he's playing the 4-1-2 narrow, and it looks like Megabit is going to try and kind of match up against that right now because he is finding space with that cam just in behind those two CDMs. And it's allowing Goal Machine to find space for shots or little threaded through balls to those two strikers. So Megabit recognizing that and obviously just trying to match up player for player.
I think if you play 4-2-3-1 against a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, those two central defensive midfielders, they match up with the two central midfielders, which allows that CAM to actually get through and break through. So you do have to switch things up because otherwise the CM is going to do so much work in behind those two CDMs. And if you're cancelling out Hullet and Vieira from a game, you're going to have a lot of fun because you can actually get through and get to a back line, not just be broken down by these fantastic defensive midfielders.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it depends on how deep that I think a lot of players are playing that 4-2-3-1. We saw the 4-1-2-1-2 kind of be a very popular formation back in FIFA 17 and FIFA 18, but it was the 4-2-3-1 that kind of neutralized a lot of its threats, to be honest. Those two CDMs kind of took that cam out of position, but if you can find those pockets of space with that cam and get past that Hullet and Vieira, like you've been saying, in those CDM positions, then you kind of have almost an extra player over because you have those two strikers occupying the two centre-backs, and you can find that space. But Megabit looking to get straight back into this one. We see a comfortable save there. Vieira on the edge of the box. Oh, and a big chance there. Matched with an even bigger block there by Maldini. And Megabit already having some success, with this tactical change.
One thing we've not touched upon, Mark, and forgive me if the desk already did mention it, if we talk about momentum, we talk about body language, of course, Megabit just coming off that penalty loss. For Goal Machine, he's just coming off.
Ronaldo is going to, just sneak it in, and Goal Machine is on a tear at the moment. Cristiano Ronaldo repeats the dosage of what he tried to do earlier, but this time he pulls off the ball roll. Just toe pokes it over the line as well. I was worried that was just going to hit the post there and roll out, but Goal Machine 3-0 up, and Megabit facing elimination here.
Goal Machine is coming off the back of an 8-1 victory. in his previous round. He was down, looked like he was really struggling, but then to be able to smash someone 8-1, to get back to 1 and 2 from 0 and 2, that's going to give you so much confidence coming back into things. And it's carried on through into this game versus Megabit.
Marcelo then for Megabit. He needs a goal here. He needs to try and kind of keep this respectable at the end of this first leg. Of course, there is another leg to come here, but another ball in behind here for Goal Machine. He's causing Megabit all sorts of problems. But De Gea, again, has to make a save. What is going on here with Megabit?
And that was a real chance for Goal Machine to put this game out of reach for Megabit very early on. Maybe a low-driven, or if he had timed it green, we might have seen it in the back of the net, but Megabit still surviving with just being 3 goals behind, which always allows more chances.
And he's so shaken at the moment, Megabit. Ball into the box here, Maldini has to deal with it. But every time that Goal Machine is going forward, he's got those 2 strikers dying in behind the line of Megabit. And they're finding so much space, and at 3-0, I mean, it could have been, and maybe should have been 4, Dan.
Probably should have been. And I think Goal Machine will know that, but he needs to not get frustrated with that situation and just respect the fact that Megabit is a fantastic player. And he should be more than happy with the amount of chances that have been presented to him thus far, because FIFA 19 can change very quickly. As soon as you think you're in your comfort zone, you think you're cruising, your opponent could just switch on into a new gear.
Here's Ramos then inside the box. A little bit of contact there from Marcelo, not enough to put the Spaniard down. And now just before half-time, I was going to say there might be a chance for another counter-attack here from Goal Machine, but 3-0 to Rogue's Goal Machine here. A perfect start for him. And you have to say, Dan, it could have been even more.
But look at Megabit, just like changing formation again. He is really not comfortable. If you see someone change their formation 2-3 times, you know that their back's against the wall. You know they're resorting to like these last-ditch attempts at actually trying to get back into a game. So this is going to be a real tough one. This is going to show a lot of character from Megabit as well. As I mentioned, never been eliminated from the Swiss stages in FIFA 19. Reached a grand final where he lost to penalties on Stefano Pina at LQE number 4. When he got to the console final in Atlanta, of course, where he lost to Tex as well. So it would be crazy to see him eliminated this early on.
Real chance for an upset here in Singapore. And Goal Machine just needs to keep his composure. He needs to not get carried away with the situation, because his game plan has worked perfectly so far. Megabit just rushing the pass there a little bit. Having got possession back. And now Goal Machine, just look how quickly he's turning defense into attack. Mbappe will be caught offside, but it's taken 2 or 3 passes for Goal Machine to find himself completely through on goal.
And this is the Goal Machine we used to see him, Mark. He's the Goal Machine that we enjoy watching. He didn't look like that in Atlanta. He looked like he was struggling. However, he seems to have gone back to what he's familiar with and what works. And I tell you what, does have to be careful though at the other end of the pitch. Yes, okay, he's stringing those passes together, but Megabit is going to have those opportunities. Very good on the ball, nice spin from him there. And that just brings a little bit of life back into this game for the German.
Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo does get one back here for Megabit, and now it's just a 2-goal game. And how different does it sound just to say that out loud? At 3-0, you're kind of thinking game over, you know, this is done. When you say 2-0, or 2 goals, should I say, the difference between the 2 players, all of a sudden, your head kind of lifts up a bit. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. But Goal Machine again coming forward. He wants that 3-goal difference back, and he can't beat De Gea.
He's timed it red.
He timed it red, as you say, Dan, and that just means that that finish wasn't as potent as it could be. Ronaldo with a second chance here, and Goal Machine just looking to cancel out that goal, and it's just over the bar. Cristiano Ronaldo leaping at that front post, but just too much on it. And Megabit survives.
And it's not timed green again. Like the first shot was timed green, and you thought, well, if De Gea's not getting there, it's going in. The second one, and you could see Goal Machine look down at his controller saying, I missed the timing. That could have been his 4th goal.
Big chance here. Sabio's trying to get there. He can't quite get there. And De Gea now will hold the ball here for Goal Machine. But tactically, this is so interesting for me now, Dan, because Megabit's forced to play a high line to get back into this game. But that's just making Goal Machine's counter-attacking play even more effective.
But he just needs to find that 4th goal. And I wonder whether frustration's going to start to kick in for him. We've already seen the body language of Megabit and how frustrated he's been getting in the games thus far. But if Goal Machine can't find that extra goal that he's so desperately searching for, if his head drops ever so slightly and says, oh, maybe Megabit's going to get back into things, he's naturally going to just maybe beat himself in this tie.
We always talk about what a mental game FIFA 19 is, and you're seeing it in effect here. Modric now into Hullet. Hullet with a chance to strike it. Oh, just rising over the bar. And again, the timing not quite there from Goal Machine. And as crazy as it sounds, you have to wonder if these missed chances are going to cost him.
I think against a player like Megabit, yes, it can definitely cost you. Megabit can turn around when, I mean, this could be the second leg, and he could be 30 minutes and 2-0 down, and I still would say Megabit has a chance. He is a terrifying player to go up against. However, we saw in the previous game, where it was all tied up 1-1, 0-0 in the second leg. He hasn't been finding goals as well.
Might be a chance here. Messi fresh on the pitch. Can't beat De Gea, though. And Megabit coming out the traps after the pause. Finds the ball into Messi. Stays on his feet. Kante now. Modric tries to find Lionel Messi once more, but he just can't squeeze through the wall. And look at this, straight up the other end now, Mbappe. Megabit can't believe what he's seeing. Mbappe now with the ball roll, but it's a wasted chance here for Goal Machine. He has to do better in that situation.
It's almost like he doesn't want a fourth goal. Now that chances have been presented in front of him, he's going to be feeling a little bit hard done by now, I'm sure. Megabit will be so thankful. You could see he was almost leaping and rising off his chair in frustration. But it's Megabit who needs to find these goals. He needs to find some sort of attacking form that we haven't seen so far in the tournament.
Modric round the corner then. Ronaldo goes round the goalkeeper, but Megabit gets it all right in front of goal now. With the goal just completely open, he couldn't find the target. And that could have been 3-2. There's been so many chances in this second half, but nobody wants to score.
And it's about that mental game, Mark. It's about just saying, oh, well, I haven't been able to take those chances. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be presented with more. Because as soon as you start to think about missed chances, that's when you start to get even more annoyed. And that's when you're going to start play worse. You just need to keep your head on here.
Here's Neymar then, scoop turn, gets dropped inside the box, but Marcelo got enough of the ball there for the referee's liking. Inside the last 15 minutes then, Marcelo comes forward for Megabit. If you're just joining us as well, this is an elimination game. It is the first leg in the Swiss format. Both players currently at 1 and 2. And Goal Machine comes forward once more, and this is where he's been dangerous, looking to get Mbappe in behind Varane again. And you have to wonder if that was any other centre-back there, apart from Raphael Varane. Would that have been a goal? And now straight up the other end, Megabit. Oh, unfortunately, his pass is misplaced. And this is just end-to-end stuff from both of these players.
And maybe that's where the likes of Marcus Gomes took advantage of Megabit in the first round of Swiss, where Megabit lost 8-3 in that tie. I feel like when he is going for goal, when he's trying to get forward, he's leaving a little bit too much space at the back for that counter-attack.
Hullet almost gets the ball through there.
Sooner rather than later, Goal Machine is going to be able to put that fourth one away.
And look, he's just got the ball in behind again. Ronaldo with the fake shot can't beat Maldini. But Megabit's leaving himself in so many 1v1 situations at the back here. It's a dangerous game for him to play.
Can Megabit just grab something, though?
Man over here. Messi gets the ball. Goes back onto his left. He timed it, but the defender got the block in. Free kick then. Just to kind of reset the game a little bit, because it has been frenetic and frantic this second half. And the good thing is, Dan, it's only the first leg. We've got another 90 minutes of this to come.
I mean, it is definitely a treat, but I'm going to harp on how much of a shame it is to see one of these eliminated. I mean, if we focus on the last 3 tournaments for Megabit, console final, grand final, console semi-final, Swiss stage. Like, I mean, it just doesn't ring.
Yeah, it doesn't quite follow the pattern, does it?
I mean, it would fit more of a pattern if we saw Goal Machine eliminated again from a Swiss stage. However, even seeing him there, it's not something we're familiar with. And it's going to come down to who has the bottle in the final third, because there's been several times for Goal Machine to get 4th or 5th. Megabit hasn't had as many chances, but he's certainly been presented with a couple.
Well, here might be another one for Goal Machine. Lionel Messi
Tries to find space, and now look at this, the counter-attack of his own here for Megabit. Neymar to Kante, there's lots of room here for Neymar. Decides to use the other flank here with CR7. Modric. Now Neymar finally does get the ball, but Megabit again just rushing that pass, and that is going to be the end of our first leg here. Certainly entertaining between these two. Lots of chances, but 2 goals. The difference between the two players is the one big thing to take away from this.
And look at the shake of the head from Goal Machine as well, because, yeah, okay, he's got a 2-goal lead, but he probably feels like it could have been 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on if he had taken more of those chances in the game. Megabit at least has a real opportunity in this second leg to get back into things if he can start playing like the Megabit that we know, because he hasn't looked like the Megabit. Coming into this, I was saying, well, Goal Machine hasn't looked like Goal Machine in tournaments as of late. This is more familiar. This is more of the Goal Machine we're used to. Going forward, quick counter-attacking football, stringing a few passes together, finding the ball in the final third very quickly. If he can link that with the chances and use those chances to actually get a couple of goals, like, Goal Machine is going to be very scary in this tournament.
And the one thing that's impressed me is actually Goal Machine defensively has looked pretty good, to be honest. We always talk about his attacking capacity and how many goals he can score and how impressive he can be going forward. But if he can kind of get that defensive side of his game sorted, which has been lacking towards the start of FIFA 19, then that's a scary proposition for a lot of players left in this tournament.
Yeah, if you look at the games he was losing in Atlanta, it was a lack of defensive ability. And I wonder whether between Atlanta and now, which hasn't been that long, to be fair to these players, I mean, he had to get back all... Well, he didn't have to travel too far at least from Atlanta.
For him, that was
all the way. That was a home
still had to
tournament.
get to Canada, but, you know.
But still, I mean... the link-up between this event and the last event hasn't been that long, so there's not going to be that much time to practice. However, he would have looked at what went wrong. You've got coaches, etc., that are going to help you out with those things as well. And he does look like a different player, and I think he needed to switch things up.
Let's talk about Megabit then, because obviously, you know, things aren't looking too good for him right now, facing elimination from the tournament here, currently down by 2 goals on aggregate ahead of our second leg here. What's got to change, Dan? What's got to change? Because for me, the worry is that high line that is just being exploited here by Goal Machine.
I mean, I think if I knew, I'd probably whisper it in Megabit's ear as well, because I don't think he knows. Maybe he needs to stick with his familiar game, because he's changed his formation 3-4 times just in that first leg, where he just looks uncomfortable. Maybe he's not used to how Goal Machine is approaching this game, and he feels hard done by, or something. Maybe for me, something like a 4-2-2. Open up the wings a little bit more, try and expose Goal Machine's counter-attacking ability, try and expose Goal Machine's fullbacks pressing up that pitch a little bit, and then he'll find naturally more chances come from that.
Okay, then, well, it looks like both the players are waiting to get this second leg underway. As we said, an elimination game for both these players. And I just want to touch on some of the other games we've got going on at the moment. It's not an elimination game. Both players currently sat at 3-0, but Stefano Pina versus Joxan. What a kind of a bar that is for Joxan to come back and test himself against the best PS4 player in the world at the moment.
It is amazing to see Joxan come back into things, a man who dominated the early stages of PS4 on FIFA 19, then took a little bit of break, allowed players like Stefano Pina to step up to the plate. So many amazing players in this tournament, Mark.
Well, speaking of amazing players, we're going to be losing one here as we enter the second leg here of this knockout game between Goal Machine and Megabit. And Megabit's going to win the ball back high up the pitch here early on. An early goal here for Megabit, I think, would be huge for his confidence, for that mentality. And there's lots of space here on this left-hand side here. Ronaldo tries to find the ball there to Sergio Ramos, and Maldini comes and steps in. That was looking dangerous on the counter-attack again, but Megabit saying, I don't mind. I'm going to keep trying to play my game. I'm going to keep trying to win the ball back high up the pitch and get some attacks of my own going. But again, look at how dangerous this is. Mbappe now just steps away from Maldini. He gets away from his man, but prime icon moments, Maldini. 87 pace. His base stat on that foot item showing there, just about to keep up with Kylian Mbappe.
And that's not something that's easy to do either. Kylian Mbappe, the team of the year foot item, absolutely rapid. One of the few players in the game that can actually break free from the majority of defenders, but Maldini just doing a little bit too much. I have to say, maybe not enough being offered from Megabit in that final third. He's trying to play tiki-taka football around the edge of the box, trying to find that perfect shot, but instead we might need to see a couple of skill moves from him. Get a cricketer involved, maybe an elastico to try and beat the man. Just something a little bit different, which isn't going to allow Goal Machine to just simply defend every single attack.
Kyle Walker then down this right-hand side. It'll be interesting to see if Megabit can get a little bit more flow to his passing play. Just seems to be lacking at the moment. Seems to be too much of a clear plan on how he wants to intend on attacking Goal Machine's backline. Goal Machine, though, keeps the pressure on himself. Vieira wins this one back. Space here for Mbappe. He's looked dangerous in behind. He tried a fancy pass back inside there to try and return the ball to the striker. And now Megabit wins it back. And look at the players streaming forward. Look at Kylian Mbappe. Decides to go towards Neymar, though. And to be honest with you, the pass didn't find either of them.
It's a poor pass. It's one of those where you press the Y button or the triangle button, depending on what console you're on, and you just kind of hope it's going to go the right way. Even if you've directed it left, is it going to actually go where you want it? These players have minds of their own sometimes, and that's one of the reasons why we see the players we're actually watching stick with the players on the pitch that they're used to, because positional kind of situations for some of these players is going to be what you're familiar with. You're used to the runs that they're making. If you've used Kylian Mbappe several times, you know he's going to be making that run down the wing, and you know where you need to be directing that pass every time. Suddenly, if you switch things up and put Messi there, he might make slightly different runs when you tap the LB button or the L1 button. So it's all about muscle memory and all about what you're used to in the game of FIFA 19.
Well, no goals to report here at the start of this second leg. I mean, it looks like Megabit's already tinkering with the tactics, trying to find something that's going to work here. But 3-1 on aggregate here to Goal Machine. 2 goals the difference, still the case between these two players. Only 18 minutes gone. Interesting to see, even after 18 minutes, Megabit willing to look to change something here, Dan. Maybe he's spotted something that he thinks he can take advantage of.
Yeah, maybe he's just setting some of those players to get behind the action a little bit more. He's not happy with the runs that they actually are making, so that's why he's just switched into their tactics screen. No play on as Megabit continues to get frustrated, and he does need to be careful not to lose his head here. If he stays calm and stays composed, he is still definitely within this tie. He's not out of reach just yet.
That's a great ball out to Ramos now. Goes out to Mbappe. Goal Machine with plenty of players behind the ball, and you can see those 2 players ahead of the game as well, and they're going to be found now. It's Mbappe and CR7, and this is where it's dangerous again. He finds Ronaldo, ball roll, repeated dosage here from Goal Machine. 4-1 now, 1-0 in this game, and Megabit is being exposed at the back here with this high line.
Third time's a charm. He's gone for the ball roll every single time, and finally the keeper is not going to be able to get that one. And surely now Goal Machine should be cruising towards a victory here. As Megabit, he's changed his tactics, he's got more aggressive, he's gone forward, but he has been vulnerable at the back, and it was just a matter of time before Goal Machine was presented with another chance.
The worrying thing for me here for Megabit is the fact that every single goal has been very similar for Goal Machine. He has just been playing a through ball and getting in behind his back line. And he hasn't been able to adjust. And again, now Mbappe towards the back post. And this is becoming a rout. 2-0 to Goal Machine. Again, spacing behind Megabit's defence. This time it's a simple cross to the back post. CR7 doesn't miss those. And it looks like Megabit will be crashing out of the tournament in the Swiss stages. Unbelievable.
And we can shorten it and maybe change it from a megabit to a kilobit, because he's going to be getting knocked down a peg here a little bit by Goal Machine. What a performance it's been. And he had to answer his critics, I have to say, from Atlanta when Goal Machine was the one who was eliminated from the Swiss. People were saying, well, is he good enough now in this current meta? And it seems whenever a player turns up and says and gets asked that question, they do respond. It's got to be a massive shame for Megabit. But he really needs to go gung-ho now. So this could go one of 2 ways, Mike. We could see this be an absolute rout of 10-2 or something like that in favor of Goal Machine. Or maybe, if Megabit can grab one here, he might just get that momentum that he's been so desperately searching for.
I mean, the worrying thing is here, usually you see, players push their line even higher, put even more pressure on the ball. But that's been playing into Goal Machine's hands for both of these legs. And if Megabit can't find a couple of quick goals here, there has to be another chance for Goal Machine coming with a ball in behind once again. And then, Megabit's got the same problem.
He's been very smart with those through balls. He's just been watching the line, and he's just been looking for the space on the left, right, even through the middle, where it doesn't matter if the through ball's been along the floor or whether it's been through the air. It's always found a rogue shirt. Goal Machine dominating this game. But I believe we're going to switch over And we're going to have a little look at Tex and see how he's getting on. Of course, he's 3-0 at the moment in the Swiss, so this is just playing for seeding, Mark, in the knockout stages.
Yeah, and these two have met up against each other back in London as well, a Gfinity event, and Tex was really turning on the style in this one, but look at the score in this one. Tex not having things go his way whatsoever, 3-1, and last time these played it was Steven Gerrard who Tex was scoring volleys from 30 yards with, so a different story here. Sakul certainly wants revenge for that game.
I mean, if I remember correctly, it was quite the similar scenario of Tex struggling in the first leg and then coming back into things to take down Sakul. And that's one thing that I've always said Tex is phenomenal at. Despite his age, despite the fact he's only 17, he does keep a very level head. He can be down 3-4 goals, but he still comes back. He's done it time and time again. Most famously, I'd say this season against Gorilla when he was 4 goals down in the second leg and he still came back to win. So I wouldn't count him out of this one.
I really feel this is a big game for Sakul, though. I go back to that game I just touched on, and it was an absolute stomping from Tex, and I don't think Sakul could quite kind of believe what had happened in that situation. The game just really got away from him, and that was Tex at his best. But the opportunity to match up against him again and get revenge is certainly being taken here, and oh, what a save from De Gea, scrambling back across his line. But this is a chance for Sakul to right those wrongs, to make sure that his name is not synonymous with that result, but more the fact that he beat Tex here in Singapore.
And the seeding is going to be very important as well in that last 16. If you are able to win these games and get yourself a good seed, you're going to play, in theory, a worse player in that first round of 16 game. And of course, I say in theory with air quotes because all these players are incredible. And I mean, let's be honest, if you go up maybe against the likes of Goal Machine, who could be 3-2 later in this competition, that's going to be a very difficult first game in round of 16.
Sakul then under pressure. Looks like he might have conceded a corner here. Tex changing to the 4-2-2, which we have seen him use a fair bit, mostly when he's chasing games like this one. Couple of little positional changes here. You can see a lot of familiar names in this lineup for Tex. Rio Ferdinand into that centre-back spot, even though we have these prime icon moments now added to the esports edition of the game we're playing here in Singapore. Takes this one short, Neymar. A little drag back inside the box for Tex here. 2 goals the difference between the two players. Modric now to Neymar. Heel to heel to get the space. Drag back here from Tex. Big tackle though from Hullet. And Sakul will bring the ball away here and look to counter-attack.
And Sakul's done well thus far to keep Tex just at the 1 goal. It's one thing that Tex is phenomenal at, is going forward and finding ways of beating defence. I mean, from that corner we've already seen today in an earlier game, he likes to play it short to Neymar, try and go for an El Tornado, just cross it to the back post. But it's his ability inside the box and the threat that he poses, which is very scary. But it seems like Sakul seems to have his number so far in this time.
Vieira slows it down here for Sakul. Unfortunately for the German, Mbappe will be caught offside here. 30 minutes gone. It's 15 minutes till half-time now.
And whilst it doesn't always come into the equation, you do have to remember that this game is less important in theory than the previous 3 games for both of these players. They have secured themselves into the last 16 already, so it is just for that seeding purpose. And for someone like Tex, it might be a situation for him where he's saying, look, I can relax a little bit. I don't want to put too much mental energy into this because I have to save myself for that round of 16 game.
Here's CR7 then for Tex. Looks to return the ball there with R9. I think it's a good point you raise. The fact that maybe the levels of concentration aren't quite as high in this game.
Yeah, I don't want to say either player isn't trying because they obviously are.
Yeah, I think it's more the case of Tex doesn't fear who he plays in the next round.
Exactly, and you can take your foot off the pedal a little bit in these situations. I don't think Tex is going to give up in this tie, don't get me wrong. I would not be surprised if he comes back into things. But it is one thing to take into consideration. The same for Sakul as well. He will want to save his energy.
I think also we need to give all the credit in the world here to Sakul, the way that he's performing. You know, Tex isn't sitting here trying to lose this game, you know. He's playing to the highest of his ability, and Sakul's just outplaying him at the moment. 3-1 up after that first leg. That's not a win by small margins. You know, that's a
a big win against a player like Tex, and Sakul really putting his name out there at the moment. Remember, Sakul's 3-0 in the Swiss format as well, so he's had a fantastic start. Hullet has a chance, though, to bring it back to within 1 goal, and Tex does exactly that.
And that's when the alarm bells start to ring a little bit. When it gets to within 1 goal, and Sakul will start to be remembering what happened the last time they faced each other all over again. And for Tex now, he'll start to be feeling a little bit of momentum and say, all right, well, the goals are going in now. He'll start to get more creative going forward. It's, I guess, a little bit of a shame we didn't see the first leg between these two, because, as you mentioned, I am very impressed that Sakul was able to be ahead and take that lead. I'm excited to see what he offers in the last 16, to be honest, because he is one of these players that has been on our radar for quite some time now.
And he seems to be getting better from tournament to tournament as well. You know, look at his recent performances. He seems to be becoming more and more dangerous as the season progresses and we get towards the playoffs and the FIFA E-World Cup final. And now Hullet's coming forward here for Tex. The tackle, though, from Sakul once more as the halftime whistle goes. But coming into form at the right time of the season is vital for these players, and Sakul seems to be doing that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at his ranking, you can see on the screen next to his name, 57th at the moment in the Global Series rankings. How important that is that he's reached the last 16, secured a little bit more Global Series rankings, of course, more than just being eliminated from the Swiss stage. If he can push on to, quarterfinals, semi-finals, dare I say, even a final, he pretty much secures himself at playoffs, maybe even further if he were able to win the whole competition. So that's going to be on his mind. All of these players will have their eyes set on the prize of getting to those massive tournaments later on this year.
And we talk about how quickly you can fire yourself up those Global Series ranking points leaderboards with just one good performance in one of these tournaments.
I mean, take Tuga at the last event, for example. 200 and something all the way up to 4th. Like, it was incredible. It was incredible.
Well, Cruyff now for Sakul. He's going to just put that one wide at the far post. Big chance for him at the start of the second half here to tie the game up and give himself a 2-goal cushion once more, but he didn't time the shot again.
And sometimes when you are going up against someone and you really want to take the chances, you just think about hitting the ball and trying to get it on target rather than maybe timing it.
Tex now in on goal, and that's how you finish.
That's how you time it.
Tex, nothing but green from him. 2-0 in this game, 3-3 now on aggregate. And he is just the definition of resilient. 3-1 down at the start of this, no problem. 3-3 now.
So you know what I was mentioning about taking your foot off the gas and maybe Tex wasn't giving it his all? I'm going to retract that statement, and I'm going to retract it for one reason. At breakfast this morning, Tex said to me, do you know I'm the only player who has gone undefeated in 2 tournaments so far? Ever, he claims. He has a chance to go a 3rd tournament unbeaten if he wants. And regardless of whether this game is only for seeding or not, that would still be 1 loss on the tally. And knowing Tex and knowing the player he is, knowing the guy that he is, he's not going to want to throw away anything.
I love that about him. He's always looking to challenge himself and go one further and achieve something that someone else hasn't. And it's so difficult when you're on top to stay hungry. Obviously, he's got a lot to achieve, as we can hear some screams going across the arena at the moment. Obviously, you know, we're getting to these knockout games and every goal is becoming more vital, but you've got to admire that about Tex. Here he is now, Hullet. Oh no, and just like that, he's turned the game around. 4-3 now to Tex. He's just so good at coming from behind.
And you're right, he does stay hungry. He just wants more. I mean, back to the breakfast conversation. He didn't know the difference between a hash brown and a chicken nugget, but it doesn't matter. He gets goals when it matters. That's what Tex does.
And for Sakul, this has got to be not again this situation. You know, he's played so well in that first leg. 3-1. But Tex has just found the key to unlock the defense of Sakul here with this 4-2-2. And now it's down to him to turn things around and change things up and see if he can get back into this game.
And it's whether Tex now is just going to be flourishing going forward and just be confident in his element, start to pull out the tricks. Maybe a little bit later, Steven Gerrard might come on as well. It always seems to happen at least once a tournament, but don't count Sakul out either. I do not want to put a dampener on this performance from Sakul and how well he's been doing so far in this game, because he just needs one goal to get back into things, and he was able to achieve 3 in the first leg. But Tex does look scary when he starts to flow like this.
Here's R9 then, tries to find CR7. Now centre forward position just outside the 18-yard box. Good tackle though from Marcelo and immediately turns it into attack. Look at the space here for Neymar, takes it early!
Oh my goodness.
And absolutely buries it in at the near post.
Time it green. Low driven. Tex has sussed this meta out completely. He answers his critics. Tournament in, tournament out. And he is so impressive. It really is a pleasure to watch his games. And even in games where it is just for the seeding, he still switches on at the right time. Sakul now, after being 2 goals ahead, finds himself 2 goals behind, and that's what happens when you go up against the champion sometimes.
Messi then for Sakul when he's got to be feeling shell-shocked at the moment. 3-1 after the first leg, now he's 4-0 down in this second leg, and all those memories of London start to swarm back. And even though he's gone 3-0 in Swiss and everything's fantastic and he's put himself into a great position, a result like this really can dent your confidence going into the next game. It's almost like a FIFA hangover.
Well, that sounds terrible.
Exactly, well it can. Mentally it can affect your next game. Not just what's happening in front of you right now.
And we've got to look at the downsides of actually losing this game. So Sakul loses, he goes to 3-1. He's going to face someone else who's 3-1, and that could be another brilliant player, and then suddenly he falls himself at 3-2. And then in that last 16, he's going to face someone who's potentially 5-0, maybe 4-1, and that's going to be a tough round for him. That's why these games are extremely important.
So you can see a pause here, and I'd imagine some changes will be coming in on the side of Sakul. Tactical changes just to try and claw his way back into this game. 2 goals down on aggregate. It's not a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah,
but it's a bigger mountain when it's a Tex mountain.
Yeah, when Tex is stood in front of it, kind of guarding it, that's always going to be tough. However, Sakul certainly found something that worked in the first leg. Unfortunately, I didn't see it, so I can't really comment and kind of dissect that. However, he will know where he found those goals and how he found those goals. And he will have to try and recreate that now, whether it's a tactical change, whether it's a player change, perhaps. Maybe he needs to introduce the likes of Pele. Maybe it was Pele that got the goals in the first leg. Who knows? But either way, he just needs to find that little summit.
It's such... I mean, we all always sat here applauding Tex for what he does on this game, right? And it sounds like a broken record almost at this point, but he's playing one of the best players in the world here. He's 3-1 down after the first leg and somehow, again, produces some phenomenal performance to get himself into not just the lead, but a 2-goal lead, and he's looking to make it 3. And at times, he just makes it look so easy. Really is phenomenal to watch him when he is playing his best FIFA 19.
The reason why Tex is so good is his decision-making and his ability to make those decisions very quickly. When he notices a defender is approaching him, he knows exactly how he wants to beat that defender. He knows exactly who to pass it to.
And CR7's beating everyone at the moment with those fake shots. Wants to muscle his man off the ball. Hullet now. Mbappe, lots of space here. Are you surprised anymore to see him finish these? Because you shouldn't be. 5-0 to Tex. 6-3 on aggregate. And just to remind you, at the start of this game, he was 3-1 down on aggregate.
It's Tex's ability to go from repetition to something new to back to repetition. You'll see him sometimes string several different skill moves together. He'll go from heel to elastico to croqueta to drag back. Sometimes he'll go advanced fake shot, advanced fake shot, advanced fake shot. Elastico, 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 like we saw in Atlanta.
In Atlanta, yeah.
And it makes it so difficult as the defending player because you say, oh, well, surely he's going to do a different skill move now, and then suddenly it's another elastico and it's in the back of the net.
Well, not even that, it's a simple 1-2 in that situation there. Sakul's so desperate to commit to get the ball back to get into the game. It's just a simple 1-2, creates the space, and he finds the finish again. Ferdinand into that centre-back spot there.
Old trusty, old reliable for Tex.
Earning
Does the
his
job
place.
there.
And sometimes Tex has always said that. He just wants to stick with the players that he knows gets the job done. And they certainly have got the job done in this second leg for him. As brought down on the left wing is going to be a free kick. And Tex, I always love from free kicks as well. Set pieces is very creative. It's a red card for Ramos as well. So things
he's gone.
Go from bad to worse. And Ramos, I mean, we've seen him banned from a game in real life.
Yeah, he's going to be ejected from this one as well. And speaking of bad to worse, for poor old Sakul here. The world was in his hands at the end of that first leg, 3-1 up, and now he's 5-0 down in this game, 6-3 down on aggregate, with a red card to boot.
Can anyone stop him, Tex, at this tournament? That's the question I think I have to ask myself. I mean, he's priding himself on having that unbeaten tournament at Atlanta, and he did look leagues above everyone else, if I'm honest. And he has all the plaudits now. He had his critics, but now everyone seems to be behind him as, yeah, okay, this kid is the real deal. And if he's able to make it back to back to back, of course, E-Club World Cup, Atlanta, and then here, really would be phenomenal. He'd also be the first ever player to win back-to-back FUT Cups. So you talk about him always looking for more. Well, that's more. He always finds a different accolade to be chasing after.
Just a few minutes left in this game then before it does come to its conclusion. 3 goals the difference, and just not enough time on the clock, quite simply, for Sakul to find his way back into this. Modric tries to burst round his man. Maybe time for one more goal here in this game. But nothing that's going to change the result. Once again, F2 Tex showing why he is #1 in the world. 2 players at 3-0 in the Swiss format, match up against each other. And somehow Tex, after being down 3-1 at the end of the first leg, ends up winning on the aggregate by 3 goals. That man on your screen has once again put a marker down as the tournament favourite. What a performance from F2's Tex.
And it's usually this time where I say, well, what do they have for breakfast? What does Tex eat to be this well? Well, I know I shared breakfast with him this morning. A nice dosage of Cocoa Pops is how he starts his day sometimes. But wow, what an amazing performance from him. Unfortunate for Sakul. I mean, he had a great first leg. But unfortunately, you just can't do anything.
Did you go to breakfast with Tex this morning?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, did I
you mentioned it, I don't know, 4 or 5 times
well, I mean,
now.
If you were up and you had joined me, I would have had breakfast with
I
you.
did join you.
Nah, you were too
And
late.
I had breakfast with Tex.
You were too late.
You won't even let me get it in. But anyway, that's going to do it all from the commentary desk now. Dan's going to go for breakfast with Tex. We'll send it back to you guys.
Anyone would think he had breakfast with Tex this morning. I don't know what he had for breakfast. I think he had shredded wheat, personally, and probably 3 of them. Gents, he's just playing with his food. That's why I said in the background. He's like a lion, and he goes, yeah, I'll let him like poke at me and scratch me. And then he's just messing around with them now.
Now what I genuinely think it is he's trying to challenge himself. He's thinking, these games are too easy, these opponents are too easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a lead, and then I'm just going to try and beat them. And I'm going to turn it on. It's like he just flicks the switch and he goes, all right, now I'm going to beat you. Yeah. And he does that, and he just kind of changes completely.
We even joked backstage that he was like, hang on, am I not on the mainstream? All right, need to turn it on.
I think...
But like, joking aside, how would you beat a guy that's playing like this?
I think it's less of the fact that he's like playing with his food and such. I think it's just the fact that that's why FIFA's 2 legs. So in one game, it's quite a... You can get the rub of the draw, you can get quite lucky in one game. Over 2 legs, usually the better player comes out on top. That's just pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And I think given 2 legs, to beat Tex in 2 individual 90-minute matches of FIFA, that's something that a handful of people have done, 5 or 6 this year. And that just sets him above and beyond everybody else because he's got 2 fresh games of FIFA just to impose his game style. I think the game against Marcus showed me more, just the way that he kept the ball and just frustrated his opponent. And I actually had breakfast with Tex as well this morning. just to throw that out there.
Is this turn out to be one of those things that I was there moments? Is it like, I had breakfast with Tex as well. Let's move on and talk about our other match in this particular round, because it was very one-sided in the end. It wasn't the game that we thought we were going to get from these two. And I have to say, fantastic performance from Goal Machine over these 2 legs. Just absolutely tore Megabit apart. Made him look like he was very poor. And we know he's not a poor player. This is a potential world champion right now.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about the early start. Goal Machine got off to a quick start early on. And look, you see inside 25 minutes, he's going to be 2-0 up. It's just a way that getting that early start against a player like Megabit, who he's already on the ropes. He's 1 and 2. He's thinking, oh, I can't be in this position. I can't go out in groups. I've got too much of a reputation.
There's a little bit of mental block from the
big
penalties
mental.
in the last game
I think
as
so,
well.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
you just
saw
look
his
at
body
him.
language, right?
He already
Exactly.
looks dejected. Yeah.
And that was after his penalty shootout. He
yeah.
already looked like during the penalties he looked broken. Then he lost the penalties. It was like he was like, I'm going to lose these penalties.
Yeah, and it's now is a time where he's going to have to reset himself and actually just go away and understand he's had a bad tournament and move on from this, because he just didn't look happy during those penalties. He didn't, and then you see him
he's
here.
frustrated.
That's what it is, frustration.
3-0 down in this game as well. But what I liked about him, at least, he hadn't given up at this point.
Yeah,
he was still in the game, and you think, okay, gets a goal here. All right, he can get back from here. We know he can come back from 3-1 there, but 4-1 down at the end of that leg, and then concedes another couple of early goals. And I mean, that's it. You can't come back you can't come back from that far back in this level.
Definitely. I think when he scored that one goal there to make it 3-1, everyone thought, oh, okay, you can't count him out. But then when a goal like this goes in,
I mean, that's
you can just see that Goal Machine's not only playing amazing, he's got the look as well, which you do need at times. You need that to go with you. But I'm not going to take away from Goal Machine's performance, because unbelievable time and time again. He's showed his worth right there, and all I'm going to say is thank you, because I'm still 100%. I've still got every single prediction right. I said Goal Machine, and yeah, 4 out of 4 for today. That's all I'm saying.
If you're at home,
29 minutes in, you're 2-0 down, 5-1 down overall. You've taken your headset off. You're finished. You're done, aren't you?
Yeah, you're looking at flights going back from Singapore back to Germany, because you just, I mean, look at him. You can tell body language says a lot. I think that's why the face cam is so important. Like with the penalty shootouts, with the drama, he's all out attack. He's sliding in. He just wants this game to be finished right now. And if you're watching at home and you're struggling 1-1-1s, Goal Machines gave you a perfect example of how to score a 1-on-1 there. Just a ball roll past the goalkeeper, and then just a simple finesse shot into the back of the net. But credit to Goal Machine. He's going to be going into a 2-2 game now, full of confidence. I'd probably say out of all the players, you don't want to match Goal Machine at 2-2.
He looks tasty down in front of goal, certainly going forward. We need to wrap up on Megabit, because he's done. He's out of the tournament. A few hours ago, Richard, we were talking on this very opening panel about
him, a favourite
potential players who could win this tournament. He wasn't in the dark horses. He wasn't on the cusp. He wasn't maybe a threat. He was a definitive favourite for this tournament, specifically when there are players missing in his version of the console as well. To be out at this stage, that's not part of the script for him.
Yeah, he was front and centre alongside Tex. They were the two that we were talking about as favourites. But I think that just goes to show how competitive it is. We often talk about how you can qualify online and then you come to the... I don't think going out in Swiss is even a bad result. You're walking away with 150 Global Series ranking points, and actually getting to this level, getting to a qualifier and qualifying for multiple tournaments, you've got to say well done. You've got to say congratulations. But for his level, for his personal attainment, he will be very, very disappointed.
And that's why I think he was frustrated with himself, because he knows he can play so better, and he knows he's come to Singapore and he's not been able to show that. And that's why he just looks so dejected, he looks so down, because actually probably he's frustrated in himself, he's frustrated in his own performance, and it's just such a shame, because what a player he is. But next one, he can come back, and I'm sure he'll still be able to fight for a place.
All right, we should bring in the winner of our 4th round match. It is the man, the Goal Machine, and I have to say, sir, you're living up to your name in that game, because that was a very, very good result. Talk to us about your mental approach. We talk about mentality all the time in FIFA. Talk about your mental approach in this one, knowing you're going up against probably one of the best players here.
Well, I started the day 0-2, and it was really tough to get back into it. I won my 3rd game, and then I was 1-2, and at that point, every game is a knockout game. And I found out I matched Megabit, and I was like, wow, that's like the toughest match I'll probably get. And then, I don't know, I just played my game, tried to green every shot, and just hope for the best, and yeah, I went my way.
Did it? I mean, obviously it helps when you get 2 early goals like that, and does it just start flowing better for you after that?
I mean, yeah, because then you have a comfortable lead, and then you can control the game instead of him. So you can either keep the ball or you can push for more. So it's amazing having a 2-goal lead.
Yeah. Did you sense his frustration during that game?
Yeah, I mean, he was sitting like two consoles beside me, so I could see his frustration.
Yeah. Does that help as well? Is it like in your head you're like, aha, I'm under his skin?
Not really, because everyone gets frustrated in the game, so it's part of it.
All right. A couple of guys with me as well. You've got questions, gents?
Yeah, how are you feeling right now? You must be feeling so confident, and that moves forward into your next game. But it is another knockout game. But how are you feeling right now?
I mean, I feel great because I just beat Megabit by a big score, and he was a semi-finalist in the last FUT Champs Cup, so it gives me a lot of confidence for the final game.
Yeah, beating Megabit, arguably one of the best players here. Surely you're full of confidence going into the latter stages now. You beat Tex at an event before. You've pretty much beaten everybody who you could possibly match up against. Is this your renaissance, you could say? Is this your time to shine?
I mean, I think if I do get out of groups, I'll go pretty far, so I hope in this 5th game I do pretty well.
Ooh, confidence. I like it. I like
it's
that.
Good. Yeah, it's very good. All right, well, we wish you well, and congrats on a really big win, and we wish you all the best in round number 5.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Goal Machine there joining us from the player area. Seems confident, sounds confident. He's saying the right things. Good interview. Obviously 0-2, back to 2-2. Now it's one game. Winner takes all, moves on to the round of 16. You'd fancy him to go through now, wouldn't you?
Definitely. However, I think it's still a scary position to be in because he's gone 0-2. He has to win. He's gone 1-2. He has to win. He's 2-2. He still has to win, and there's a chance that he could go out. So this could be the 3rd time now where he has to fight against it. He's clawed it back. He's so close. So hopefully that confidence will take him through.
Maybe do a Mo Elba. So that's what we're calling it now.
Well, yeah.
We either call it a Man United, which is like the real world version of going 0-2 and then winning, or a Mo Elba, which is what we call it in FIFA. Let's take a look at the results for round 4 and bring you right up to date with where we are so far. Some more big matches going on in here as well. Plenty of teams going, plenty of players going 0-2, playing in action in this round. Also, don't forget the players that have gone 3-0, they're going to carry on playing, and anyone that's reached 3 will continue to play throughout the 5 rounds to seed themselves into the next half. You can see Gorilla's pulled out a big win there and had to do it as well. He's right on the ropes. He's won 8-2 against Spacey in that game. What else have you seen in there?
I've just seen a potential 2-2 matchup.
Yeah.
And it's Rogue Razek versus Rogue Goal Machine, potentially, in a Rogue derby at 2-2 to go through or to go home.
I'm not sure Rogue would enjoy that, frankly.
Gorilla's also 2-2 as well.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So that 2-2 bracket is stacked right now.
Yeah.
Looking on the right-hand side of your screen, Stokes 9-1. That puts him 3-1. That puts him through. He went 0-1. He lost his first game.
Yeah,
I said, what happened? And he went, you know what? I left the game after it had finished, took the manager out, took all the players out, put everyone back in, new manager in, won 3 in a row.
Well, there you go. It works, doesn't it? I'm going to write that one down as well as the Cocoa Pops.
New tip.
Yeah.
Cocoa Pops before a match. Change your manager, reset your squad. Works every time.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the PS4 results as well for you again to bring you right up to date. Just one more game remaining for all of these players, depending on where they are right now in terms of 2-2 or 3-1, or even some, as they will be now, 4-0, such as Pino, who's 3-2 winner over Jox. And that was a really tight match all the way through over both legs. Barely a goal in it all the way through, so rip-roarer between those two. Mo Alba coming through against the Strangers. That's the big one in here, 8-7. He's back to 2-2 again.
Unbelievable stuff there. It's just when we were talking to him before, we said he's always smiling and he's got to have a grin on his face right now. But again, he's in that position where he has to turn it on one more time. And you're 2-2 and you thought, right, I've clawed this back. And then you find out you've got Mo Alba, you're going to be gutted. So whoever does have to face him, they're going to have to really, really turn it on, definitely.
Yeah, Austin beating Fiddle in there. I mean, dead rubber, but...
Saw that as well, yeah.
Good win for him.
6-5 as well.
Close.
Fiddle scoring that many goals after his attacking's not been great in this tournament. He's been defensively very sound. So to only concede 6 against Houston and to score 5, I think Fiddle could potentially go far in this tournament.
The other one is Levinkin, who just seems to keep getting the toughest draws around. He's now gone out 11-10 to Rasta Artur as well, which another player who can pull those kind of games out.
Yeah, 11-10 to me looks like a potential penalty shootout.
It does look like a pen shootout. Yeah.
So that'll be 2 penalty shootouts that he's lost.
Yeah.
Right now for Lev Vinken, he'll be going 2-2, probably the toughest game to play in this tournament thus far. So the matchmaking is going to be good in that 2-2 bracket, both on Xbox and PlayStation. I'm looking forward to casting that.
You think?
I'm looking forward to it.
He's already calling these games out. I love it. What else did you see in there?
I saw, New York City Chris. We mentioned him before. I said I put him as one of my dark horses. I saw him before, and I think with him, he's his own worst enemy at times. At previous tournaments, you see he gets frustrated. But the past couple of tournaments I've seen him at, he says, I'm really enjoying myself. I'm having fun. Right. And that's what I think is a huge part of playing this game. It's the mental side of it. We've talked about it time and time again. But when a player is enjoying themselves, they're enjoying playing, then I think it makes a world of difference when they come to these tournaments because they're in a good headspace. And if you've got to change your team or you've got to do anything that just helps you, well, I think that shows, and I think that's the really, really good thing about these tournaments is it gives the pros a chance to put themselves in that world stage. They're putting themselves out there, and when they're enjoying themselves, it all works out.
Yeah. There's a few people enjoying themselves on Twitch. Because they've benefited from rewards. Just wondered if you guys have
a little bit of linking my Twitch account and my EA Sports FIFA account.
Have you done that?
Potentially so.
Have you done that? Good to hear. I hope you've done the same thing as well. If you are watching on Twitch, do please link up your account to EA and make sure you can then participate in rewards. Who knows? You might end up with a gold premium player bag. Just maybe. All right. So just do, link your accounts. That's all I'm saying. These guys have done it. I'm sure they've got lots of free stuff anyway. They don't really care about all this stuff. But they've done it, so you do it as well. And you can participate in the rewards, which we'll have throughout the weekend. Thank you very much for tuning in. We hope you stay with us. We've still got 2 more rounds to come today. The next round, however, is the decisive one in Swiss round number 5. This decides the final positions who will go through to the round of 16. And after that, we will play the round of 16 on both the PS4 and the Xbox. Still plenty to come here from Singapore. Join us soon.
My favorite Asian food is noodles with chicken. I always eat it in Germany, so here also.
My favorite Asian food, I think, is sushi, I want to say.
My favorite Asian food is, I have no idea. I don't know what they eat in Asia, so burgers. I don't know.
My favorite Asian food is just rice. Simple, but I think that's my favorite.
My favorite Asian food is Asian noodles.
My favorite Asian food? I don't know. If you ask a lot of players that know me, I'm probably the most simple person when it comes to food. I don't really explore outside of plain food, so I couldn't tell you.
I'll say fried rice and chicken.
My favorite Asian food is pho bo, which is like a soup with chicken, and I really like that.
The best song of all time, I think.
I'll probably say Liam Payne, Strip That Down. Probably get slaughtered for that, but for me that's the one.
Goodbye My Lover from James Blunt. I like the song, and yeah, I'm really sad when I hear it.
I don't really listen to music, so I don't really have a favorite song of all time.
The best song of all time. There are many good songs, and the best song is probably...
I'm a Tupac fan, so I go for a Tupac. All Eyes on Me, I go for, yes.
Memories.
The best song of all time is Dancing Queen by ABBA.
From David Guetta, I think it's 10 years old, Memories with Kid Cudi. Was my favorite childhood song, and if I hear it right now, it will be emotional for me.
Don't let the leg monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
A very warm welcome back to Singapore for live coverage of the FUT Champions Cup in March, and we are very much into it now. This is round number 5 of the Swiss. If you've missed any of the previous rounds, you'll need to catch up, and I'm not going to spoil anything, except that you kind of have spoiled it for yourself, because, well, we're going to reveal to you in a moment which matches we're showing, and of course we're going to be focusing on the 2-2 matchups, which means you'll already know the previous 4. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You've missed some great FIFA. Don't miss any more. Stay with us through round 5 and the round of 16, which is exactly what our gents are going to do who are on the couch right now. The two Ivans are back.
Yes.
How are you doing in your prediction game, first of all?
Well, I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
We had some upsets.
Yeah.
But
what have you learned?
I learned to always stick to text.
Yes. Don't back against text. I think that's what we've definitely learned in the prediction game. Round 4 threw up a couple of really good matches. Round 5, on the other hand, holy Moses. This is where it gets really serious because, you know, although it's enjoyment for us and for the fans at home watching and enjoying it as competition, it must be awful for the players. Like, how would you go through that back there knowing you're 2-2, one game decides your entire fate for the rest of the weekend?
Well, having been there myself at 2-2,
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a good position to be in. It also depends where you're coming from because, for example, Timo, he was 2-0, now he's 2-2. Spoiler. That's not a good position to be in. Whereas if you're Mo Aubameyang and from 0-2 you've been 2-2, that's a good position to be in.
Yeah.
So it's all a matter of perspective, and it's all about the mindset. FIFA is very, very much a mental game, and it's all down to this. If you can mentally show up and just be the better player on the day.
Okay, let's take a look at the Xbox matches, and Boris, you can give us your experiences of being 2-2.
Well, I think you can see it.
It never happened to him, you see. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it did actually.
Did it really?
Yeah, but
all right, maybe no events I ever saw you at.
But last year we had a different format with the 7 rounds of Swiss, so I was actually 3-3 twice. I won one time and went to the brackets. Another time I lost. It actually was to Houston. But yes, when you are 3-3, I mean, losing that game, it hurts because you feel that you were so close to reach the brackets, and when you go to the brackets, you have this feeling that anything can happen.
One-off matches.
Yes,
play well.
but then on the other hand, you can also feel happy because you won against 3 other pro players. So
Right.
it shows that you also have the level to compete. But of course, it always hurts losing that last round when you got so far and that you feel that I have this. I can get to a top placement.
Right.
And now we have a couple of players that are finding themselves in this position. We have Gorilla here also against Alexandru. Both players 2-2. Big matchup, and yes, I mean this round, decisive round, who's gonna get to the KO stage?
I was going to just pick up on Alexander because he's one of a few players who are in this round that, if they get through this one game, can make a massive difference to their ranking points.
Yeah, of course, and same goes with Gorilla. Actually, can make this massive step in the knockouts because we know that when he has his back to the wall, he delivers.
Yes.
So if he gets out of the knockout to the knockout stages, that's when he can maybe go far.
Yeah. I mean, he's a dangerous player in brackets, isn't he? He's one of those you just kind of go, oh, I really don't want to play.
He's a dangerous player everywhere.
Yeah.
You just don't want to match Gorilla. No matter the form, no matter the game, it's a player you would like to avoid if possible. So if he gets to the knockouts, he can get far and secure important
And he
points.
also didn't qualify for Champions Cup 6, so this is definitely, he needs all possible points from Singapore, and if he doesn't win this round, if he goes out, I mean, he will lose even more confidence. There are 2 qualifiers left for LQEs, but still, I mean, it's looking a bit, not to say dark for him, but...
No, but it's starting to slip, isn't it? And he's starting to become under pressure, and he didn't look like that a couple of tournaments ago.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
Let's take a look at the PS4 matches for you as well. These are the final matches that will take place in round number 5 of Swiss. Again, do or die for many of the players in here, including Timo and Tuga, who go head-to-head in a match to take them into the next round.
I think the first thing we can notice is Lev Vinken against Mo Aubameyang.
Yep.
Lev Vinken, who has lost 2 games.
Also 2-2.
Yes, who has lost 2 games on pens, and Mo Aubameyang, who came from 0-2 and is mentally stable. And a fun fact about this game is, if I'm correct, if Mo Aubameyang manages to win this game...
Yeah, it goes ahead of him.
Yeah, and from 0-2, being Mo Aubameyang, he will probably play one of Ustun or Stefano Pina. So those 2 will hope that Mo Aubameyang does not win his game. So
that's true.
It's definitely the best matchup in terms of viewership.
But
on
also,
PlayStation.
at the same time, you got to feel sorry for Lev Vinken. I mean, he always gets these matchups, always the hardest possible draw. And Mo Amba also, he's coming back now from the dead, really. I was watching his game against Stranger. He was trailing with the 3 goals, and he manages to find some kind of second wind and just gets back in this game and scores in the last minute to make it 7-6.
Yep.
So just a comeback king, and like you said, of the guys topping the table, Ustun Pina, they want Mo Auba to lose this one because this is a guy that you don't want to face in the
first round of
brackets.
knockouts.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
It's almost like a banana skin for some of these top players. Let's take a look at the 4 matches that we're going to be focusing on here. You're not going to be disappointed with these, I can tell you right now. First of all, let's get the obvious ones out of the way. Pina versus Ustun is a playoff for the top seed in the bracket, so that one's going on as well. We've also got Goal Machine versus Jet Merkin as well in there. Alexander versus Gorilla, also at 2-2, and we're going to be focused on Timo versus Tuga. Again, 2-2. What fabulous 4 matches. Don't know where to watch, because in the green room we've got 2 big screens, one of which has got the 4 match. I'm usually watching the 4 screen, literally eyes darting everywhere.
Definitely. I mean, Timox is his, after the Continental Cup at the start of the year, it's his first big international event, and he went 2-0. He was so close to the knockouts. To now be 2-2 and play against Tuga, who has been a very good player recently, especially after the patch.
Really good.
It's a really, really tough matchup, and he needs this win. He needs this win to get to the knockouts and secure very, very important points.
I'm going to ask for predictions. I don't need to from you, because you basically said that Tuga was your dark horse for this tournament anyway.
He was, yes, but I mean, a lot happened today. A lot happened today,
yes,
really.
okay.
And looking actually at the matchup, I think that Timox had much harder draws. And he lost narrowly to players like JRA, to Jackson. And I think, looking at today, Timox looks stronger, and he also looks more hungry, because Tuga is pretty much qualified for the World Cup. He did 2 brilliant previous tournaments in the FUT Champions Cup 3 and 4. He has over 2,000 points. So he's pretty much safe, while Timox, he's really under pressure now. He really needs all possible points. So he will be perhaps a little bit more nervous, which also will add that extra focus.
Okay.
And I think actually for this game, I believe in Timox.
Okay.
I was going to go with Tuga, but...
Have you been persuaded?
I have. I have been persuaded.
Did a perfect sales pitch, Boris Legend. What a legend.
Yeah, you could say.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Timox.
So you're going with Timox as well?
Yeah.
Interesting. I like the fact that he's been swayed. The Ivans have agreed. This has never happened in the whole history of all things. Let's find out whether our commentators agree as well as we bring in them for their predictions. Gents, are you also in agreement?
Well, Paul, yes, we are.
Are you
we do
really?
agree.
A
And
clean sweep.
we're agreeing with Timox. We both think that Timox will take it.
Interesting.
What do you
I like
think?
that.
No one's
Me?
asked you for a prediction.
Yeah, because I'm rubbish at predictions. And frankly, do you know what? If I get it right, then it's basically a coin flip, usually. And then if I get 100%, that just makes you guys look bad.
I suppose you talked me out of it.
Good luck, gents, and take us into round number 5.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. And yes, we've agreed for Timox for once. We never normally agree on many things, but I think the thing that a lot of people forget is Timox was one of those really big standout players in the German scene. What got the German FIFA scene kind of going at the beginning. That Wolfsburg were the first team to come into competitive FIFA esports. They picked up Sauser, then they went and got Dave By the way, then they got themselves Timox, who was actually one game away from being a finalist at the FUT Championship in Berlin when Shells beat him on a penalty shootout in the console final. So people do forget the history that Timox does have.
Yeah, the exact same year, in 2017, they were in the grand final on the final day in a console final against Dito. So people forget these things. People have got very short memories in FIFA. And yes, that's granted, we're on a yearly cycle. But those experiences that you get from FIFA 17, from FIFA 16, from FIFA 18, they don't go away. That experience at an event doesn't leave you. And this is the sort of clutch game where I can see Timox, as I said, clutching up and taking this 3-2 and knocking out Tuga.
Let's have a word about Tuga, because Tuga's had a bit of a dream story as well over the last 2 FUT Champions Cups. He does a job with the military on the side there, and has limited time to play in Portugal. But what we have known from him is he qualified for Bucharest in January, got himself a semi-final spot, which took him from like 200th place to 40th, I think it was, or in the 20s. Then went and beat Nicholas in a console final in Atlanta. Literally a week and a bit ago, and then put himself into the top 10.
Yeah, he went from in the 200s to the top 5 in 2 tournaments.
And now he's on the bridge of going out in Swiss style format. So, we often make the joke of a lot can happen in a week of competitive FIFA, a lot can happen in 24 hours of competitive FIFA. It goes to show, once again, this is anyone's game. Whoever feels up for it, whoever's up for Swiss style format will normally do well. Hence why you see F2 Techs doing well every single time. And let's just recap some people, Rich, throughout the competition now. If you have just joined us, this is round number 5 of Swiss style format in the final round. You could say group play here in Singapore, and big names, big German names out the competition. Megabit out, Pro-Owned out, Stranger is out the competition as well. You've got Checham, the Spanish player, out, Spacer out as well, Richard. And there's only 4 players that are 4-0 right now. Obviously 2 players on each console. They're playing against each other right now. That's Houston against Pinner and Tex against SPQR Senna. Of course, the Brazilian there, Senna de Bone. Many will know him as he's taking a deflection. He's offside anyway for R9, as that's Timox with the first chance of the game.
Yeah, he talked about the players who are out of the competition, a few players who are through into the round of 16. Definitely, you've got Stefano Pina, NIC City Chris, Resende, Tom Stokes, as you said, Tex there as well. And these 2-2 games are so vital right now. I'm sure we'll be providing you all the results from that 2-2 matchup when it has finalised. But our focus will be on Timox from Wolfsburg up against Tuga from Offset.
And of course, you can see there as well, 52nd in those Global Series rankings. This is a massive tournament for Timox. Whoever wins this game will jump up to a minimum of 275 Global Series ranking points. You go out now, you get 150, which is still, of course, the equivalent of 15 weekend leagues at 27 wins or more, but you don't really want to be playing 15 weekend leagues. You want to be getting yourself to a major event place him well. And spoke to Tim Ox earlier today, Richard, when he was actually 2-1. So he was 2-0 to kick things off, then lost the game. Said, I lost 5-4 in the end in the game I played. And I said to him, why does it seem like you're playing a little bit better in this tournament? Like, why because you had a very quiet start to the year. And you said, I've adapted better to this recent patch. I've played more. I've trained harder.
Yeah, the first tournament of the year that he played in was the Paris Games Week. He made a semi-final, and that's where these points have come from right now. That's why he's actually 52nd on the rankings at all. Apart from that, he's not really done much. I think he's qualified for the 6th FUT Champs Cup as well, has Timo. So is there a little bit of a resurgence in the latter end of the year? If you're looking at his team, I got the opportunity to go and actually stand behind him while we were doing his team. Van der Sar in goal, Van Dijk playing centre half.
Some interesting picks for sure.
Yeah, it's very. He's setting his way. You were asking me who's better, Modric or Kante, and in the end, if Modric scores a late goal, it's because Richard Buckley told him to put him in.
There's an early chance now on the rebound. It was actually nearly the man from Madeira that popped up, a fellow Portuguese footballer in Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm just looking here down at those rankings, of course. 484 Global Series ranking points Tim Ox is on compared to the unbelievable start, or the unbelievable last 2 events that Tuga has had. 2,273 Global Series ranking points, which just goes to show not just one tournament, Richard, but 2 good tournaments can do for you.
Yeah, 100%. It's very much, if you perform over a couple of weeks, couple of months, you can turn your season right around. And he's pretty much guaranteed himself a grand final spot right now, just from a good FUT Champions Cup 3 and 4.
The best thing about him is, Richard, I believe he plays a 4-4-2 still. Here's Tuga now. This is Kylian Mbappe. Chips all the way across. And Ronaldo was there. Maybe that'll be a different end result. The shot will still come in via Hullet, but into the hands of Van der Sar, I want to say. I'm so used to saying David De Gea. I was nearly just saying it again right there, but that's a mistake at the back now. Van der Sar's off his line as well. Going to play inside to Ronaldo, and it's going to be offside anyway. But why do you think people are going for Van der Sar?
Well, I asked Timo, I said, why Van der Sar over David De Gea? He said for the simple fact he just seems more consistent. He's very good with his hands. De Gea will come out and often punch the ball. He'll flap at it a little bit, whereas Van der Sar, he seems to be a lot more consistent, a lot more just calm in the goal. Less mistakes from him. And you want that out of your goalkeeper. You want the less possible mistakes in such an important area of the pitch. Just look at the way that Timo and Tuga are both sat as well. Timo, the most relaxed players I've seen play FIFA.
A little bit like Dito, the way he plays, just sat back in his chair. Of course, the other side of that, you've just got the typical kind of gamer stance of what Tuga is doing there, but he's been working for him, and of course Van der Sar needs to do a job here. If Mbappe's going to go for it hill to hill, this is Tuga now. And we'll go out for a corner. Van Dijk making that interception as well. Neymar. This is Tuga now. He's probably had the better opening chances.
We've seen a lot of Van Dijk in the past with the EPL club playoffs. We have the opportunity to cover a quarter of the entire club playoffs. And Van Dijk's been used in every single person's team.
Also in that competition, Premier League players only, such as the virtual Bundesliga. Obviously, you have to play as your club there. I'm sure, of course, all the other leagues have their rules as well in place. Part of the Global Series, all offering different Global Series ranking points as well. Some 850 if you're a featured league, such as the MLS, E-Premier League, virtual Bundesliga, Eredivisie, the list goes on. And this is up for a place in the round of 16, and it's going to be Tuga that gets us off underway. It has been coming.
Really nice finish as well. Played it into his feet. Off the crossbar. From Neymar, Team of the Year Neymar. It was. Just opened up his right boot. Instep off the crossbar. And we talked about the momentum. We talked about the confidence of Timo, having come from 2-0, being one game away from going through, to now being one game away from going out.
Goal for the visitors.
That will be the breakthrough finally. 39 minutes into it. And it goes the way of the man that is a higher seed. He was in the grand final, the cross-console final, I should say, in Atlanta against Tex there, and just unfortunately couldn't get a look in. So that was Tex's second FUT Champions Cup of the year. We're looking to make it 3 this year. Obviously, he's currently unbeaten, 4-0 for that man. Just seems unstoppable in any event, any country. It really doesn't faze that man. Here comes Neymar now. This is Tuga now for a chance to go 2-0 up. He's a combination of skill moves there he's using to try and get away from that man, and Hullit's got no other alternative just to boot that out for a throw-in.
Yeah, I think you can see Seb actually stood behind Timo here from Stark.
I'm sure in his mind he'll be thinking back to all those titles, those tournaments as well. Wolfsburg, really that first team of getting esports going in the German scene. Duga's been moving the ball brilliantly. Really hasn't given much for Timox to work with at all. Marcelo into Cristiano Ronaldo in the most confined of spaces. There we go, half-time between the two, and you can see their possession's quite fair, but look at the passing accuracy from Tuga, 92%.
Yeah, pretty even after the first half, in all honesty. It's very much a marathon, not a sprint at this stage. You've got to keep calm. Timo knows he'll create chances if he continues to play at this pace. When he's getting the ball, it's a very quick passing moves in around the box, trying to cut down Tuga. But Tuga's one of those players that he's very much...
It's the 4-4-2, mate.
It's an anomaly. It's something you're not used to playing against.
It's like Shells back in maybe last winter of... Before that, I would say FIFA 18, wasn't it? It was kind of around that time. He has dipped his host, you could say, into 4-4-2 a little bit this year, but not really too much. Kind of 4-2-3 when it's the standard way of playing for a number of pros. Just because you can get those 2 CDMs in there, you can move your strikers down to cams as well if you need to.
It's also with the back post cross as well. It's so effective. Getting your light cam and your left cam, just bombing them on with the first time finesse shots when they were the meta in the game. That was something that you had to do. You had to work that left cam and right cam area, play it into them, and play onto that first time finesse shot. Whereas now I feel like there's a little bit more variety in the formations that can be used and can be viable. 4-3-1-2, 4-3-2-1, 4-4-2, 4-2-2. And we've even seen Resende with a 3-5-2 throughout the tournament, which has worked extremely well for him.
Timox trying to defend, but you can see there when he's trying to play forward, everyone is back in that 4-4-2 for Tuga. Everyone behind the ball, everyone in their own half. Just making 2 walls of 4 as well, Richard, which makes it so hard to break down. And it makes the strikers even have to go and chase the ball. For Tuga, Tuga's strikers are literally defending inside his own half.
I think Tuga's been watching a little bit of Sam Allardyce. 2 backs of 4, get the ball up top, play simple.
It's been so difficult to break down as he does come forward now. An array of skill moves every single time for the Portuguese player as well. As you said, from Offset Esports, and it played now to Cristiano Ronaldo. That's going to fall nicely. He's got very fortunate with that one. I think it actually fell to Rafael Varane. Number 5, I can just see there on the corner of my screen. Ball bounced nicely, and R9 will not be missing anytime soon from that distance.
He's so unlucky. The ball's bounced 2 different occasions against him there. That's just so unfortunate for Timo. He's played it short from the corner. He's gone to pass it into the box, and it's just ricocheted off for his man twice. Fallen to Timo inside the box. Fallen, I should say, to Tuga inside the box, and
you might be missing from there anytime soon.
With that, extend his lead to 2-0, and you saw the reaction from Timo. He knows that he's been hard done by there. He's got to keep his head though right now. He can't let this game get away from him. He can't let the occasion get the better of him.
Especially in an elimination game as well. We must repeat, if you have just joined, if you're watching around the world, this is round 5 of Swiss-style format. So many games, elimination games being played and games for seeding purposes being played. So obviously only 2 players can go 5-0, one on PlayStation, one on Xbox. Of course, in those games, you got Senna up against F2 Tex and Pinner against Houston. Houston, the top goal scorer in the competition so far, 31 goals registered.
I chatted to Houston yesterday when we came to do a little rehearsal. And I said, you feeling confident? If I can defend, I can do really well, but I can't defend.
It seems as scoring goals doesn't seem to be the problem for him.
Yeah, it seems as though in this Swiss style where we can play with a little bit less pressure before the tournament ramps up a little bit, he usually always does well in Swiss, does Houston. And then as the tournament gets more pressurised,
like
people start playing more defensive.
Yeah, he struggles a bit around there, doesn't he?
Also, other people adjust their play style. When you get into a quarter-final, when you're on the stage playing against each other, you tend to just go back into your shell a little bit. You tend to play more defensive. That's why you don't really see high-scoring finals.
Look at this run now on the far-hand side from Neymar. This is Tuga now. The heel tilt play inside, just tries to fake that pass and actually play to Cristiano Ronaldo. And it does go for a corner there. Now we can see actually the changes, unfortunately, of not Tim Ox, but we can see the changes of Tuga. And he's actually got Adair on the bench. Got some legends on there. Pandev is on there as well. And obviously Adair, the man that won the Euros for Portugal just a few years back. I doubt they'll be involved, but obviously there is just a...
4-1-2-1-2 from Timo. He's gone quite direct right now. He's playing that narrow 4-1-2-1-2, so I expect to see a lot going down the centre of the pitch. Not a lot out wide for the German in the last 18 minutes.
Just watch he's going to control here. He's obviously just does team on the other side, tried to control a Van Dijk, but the ball's just gone on the far edge of the box, and he's made it look so simple, Tugaraz. There's us watching the front post. He's just simplified it completely, played it into the box to a fresh Messi, and on that left foot of dreams, he makes it 3-0.
Very similar to the corner we saw from Tex earlier, where he played onto the edge of the box, and then Mbappe was the man to finish from the edge of the box on that occasion. This time around, it is Messi firing a green shot, timed finish into the left corner and extends his lead 2-3. Does Tuga. Last time we saw him, it was a PS4 console final, and the opportunity potentially to go out of the tournament in this round 5 Swiss style, but he's excelled right now. He's took the opportunity in both hands to play one more game to save his tournament, and look at that 4-4-2 right there.
He's made the run inside if he wants to use, and this is going to be Pele. Obviously that prime icon moment. Here we go, Neymar, keeper's move. That's an open goal. And a little finger wag as well from Tuga. He knows that's a classy finish.
The only reason that chance has actually ever been created is because he's playing the 4-4-2. Pele was the right winger. He had so much room down that side then to enable him to switch the ball and then play across the box. And Neymar, just a little bit of goalkeeper movement from Timo, expecting the shot early. And
the important thing for me right now is Timo, yes, you might be 4-0 down, but you can't concede one or two more. You can't concede another one there, but that's going to be 4-0 it shouldn't. At the moment, it looks like this game is slipping away from Timox.
Yeah, we are going to head on over to the Xbox side of things. Alexander from the United States up against Gorilla from Great Britain. This is also a 2-2 elimination match, and let's see how this game is getting on. It's Alexander with a 1-goal lead.
And it's Gorilla on the attack now. It's going to fall to Cristiano Ronaldo. Vieira off the post on the rebound. Yeah, we go. Luckily, we arrived to it at the right time. A very fortunate bounce there and a deflection. Falls to R9. Again, he's not really going to be missing from there at all.
Just bounced the back of Van der Sar's head.
I do feel a bit sorry for Van der Sar. He's been amongst a few ricochets. It's going to be in the kit of Slovenia for Gorilla. I don't know if he's just a fan of that one, but that's 1-1 in this game. I think we're nearly at half-time in leg number 1. This, again, elimination football live from Singapore. Round 5 of Swiss-style format here. Both players 2-2, and obviously this is the 2017 world champion in Gorilla involved in this elimination match. Up against, obviously, Roma Alexander.
Both players grand finalists last year in 2018. They're hoping to return to the grand finals again this year.
Of course, Alexander was under another team back then. Sports Kansas City, I believe he was under at the time in that final. Of course, there's some other scores on the other side of your screen there. So I believe those are the games that have just been concluded already. And obviously, we know that big names have left the competition, including the likes of Megabit. Pro-Own's out the competition. The German players there. Chetchum's out as well. A Spaniard, a Spacer from the UK. So he had a brief spell at XL with the Gfinity Elite Series there, but he goes out the competition as well. And into the second half we go. Still in that first leg, of course.
One player also has gone through. No one really expected him to go through. Nate Jazz from Australia. We had a number of Australian players here for this event, given that it was in Singapore. I believe that region, that rest of the world region, the Oceania region, got actually more spots than they usually would for an event of this size.
It was an opportunity, wasn't it? It was an opportunity to again, to show exactly what that rest of the world scene's all about.
He's capitalised on that opportunity.
Unfortunately, it wasn't the same story for his teammate in Nate Goat. He went out the competition, but I'm sure NA Esports will be very proud of the performance that Jazz has put in. He's been an upcoming player, seen him a lot on Twitter, online, of him competing in events, doing well on Weekend League, and just the progression of that player there. He only lost as well. I think he lost 6-4 to Tex in a two-legged game between the two. A finesse from distance, just wide of the goal. There's a chance for Gorilla to knock on the door. It will fall back to Gorilla once again, though. To Ronaldo, to Neymar. And that goal just settled a few nerves for Gorilla. He knows it's an elimination game, and once again, talk about those Global Series points. You win this, you jump up.
Yeah, we talked about mindsets and mentality coming into this game. I think both of these players coming in with quite a negative mindset. They've not performed to the level that they expect, that they personally... It's all about personal expectations.
You told me as well today, Richard, sorry to interrupt, is that this is the game you want to win. You're going to round of 16. As a player like Gorilla or Alexander, or the previous game we were watching, Tuga's, Timox's, you're feeling good going to round of 16. You've just won an elimination game. You're going to be on a bit of a buzz.
And there'll be players coming off the back of a loss going into that game. People who finished 4-1. There'll be a player there, and then there'll be people who also finished 3-2 coming off the back of that 5th round of fixtures. So I think you've got a decent shout. If you do win this game, you're going in, also having already played the biggest game thus far. Every game there on out is a knockout game. I always think back to Nicholas Razek. He's the king of the 0-2 to the late run in the tournament.
Ball to the back post now for Hullet, but it's Rio Ferdinand that gets rid of that one, and he's a start, of course, in the team for Gorilla as well. Obviously plays for Text as Rio Ferdinand. Both those players, both UK players, should say, favouring the Englishman at centre half, the icon. Seems to be keeping his place for a reason. Alexander coming forward now with Eusebio. Went into a fake shot. Can he play inside? No, he can't. He tried again, but funny enough, who's there again? Rio Ferdinand.
Yeah, I've got him at home as well, Rio Ferdinand, the prime Rio, and he's just, for me,
there's a drag back into
probably the most consistent centre-back on the game. I will go out on a limb and say. He's always in the right place at the right time. He's pacey, he's strong, he can head the ball, he can jump, and he's aggressive in his tackling.
I don't know what's happened here at the back. There's been a bit of a confusion. It's going to go all the way across.
Ramos. What a leap from Sergio Ramos.
Well, it had to be a good one. There was a mistake at the back from Gorilla, and Alexander Lee capitalised on it. And there we go. It's another attack now. The American picked up a move, as we said, to AS Roma / Fnatic a few months ago now, to join the roster of the Zimmers, the Ranners, the Dammies, and it goes. And I tell you what, he's worked that well. El Tornado all the way across. It's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo to step up and score.
Yeah, how the ball's been turned over, quite unfortunate for Gorilla. I think it was Vieira took a bad touch in the middle of the pitch. Hullet won it back. But then as soon as Hullet came forward with the ball, he's knocked it out wide. Little El Tornado, first time cross, and that's what you can expect if you cross it into that sort of area where you've got the likes of Mbappe, you've got the likes of Ronaldo attacking the ball. They're going to win it. It's as simple as that.
Goes back to the drawing board now for Gorilla, and you can see there just to the left of their names, obviously 50th in those Global Series rankings is Alexander. He needs a big performance here in Singapore. And on the other side of that, you've got Gorilla 18th.
He's another player on that cusp, on the cusp of the top 16. If he goes well in this tournament, gets a quarter-final, gets a semi-final, he's probably looking towards that top 16 pretty much locked in. He has just switched formation yet again.
The guys were saying, though, on the couch, so you were on there earlier as well, Richard, is that for Gorilla's standards, he wants to be in the top 3. He doesn't want to be 18th, does he? But it's one of those things. You can't keep thinking about the past, and of course, you've had great success in the past. You have to try and just get yourself going again this year. 18th at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, as harsh as it sounds, a 2017 World Championship isn't going to get you Global Series ranking points. You have to perform right now in the current state of the game. That's where you have to perform.
Like a player like, for example, after this attack we'll talk about it in a second, but like a player like Aga, obviously he won it in 2014, and still now he wants to get up there again in the top 10s and in the top 20s, which he is doing already, but it's a different story for that man from Denmark. Had a fantastic start to the season, and we want to continue that. Obviously, he's got Superliga to play in as well, FC Copenhagen. Marcuso, his very good friend there.
Never really looked any danger there, that chance. A pretty straightforward shot from Gorilla on the edge of the box. This lovely switch play over to Marcelo. Marcelo's just one of those left backs that, even though he's not great, he's good defensively. He's not outstanding.
He's a good left back.
If you're wanting a good defensive left back, you're probably looking at Alexandro. But just what he offers you going forward, the pace, the shooting, the 5-star skills from a fullback. You know, to El Tornado, where you're left back and then put a cross into the box, he's so underrated.
Messi now. Can he play that ball? N'Golo Kante that's making it instead. Pele with a direct shot. It will be Van der Sar that has to pull out a massive left hand there. It's going to go out for the corner. Front post flick on with Hullet off the bar with a rebound. It's just about in. You can see the surprise on Gorilla's face there. He didn't think it went in. You can see that. Hits the post. Messi dived and headers it. Just about trickles it in the end. I don't even know how Messi hasn't got that on target originally.
Yeah, I think that's actually going down as an own goal. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, it's gone down as a Messi goal. It looked like it was going wide to me.
It was.
Until Van der
If
Sar.
there was no touch to a player, I honestly think that was going to hit the post or go wide. I have no idea why he's not got that on target at all there. That team of the year Messi FUT item. Now this game is all square once again as we head into the second leg very shortly. Both players need to win this game, of course. If one person loses out the competition. This is round 5 of Swiss-style format. And we'll be playing the round of 16 after this as well. Then that will conclude day number 1 here in Singapore. The 5th FUT Champions Cup, FUT Champions Cup of March. If anything, Grealish wants to get into this second leg, I've got a feeling. At 2-2, pretty much a clean slate going into the second game.
Might be even waiting for the last chance of the game, potentially. Could Gorilla comes forward now with Ruud Hullet as soon as that 90th minute.
There we go, there's Messi for if he wants to play him.
Added time has gone up.
If he can get himself a goal now, this would be a bit of an advantage for him. Added time of 2 minutes, everything now, nothing can go back. Got to be positive in the way he plays. He's going to fall to Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's done so well to turn away from his man. He faked to go left, went back on the right side. It's gone through the keeper's legs, and now he has a slight advantage heading into game number 2.
He's done fantastically well to get into that position. You're going to see a little bit of close control from Ronaldo. He goes left, and then Alexander will be so disappointed. He's moved Van der Sar to the exact right position that he needs to be in to save that ball. He's read the shot from Gorilla, and it's just gone through Van der Sar. We talk about Van der Sar being this consistent goalkeeper, but right there you're asking questions as it's potentially cost him that lead in the first leg.
Of course, that is going to be the first game concluded. That 3-2. Of course, got lots of elimination football taking place at the moment. Plus, some games for seeding. Of course, there's only 4 players that are still unbeaten at the competition at the moment. Of course, I think we're Senna up against F2 Tech. Both players 4-0 unbeaten. Obviously, one of them will be, of course, beaten after that game has been played. On the other side of that, you've got Houston against PSV, Stefano Pina, in which is going to be a great game there. But we'll be waiting, obviously, to gump into this second leg very soon. But Gorilla's got the slight advantage, won that game 3-2, and he was over the moon with that bit of play at the end. You mentioned, Richard, a lovely bit of just close control dribbling, just to get away from his man, open up a yard, and for lucky enough for him, it went through the goalkeeper's legs.
Yeah, he played it. The shot and the build-up to the shot were really good. It was just that he moved the goalkeeper, did Alexander, and yet still the ball went through him, unfortunately, as this first leg of fixtures is wrapping up very shortly indeed. You can see Enzo there giving a little bit of advice to Alexander.
And even this is the time when you need a coach there or someone just to keep you calm, cool, collected. Gorilla doesn't need a coach. Of course, back in 2017 when he won that World Championship, it was good friend, obviously, Sean Allen at the time that was coached him then.
Looks like there's another coach in behind him there as well. FUTWIZ manager, FUTWIZ Dan, in behind his player Marco.
As you can see, J.R.A. Lyon just through as well through that gap. But Richard, of course, as we said, that's concluded leg number 1 of round 5 of Swiss-style format. Of course, hope you guys are still enjoying the stream. We've still got 2 more days of action as well, plus a round of 16 today. So, if anything, for me, I really enjoy day number 1 because day number 1 is where the stories are made. Because there's big players leave the competition, there's big names that go through as expected, and then you get the maybe 5 to 10 handful of players that have gone through, like a Jazz, like an innate Jazz.
It's that little bit of unexpected. You don't know what you're going to get. I feel like on day 2 and day 3, it almost sets it up that you know you're going to get knockout football, you're going to get tight games, you're going to get shocks, penalty shootouts. On day 1, sort of a mixed bag. How are people going to deal with the time difference? How are people going to deal with the jet lag? How are people going to deal with being in Singapore in general? Who's going to adjust better to this land setting? And it astounds me every time that the likes of Tex, that the likes of Stefano Pina, wherever they are in the world, you give them a copy of FIFA, you give them a competition, chances are they're going to win it.
Here we go then, second leg between these two. Grilla from left to right in that Arsenal strip. Of course, in that Roma strip, as expected, from right to left, it will be Alexander, trailing 3-2 at the moment. It needs an unbelievable leg of FIFA to turn this one round. He's pulled out a save from Van der Sar within the first 2 minutes of it. If anything, that's a warning sign. The Gorilla's up for this one.
I want to see how Alexander can get at Gorilla. It seemed as though in that last game, it was fairly one-sided since we joined the game, at least, on the 43rd minute. Alexander just looks a little bit, I wouldn't say lost, but I'd say he's lacking creativity in the final third right now.
This is when Gorilla can just start to come forward now and be so fluent. You saw the idea he wanted to place to the back post there, but which didn't work out for him. It was Mbappe that was making the run. Fortunately, that just went straight to the path of one of his defenders, and Alexander will be over the moon with that. But points are important now for Alexander, really important for him. 50th seed, needs points. He will get some points, obviously, from just going out, but you win this game, you guarantee yourself an extra 125 on top of that, which could be the difference between getting yourself a playoff spot. If he goes and does that, you're looking at maybe a potential just sneaking in maybe to the top 30 if he's lucky.
Yeah, it sets you up perfectly for the rest of the year.
With Ramos at right back as well. Seems to be a familiar way for a number of pros still. Neymar into Vieira now. Could there be a chance on the finesse? He will get it. Just like that. He's straight back in it.
Yeah. Nice little bit of play on the edge of the box. One-touch pass into the prime icon, Eusebio.
Look at zigzag pattern of play that was.
We've not really talked about Eusebio much throughout this tournament. I believe he got his special item for his Golden Boot winning campaign in the 1966 World Cup. 1966, I should say, World Cup. 96 agility, 90 heading, 90 jumping, 99 finishing. He's got 96 pace and 99 shooting on his base card. Has Eusebio.
How is that got in? A free kick just dinks short to R9. That must be something the Gorilla's been trying at home. Whether it's rivals or in a few practice games. I think we're just looking at some stats of Eusebio there, Richard, but have a look at this on the replay if we're actually going to see it. It's Neymar with the free kick. He literally just dinks into the path of R9. And it's just looped around Van der Sar.
Yeah, that free kick is strong. It's strong in the game. You dink it into the player just on the edge of the box, sort of like near the penalty spot. Usually it'll be your striker or it'll be your centre-back. Whoever it is playing in that position will be in that role. All you need to do is really make contact in it. It's going to loop over the goalkeeper unless they can win the header and force a corner or clear the ball. It's a good chance.
Now Gorilla finds himself back in the driving seat. 4 goals to 3 up. Of course, want to hear from you guys at home. Get involved in the conversation on Twitter. Of course, with the 2 hashtags you can see down below, the hashtag PGL FIFA, hashtag FUT Champions Cup. Gorilla's turn to come forward now. I think he's just offside there. We're going to go into a pause as well for Gorilla. 20 minutes into this one, but you mentioned about the free kick there. We've been pointing out quite a little bit over a few of the EPL events we've been doing as well, where there's been, for example, similar situations like free kicks from that distance where Van Dijk's just been in the box and everyone's just been trying to loop it into Van Dijk, and it's an effective way of trying to make the most of a free kick compared to maybe taking a direct shot from like 36 yards plus out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it really is. Be able to have that in your locker, to have sort of a plan B, a plan C from a set piece, from a corner, from a free kick, whatever it may be, is extremely useful. We've seen short corners, we've seen corners to the edge of the box. We've seen front post whipped corners. in terms of the free kicks, I feel like it's a lot more creative. Whether some people or most FIFA pros don't really get creative with it. They'll play short and they'll let a man run over it and then they'll pass it, or they'll try and look for a shot.
That's a lovely threaded through ball there. Ronaldo to Ronaldo. It's the R9 a starter for Gorilla. Fake shot onto the play to the back post for Neymar. We got the assist on that free kick, in fact, just a few minutes ago. A little dink into R9. It's been interesting to see how these kind of prime icon moment for items have really affected the play today. And the main question of that is just the usual players involved. The Hullits, the Vieiras, just been just a little upgrade for a number of those players. Of course, we've seen some players use a Cruyff, Fusey Eusebio as a starter, mainly as a sub, to be honest. Hence why we've only just really been speaking about him a minute ago. But it's still a case of everyone just trying to use what they know. And Gorilla still a fan of R9. That's the second he scored in this one as well. Edge of the box, just a simple finesse. It was timed green, and a green normally means it's on target or at least hitting the back of the net.
He seemed to just create that little bit of room on the edge of the box for R9. No matter how many slide tackles you put in the way, he's hitting the side netting.
And just saw there, Rafa Varane kind of just dived in for a tackle, dropped down slightly now, and this is where Gorilla can build some sort of lead on this one. As the offside trap is spammed the other way. An aggregate score of 5 goals to 3. Gorilla leads currently this one. This is for elimination at the competition. If you lose this one, you win. You go through to round of 16, which is playing straight after this round. Of course, we go down from 32 to 16, down to the last 8 on each console. Eusebio now. This is the chance he wanted. Then he played it through to Ruud Gullit, and unfortunately, it's just going to go straight into the hands of David De Gea, and a chance again for Gorilla to rebuild.
I'll tell you what, Gorilla's goal kicks, he always seems to have got something that he wants to do.
Neymar's turn to go forward now, cuts inside.
What a save that is. He thought it had gone in, did Gorilla. That's simply just come from a goal kick as well. A long punt up the field to let Ronaldo try and win something in the air. And he's had a really good opportunity just simply from a long goal kick.
10 minutes away from half-time in this first leg of the second game. Of course, we'll give you an update on those other elimination games. It'll be interesting to see if Tuga's just continued to run away with it. He was, I think, 4-0 up when we left him. Up against Timox, which was one-way traffic, to say the least, from the Portuguese player. It was just
we're getting a little bit ugly, weren't it? We're getting a little bit ugly for Timox.
I think we left the game when we needed to. Just
too good.
More goals started going in.
Everything that he touched seemed to really turn into gold in that game. And that's what you want in your round of 5 fixture, arguably your toughest fixture of the Swiss style format. You want an easy game if you can get it. You want an early lead where you can put yourself at ease.
And in these 2 goals was Alexander. It's definitely possible for the 2018 FEWC finalist. Played really well in London as well. Was so close to getting himself out of the groups, I believe.
It's 2 goals, but it's also not conceding. And if you're playing against Gorilla, you can guarantee pretty much that you're going to concede every game, given how many plays he pushes forward for certain attacks, and also his defending being not the best that we've seen from him throughout his FIFA tenure.
The referee has indicated
Run all the way over to Marcelo.
Of 3 minutes.
Added time of 3 minutes. Mbappe to Neymar. Will there be one more attack for Alexander before we hit into the half-time interval? And we can actually see a change from him. We can only see Gorilla's changes, though. Of course, we'll try and give you an update on what exactly is being done. Neymar, edge of the box, went for a scoop turn, maybe into a finesse, and we're going to be into half-time, and Gorilla is 45 in-game minutes away from sending himself into the round of 16.
I tell you what, it's not been the most vintage performance from Gorilla. It's not been the most exciting performances from Gorilla throughout this tournament, but what's he done when the pressure's been on? He's got the job done. It's as simple as that. You can't ask any more from him, as we've seen 99 Modric coming on as a left centre mid, a little formation change as well from the Englishman.
On the other side of that, of course, we're waiting for Alexander to get back in the game. You can just see by his facial expression, maybe looking at something or wanting to change something. He needs 2 goals at least to send us to extra time. And here we go then. 45 in-game minutes away from finding out who will be leaving us here in Singapore alongside the list of all the players that have already left us here. Megabit's gone, obviously the German that everyone seems to know. Pro Owns is out. Stylo's gone.
Checham, Spacey, the Stranger, all being eliminated from the competition before we even got to the final round of competition in the Swiss style.
Of course, some of those players as well going 0 and 3. Mbappe now, this is Alexander. It's a simple finish that was into the hands of De Gea. It wasn't really a finesse or anything special about that one. He knows he can score though. He's already scored 3 goals across these 2 legs. It's going to feel natural for him to attack, to pull players out of position. However, there will be risks that will follow that. The one man you don't want to make a mistake against is Gorilla. Mbappe, let's just chip all the way to the back post for Modric. I don't know how. I think Varane actually got something on that as well to kind of hook it out the air. It's a chance now. Alexander to build back into this game. Expect to see another change from him as well. 65th minute, if it's still at 2-0 and he wants to change something up completely. And, oh, close as well. Be careful there. Good over Rafael Varane. Could have maybe given away a penalty if he dived in there. Neymar stayed on his feet, though.
Look, that just in the middle of the pitch there. Potential for Alexander. That's where the space is. Gorilla's very frantic in the way that he defends. He's squeezing high up the pitch. And just look at that red and white wall behind the ball right now. Men behind the ball.
There's the ball. There's the chance. Well done, Rio Ferdinand.
So you can't really play in behind it when you've got that many men going in the defensive third for you. So you're expecting it to come just on the edge of the box. That's where the space is for Alexander. However, if there's one person who's going to try and see out a game, who's going to kill off a game with his experience that he's got, it is Gorilla. It's a fascinating last 30 minutes in this game.
I think experience is a massive word for sure, and it falls down to someone that's already won a world championship. Picked up an outstanding amount of money alongside that as well. You know, you go back to the years of the G20 Player Legends where this man was just taking every single event, winning every single event. Here's
Chance.
Alexander. Oh, I just don't know if he needed the extra fake shot there. It still fell back to him though. Mbappe got a little bit fortunate with that. It's fallen back to him, but take it by all means.
So how that chance actually come about is very, very fortunate because he didn't need to do the extra fake shot. And then as Gorilla, I'm not sure he actually knew he had the ball. With Varane, he's tried to come out of the back. It's just been pickpocketed, simple as that. Mbappe picks it up, simple finish for him. And as I said, this is going to be a fascinating final 25 minutes. Because for me, Gorilla's not a possession-based player. He has to go forward still.
For me,
when he sits off and plays defensive, that's when he gets opened up.
For him. He's always been a player that it's always been outscore.
Yeah.
Always outscore.
I mean, we saw it against Tex in Bucharest, the FUT Champions Cup, when he went down, when he lost the game in the end. The only reason he lost that game is because he tried playing possession, and Tex just implemented his game style on him.
You can tell that goal's giving so much confidence to Alexander now. Into Mbappe. Nearly actually scored as well. A yellow time finesse it was. Well, just a yellow time shot, to be honest. Back to goal. And there we go. There's a pause now that we can see how Gorilla's going to shape up, mate. Maybe he's just going to change the formation here. And there we go. We're going to see that formation change from him as well. But interested to see what actual fresh players he does bring on for the last, 20 in-game minutes of this game. Mbappe comes on.
Yes. So it looks like he thought about bringing Mbappe off, then he put Mbappe back on. The one change that he has made is Ronaldinho, prime Ronaldinho coming on as a left cam. And he's actually brought prime George Best on, the prime icon moment George Best, in at central cam. He's actually gone into a 4-1-2-1-2 as well, I believe. It's either 4-1-2-1-2 or 4-3-1-2. I didn't actually get to see.
It was a 4-3-1-2 before, so I don't know if he's changed again, but that was what he offered us before. But he did offer a 4-2-3-1 as well at one point. But as I said, into the last 20 minutes. If I haven't told you already, it's round 5 of Swiss style. This is an elimination game. Both these players won 2, lost 2. Of course, 3 is the magic number. You win 3, you go through. You lose 3, you go home.
He's just been absolutely clattered there as Gorilla. Another switcher play over to Sergio Ramos. That's a nice ball.
I think you hit the nail on the head though, Rich, when you said like Gorilla. His idea would just be to score another goal. instead of keeping possession and trying to see out the game that way.
Look for that switch of play from Alexander. It looks like it could be potentially on this far side. There it is, Sergio Ramos bombing on.
As well, bombing on forward. In it goes. This is your chance for Ronaldo. Maybe just a second too long with that. In comes the corner, played short to Marcelo. Now this is your time to get the ball over, whether it's to the front post or as far as the edge of the box.
Good tackle. Didn't get baited into anything. Didn't get drawn into any sort of jumping into a tackle there with B and giving away a penalty. Just kept his calm and took the ball away from him when he needed to.
Look at that. He's just pulled out 4 players on that far-hand side from Gorilla. He knows that Alexander's going to be offensive. He needs to press the ball, needs to get that ball back because time is running out for him. 10 minutes left. Still a goal behind. We'll score and it will take us to extra time unless Hullet could ripple the back of the net with that one.
In the final 10 minutes, he's using the Arsenal kit. He needs to channel his inner task right now. Just hold this game out.
And hit everything green. There will be another chance, though, for Alexander, I'm sure. But who will be the player that chance does fall to? Ronaldo had a chance, but he had a little bit too long on the ball. Rafael Varane made the original block. Scores this, we go to extra time. Overlapping run from Marcelo on the far-hand side. Doesn't want to use him and instead just happy just to keep the ball between the 3 in the midfield there. To Hullet, back to goal.
What a save, David De Gea. That could have been potentially the chance. I always say you get one more chance, and that could have been it right there. If it wasn't for David De Gea.
Just keep the ball now, Grilla, in his head. Take it forward. Added time to come any second. Pause has been cued as well, just if anything to shore things up. However, giving away the ball, so silly there.
Yeah, Scoop turned actually out of play there as Gorilla. Obviously, he's never meant to do that.
That means that the ball's going to fall back into the hands of Alexander from a goal kick.
Gorilla's one of the only players that will actually do this as well. When he's losing, he'll go 3 at the back. He'll change his formation, he'll change his tactics. When he's winning, he's happy to go 5 at the back to see out a game. He's got 4 minutes.
Just make a wall of defenders.
Marcelo,
like, come at me.
Ramos, Varane, Ferdinand. And Patrick Vieira in that back 5. You see players in the box.
He used all his subs because he got a fresh centre half, maybe to.
I mean, Vieira can do a job at centre back. It's simple as that. With some of the stats that he's got: 97 stand tackle, 90 slide tackle, 96 aggression from the former Arsenal captain.
Just make sure he doesn't give away a penalty without aggression.
It's going to be a soak it up for Gorilla in the final 3 minutes. Will he be going through when he's not played his best? In all honesty, far from his best.
Of course, doesn't need us to tell him that. He's a man that thrives off those expectations of being one of the best in the world. Ball's falling back to him now. It'll probably be added time of 2 minutes, 3 minutes if it's Alexander's in luck. Unfortunately not, it's going to be added time of 2 minutes. He's going to keep the ball now and try and see out this game as he's seconds away from booking his place in the round of 16. Unfortunately,
that's a nice
it'll be
ball.
home time for Alexander. As he goes at the competition 2-3, I think we're all done here, Richard. Added time is complete. And the referee just waiting for that whistle now. It will be Gorilla going through to the round of 16. And he left it to the last hurdle, honestly, to go through 3-2 in games. And you know what? That's experience.
Yeah, in the end, experience has brought him through. He don't need us to tell him. He's not played his best today. But that is the form of a champion. You don't play your best, and you can still go through. You still grind out results, and it's exactly what he did. Commiserations to Alexander, who will go out of the tournament.
He made it a great game as well. 2 and 3. So close as well. We had a few chances in there. I'm sure, Enzo, they'll go away. They'll have a look tonight or over the next few weeks of how we can improve upon that one. And it's one of them, you know, elimination football. You've got the heightened expectation of when you play in a round 5 of Swiss-style format compared to your round 1, round 2, where you can lose. You can lose your round 1 and round 2. Of course, you want to win those games, but it's one of them. You've left it too late. You should have probably got some wins earlier on the board. And elimination football, no one likes to play round 5 of Swiss-style format. For us, we love watching it. We love commentating on it because it makes the best stories ever. But unfortunately, it's going to be a home time for Alexander.
And now Gorilla's just grinded out. Okay, he's just grinded out a 3-2 in Swiss. I think that makes him very dangerous going into a round of 16 game. For the simple fact that He knows that he's got a lot to improve upon. He knows he can get better. People who are going 4-1, who are going 5-0, are exceeding their own expectations. Where do they go from this? How do they get better in a round of 16 game? Gorilla's got a lot to improve on going into that round of 16 game. That's why I think it could be very, very dangerous.
Yeah. Well, you pointed out perfectly, Richard. You said, in Richard's words, that whoever goes, whoever wins their 5th game and goes 3-2 is going to be on a wave of confidence going to round of the 16. I'm looking forward to seeing how that round of 16 looks.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very saucy indeed. I tell you, another thing that's saucy is that couch with my man Red Eye. What do you think of them games?
What? Saucy over here? What are you on about? We're fully professionals over here. Fantastic game for us neutrals to watch, and especially if you're kind of a Brit as well. Not sure what our 2 Ivans made of that, considering they may have gone the other way. Anyway, let's not talk about, get bogged down in predictions and all that kind of stuff. Good win for Gorilla.
Definitely. I mean, as we've said, he's back against the wall. He delivered. He managed to beat Alexander, who's a very, very good player. And it's now down to knockouts.
Yeah, which is a dangerous player, isn't he? At any time in a competition, but never more so in the knockouts. And the fact that he's gone 3-2 now means he matches against one of the top seeds, which is not what they want either.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the seeding for the brackets yet, but we could potentially see all-English affair with the Tex against Gorilla. That would be a really crazy game. Yeah. But yes, he's back against the wall, and once again he manages to get through, and this was really the game that he had to deliver, and he did. And well, his season is definitely alive, and he still has everything left to play for here.
Yep. Let's get back to our original main game.
Yes.
The game that was basically over at half-time in the first leg.
Yes, and that was just, I mean, sorry Nightwatch for misleading you a little bit, but I am shocked. I mean...
I think everyone was. I mean, everyone without... credit to Dan, okay, because Dan was the only person that went for Tuga. Everyone else was on the Timo train because... for the same reasons that you put out, he's played better here, he's played better opposition here. It looked like he was the stronger of the 2 opponents, but Tuga was just, he took him to town in this game.
Yeah, I think it ended 8-0 in total. But the thing with Tuga, that if he gets the first goal, it gets very hard for the opponent because he has this style with a lot of post-session play, and also the way that he defends. He has a very low defensive line. He plays the 4-4-2 drop back with also the strikers helping out in the defense. So it turns out, well, first the opponent has to get past a line of 4 strikers, then 2 midfielders, and then of course the 4 defenders back there. So it is very hard to face him when he gets the lead. And I think after this 3rd goal, Timox just felt that this is impossible. I can't score 4 goals against this guy who is defending so well. And after this, I mean, it just ran out. I mean, 8-0 in the end. And also the way that he scores these goals, he's so good with the passing play. He's finding these quick passing combos is just very, very beautiful to see.
I mean, yeah, when you concede the first goal against a player like Tuga, you know that it's going to be very hard for you to chase the game, and you start pulling players out of position to try to get the ball back, to maybe press a bit more, and you play a very high-risk, low-reward game. And I think Tuga is one of the best at using that and using these weaknesses in the opponent's play style. And that's what we saw. That the first game, he went 1-0 up, then got pretty fortunate to go 2-0 up. And that's when you can even see on Timox's reaction, he was kind of desperate, and you can see it on his face, kind of like Megabit, like we said in the group
It was a similar frustration, wasn't it?
Exactly, and that's what happens when the margins don't go for you.
Yeah, and also I think what is also a big point here is that after this day, especially with the jet lag, fatigue is also, I mean, becoming a big thing. And we have Tuga. The reason why he missed the beginning of this season is because he is in the Portuguese military. He's a pilot, and his physical shape is top, and that's why he lasts the whole day. He has good routines, very, very strict lifestyle, and that really shows here. I mean, he was just as fresh as he was in that first game.
Yeah. His mum's also with him as well this weekend.
Yep.
That's also nice emotional family support. We've talked about it being a mental game now. Great to have someone by your side like that.
Exactly. People underestimate the mental aspect of FIFA way too much, especially at this level. The thing that makes the difference between the top most consistent players and the ones who make a few events, don't get far, etc., is the mental game. Not that much in gameplay, although grinding out the game helps a lot. It's the mental game, and it's very important. Like having family support, or as he said, like being in the military and just having this physical stamina and mental stamina to be able to endure these games of a very high level. 5 rounds of Swiss, 1 more game in the knockouts. It's very, very important.
Yep. Okay. Let's wrap up on the other match that we saw at the end. Obviously, we talked about it a little bit towards the end. Alexander versus Gorilla. From Alexander's point of view, very disappointing that he's come that close, played that well, because he did play very well, and yet still failed to advance.
I mean, both these players throughout the year have been eliminated in the Swiss, so it was bound to happen again for one of both. And it just shows that even at this level, at 2-2, where you're supposed to match up a stats-wise an average opponent, you can match Alexander, who's one of the best NA players, and you can match Gorilla, who is obviously a legend, so to speak, in the scene. It just goes to show the level of opponents you can match at these events. And when good players match good players, eventually you're gonna have players like Megabit, like Mo Alba on negative records or at records of 2-2. And these are players you don't want to match, but if you match them and you beat them, that's when you get the confidence. Sadly, it didn't happen for Alexander.
Going to get more from both of you in just a moment, but I can tell you that Gorilla is waiting backstage to talk to us now from the player area, so we'll welcome him right now. Spencer, congratulations on qualification. It got there in the end, but this has been a tough Swiss round for you.
Yeah, it's been difficult. I'm actually shaking. I'm a bit surprised I won that game. I think most of my goals were Van der Sar's fault, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, it was a nice header though, and it looked like a practice free kick.
Yeah, I don't know. Messi just doesn't know where the goal is, but Van der Sar helped me, and it went in the back of the net.
Yeah, you'll take him, I guess, right now. What's been the difference for you in the last month or so? Your form seems to have dipped off a little bit. It's not quite the same standard. I know that you have a phenomenally high standard at this game, and you want to be there at number 1. You're not interested in being top 5 or top 10. You want to be the best. So what's happened to you in terms of form?
It's just consistency. I know if I play my A game, then I can beat anybody. It's just doing it on the day. It's easier said than done. In my practice matches yesterday, I felt very comfortable, but then my first game against Resende, things weren't clicking. It's just the consistency is not there. So it's something I can work on. I'm not playing my best FIFA. So obviously heading into the last 16, hopefully we can nick the win and restart again tomorrow.
I mean, that's a good sign for a champion as well as you are, isn't it? That you can still grind out a result even if you're not playing well?
Yeah, obviously I would like to play my best FIFA, but to know I'm not playing my A game and still getting through, grinding results, and that's the main thing. At the end of the day, a win is a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got another couple of gents alongside me. I'm sure they've got questions for you.
Yeah, Spencer, I'm just a bit curious because we're seeing you maybe being the player here in this tournament that uses the most amount of kits. You're changing kits very often.
Yeah.
What's the thing?
When I lose a game, I change my kit. So the Arsenal kit so far is doing well. So we'll use that in the last 16. But I'm very superstitious. So if I lose a game or if I'm not playing well, then I've changed it. But yeah, I think I've gone through about 6 kits so far. So we'll see if it continues or not.
All right. And for me, narrow or 4-2-3-1.
I want to play narrow. You know, people that know me, that's always been my formation. But you've got to adapt to your opponent. I know going into the game against Alec, he liked to keep the ball. So I used 4-2-3-1, but the game was too stretched. He was always keeping the ball with his fullback. So I just tried to high press him a little bit with narrow. It's just all circumstantial. But if I can play narrow, but sometimes you've got to go 4-2-3-1.
Okay. Going to head into the round of 16. Obviously, we're playing that today. Is that a good or a bad thing for you? Would you prefer a break after the Swiss round, or are you quite happy to play on now?
Well, it depends. I think this is the first time this year where we've actually had the last of 16 straight after the Swiss. But I'm not playing my best FIFA, but just coming off a win, an important win. Hopefully I can get that confidence heading into the last of 16. But yeah, I'm all for it. So we'll see how it goes.
Are you worried at all heading into the round? Obviously, your record means that you're likely to face a very high-seeded player now.
I'm not worried at all. Obviously, that last game I was very nervous. I'm still in shock that I won, but we got there in the end. So I think my nerves are calmed down now. So heading into the last 16 and just enjoy it.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for joining us, and good luck.
Thank you.
And we had Gorilla through, not quite straightforward, but safely in the end is through to the knockout stages. And he's got a good chance in there, hasn't he? I know it's been a rough ride, and he said himself he's not playing very well, but with the players that have been knocked out and the players that aren't here, when you look at the round of 16 with him in it, you think, actually, he could do all right.
Yeah, it's also in a way a luck of the draw, of course, like depending on who you match the first round, who's in your half, who's in your quarter, etc. And as he said, he admits he got semi-fortunate because of his opponent's goalkeeper making a few mistakes. So he realizes he got semi-fortunate to get through, but he also has a confidence. We've heard him say that he doesn't care who he faces, he's confident. So we have both sides of the story. And I think like going into the game, his opponent will definitely not be happy that he's going to play Gorilla.
All right, let's check in with our results then from round 5 and bring you up to date on what happened on the Xbox side of things. These are your results. Janos going down 6-7 to Cody the Finisher, who's put up some really good performances so far and will make it through as well. Marcus Gomez also going down in that particular round. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that one.
Yeah, he's had a perfect start of this tournament, beating Megabit with 7-3, and then not sure what happened after that, but yes, 7-2 loss in this decisive game.
Yep.
I think that was not what Gomes was planning.
No, indeed. Also, Goal Machine going down 2-1 as well.
Yeah, Goal Machine, he didn't have a very good start either. He started 0-2.
Yep.
And he lost his final game to make the knockout. Same thing with his teammate, Razek, who lost his game at 2-2 to Levi, which is a very good surprise because his team at home is not that good, and he delivers and shows what he can do on this stage. I know last round he lost to Resende on penalties. And he was disappointed, but he managed to bounce back.
I guess Stokes losing as well.
Yeah,
in
Stokes.
there, the other one.
We actually saw with my colleague that he was up.
Yeah, but here on the right-hand side we had the games for the seeding. So all these players were through. Maybe you don't have the same concentration as you would have in a decisive game, because you are happy just getting through. I think most of these guys, they feel that they can beat anyone. So the matchups, the seeding doesn't really matter that much.
Right.
It's just the main point is that you go through.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at the other results from the other console. Of course, the PS4 side of things. These were the final results in this particular one. As we saw earlier on, we switched away after half-time in the first half of the first leg between Team and Tuga, which ended up 8-0 in the end. Unbelievable performance, really.
Yeah, that is shocking. We have also other matchups. We're going to focus Lord Yort getting back. He was under pressure in that 4th game, and here in the 5th game, he's showing some true quality. He qualified for a lot of Champions Cup, and I think he got grouped every time, but now finally he gets through this hurdle of the Swiss format. Also, we have Mo Alba, unfortunately.
Yeah, going out.
Almost made that comeback, but Levinkin is looking so strong at the moment. 5-1 victory against a player like Mo is a statement.
Joxon winning again, 5-3. Another ground out result from him. He's done well.
Yeah, exactly. A game for seeding, as Ivan said. He secured himself up on paper a good seed for the knockouts. We can see Iso Power and Chihan. Chihan lost the decisive game to go into the knockouts.
Ustin winning.
Ustin.
I mean, what a great result that is. I know it's a seeded game, and there's no one goes out, no one's through, but that's a good statement.
It's a confidence
boost. It's a good statement, isn't it?
He goes unbeaten in Swiss. He will, if I'm not wrong, probably play Lord Hjort, who from 0-2 got to 3-2, and I'm not sure they both want to play each other. They probably play each other pretty often.
Yeah.
I heard them. I saw them talk after the game. They were not really happy with the matchup since they know each other so well. But we'll see. As I said, it's luck of the draw. You could have faced Mo Alba if he had won. So on paper, you should get an easy draw. But at this level, there's no easy.
No round of 16 games are going to be easy, are they?
Definitely
None
not.
of them.
Definitely not.
Doesn't matter who you match up to. Good stuff. Right then, we are ready for a break here in Singapore, but don't go anywhere. Normally at this point, I'd be saying goodbye and thank you for tuning in, but not today, because we have the round of 16 coming up after the break. We'll see you very shortly.
My favorite Asian food is noodles with chicken. I always eat it in Germany, so here also.
My favorite Asian food, I think, is sushi, I want to say.
My favorite Asian food is, I have no idea. I don't know what they eat in Asia, so burgers. I don't know.
My favorite Asian food is just rice. Simple, but I think that's my favorite.
My favorite Asian food is Asian noodles.
My favorite Asian food? I don't know. If you ask a lot of players that know me, I'm probably the most simple person when it comes to food. I don't really explore outside of plain food, so I couldn't tell you.
I will say fried rice and chicken.
My favorite Asian food is pho bo, which is like a soup with chicken, and I really like that.
The best song of all time, I think.
I'll probably say Liam Payne, Strip That Down. Probably get slaughtered for that, but for me that's the one.
Goodbye My Lover from James Blunt. I like the song, and yeah, I'm really sad when I hear it.
I don't really listen to music, so I don't really have a favourite song of all time.
The best song of all time. There are many good songs, and the best song is probably...
I'm a Tupac fan, so I go for a Tupac. All Eyes on Me, I go for, yes.
Memories.
The best song of all time is Dancing Queen by ABBA.
From David Guetta, I think it's 10 years old, Memories with Kid Cudi. Was my favorite childhood song, and if I hear it right now, and it will be emotional for me.
Who has the best nickname in FIFA 19? That's a good question.
I don't know, I go for myself, just simple. Just my nickname is PSV Peanut, just I go for myself.
Nickname? I don't know.
I don't know.
Best nickname is Naweed. His nickname is Goal Machine.
The best and most creative nickname in the scene is Huge Gorilla, I think, because he's really good in offense and he's showing, okay, I'm huge and I'm taller, I'm better than everyone, so he's confident and he shows it.
Oh, the best nickname in FIFA competitive is, it's a difficult one. Maybe Mo Aubameyang?
The best nickname has Dr. Ahana.
The best nickname I have Goal Machine. I like the name, and he scored a lot of goals, so it's a good name to as a person.
Do I envy any player in the competitive scene? No, I think I have opponents that the public, well not public, but the fans that want to see the specific matchups. But like for example, me versus Kurt or me versus Tass, etc. I think you have matchups where people want to watch. I don't have any enemies or anything like that. It's just, you know, people want to see specific matchups. So people like Kurt and Tass, I'd say.
I would like to be Dossary. He's so young and he's a World Cup champion and he's a big guy, so I have his success.
No, I don't envy any player from the competitive scene because I don't think that's good, yeah.
I don't know what envy means, so no, I don't think so.
Obviously, it would be nice to be F2 Tex because he wins so many tournaments and that's what everyone wants to do. But at the same time, I'm happy about being myself and I think I'm able to do the same things as Tex and maybe it's now my time to do so.
I don't envy anyone in the competitive scene because everyone's got to where they are because they've worked harder, they deserve it, so.
The craziest thing I would do if I win the tournament is probably spend a good part of my money on clubbing.
I think the craziest thing I promise is just celebrate a lot of screaming, I think.
The craziest thing I'll promise if I win this tournament?
When I win the tournament, it's like we are in a shopping mall, so I will buy the whole shopping mall here. Yeah, the money will go in one day.
I'll give away 250,000 FIFA points.
I won't really do anything too crazy, I'll just chill as usual and post the leaderboards on Twitter.
The only thing I can promise then is that I can't stop smiling.
If I win the tournament, there will be a good celebration.
In my entire life, how many hours of FIFA have I played? I don't know.
It's difficult to say how many, but just go for a lot of hours.
Probably in the tens of thousands, surely. I'm not sure, probably. My maths isn't the best, but definitely in the tens of thousands.
I played a lot of FIFA, so I think more than I sleep there. I don't know, 100,000 or something, I don't know.
My entire life, how many hours? I think my entire life I probably played about 6 months of FIFA, I'll say. Maybe 6 months of FIFA.
I think in my entire life I played a lot of FIFA. I don't know how many hours, but it's a lot. I played it for like 12 years. So.
I think I have played too much hours of FIFA in my life. I don't know how much.
I would say something like 10,000 hours or more. Should be around that.
What? How many hours do you think I've played in my entire life? A lot. I don't know. Just a lot.
A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We can be big. We gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. Stand my ground. Hold back nothing. They flex their power. We come running. We're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We will win. Use our power to draw them in. Looking down 'cause we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. Like giants. Like giants. Like giants. Like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We can be big. We gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We live like giants. Moving up from the bottom, my start was rough. I still got 'em. I'm bigger than this. I'm bigger than this. They'll hear my voice. Know I'm coming. They'll have no choice. They've got nothing as thick as my skin. 'Cause I'm bigger than this. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We can be big. We gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
The Singapore FUT Champions Cup in March continues. That's right, we're not going to a break, we're not ending the day, we're not finishing off with 5 rounds of Swiss. We're also going into the round of 16 on both PS4 and on Xbox. We've got a couple of men alongside me who are also eager and willing to give you their thoughts as they head into the round of 16 as well. No knockouts for them. Fortunately, they'll still be here tomorrow regardless of whatever happens this evening, which we're very happy about. Because didn't want either of you to be going home after day one.
Don't tempt me.
Good job that doesn't happen in Talent World. Guys, I'm sorry, Carl Walker, your predictions have been terrible. You're out.
I'm 4-1 actually, to be fair.
You're going home?
Yeah.
That would be rough, wouldn't it, at the end of day one?
See you later, you're on a flight
Bye,
back.
guys.
Yeah.
What have you made of Swiss rounds?
It's just been so exciting. We've seen so many upsets, which has been huge. These players that we've talked about that should be going on to past the first day, definitely should be going past the round of 16. Yeah. They should be going into the semi-finals and finals, and we're seeing that they're going. Which, yeah, I think this is maybe the opportunity where the players who are fighting for those to be in the top 32 are going to get more points, and it's just going to completely shift at the bottom. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's opportunity is the key word, isn't it, Knight? Because there are now some players left in this draw who are outside that top 32, a long way outside of it in some cases, now have a really good opportunity to nail some very high points.
Definitely. I think it just goes to show that on this game specifically, the margins are so small.
Yeah.
Anyone can beat anyone. And on a given day, a player like Mo Aubameyang can go 0-2, and some other players that are maybe underdogs, that's their first event, they can go 2-0 and go to the knockouts eventually. I think with the idea that you can face some of the best players in the world and have a very, very good chance of winning on your first event, that motivates you as a average player, so to speak, considering we have very big names.
All these players are great. I mean, I want to make that point to the people at home. They're all at like 95% of what you can do in the game. Some are at 95.5.
Yes.
Right? And some are at 96. And that's as close as they get. So you're right, they can beat anyone. Would you guys like to see the draw?
Oh, please.
Because we haven't actually seen it yet. We haven't revealed the round of 16. So let's do that right now with the PS4 draw. This is the round of 16.
Ooh, look at that.
Some tough matchups.
So what was the teeth drying moment?
I mean, there are a few.
There's quite a few, isn't there?
Yeah, there are. It's
Restaurator got a tough draw, but also the man he's playing has had tough draws.
Yes, he has all
year.
day. Yeah. All year. Yeah.
He's kind of used to it.
He doesn't care anymore. He's like, yeah, whatever. I expected that.
I think we have a very interesting Danish duel between Ostun and Lord Hearth.
Yep, they won't like that either, will they?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned, that they probably know each other very well, probably playing a lot like sparring partners. We can see Joksan against Diogo Peixoto, which will be a tough game for both because obviously it's Joksan and Diogo is not to be underestimated.
And I know that, Kyle, you've looked at Chris and said he's going to have a big tournament at some point.
Well,
that's a tough draw round of 16.
Indeed, and I mean, if he is going to cause an upset and he does it in this round,
everyone. I know that, but it's a tough draw.
After Tuga's last game as well, I think that's going to be he's going to be super confident, and Chris has to come and show his bring his A game and show what he can do.
Yeah, he does. Anything else on there? Lion, obviously.
Yeah, of course. JRA Lion, probably considering the group stage, one of the favorites to go far in the competition. Especially if Boras was here, he would vouch for him.
Yeah.
But definitely, we have some players to watch out for.
Okay, all right. Let's take a look at the Xbox bracket as well. Show you how the round of 16 looks on this one. And there's some equal, what we call teeth drying moments in here because you kind of sharp intake a breath. You go,
Definitely,
that's
yeah.
tough. And I think the big one, obviously, is the one that stands out is the game for Tex.
Obviously, Tex against Stokes.
Yeah.
We know that Stokes is one of the more uncomfortable opponents for Tex. He's beaten him in qualifiers. He's beaten him at events. One of the few people to do so. So,
is it the worst draw you could have had?
I think so. Yeah, I think if he would have been looking at everyone that is in there, he probably would have gone anybody but Stokes. And then obviously he's got him now, so he has to prove why he's the best in the world, essentially.
All right. Gorilla, obviously, we saw come through 3-2 at the end. He's picked up my dark horse in this particular game, which is Senna. He flew through that group stage. I mean, we didn't see him on the main stage, but he was almost flawless.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what we said, that it doesn't matter that much how good you are in Swiss. You could get unfortunate with your first matchup. And how do you feel if you do very well in Swiss and your first matchup is Gorilla?
Yeah, that's
you feel lied to, you feel cheated. And I think he will try to keep his form from the Swiss.
Yeah.
But if Gorilla delivers, I don't think there's any stopping.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it on paper, if you hadn't seen the results of the Swiss, you'd be going, okay, Gorilla's favourite in that game.
Yeah, but you've seen how he's kind of struggled today and how he's come through. But that's what is so exciting about this round, essentially, because it doesn't matter if you go 3-0, 5-0, 3-2. If you go through, it doesn't matter as long as you get there. And then now it's important. You can't lose these games because that's just a one-way ticket home.
I was going to ask you both actually. Do you just mentally reset and just go, well, groups for groups, and now it's about whoever I play?
Normally it's easy to do so, but considering this on the same day, it's a bit different. You have that you still have the jet lag if your sleeping pattern is not correct, and depending on how your day went, if you're confident, if you went 5-0, if you went 4-1, or you've barely scraped through, I think that can very much impact the way you go into the next match.
All right, and let's take a look at the matches we're going to feature on the main stream. These are the 4 games that we're going to follow. Obviously, we're going to take precedence with the Tex versus Stokes game. That's going to be our mainstream starting game. Depending on how that one goes will depend on whether we see any of the other matches, and obviously whether they go long into extra time or penalties as well. We'll also have Senna versus Gorilla, which I'm particularly looking forward to, both from some home support and from the fact that my main man from Brazil is in the shout out here as well. Chris also in action against Tuga, as we said earlier on. Fantastic from him. And the battle between 2 players who I think have been probably the unluckiest players so far, not just this tournament, this year, in the way that they get all the tough matchups. They both get tough matchups every single round, doesn't matter whether it's round 1 or round 5, and that's Levenkin and Rasta Artur, which should be a fantastic game as well.
Definitely, all 4 of those I'd happily watch. I'd happily be able to watch them. We're lucky enough that we can, so we're able to.
A nice green room supplied by the PGL guys allows us to watch all 4 games at the same time, which I'm very happy about. Which one stands out for you, though? Which one are you looking forward to?
I mean,
goes without saying.
I think it will be very interesting to see how Tex copes with Stokes, and if Stokes can deliver again and maybe cause an upset and beat Tex. We know Tex is, you said, is a bit tired, feeling probably not his A game, but even Tex's C game is better than most people's A game. So it's very interesting to see what's going to happen.
You've spoken to him backstage. What was he? What sort of mood was he in?
Well, I caught him as he was walking out, and he always says, "I'm not winning the next game." That's the thing. He opens up, "I'm not winning the next game. I'm not winning it." And I'm like, "Really? Like really, Tex?" But he said, "I feel a little bit tired, jet lag still probably, and going into this next game, my head's not in it." Which I think was a different way that he's put it to me before. He always is super humble. He always says, "I'm just going to let the game play out. I'm going to play bring my game. We'll see what happens." But this one, it seemed a little bit different. So we'll see what happens if that does affect him. But again, best in the world, so he's going to show what he can do.
Yeah, indeed. And we've mentioned once already, Knight, that he is the worst player that you could have matched up against in the round of 16, specifically in the round of 16. If he'd met him later on, maybe that's okay, but this round is kind of like, I really didn't want him this round, this early in the tournament. So how does he overcome that, especially with what Kyle's already said, in that he's probably not in the right mind space right now either?
Yeah, on paper, you're probably going to match one of the worst players. And we very well know that Stokes is not. For some of us, he was the underdog. Some of us was maybe even a favorite in a way, considering how he's played. And you don't feel good when you've played so well in Swiss, and you match up someone who is not your nemesis per se, but someone who does very well against you.
Okay, going to get some predictions from both of these guys in just a moment. But a quick reminder for you as well, if you haven't already, please go and link your EA account to your Twitch account, and then you can participate in the rewards that will be coming up. And there's a rare player pack. Oh, no, I didn't tell you that, but there might be. You might be able to benefit from that. But go and link. If you haven't already linked, please do. And also, if you have linked and you're sitting there thinking, I haven't got anything, well, make sure you check your EA account as well, because then you'll know. Gents, have you done that?
All done in there.
All good?
Yeah,
All done?
yeah. Not got anything yet, but
Right,
it's
okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We're all waiting patiently. It's fine. Good stuff. Prediction time then, because I know that you want to win the prediction battle.
Oh, 100%. A 4-1, like I said. I'm going to keep on saying it.
I might add. We're not getting any EA packs for getting predictions right, but this is about bragging rights.
And you, hopefully, just like Brandon did in Bucharest, he got a picture and he said like Mystic Brandon. That's what I want. I want Mystic Kyle. I want that picture of my head. So I'm going to go Tex. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I think I can't go against him. Can't go against him.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if we learned something today, Knight, did we learn something from Boris earlier?
Yeah, there's this lesson: don't go against Tex.
Right.
And although I would like to, because of the history between both players, I will stick to the rule and not go against Tex.
Okay.
I'll go with Tex.
All right, so both of you have gone for Tex. That's interesting, considering that what we've heard, basically, for the last 5 minutes is he's not in the right mind space. He's thinking he's probably lost this game. It's the worst player he could have matched up against. He's not feeling very well. He's quite tired. And everything that you could imagine going against him. Has that swayed our commentary team? Let's find out now as we join them for their predictions as well. Gents?
Nope.
No, I didn't think so.
Absolutely not.
You guys are like... Brilliant analysis. 5 minutes of solid analysis as to why Tex might not win this game. Predictions?
I mean,
everyone's picking Tex.
The thing is, we can talk about why he might not win this game,
Right.
but our list is pretty short. Whereas if we talk about why he will win this game, our list is a lot longer.
See, I like that. That's better.
It's two ways of looking at it. But I mean, everything that's been said on the desk is 100% true.
Yeah.
He's lost to Stokes in tournament play before, and that in itself is an accolade for a lot of players because Tex is the one to beat. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Are you both on the Tex?
Yes.
Predictions?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to go with Tex.
Well, if nothing else, we've all learned from earlier on when the one person did go against him and lost.
That was bad.
So that was bad. So this is good. So we're all together. We're all going down with the ship if it goes down. Gents, take us into the round of 16.
Thank you very much. And it is time for the round of 16. Dan, looking forward to this one. I think everything that has been said there on the sofas by the guys is completely, legit. And we talk about Stokes and what a dangerous player he is, how much that he loves FIFA 19 and how he plays an insane amount of the game. And he's had results against Tex as well.
Yeah, we've seen him take down Tex in Swiss rounds. Knockout rounds slightly different. Usually you're going to favour Tex because he is experienced in these scenarios. But when we look at Stokes and we look at the events he's qualified for, this is something he's used to. He's 25th at the moment in the Global Series rankings. He is going to be no easy task for Tex. And Tex knows that. I remember speaking to Tex, not at breakfast. It was dinner, actually.
What did you just eat with Tex all the time?
I mean, we're like best friends now.
Okay, fair enough.
wish. The fact that he knows that Stokes has beaten him before. I think that will be in the back of his mind. But at the same time, Tex knows he's beaten Stokes. So he just needs to kind of rely on the fact that he has the ability to take down anyone he wants to, if it's the right day, and usually it is the right day for Tex. Doesn't matter what day it is.
Now, next question for you, as we see the two gentlemen who will be going up against each other on your screens at home, starting off with Stokes. How difficult do you feel it is for these guys to be able to flip their mentality back to the game being about their seeding in the bracket to now a knockout game in the round of 16?
This is something that these players aren't really used to. You can see Tex yawning away, for one. But we usually stop play after Swiss round finishes. Either you go home at 3-0 sometimes, but sometimes we play for seeding, you go home at 3-2 or 5-0, whatever. And then we get into the last 16 the next day, so you get refresh, you can have some brekkie in the morning, you're all sorted. However, this is going to be a tough task for both of them, though, a scenario that neither of them are really going to be used to.
Well, here we go then. It's time for the round of 16 to kick off. Winner goes through. And of course, the loser will be going home. F2 Tex taking on Rebel Stokes, an all-English affair here in Singapore. Obviously, Tex being the favourite going into the tournament at the moment, but Stokes certainly someone who has had the better of him in tournament play in FIFA 19. But the first attack of the game is with Tex. A little heavy touch around the corner here. Neymar with the drag back, and might be a chance early on. It's rolling across the goal line. But Stokes survives there, but a big scare coming in from Tex at the start of this game.
And that's what he does at the start of games. He intimidates you with the ability he has inside the box. It doesn't matter whether it's dragbacks, cricketers, anything he can do to try and beat that first man, to try and show you what he's made of. He's already started the mind games, has Tex, and that is going to be a concern for Stokes. Stokes, of course, on the back of a somewhat disappointing E-Premier League tournament at Manchester United. He was hoping to be the representative there. Unfortunately, he fell short in that tournament. So this is a big one for him. Try and secure some Global Series ranking points, get himself closer to guaranteeing himself a playoff spot.
Well, here comes Tex against it again then. The first attack that Stokes really had. He unfortunately just rushed the pass and his play got caught offside, which gave the ball back to Tex. And now R9's bursting around the outside of Marcelo. He loves using that fake shot just to get that tiny little sprint boost, and a bit of space here for Ronaldo. Gets it onto his right foot, forces their save here from De Gea. This has been a hot start coming out from Tex. And now he has a corner.
Always switches to R9, so Neymar gets it front post. Can go for the El Tornado if he wants. He's doing it every single time, Mark, and it's so difficult to defend against. But thankfully, Stokes gets away with it this time.
Stokes then from the corner on the counter-attack, and look at the acres of space that Cristiano Ronaldo has now on this left-hand side. Finally, some players for Tex have managed to get back into some kind of defensive position. Neymar, space inside the box. What a tackle that was from his favourite centre-back, Rio Ferdinand. Doesn't matter how many players you put in the game, Tex is going to stick with Ferdinand until proven otherwise. You can see exactly why there.
Unfortunate not to get away and break away with R9 there, trying to use that advanced fake shot, which Tex does so often, both on the right and left-hand side. It's so difficult to defend against with just that little bit of extra movement you get from hitting the advanced fake shot.
Hill to Hill from Mbappe, gets cut out there by Ferdinand. Will be a corner here to Stokes. Or to Tex, excuse me.
Switch to R9.
Defended by Stokes.
Oh, it's Marcelo. So he knows which players he needs to switch to try and get one of his 5-star skillers to come short for it.
Might mix this one up here. He looks like he's controlling manually Cristiano Ronaldo. He makes that run in towards the front post. Well, it was there as well, trying to get in on the action. Tex already shown from the set piece. He's got a couple of different tricks up his sleeve.
And that's what he always does. It doesn't matter in what form he's attacking, whether it be set pieces, whether it be from natural play. He always just offers something a little bit different. He's unpredictable to his opponent.
Well, here's R9 then on his right foot. Obviously 5-star weak foot. Doesn't matter what way he goes. Marcelo gets a foot on it. Ronaldo challenging Ramos. Stokes has defended this well, though. To be honest with you, he hasn't been fooled by any of the trickery that's come out of Tex so far. This is the first time we're really going to see him going forward on the attack. Neymar, that's a beautiful ball inside. Tries to loft that ball over the top.
But it's all well and good defending well, but if he is going to be put under constant pressure by Tex, eventually it's going to crack.
Here's Mbappe then, using that pace to get away, and there is that fake shot. Mbappe tries to poke it across goal, but again, Stokes defending well.
but he just has to get something on the counter-attack. If he is going to be sitting back, if he's going to be defending, if he's going to just be under the cosh all game, it's what he can do at the other end of the pitch. He needs a little bit of speed and string some passes together.
There's a ball for Neymar. Neymar with a fake shot. Drag back, goes for the shot back across goal. Pele now onto his left. Didn't time it perfectly. De Gea, though, forced into a save. And now Stokes has a corner.
Unfortunately, just cut out there, Tex. Very wise to what Stokes was going to try and play it short there, and just red shirt swarming that first player. So Stokes needs to be a little bit aware that maybe he needs to get a bit more creative from his set pieces. They are phenomenal chances, and you don't want to give them up too much in a game.
Tex recycles possession here, back to Hullet then in midfield. Cristiano Ronaldo finds Vieira, and he takes it first time, forces another shot here from De Gea. Well, that's going to be one more set piece here to Tex. Will he go short? He does so. Neymar now. Is he going to look for that El Tornado, or is he going to try and attack the 18-yard box? Vieira. Ball round to Ronaldo now. Big chance. Doesn't take it. And Stokes immediately spreads the ball wide here to Mbappe.
And it's just chance after chance for Tex at the moment. And he's just searching for a way to break down Stokes' defence. He's not going for anything that is too predictable. He's trying something different every time, which means that he is so difficult for read for Stokes.
Here's R9 then, a couple of step overs just to try and fool the fullback here. Vieira into Mbappe. Tex is so dangerous in and around these areas. He gets dropped in the box, and that's how dangerous he is. The little half drag back inside the box. Ramos commits the foul. And this, without doubt, is the biggest chance of the game so far. Ronaldo steps up here for Tex. Buries it, bottom left. Tex in the lead.
I mean, buries it. I don't know if we can actually say buries it. Someone just guided it into the sand, just patted it in the end. Keeper just looked at the ball going past him, but it's where Stokes hasn't dived. He's just stayed central. But that's all Tex needed to do, and that's why he is so scary and so threatening in the box, because if you are going to dive in with a manual tackle, there's always going to be that risk of giving away a penalty. And that is the perfect way for Tex to open up this game, and now it'll open up Stokes' play a little bit, which will naturally give Tex more chances going forward.
Great start here for Tex in the round of 16. Hullet, though, looking to answer back immediately. Big chance for Mbappe. Varane managed to close down the space on his fellow countryman there just as he was about to pull the trigger there for Stokes. Now Hullet down this left-hand side. Mbappe. Ball around the corner now to Neymar. And again, looking to use that fake shot just to burst round the outside of his man.
And look at the possession. 66% possession for Tex at the moment, taking full advantage of it too.
R9 gets tackled there by Vieira, but illegally, according to the referee. And maybe another chance just on the stroke of half-time here. Neymar runs over this one. Hullet lines up. Doesn't time it. The defender got out to it to get the block, but Tex again with another corner. Neymar then, sloppy touch from him, and here's the counter-attack, and Ronaldo is just sprinting away, and there's lots of space on this right-hand side for him.
But Tex has done well defending in these situations with the majority. He's usually shoved the player off the ball, and he's done so again. Very resilient, Tex. Even if he's slightly behind the attacking player with his defender, he'll make sure he keeps tracking back. He feels like he can just pull them a little bit. He doesn't switch off that player too quickly. He trusts his defenders. He trusts his team, and I think that is key to him. He plays with the same players every tournament.
Great ball over to R9 here from Vieira. There's a big chance, and he takes it. 2-0 to Tex. Right at the end of the half. In time added on, he doubles his lead. And I love how he just waited for that run of Ronaldo. The timing of the ball over the top, the pass inside, and the finish. Just classic Tex.
And Stokes probably thought that that was the end of the half after his final attack, but Tex just went streaming forward. Sometimes in those situations, we'll see players maybe play a pass backwards and then the whistle is blown. But Tex knew full well what the timer was saying. He knew he had to keep going forward, and he's rewarded. And now with a 2-goal cushion going into the end of this first half of the first leg, it has been all Tex in terms of possession. Stokes has looked somewhat threatening on the counter-attack, but maybe not offering as much as we know he can offer in those scenarios.
Yeah, a little bit of a shake of the head there from Stokes after that second goal went in. I don't know if it was more frustration that maybe he lost concentration or wasn't happy with how his goalkeeper reacted to that situation. Wasn't the most dangerous of shots from Tex. Another day you might have seen De Gea stick a leg out and maybe do a little bit more with that, but
those are the shots that go in, the low-driven, the timed green, and they're not easy to do. I mean, you won't see your average player being able to do it as consistently as Tex does, especially in a situation where you've already played 5 rounds of FIFA already today and you're jet-lagged. It's definitely not easy for these players here in Singapore, especially 2 players from the UK.
Well, here's Cristiano Ronaldo again inside the 18-yard box, and you always feel like something's going to happen. As soon as Tex gets sort of around 20 yards, just outside the 18-yard box, there's danger. But when he gets inside it, it becomes even more difficult of a task to defend, just because you know that one mistimed tackle is going to give away a penalty like we've already seen.
It's like when you're watching a horror film and you know there's going to be that jump scare at any point and you're kind of just waiting and you're hesitating and you know there's just going to be that one moment, and that's what Tex does to you. He just suddenly, he will scare you just when you think you're comfortable.
His Neymar then, Cricketta past one. Great ball, looked for the driven ball in, but Kyle Walker in position to cut that one out. Now, can Stokes find something here at the start of this second half to give himself a little way back into this game, a little bit of belief?
Because this is often where Stokes does fall.
Oh, Tex! Again! He's just deadly in front of goal today.
It's a jump scare. Stokes was comfortable. He thought he was fine, and then bam! Someone's punched a hole through the door. It's terrifying what Tex can do. I was just about to say, Stokes, he's fallen at this stage of the competition several times already this season. Last 16 is about as far as he gets. And yeah, okay, he's still going to be achieving a decent amount of global series ranking points. We probably will see him at playoffs because he's qualifying for all these tournaments. But he does have that potential to get that little bit further.
Really has been impressive so far what we have seen from Tex. Just momentarily lost our picture here in the commentary booth. We'll try and keep you up to date as soon as we can, but here we go, we're back in the game now. Makes it much easier to commentate.
I was just going to start yelling PGL several times because that's all I could see on the screen, but 3-0 now for Tex in the first leg. And the thing is, the last time we saw Tex was, of course, in his 4th round game when he was at 3-0 and he was down 3-1 after the first leg, and then we saw him come to life. It's about how far he can go now when he's starting to score goal after goal. Is it going to be an absolute demolishing? Is it going to add to all of his statistics? Or are we going to see this Tex who holds on to the ball, who starts playing that possession and starts closing games out to try and secure himself into the quarterfinals of the Xbox?
And the thing for me, Dan, is how often do we say that's a big chance for Tex that he's missed as he's in now with CR7? There was that chance. Ball falls back to Neymar now, almost recycles the ball, and there it is. Somehow, Tex bundles the ball home. It's a little bit lucky with the rebound, but having been represented with that chance, he puts it away.
It's fortunate, but at the same time, it's Tex's reaction to the situation. He takes that first shot with Ronaldo, and a lot of people, when that ball floats back to Ronaldo, will just naturally hammer shoot and say, oh, we're going to shoot because the keeper's off. He doesn't. He crosses it back into the middle, takes another shot, it goes back to Neymar. He's straight away taking more shots. He knows what he wants to do with the ball. He knows whether he needs to pass it or not. And he'll take that little bit of fortune, but fortune favors the brave. He puts himself in that scenario. He's getting those chances because he's dominating the possession and he's dominating going forward. And Stokes is struggling here, but there is always still that chance that maybe he can get back into things. Maybe suddenly Tex takes his eye off the ball here, but it doesn't happen very often.
There is a second leg here to come for Stokes. Maybe just to compose himself and have a think about what he can change up in this game, because he's down by 4 now. Thierry Henry, prime icon moments card on the pitch now, and he's straight into the action, and he's gonna hit the post. That's a huge chance there for Stokes. Didn't time it well, dragged it across goal, and unfortunately for him, Thierry Henry, fresh on the pitch, just couldn't make the difference.
And that's such a shame for Stokes as well, but you're completely right, didn't time it green. I mean, He's going to feel like he shouldn't have to when Tex had moved his keeper and when it seemed like an open goal, but maybe Thierry Henry slightly off balance there and it's not struck it well. And ultimately, Tex will keep this clean sheet and keep the 4-goal advantage. And most importantly, at the moment, will stay undefeated. He was very proud of the fact that he's the only player who's gone undefeated in 2 tournaments. Could we, dare I say it, see 3 tournaments undefeated and a 3rd tournament win in a row for Tex?
Well, this is a great little bit of play here. And Henry drives it across. Sergio Ramos, a combination of the two. And Henry, having got there, having slid in and got his shot away, couldn't find the back of the net.
I mean, before he was Rebel Stokes, he was Bundled Stokes because he used to bundle them in. Of course, now recently representing Rebel, a fantastic signing for them, I've got to say. I think Stokes is one of these players to watch for the future. It's a tough draw for him getting Tex in the round of 16, but that's what happens when you manage to scrape through the Swiss. Did lose a game on penalties. I think it was against Impact in his first round of Swiss he lost on penalties. If he had won that, and suddenly he's 4-1 in Swiss, and then he wouldn't face the likes of Tex early on. So it's very fine margins sometimes between finishing round of 16 or even quarterfinals, semi-finals. Sometimes very fine margins just between finishing in Swiss and getting to those knockout stages.
Well, those fine margins turn into Global Series ranking points as well.
Yeah,
you know,
they do.
every single round that goes past is a bump up in those points, and that's what the guys are looking at every single time they're at a tournament is how many points can I get on the board? How many places can I jump up those leaderboards and get closer to securing myself qualification towards the E-World Cup final. One man who's looked dominant at the top of that leaderboard on the Xbox is looking dominant in this game as well, and that is, of course, F2's Tex. 83 minutes gone in game now. 4-0 up here, but if Stokes can find a goal towards the end of this game, just give himself that mental reset. 3 goals is something that we have seen players come back from in the past.
Oh, but it's 4 he's got to come back from, unfortunately, which is just...
I said if he could get 1 goal at the end of this game, Dan. Please listen.
So, well, yeah, I try.
Here's
I do
Marcelo
try.
then.
Could be more difficult, though, if Tex finds another goal, and he finds it in the most precise way possible. Ronaldo finds the top corner. And just as we're trying to write a narrative for Stokes to have some sort of hope, Tex again just asserts his dominance on all of the competitors that he plays. And now, I don't see anyone beating Tex if he's playing like this.
The main issue is when you're behind against Tex, you start to use manual defending to try and win the ball back higher up the pitch, and that's just going to play into Tex's hands. Because as soon as Tex sees that little cursor above one of the players' heads, he's going to start to whip out all the skill moves. It doesn't matter if it's advanced fake shots or if it's cricketers or whatnot. He's going to use everything in his power to beat that man, and he does it so comfortably.
Now there's going to be spaces in behind for Stokes as he has to commit forward and try desperately to get the ball back, but that is an emphatic statement from F2 Tex in the first leg here of our round of 16. We're now going to move across to catch up with the action happening with Tuga versus NYC Chris. And you can see here that Tuga had a fantastic performance in Atlanta, of course, very recently. He's looking pretty good here, 2-1 up against Chris, and Chris has been sort of the nearly man in these round of 16s. A few times now, gets through Swiss quite consistently, but can't quite find those big performances when it matters.
Yeah, and you're going to struggle against the current PS4 champion, as it were, in Tuga from Atlanta.
Chance!
But, well, that's what Chris can offer. When you least expect it, he comes out of nowhere. And those are the goals he needs to put away. As you said, there's been so many nearly tournaments for him, Mark. And NYC Chris, again, one of those players I think we will see at the playoffs. We could see it at the E-World Cup finals. But these are the tournaments where he needs to show up. These are the games where he needs to manage to secure the wins and get those Global Series ranking points. He's 10th at the moment on the PS4 side of things. And we've seen how you can leap with one good tournament. Tuga did it already. So that maybe this is a chance for Chris. And you've got to remember, the North American players, I mean, that is quite a change in terms of time zones for them. Even worse than the Europeans.
It's very, very true. And Chris is one of these players who I just see getting better and better again as the season is going on. He seems to be more confident in his own game. And he is starting to find these results. Maybe Singapore's going to be kind to him. Maybe he can find his way a little bit deeper into the bracket. And with every round that goes past, I remember speaking to him in London, he was saying sometimes he beats himself. It's more of a mental game for him than it is a technical game and a mechanical game at times. So keep an eye on that player cam, especially when Chris goes behind. Can he keep his composure and keep his head in these tight situations here? Because now he's coming forward with Marcelo.
And I can't stress enough, Mark, how important it is to manage to claw that goal back for Chris. Because Tuga is one of these players, when he gets a goal advantage, he will sit on it. He does play a very defensive style. He will get 10 men, sometimes 11 men behind the ball and really frustrate his opponent. So the fact that Chris has managed to open up this game by getting that goal back is going to be so important for him.
What a save from De Gea.
Wow, that's massive.
Chris again looking for that cross. He's going to whip it in again, and he gets there! Finds the crossbar! And you can see there, Chris showing a little bit of frustration there. Thought he'd done enough to beat the goalkeeper and give himself that lead. But after De Gea made the initial save, the crossbar is what denies New York City Chris. And now Pele up the other end for Tuga. Ronaldo can't beat his man. Well defended there by Chris, and ooh, a little bit of risk involved there, but finally he'll get the ball here. De Gea picks it up gleefully with both hands and spreads it right out now to Ramos.
You can see this first leg ending at 2-2 if Tuga is just going to be a little bit defensive and nothing's going to go Chris's way in these last moments. But I remember when Tuga was in these kind of situations back in Atlanta, he knows when to switch things up. He turns the heat up at the right moments, but he's going to be more than happy, I think, at just 2-2 in the first leg.
Here's Messi then onto that left foot. Neymar now, 5-star weak foot. Doesn't matter, but what way you go!
Oh, wow.
But Chris chooses the right way with his goalkeeper movement there. Big save coming in from De Gea.
And I feel like goalkeeper movement is still so important. I feel like because of the meta and how we lost first-time finesse shots, etc. from outside the box, some people have got somewhat lazy with their goalkeeper movement where they feel they don't necessarily have to move it as much. So if you're still switched on and you're going to take those risks, you are going to be rewarded for those risks, providing you choose the right way and you're reading the game correctly.
Perfect example of it there from NYC Chris. The shot was hit well there by Tuga. Ball into the front post now. Ronaldo almost beat the goalkeeper to it. De Gea's kind of in no man's land here. And now he's given the ball away. Neymar with the shot. Referee will stop the play here. And it will be a free kick just outside the box. 78 minutes on the clock here. Tuga goes direct, but just shanks that one wide.
Yeah, that's different. That's not something I'm used to seeing. I feel like just blasting it wide, but maybe Tuga was trying something else. Maybe a mistake with his button combination there. Maybe he's just trying to step over that ball and just missed one of the buttons. Who knows? But that's a let-off for Chris, certainly.
Chris then, who's had some success by whipping that ball into the box and winning some headers towards the back post. Attacking the flanks once more. Ronaldo now to Hullet. This is good play here from Chris. Hullet finds a bit of space with R9. The heel-to-heel almost finds its way through the final defender before he could get that shot away. But that's a great ball in behind now from one end to the other. Pele, one-on-one with De Gea, takes a touch and finishes it. Tuga celebrates. And that's how quick things can turn around here. Chris at one end with a chance. Can't beat the defender. Tuga goes straight up the other end now. And with just 6 minutes left on the clock, Dan, is that the winning blow?
Certainly could be for the first leg, but still plenty to come in this tie. 4-4-2 though. We saw it in Atlanta from Tuga. We saw how maybe he's changing the meta one step at a time by himself. I think when people start to see how successful he manages to play with that 4-4-2 and how those wingers are just sprinting up the pitch and they offer those through balls on the right and left-hand side, maybe we might see more people start switching to it.
Ball in there from Chris. Looking to expose Marcelo's height there in that fullback position. Marcelo did well, though, to win that header. Now with just a few minutes left, Tuga, if he can find another goal here, will be very comfortable going into the second leg with a 2-goal lead. Waiting for the run here of Ronaldo. Good play again from Tuga now. Inside the box, Pele, lovely close dribbling from him. Pele, heel to heel, beats one man looking for the cricketer. And Chris survives here.
as we move into added time at the end of our first leg.
And I am surprised that Tuga didn't really keep the ball there. I thought maybe he'd keep possession and have the last attack of the game, but instead he gives Chris a chance to equalise here in the end of the first leg. Certainly always gets nervy towards the end of games.
Ronaldo trying to get round the outside of his man. I think that one has just dribbled out of play here for a goal kick, so that should be the last action of our first leg here. And there it is, the referee's whistle goes, and Tuga, the PS4 champion from Atlanta, goes into the second leg now with a 1-goal lead.
You know what really interests me? So Tuga won Atlanta on the PS4 side of things, then he got to the cross-console final and he said, I have never touched an Xbox controller. I wonder if getting that far justified him to go home for that week that we've had or so since Atlanta.
Get himself an
Xbox and say, actually, I probably need to practice because I am good enough now to get to the stage where I might need to use it. And of course, Tex took full advantage of that in the cross-console final by beating Tuga. Also, though, Tex won on the PS4, might I add. However, I mean, Tex did go back and he played in the E-Champions League qualifiers on PS4 and qualified, may I add, 12 out of 12. So these players are starting to get better at switching from console to console and changing their hands for the controllers.
I love the idea that Tuga just sort of looked at the Xbox controller, just sat in front of him, like, what is that? It's like, what am I meant to do with this? Where do my hands go? But, you know, he's going to have to get used to that if he is getting to these positions. He's getting to these finals, winning these console finals and getting to those cross-console finals. And it is still a big factor. I mean, you've seen Tex on Twitter. He's been saying a lot about, you know, I'm really struggling with the PS4 controller. It's hurting my hands and things like that. But he's having a lot of success on it as well. And he's obviously succeeding on both consoles at the moment. And the PS4 players are really turning up this year in FIFA 19. There's been some cross-console wins, which we hadn't seen before, which is obviously huge. Nicholas has put in some great performances. And the PlayStation guys, for me, have really stepped up this year.
Yeah, Nicholas, Stefano Pina, of course, being able to find victories in that cross-console. And you might be sitting at home and you're saying, oh, well, there's not really a difference between the controllers. Well, I mean, like, you don't really know until you have played for so long on one controller and then you have to move to the other. Tex did say that literally his little finger is slightly repositioned now after playing so much PlayStation over the weekend.
I have that when I go back
from
from my PlayStation controller to my Xbox controller. It's just weird. It just doesn't feel right.
It's just how you hold it.
It's like if you play a couple of games, it's fine. Like everything's okay again. But because you kind of get that one game and you kind of perform in that cross-console final, it can be a deciding factor. But we are going into our second leg now. And it is a 1-goal advantage here for Tuga with that goal towards the end of that first leg. But Chris has shown that he can score goals in that first leg, and I think he'll be feeling pretty confident going into this one.
The only thing for me in these games against Tuga, and every player I think is probably feeling the same, is no one's really found a way to counter his 4-4-2. We saw it at Atlanta as well. I mean, unless you're Tex and you just dominate the possession and you take Tuga completely out of the game, people were finding it difficult to actually have an answer for what Tuga has offered in these tournaments.
Mbappe wins the ball back for Chris there. Now, speaking to Boras, and he was actually impressed with the way that Tuga was using the formation defensively. Usually we think of 4-4-2 as quite a defensive formation with the two strikers and those two wide players getting up, but he was saying that he has those two wingers on set to drop back.
It almost works as like two defensive walls. I say it's a little bit like gladiators when you're running the gauntlet. You get this 4 players who sit on the halfway line. You have to get past them, and then you have to get past the second set of 4 players of the back 4. And it can be so difficult, as that was very close to being a mistake there from Tuga.
Yeah, speaking of difficult, that would have been pretty difficult to watch there for Tuga. Had he just thrown a goal away and thrown his lead away. But alas, he stays alive. And now he's on the attack with Mbappe. Tries to get around the outside with the cricketer, but gets forced wide there. It will be a goal kick now to Chris.
I'm just surprised I'm not seeing a Portuguese flag being flown in the crowd like I did constantly through Atlanta. I believe Tuga's mother came out, and I think she might be here in Singapore as well. Fantastic support. Always great to see parents and friends, family come out and support players, because sometimes you do need it. You need that little bit of extra hope, extra little bit of love and support. It does help you through it.
Here comes Tuga then. R9 goes on his left foot. Goalkeeper movement again from Chris, just cutting off that near post angle. Now the corner taken short. Neymar to the edge of the box. Ramos maybe with a chance to hit it himself. Varane now to Mbappe.
No surprise to see this ball being recycled here by Tuga, Varane and Ramos. Not the two players you'd probably pick out of the 11 to be letting fly with, should we say.
And that is always the problem with playing it back like that in a corner, is you do kind of just like kill the situation yourself, you kill the chance yourself, but you keep possession, and that is what Tuga cares about. He cares about keeping possession and restricting the play from Chris. Ultimately, if he stops Chris from having attacks, he is going to win the game here. So he's just depriving Chris of that possession and kind of just frustrating him here.
Vieira then, maybe the chance here, almost found the ball through. That killer ball to R9, but another corner here for Tuga. And Chris really on the back foot here, Ramos. Dan's jumping out of his seat, telling him to hit it.
Just hit it! Ramos has a great strike on him in the right scenarios.
Taking short again here by Tuga.
Oh, I love
Great
that.
ball into the front post, set up towards the back post. Chris really hanging on here. All of the pressure coming in from Tuga, but somehow Chris survives.
The old dipsy doodle from Tuga as well. A little bit of repetition, saying I'm just going to pass this one out to the edge of the box again and again. And then just as Chris expects it, he switches things up and almost is rewarded with a chance on goal because of it. Good stuff from Tuga.
Now, wouldn't this be classic FIFA after all the pressure that Tuga has for Chris to go straight up the other end and find a goal himself? But Tuga switched on defensively here.
If we're talking classic FIFA, which FIFA you think about? Like, because if I think of classic FIFA, I think FIFA 98. That's classic for me.
I don't want to show my age. Anyway, Mbappe round the corner. To Ruud Gullit, almost finds the ball back. FIFA 94, by the way.
I thought
Vieira into Gullit. Chance here for R9. Gets it onto his left foot. Oh, tried to squeeze the ball back into Gullit, I believe. I don't think that was a shot. And Chris has really been hanging on in this game. It's been a hot start here from Tuga, but sometimes it's just about riding that wave. But now, Dan, you're pointing out to me that the defensive walls are up.
I mean, just the front four players are like a defensive line, which means it's so difficult for Chris to get outside of his own half. And then he just gets hit on the counter-attack straight away.
Mbappe, then that's a fantastic ball out wide to Gullit. Gullit with the heel-to-heel back across goal. Just couldn't find that killer pass. And you have to say, Tuga at the moment is just bossing this second leg.
He's bossing it, but he's only got that goal lead. He needs to get that two-goal cushion, the two-gut cushion, to try and secure this one, to try and put it out
what a
of reach.
ball that is. Can he take advantage here? Mbappe, though, to the heavy touch. Just showed too much of that to De Gea, and he gleefully came out and smothered it.
Every time that these chances are saved, Chris knows that he's still in the game. He's very calm. He's one of these players that he doesn't show much emotion. He isn't going to let it show to his opponents when he's struggling or when he's frustrated. He keeps the same kind of expression throughout every single game.
Here is a chance there for Chris. What a save that was from De Gea. Full length, full extension to get the hand on that one. And Tuga, for all of the possession and all of the chances he's had to rely on his goalkeeper there to pull off a save.
And I think that is what is going to be in the back of his mind as well, Mark. It's just that scary factor of, well, what if one of Chris's chances go in on the counter-attack? Suddenly, all my hard work, my 60% of possession suddenly gets thrown out of the window, and I'm back to square one. But these are the kind of games that he did grind out in Atlanta. When he had that goal lead, he defends ever so well with this 4-4-2. And he's doing more the same here in Singapore. I mean, how incredible would it be? Before Atlanta, he was at the semi-final, and then he gets to the cross-console final in Atlanta, and then if he was able to do it again here, he really would be up there with the best PS4 players in the world.
It's always going to be looking to go one step further, and with into added time here, and there might be another opportunity before the whistle goes. Mbappe, a couple of step-overs here. Mbappe gets back to defend, and there is the half-time whistle. Still one goal separates these two players as we head into the second half of our second leg here in Singapore. Round of 16, of course, if you're just joining us. Quarter-final spot on the line for these players. And it has been a long day for them, getting through the Swiss format. And then this knockout game at the end of the day. They really would have earned those spots in the quarterfinals.
And I'd really like to see a formation change, I think, soon from Chris. Maybe this just goal difference, this 1-goal difference, is maybe a bad thing for Chris because he thinks that he's still in it. He does have that chance. He has had opportunities to equalise. However, I just think Tuga is running the show. But maybe I'll eat my words with this attack now from Chris.
Pull it now and look at the run inside there, and he does find him. Eusebio, the first shot of the game, really, for Chris. And the light shines on Eusebio. 3-3. And Tuga, that's got to hurt. The first opportunity for Chris in the second leg, and Eusebio finds the near post.
Sorry, I was busy eating my words. There we go. I mean, and resilience and sticking to what you know can work out in certain situations, and I will give Chris so much credit for that. Even though it looked like he had nothing really in the first half and he was behind and he was on the back foot for the majority, he stuck to his guns and he's been rewarded for it.
Here's Mbappe then, just a reminder that is the game only really tied up though on aggregate for all that we're celebrating Chris's goal there for him to get back into the game. He won't go through here unless he scores another one to take the lead, and now you can see maybe he's getting a little bit more confident, starting to grow into the game a little bit. Amazing what a goal can do. And not only for the mentality of Chris, but also for the mentality of the man he just scored against, Tuga.
If you can get Tuga out of your comfort zone, I think you're going to be in a really good spot. If you can stop him from playing this kind of defensive formation with the 4-4-2, stop him sticking players behind the ball, then you'll be feeling really good. But when Tuga's flowing well, and when he's attacking graciously and he's using his skill moves on the wings, he is a very difficult player to go up against. And that's always the terrifying thing when you're having to face someone like Tuga. It's what they're going to pull out of their back pocket next.
Well, here comes Tuga then, looking to restore his lead now after Chris stole that goal away. Half an hour left in this game, and it has been a tight game. For all of the possession dominance that Tuga has had, not too many chances to write home about.
Yeah, maybe a few corners that could have had a couple of chances from if he had just kind of drifted them into the box and hoped for a header here or there. Instead, he played the slow game, he played the possession game, he played the depriving his opponent of possession game. But after all of that, we're all tied up again. So maybe Tuga might be able to take things away from this game as well, of trying to seize the moment when it's presented in front of him.
Mbappe then, inside now to CR7, back out to Mbappe, danger here for Chris. Tuga looking to strike. Cristiano Ronaldo with more space inside the box. Criqueta finds the ball back to Ronaldo, big chance, and he takes it! First time we've really seen Tuga open up Chris in this game. And he restores his lead here, and now he's just 23 minutes away from booking himself a place into the quarterfinals.
I say Chris is one of these players that doesn't really demonstrate much in terms of how he's feeling, but you can see from his body language now, he had to work so hard to get back into this tie, to get that equaliser. And you can see behind him as well, just a clap of the hands to say, come on, mate, get back into it, don't drop your head yet. Chris has been in these situations so many times this season where he's just fallen short. And he is going to have to dig so deep. He is going to be tired. Jet lag is a thing. God knows what time it is back in America. I mean, like, what, a 13-hour difference? Up to 16, depending on where you are in the States.
Well, if you are a Chris fan and you're in the chat at the moment and you're watching this and you're hoping that your boy is going to perform, send him your energy, because he's going to need it right now. 23 minutes left for him to find a goal to send this to extra time. Tuga, though, what an impressive player we have found here in FIFA 19. Another fantastic player on the PlayStation. Now Chris, from the restart, almost finds his way through, but again, the pressure from Tuga. He's so good at reading the passing plays, and he's so good at closing down that space. It's just so tough to break him down.
And that's the thing, even though it's the 72nd minute and Chris is still a goal down, it's Tuga who's got the possession, it's him that's pushing forward.
What a move this is from Messi. Almost managed to find his himself a pocket of space to get a strike away, but that was an example of what Tuga does best, those flowing passing plays, the quick movement. And now Chris may be looking to find a ball into the box. Closing down the space himself.
Ooh, look at the quick passes, though, from Tuga. Like, he's under the cosh there a bit. Blue shirts everywhere, but
the
quick
space
passes.
here for Messi, though. This could be it. Big chance for Tuga. Can he take it? Of course he can. Waits for the movement, and look at the celebration from him. He knows how important that goal is.
And the forehead hits the table for Chris. As he knows now, it is going to be near impossible to get back into this one. With the way that Tuga's been defending, with how he's controlled the game, that surely kills off this tie. Surely puts Tuga through to the quarterfinals, and unfortunately sends Chris home.
The picture says 1,000 words sometimes, and you can see the reaction from both players. Ecstasy on one side of things and just heartache on the other. Chris has to find himself very quickly here, regain composure. He's got 10 minutes left here. But he needs to pull off something special to beat a very special player in Tuga. Ronaldo then, CR7. Chris gets the ball back here. If he can find a goal, there might be an opportunity for him to get back into this. Space down the left-hand side now with Ronaldo. Whips it into the box. Eusebio gets there. Goalkeeper movement from Tuga.
And Chris just resorted to now banging his head on the table. Frustration has well and truly kicked in. That was the chance. That was his way of having any hope, I feel, because Tuga now...
frustration creeping in a bit
He's
more.
just going to keep possession, isn't he, Mark? He's going to control the end of this game. He's going to close this one out professionally. I may have asked questions a few events ago and said, oh, well, will Tuga know what to do in these kind of situations? Well, yeah, he's been here before. Current PS4 champion. And he is going to be the man to beat, I feel, on the PS4 side of things. And there's certainly players who are going to want to take him down. Joxan now back in the fray of the action.
Performing incredibly well as well
Yeah,
on his
he is.
return. Well, one man I think is going to be a name to beat today is going to beat Tuga.
Of course, it's not only Joxan. Stefano Pina will want to make up for his somewhat disappointing tournament in Atlanta. PS4, as you mentioned earlier, really is heating up.
You do have to feel for Chris, though. It's not the first time we've seen him in this situation, and it really is difficult to keep picking yourself up and dusting yourself down tournament after tournament.
I mean, ultimately, he's 10th in the Global Series rankings. He's reached the last 16 again. He is going to be getting closer to those to the E-Club World Cup. Sorry, the E-World Cup finals as salt rubbing the wounds. Chris had put his controller pad down anyway, but of course, Tuga is going to take full opportunity there. It's not be-all and end-all for Chris.
No.
This is not the last we're going to see of him. But he personally, I know, he just wants to get that little bit further in these tournaments because he is capable of doing it.
This game is going to be done and dusted, and a huge congratulations to that man on your screen. Tuga makes it through to the quarterfinals. A fantastic day's work for him. Not surprised to see him go over and commiserate his fellow competitor there. Great to see. Commiserations, though, to Chris. Comes up short once more, but it was a fantastic effort from both players. But Tuga, I mean, we talk about the current crop of PlayStation 4 players, and I'm going to ask production nicely to take us off of this shot of Chris because I feel really bad for him. I don't want to see it anymore. That's better. I mean, it's never better seeing our faces, but in certain situations, it's better than seeing the despair of others. But I mean, this guy, now you've got, as I say, Joxan, Stefano Pina, and Nicholas. You've got Tuga now adding himself into that conversation. The PlayStation 4 is becoming a tough place to pick up wins.
And they all have their own kind of different play style as well. And I really love what Tuga's brought to FIFA 19 with this 4-4-2. The fact he's kind of said, oh, everyone's playing 4-2-3-1, are they? I'll find a way to take that down, and he's done so perfectly.
Okay, well, that's going to do it from us on the commentary desk for the quarterfinals. For the final time today, we're going to send it back over to the desk. So, gentlemen, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Nothing wrong with a bit of good old-fashioned English 4-2-2, that's for sure. Tuga proving exactly that in the round of 16. Congratulations to him. He moves through to the quarterfinal. I have to say, gents, you saw how disappointed Chris was at the end, and I slightly disagree with Mark. I understand why he was saying like come off the camera shot, but in some ways, I like that because it shows the level of passion. It shows the level of commitment that these players put in. A lot of people say to me, "Oh, FIFA's just it's just FIFA and it's easy and stuff, pressing buttons." There's so much more to the game, and it means so much to the players that I think that typifies it. You've lost in a round of 16. There's no shame in that. You've done really well to get through the groups because the groups were stacked, right? Yeah. But he's obviously disappointed. And I think probably, Carl, you've said it before, he's good enough to go further.
Definitely, I think he knows that about himself. That's why he's so gutted. And I've seen time and time again with Chris after these tournaments when he feels like he's not performed to his best ability or he's not got as far as he wanted. Yeah. That's when he actually feels more and more frustrated. And we see that with him when the camera pans to him after a game. You can see the disappointment in his eyes. Right? Of course, and that's an amazing thing. That's why it's a positive. It shows that people care. This is people's careers. This is people's lives. They live and breathe FIFA and they want to do well and they want to prove themselves on the world stage. So what I would say to him is to keep his head up, think of the global series ranking points. He's pushing himself further and further up, so he's just got to keep thinking about that and ultimately guarantee your spot at playoffs, and that's what you need to do right now.
And I'm sure he'll go home and work harder after this as well. So 100%. We're going to come back to that game because I want to first let's talk about the top game, which ended up being a bit of a miserable game, both from a viewer point of view and from the opponent's point of view, but not from Tex's point of view. Sorry, let me recap. Struggles against Stokes in games, didn't feel like he was in the right mindset, super tired, jet lagged.
Didn't think he was going to win.
Didn't think he was going to win. Wins 10-1. That's a worry for me.
I mean, that's what I say. You need to stop lying to me because I come up on this stage and I say things and I just sound silly because you told me all of that and then you go and do this.
Yeah, I mean, it was a remarkable display and as flawless a game of FIFA as you could possibly get. I mean, he did everything right. I almost feel bad for Stokes because he didn't really do anything that was bad. I mean, he had one chance, which I think he missed. He hit the post, which you could argue probably should have put away. But other than that, he didn't really do a whole lot wrong.
He's just coming up against the best in the world, and I think that's it. He's still unbeaten in 2 tournaments, and Dan was saying, will he make it a third? Who knows? If he keeps on playing like this, I can't see anybody beating him at all.
I'll tell you what, Nightwatch, I'm going to give you this question because Kyle and I spoke about this earlier. We're talking about, is he a legend? Is he a legend of the game already? But it's tough, isn't it? Because we haven't had a season like this before in the history of FIFA. This is very much the biggest season we've ever seen. It stretches all the way back to some of the early FIWCs back in 2005, for instance. And we didn't really have that many world-class tournaments, maybe 2 or 3 big tournaments a year for FIFA. And so when you measure, is he a legend yet? He hasn't won a world championship, which seems astonishing because he's so good. He is the best player in the world, right? But yet is the right thing. He needs to win a world championship before we can start talking about legends, don't we?
I think I'm going to reference a few words of Aga, a former world champion himself, who a few months into the game said that if Tex wins the World Cup this year, he will go down as the best FIFA player in history.
Yeah.
Because on a game where the margins are so small, to be so consistent is very, very, very impressive.
Yeah.
And Aga himself said that he can't believe what Tex is doing week in, week out in tournaments. And if he manages to keep this consistency where it matters the most at FIWC and manages to win it, he will undoubtedly put himself on that top 3 with probably Bruce Granick and Gorilla with years to come.
Yeah.
Also, Messi and Ronaldo have never won World Cups, so
it's a good point.
So there we go.
I like that analogy.
Best in the world, they've never done it. So
you don't necessarily need to win, but I think being a 1v1 game is very much a little bit different, right? But it's a fair point. But he is a phenomenal player, and he's just shown us again why in that series. On that kind of form, it's hard to see who can beat him.
I genuinely struggle to think who. Well, it's more of how are people going to beat him? It's not who can do it, it's how are they actually going to do it? Because I was in a conversation with someone yesterday, I think it was, and we were like, why is Tex so good? And they were saying it's because he reads the game so well. When he needs to see a game out, he'll see a game out. When he knows he can attack, he'll attack. He just knows how to read the game and then to actually play against that.
Do you know what the frightening thing is?
Go on.
He's 17.
Exactly.
Like, it's scary.
It is.
He could dominate for a long time. We're getting carried away. Let's hold back from that because we've still got plenty of matches to talk about. The second series of the day, I want to say well done to Tuga because You know, he's up against a good player in Chris, potentially great player, and stuck to his guns, formation-wise and gameplay-wise, and it worked brilliantly.
It did, yeah. It was kind of such a frustrating game to watch because I like both players and I want to see them both scoring. And you just saw Tuga, he was taking these opportunities and he capitalised on little mistakes that Chris was making, but then also you just stayed positive. And when the game's going your way and your opponent is feeling negative, it's really, really easy to keep on attacking, which we saw with Tuga, and he took the most, made the most of his chances.
Yeah, also, I want to bring him in actually because he's in the player area right now. I don't want to let him fester and wait backstage. So let's bring in Tuga right now and say hi to you. Well done, sir. First of all, congratulations. That was a really tough game.
Yeah, it was. Chris is a very good player. It was really a tough game, but somehow I managed to score as many chances as I could. So it was a great win, and I'm so happy.
You say somehow. I thought you took your chances when maybe Chris didn't. Is that fair?
Yeah, because I went 3-2 on Swiss rounds. Chris went 4-1, so he was the favorite. But I could manage to win, and it's perfect. So I need to practice more. To tomorrow, that will be a huge fight.
Yes, it will indeed. Gents, questions?
I was going to ask about 4-4-2. Tell us about that. Why have you chosen that specifically? Without giving too much away to let everybody know, but why 4-4-2? Why that specifically?
I like a lot the 4-4-2 because in the beginning of the FIFA, when it was the finesse shots, the most overpowered shots, I really didn't use this because I wasn't good at doing the finesse shots, doing the green time. So let's try another formation, let's try another tactics, let's try another play. So let's try the wings, the formation that I put on FIFA 18, the 4-4-2 normal, the standard. And I'm good with the heel to heel, the push back, to do a pass to the middle to score. So that was a really good formation that I adapted to it. So it was really good for me.
And do you ever have like a backup plan? Because we haven't seen you really switch formations. Do you sometimes go 4-1-2-1-2 or 4-2-3-1, or you just stay with 4-4-2 like whatever happens?
In the main part of the game, I use 4-4-2, yeah. But when I'm winning in the final minutes and the opponent is making a pressure, I try to put the 4-2-3-1, the wide one, to have a center attacking midfield to come back to help more the team. And when I'm losing, I try to put the 4-4-2 still the same, but with a much more pressure tactics. And if I'm really losing by 1 goal or 2 goals in the last minute, I'll put 3 defenders back. So, but the main part is to play the 4-4-2 and to be consistent, and I like that.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for joining us, and thanks for the interview. And good luck tomorrow with the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
There's a winner today in our round of 16. We're going to continue wrapping up on some of the matches that we saw on our mainstream, of course, and also bring you all the results of the round itself. He stands a good chance tomorrow, doesn't he?
He definitely
in
does.
In that quarterfinal, dangerous player now.
He is. Watching him play is really exciting because actually he goes forward and he sticks to that formation that we've talked about, but he's using what he's good at. He's not going with the game and thinking everyone else is trying this. I can't do it, so I'm going to fight to try and do that. No, he's actually got the game and gone, okay, I'm not good at these, so let me work on what I'm good at and let me use that. And we've seen that he's using that to his best abilities.
Yeah. Is it enough? Is it enough to take him all the way to the final?
I mean, he's already done it once.
Yep.
Why can't he do it again? He said it himself. He used the 4-4-2 in a different way. He uses the heel to heel, the drag back. I think the heel to heel is a skill move you pretty much associate with Tuga. When he goes down the wings and he does the heel to heel and does the drag back immediately, it's hard to defend. You don't want to lunge in because you don't want to concede a pen. So you have to be a bit more passive, but passive against a player like Tuga with the FUT items that he's using, there's no middle ground. So you have to take the risk, and he's a tricky player to play against, especially when he knows the formation so well, the 4-4-2, which in a way, in my opinion, counters the 4-2-3-1. So unless you're Tex or someone who really plays the 4-2-3-1 and knows it by heart, you will struggle a lot against Tuga.
Okay. We're going to bring you, obviously, the final results today, but some of the matches are still going on. So we're going to let them finish before we bring you all the results. But before we get to that, why don't we recap on some of the very best goals of day number 1 here in Singapore? Gents, have you got any favourites? Maybe one or two pops up in here?
I'm sure one of Texas will be in there at some point that he scored. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing those again.
There's usually one of these in the best goals of the day, that's for sure. This comes from one of the earlier games today, Megabit versus Marcus Gomes. And, talk us through some of these goals.
Well, what we're seeing is this use of Mbappe and then obviously prime icon moments. Ruud Gullit right there. I think that Ruud Gullit FUT item is just such a special item, and so many people.
So good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so good, and I think everyone's using that because of his abilities within the game, and he sets up so much, and he can score as well. So I think there's so many FUT items which are being used, which we'll see time and time again. But it shows the different players what they can do, and and you can see them getting frustrated.
It's like, well, what the hell was that? Yeah. I don't know, how do I defend against that? Is basically I can translate for you.
Yes. Again, we're seeing these FUT items that people are using time and time again, but what I find so interesting is how the players use them differently, how they adopt them to their own styles, and again, beautiful. If you put the ball across there to Ronaldo, 9.9 times out of 10, he's going to leap over the defender and he's going to score that.
This was a little game that's in the previous round, actually. Yeah, I mean, Timo's face says it all, really.
Yeah, exactly.
How's that got in?
Exactly. That was one of the goals that he wasn't happy about, and I think that influences you mentally a lot.
Yeah.
And as we said, one of Texas' goals.
Oh, what do you know?
I assume right after Stoke scored a goal, he just wanted to prove that he can score one himself.
Well, this is his classic of, if I'm winning ahead, I put Steven Gerrard on because it's his favourite player.
Exactly.
And he does that.
And then he does that. So he's just proving that, Gerrard's actually OP, but he's just not showing him off.
Yeah.
Like when he needs him, when it comes to the World Cup and he's in the grand final, it's 1-1 with 5 minutes to go. Do you think he's bringing Gerrard on to score a goal? I think he probably would.
He could. I mean, it is Tex. Like he's shown before. There was this one game against Gorilla in Bucharest where he was 3 goals down against Gorilla. He subbed on Gerrard, went on to win the game.
That just shows how special he is. That just shows that how
he's a showman as well, right?
Exactly. That's what I like about him. Yes, he does say that he's tired and his head's not in it and he's going to lose the next game. But then he likes to put on the performances that everyone wants to watch.
Or maybe he's just playing it.
I think
maybe
so.
he's like getting in your head.
He just wants to make me look silly on these streams. He just makes me want to say things, and then he just completely goes and does the opposite.
Crazy stuff. Let's bring you the PS4 results. We're still waiting for the Xbox to finish up, but here are the round of 16 results and the players that have moved through to the quarterfinals of the PS4 rounds. Now, my eyesight's pretty bad, I have to say, so I'm going to lean forward a little bit because I can't actually see some of that. Rastarator beating Lev. That game was 1-0 for a long time in that game to Lev.
Yeah, I know. I saw it, and I'm actually surprised.
And we had to come back, I think, 10 minutes before the end of the game. So he's won that in the last 10 minutes, maybe even in extra time, I don't know. Pina has also come through. I think that's a little bit more what we expected.
So yeah.
He won 3-1, apparently, in the end.
I think what Pina's done this tournament is keep a low profile. We've not talked about him so much.
Always does that.
Really.
He always
does that.
We started off at the start of the day saying that he's not really in love with the game right now.
I think
he's not really enjoying coming to tournaments as much as he did.
That's what champions do.
Right, but they still
win games that they maybe don't play as well, or they don't think they deserve to win, etc. Pina always goes under the radar. Always, he doesn't have that. He doesn't look for that exposure, for that. He just plays his game, kind of like Nicholas. He just does his thing, plays his game, goes far in competition, and nobody talks about him being a real favorite. And every time he gets at least to the semifinals or the final, maybe a qualifier or two, he's going to not have a day and probably not qualify. But once he's at the event, he gets to the semifinals, the finals, and still nobody talks about it.
And what's lucky, the position that he's in, is he can actually say he's not going to play weekend league for a little bit. He can say he's not going to do certain things.
Yeah, he's got enough points.
He's got enough points. So that's probably going to be a huge positive for him. And we've seen time and time again at different tournaments, as you said, that he gets so far. So he needs to take that little break. He needs to work on a few things, and then he'll come back so much stronger.
Is it a surprise to see Lion going out after such an impressive showing in the Swiss?
I mean, for me, it was, but he's another person that goes under the radar. I feel like we don't talk about him as much. I know that some people have done today, but it feels like there's so many other names that we focus on, and that's unfortunate right there, because I've seen him go quite far at different tournaments and spoken to him about it. So it's a shame, but he'll be disappointed.
I don't know if you guys missed it, but the game that we highlighted, Joksan against Diogo Peixoto, Joksan lost that game.
Yep.
And Diogo proved that he's really one to watch out for. And we'll see, he will play tomorrow the guy who beat JRA Lion. So we have kind of the two underdogs who managed to beat the favorites in those matchups. And it will be definitely good to see that one of those players will actually get that far in the competition and maybe go all the way.
I'm hearing that we've only got one more game remaining, which has gone to penalties, would you believe? Just the last thing of the last round of the day, and it's gone to penalties. We can, however, show you the bracket without that game in terms of the Xbox side of things. As you can see up your top right-hand corner, that's the match that's gone to penalties. So we'll find out who's going through potentially when we're off air. I mean, that might even be finished before we finish, but if it is, we'll let you know. But you can also see all the players that have made their way through from the round of 16 into the next round. Senna knocking out Gorilla. That was a real tough one for me personally, because I have Senna in my dark horse rating, and Gorilla obviously homeboy wanting to do well. So really tough game for me to sit there and go, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. I don't know whether to cheer or cringe. So congratulations to Senna, though. I don't think many people would have had him on their radar to win that particular matchup either.
Yeah, exactly, because anyone who faces Gorilla, no matter Gorilla's form, well, we've already talked about it, is rarely the favorite. And he just proved that his form in Swiss translated into the knockouts. He managed to win against Gorilla, and he'll hope to continue that form tomorrow against Levi. And one thing that I noticed on this side of the bracket is Gabri and Levi.
Yep.
Both players don't have the best teams at home, but they managed to qualify, and with the disposal of these FUT items, they've proved that they're on par with the best players in the competition, and they've already made it to the quarterfinals, so we'll see how far they can go.
Yeah. Congratulations, Gabri. He won 4-2, and Levy won 4-3 in his game. So all these get much closer, other than the Tex game, which we've already talked about, which was an extraordinary 10-1 win. The rest have all been very close.
It's really interesting thinking about that and seeing how far, and a lot of these games are going to penalties. I'm really, really excited to actually find out who's winning out of, or who wins out of Cody the finisher and Abu Azar as well.
Yeah.
So to see who will face or go against Gabri, and I think then that sets us up for such an exciting day tomorrow.
Yeah. What about the bottom left-hand side of the bracket? Any surprises in those last two matches?
Not specifically. I think the favorites, so to speak, on paper won their games. It's nice to see Sakul finally getting out of the groups and continuing knockouts further, and maybe that's his chance to go all the way, face Tex, and hope to go all the way. And Resenda, of course, he's showing the consistency he's known for.
Yeah, I mean, he opened the show really well, winning his opening game. He won 6-1 in the quarterfinals. It was the second largest win of all of the quarterfinals on both PS4 and Xbox. So it's a really good win for him. He's also matched up on the other side of the bracket, could end up playing Tex as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the matchup between Sakul and Resenda will be a very close one, since they're both of a very high quality, obviously at this level. But it depends on, because it's going to be tomorrow's first game for both players, only game. It will be very interesting to see if they're ready for it mentally, physically, if they're warmed up, etc.
It's also on stage tomorrow in front of the crowd, so that changes things a little bit too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit nervous. I mean, there's a few guys in here who have not experienced that before.
It's a big stage, and that's going to completely change a few different things, and that's what these events are so good for, because people are getting the experience and they're moving forward. They've had that then. So this is going to be a huge opportunity for some of these players, and there's going to be, hopefully, there's going to be an audience. There's going to be people here.
Free tickets, by the way, or free entrance, I should say. Just turn up. If you're in Singapore, come down to the big box. And it's free entrance, and you can get to see some world-class, promise you, world-class FIFA players playing at the very top of their game in a Champions Cup. And you won't get many options to see that locally, so please do come down and join us. I'm sure we'll all stand around and talk to you as well, if you really want to talk to people like us. But the main attraction is the FIFA players, fantastic players down here you'll want to see. Gents, how have you done today on your predictions?
I'm doing well. Let me think about.
Do you want to see the table?
Oh, let's. Oh, wow. Oh, there.
The prediction masters for today: Mr. Kyle Walker, 83%. Mr. Brandon Smith, 83%. Mr. Dan Gaskin, who, by the way, could have actually been 100% today, 83%.
I mean, they say. I'm gonna say something that Tex says.
Right.
Speaks for itself, right there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Are you
'Cause
going
at the
to
start
post
of
that
the day-
screenshot on Twitter?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna definitely. I might take a picture of it now.
Yeah, because at
actually.
the start of
Let
the
me
day
get a
you said
picture
to
of-
me you weren't
okay.
confident and you were feeling a bit jet lagged and you were quite tired and you were matched up against some really tough players in the predictions and you didn't really feel like you could come through and you just 83%ed it.
What can I say? Me and Tex, when I had breakfast with him this morning, me and Dan.
This breakfast was like the largest breakfast known of ever. So 53 people went to breakfast with Tex this morning.
Yeah. I'll be there tomorrow as well to have a chat with him to get some tips off him. Yeah.
And say the opposite.
Yes. Yeah. Anything he
Wow.
tells me is the opposite for tomorrow.
All right, okay. I'm hearing at Abawaza won that game
Ooh,
on
on
penalties 5-4 against
Wow.
Cody to finisher. So it does put him through. Total score on screen, of course, including the penalties. 9-8 overall. After Cody to finish had the better of the possession in that game. Unfortunately, he has lost. It's a shame in a way because he really fought hard to get out of the group stages. Looked several times, looked like he was on the rack, about to get eliminated, survived. Went into the best of the last game, looked like he was going out, survived, gets to the round of 16, gets knocked out on penalties by a goal. How harsh is this game? It's like the real thing.
Yes, and that's why it's been such a difficult day for some players because they've had all of the Swiss and then they've come into this final, or the top six, the last 16, should I say, round, and then they've done so well. They've clawed it back. They think they can see just over the mountain, and then they get over there and there's another big one, and they can't make it.
And likewise, to players that have had a great Swiss round, like Joxer, for instance, who've had a fantastic Swiss round, gone in the first round.
That's what he can do to you. That's the
cruel, isn't it?
exciting and cruel thing
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah. All right. Final thoughts today?
Very good games, and I can't wait till tomorrow, personally.
Okay.
Looking forward to seeing what me and Tex have for breakfast tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think there'll be like 140 people at Texas breakfast in the morning. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for coming down. If you've come down to join us today on the opening day of the March Champions Cup, it has been a fabulous day of FIFA. Some real high quality stuff in there. We're looking forward to day number 2, where the quarterfinals will be with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.